Lal opened the information window. This was the upcoming plan. Ms. Jishuka, please bring about 3 talented people to take charge of the Baron. For everyone else, please go to Radon to prepare in advance. Jishuka disagreed and said, I also want to go to Radon with Grid. Baron needs me to go, so does everyone else. Without waiting for her to finish her sentence, Lal interjected, currently there is no talented person excellent enough to govern an important city like Baron. Lal glared at her and said, the other members still have to work hard, so while carrying them around, you can accumulate the ability to become the next lord, so you have to work hard, and don't forget to regularly carry out the task of protecting the old forest, including accumulating minerals. She was stunned to hear what Lal said, but first, I ventured to make a suggestion to someone who was once the leader of a guild. Do you want to be Mr. Grid's knight so that whenever he needs you, he can summon you right away? She looked a little shyly at Grid and said, Knight. Grid asked, can you be a knight for me, Jishuka? She happily laughed it off. Maybe let me try. Ha ha. Jishuka's notification displays, you have become the Knight of Eternal Kingdom's first Duke Grid. If Grid has your consent, he can summon you at any time. Lal turned to Grid and said, you probably need a lot of forces for your new territory, right? I'll collect items from that Shays group and join later. After listening, Grid with a planning look on his face said to Wantner, please take Khan to Radon to build the manga platform. In particular, that minor kid might run away, so we must tie him up and leave. Surely there will be a need for a lot of talent in the new city. Euphemina, he said to Euphemina. She replied, yes, Mr. Grid. He gave her a sword and said, go to my father-in-law, and bring this too. This is what I got when I got Radon Metropolis. It was the Great Lord's sword. A series of indicators appeared. Euphemina smiled and refused. No need to accept this. My insight stat is over 1,600, so the character observation skill is already there. He thought a little awkwardly. His insight stat plus the title effect was only 1,100. It was true that a restoration wizard was different. He is confident. In terms of rank, I am higher than him, and it is also a favor from his son-in-law, so he will definitely not refuse. I really need that person, so you must definitely bring that person to Radon. Gold turned back to look at his wife, thinking about something. So now. Renee's face was a bit sad, smiling shyly. It's been a long time since we had a passionate night, but now he had to go to Radon. He approached her. Other than telling her to endure, I didn't know what else to do. I really didn't have the face to look at her. He hugged Irene deeply, a warm comforting hug, making her a bit surprised, but just look at the work. I have protected you more thoroughly from the dangers of Yatan. I have something I need to create to be able to be with you, so please try to be patient a little longer. He said kindly. She was so moved that she shed tears. Then I will protect this place well so that you can return whenever you want. Jishuka saw this scene of passionate love. His eyes burned, his anger burned. Lal awkwardly said, ahem, Mr. Grid, you let a team start first like that. Do you have anything else to do? He smiled and said, yes, I have a place to visit, so everyone go there first. Scene change. To the cliffs, there is a stream that creates a beautiful rainbow. Grid arrived. Just the day before yesterday I had to suffer so much to get here, but now it was a thing of the past. I'm still worried that I won't be able to find the way. He looked at all the beautiful things around him and exclaimed, I thought that one day I would come to this Kisan ravine again, but I didn't expect that day to be today. He walked towards a person sitting on a cliff and asked, because this position was vacant, I said this. Would you like to be my knight, Piero? He said firmly. The old man turned around and glared, because he didn't even know his name correctly, and he dared to invite him to be a knight. It was Piero. It seems like he didn't know my name correctly either. He asked, who are you? Piero's eyes were very determined at this time, coldly asking, who are you? Did Asmoffel send people to hunt me down? Greed was now confused and asked, don't you remember anything? The first time we met, you asked me a very strange favor. Piero's status window appears. He has now reached level 367, is a swordsman and hermit. He is known in the world as a talented swordsman. Looking at Piero's stats makes everyone admire. For those who don't know, Piero is the person who has reached the realm closest to the sword saint in this era, but currently this person is very mentally ill. All of this person's stats are actually reduced by 20% compared to those displayed in the status window. As for skills, Piero is not average. At the lowest level, when setting traps, he only reached C+, which is the level where he can set simple traps, B-class basic swordsmanship, A-class overwhelming, A-class imperial warfare. Anyone looking at this would be terrified enough to say anything with the intention of hurting you. The most special are the two skills, the enlightenment of a talented swordsman and the ultimate swordsmanship. At rank S+ and SS respectively, Pierrot has reached the realm of unified swordsman. His sword energy is invisible and stronger than aura, and the ultimate swordsmanship is the swordsmanship passed down from generation to generation of the Pierrot family. With the theory is that this sword art originated from the eastern continent. Only the rank of the skill of certain destruction is unknown. This is Pierrot's unique skill. The target that is hit will definitely die. When used, it will consume 40% of the maximum sword energy resource and the reuse time is 1 hour. Really curious, I don't know what rank he has reached. Greed now revealed a cunning smile, thinking to himself, after being able to see the Lord's sword stats, I can be sure, this is a superior ability that far exceeds expectations. Seeing a majestic Pierrot standing on a large rock, a rainbow appearing like his aura, Greed also had to respect him. Whether it was an active or passive skill, everything was on the same level, incredibly high, and best of all, there is absolutely no limit to increasing the index. On the contrary, Pierrot said disdainfully, based on your aura, it seems that you are a character who is not easily controlled by Asmophil. Perhaps you need me to teach you that introducing yourself is polite, basicity. Greed now looked friendly and said, I am Greed, Pagma's successor, and also the Duke of the Eternal Kingdom. Then he confidently asked if he would like to become my knight. After hearing Greed's introduction, Pierrot was also extremely surprised, thinking, Pagma's successor. Then he blurted out and asked if the person was telling the truth. Greed now laughed loudly, ha ha, really, I'm the Duke. But beyond Greed's intention, Pierrot began to pull out his sword and said contemptuously, compared to the top Saharan Empire and the Western continent, the Duke of a tiny kingdom like Internal is not talented at all. Pierrot took a ready position, pointed his sword at his opponent and said provocatively, but if you are a descendant of Pagma, the story is different. I have to check to see if you are qualified to ask me to become a knight, not first. Greed was also a bit timid at this point, starting to sweat profusely but still spoke strongly. We are not enemies to bring out swords and demand to fight like that. It seems you are quite crazy. Greed was no longer shy at all, immediately pulled out his sword and rushed forward, saying loudly, okay, let's fight quickly and win quickly, after all, we will leave here together. Two swords with great power clashed with each other, sparking, creating a dazzling stream of light. Pierrot thought to himself, the blacksmith Pagma was destined to be the best swordsman after the sword St. Muller. If I fight with his successor, I can estimate my distance and get St. Muller. While fighting, Pierrot praised what an excellent sword it was. Greed doesn't fit either, speaking loudly, your sword is so shabby, if you fix it, it will become a very good sword. Pierrot suddenly stepped up his attack, causing Greed to use both hands to resist. He also friendly reminded Greed that weapons were not important. Greed was now starting to worry, and probably even embarrassed, so he said angrily, I almost got hit, I have more strength and yet I'm being overwhelmed in a battle of strength, this is due to level. Greed was quickly knocked away after receiving a move from Pierrot. Greed was knocked down and angrily cursed, damn it. But before he could calm down, Pierrot continued to move forward and used his foot to hit Greedy. Greed is also an agile swordsman. Even though he was falling down, he still quickly used his legs to block the attack. At this time, Greed also began to respect the old swordsman's talent. He thought to himself, the attacks were linked together so terribly, there was almost no rest time between attacks. In contrast to Greed's admiration was Pierrot's contempt. He said, how pathetic, was Pagma's descendant a lie, or was Pagma's strength just that low? But it seemed that those words had touched Greed's pride. His spirit was fiery. He raised his sword and shouted loudly, pathetic, you can curse Pagma all you want, but if you curse me, I won't, can't wait. The elders in heaven must have vomited blood when they heard this, but his pride had indeed risen. Greed began to perform the Pagma sword dance. Very quickly his whole body lit up. He swung his sword and shouted loudly, up. 3 extremely sharp vertical and horizontal sword strokes shot straight towards Pierrot. But it seemed that this move had no effect on Pierrot. He calmly danced a few sword strokes and was able to block Greed's attack. The young man was also extremely confused at this time. With small movements, he was able to block all 21 consecutive attacks. Even though he was reduced by 20%, his agility was still twice mine. Could it be because of his agility? Piero started saying sarcastic words again. Don't say this skill is your best skill. Greed also did not give up and quickly provoked him. If I show him another skill, he will regret it. But in my mind, I partly recognized Piero's agility. It seems that speed is very important in swordsmanship. From now on I have to invest more in agility stat. As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted, please. The second move, Pagma's sword dance, was cast, creating a huge circle of power in front of him. This is a defensive move. The attacker cannot reach you for 3 seconds and it cannot be used against undead. And just like that, the Piero couldn't move. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Greed jumped up and used a knife to attack Greed, causing him to freeze on the spot. Greed continued to use his next move. Third, this is a move that deals 155% physical attack damage to targets within a radius of 1 meter, reducing the target's speed. At this time, Piero quickly stood up in time to block Greed's attack. However, he also began to hesitate, thinking to himself, this time his speed was controlled. Greed was now filled with confidence, clearly planning his attack in his head, protecting, killing, tying up the opponent and then slashing. His sure-to-win combo. I should have used murder at this time, but how could I kill a noble person? Suddenly Piero retracted his sword and said, I'm lost, stop. Makes Greed infinite, Piero continued, isn't it true that the sword in your hand doesn't want to be cut down? I cannot fight with a sword that has no intention of killing me. Greed said with a gloomy face, his mouth said he had lost but you blocked my attack too easily. In his mind he silently cursed Piero, that cunning thing, and even promised to kill him, not to use it on him. Greed also took back the sword in his hand and said, whatever, as long as you agree to my request, I have won, you will become my knight, right? But Greed said, I said I was only testing your character, but did not promise to become your knight. These words made Greed extremely disappointed. What are you talking about? I was looking forward to fighting with you a lot. Along with the sound of rushing water from the waterfall, Piero declared, waiting, you should give up. He continued, a knight must swear allegiance, right, and loyalty can only be gained by building trust. Without trust, how can there be loyalty? I have decided not to swear loyalty to anyone again. Sorry, I cannot agree to your request. Night fell. Under the full moon a dark voice spoke. All the magic of this world are my results and achievements. In the nearby cave, a purple light appeared accompanied by a magical voice, the growth, power and reputation of magic, all of which stemmed from the greatness of this body. Yet you dare ignore my stern warning, you damn Pagma descendant. In the cave at this time there were 3 large wooden chests, surrounded by burning candles. Everything began to shake as if there was some great anger present here. It turned out that the gloomy voice continued to look at a blue sphere filled with precious stones and said, Mumud, my excellent student, the Pagma descendant who perfectly recreated your sphere, that guy, it also perfectly recreates the clear, magical eyes that I secretly put into the ball to monitor you. Mumud's image appeared, but it seemed this person had no emotions at all. He lowered his head and listened to every word someone said. Mumud, you are the genius who simplified the magic formula and passed down the magic formula, spread all over the world, so I monitored the person who dared to look at my number 1 position, you. Mumud's eyes began to change, her dark voice still rang in her ears. Your achievements will forever be known to this world as my achievements, because the ultimate wisdom must be something that belongs to this Brahma alone. I will be reincarnated to become such an existence. His words became more and more evil. Mumud's eyes also began to become more evil. If you don't finish the soul cup, you will not be able to escape my supervision. It is said, nucleus of Pagma. Fast forward 3 days after leaving the Kisan ravine, giant stone people appeared, with super large hammers in their hands. Greed is still trying his best to fight back against those guys. Even though they were strong enough for him to defeat, their numbers were extremely large. Once one was destroyed, another appeared, making him angry. I was really annoyed with this alley. Why were the ogres so small? Level 260 keeps popping up out of nowhere. Greed stomped his foot on the ground and said, it's not that I can't destroy them, but I have to worry about basic skills while fighting, so it takes too much time. Greed was starting to regret delaying his time. Damn it, I only needed to arrive 2 days early to receive the help of the guards to subjugate the ogres. I had wasted so much time, for Piero. He remembered that time, after being rejected by Piero, he asked him again, The fact that you were haunted by those 2 words of faith was due to the psychological trauma of being abandoned by your master, right? But Piano angrily said, it is extremely impolite to guess at other people's situations, but it seemed that Greed understood the situation very well, he said, so he was clearly slandered by his teammates, that's why he ran away. Before Piero could respond, Greed continued to say words that shocked him, in a situation where the Emperor also turned a blind eye, proving that the Emperor himself also doubted his loyalty. He was immersed in his ignorance, betrayed by his comrades and master. He really wanted to leave this world, right? Piero was extremely surprised at this time, saying, there was no way that story could be spread out because it was no different from the Empire's disgrace. So why do you know my anecdote so well? Are you on the same side as Asmophil? Greed was extremely confused, whether he recognized the wrong person, whether there was someone so similar to him. A year and a half ago, it was he who told me, you even asked me to help you get revenge, why don't you remember anything? This time, the Piano began to remember, maybe it was that time. Piero's face changed color, thinking, damn, I'd rather die. When he remembered, he continued to say sarcastic words, which was surprising, that incompetent brat back then has changed to this extent. What he said made Greed's face turn red. He shouted, I'm sorry. But he just got angry and continued to persuade, don't you feel unjust about having to waste your whole life because of those traitors? Come with me. I will help you take revenge. Greed's words made Piero extremely shocked. In the end, this guy was lying or not. Next, Piero also wondered a bit, wait, why do you keep clinging to me? Eternal is a neutral country, so there will be no war with other countries. So why would you bring back a warrior like me? Greed, after hearing this, was helpless against this old man. He didn't even bother to speak, so he could only sigh. But whether Greed explained it or not, Piero's heart was still steadfast. He said, besides, as I said, I will not swear allegiance to you now. Not waiting for Piero to finish his sentence, Greed stepped forward and said, hey, the day I'm mature enough to be able to sympathize with other people's feelings is still far away, but I'm not that trash. It's not okay to force someone who's sworn allegiance to you, no matter what. As a guest, you can still open a door with me to see if there's anything trustworthy out there. Greed's words once again made Greed's heart a bit shaken. A kid could have thoughts like this, as expected of Pagma's successor. Back to the present, Greed is still continuing to fight with the stone people. At this point he is already angry. Damn it, just use the skill and he will be killed in one hit. Why must he suffer like this? I also have a basket of good equipment, so why do I have to fight in such a difficult way like this? Suddenly a voice came from nowhere, reminding Greed, you keep relying on those things so your strength is useless. Lower your center of gravity and swing your sword. Greed was so angry that he couldn't do anything. He could only curse, damn it. Then he swung his sword and got angry, just grumbling like that, stop talking so much. Piero stood to the side, his arms wrapped around his chest, observing Greed. He continued to teach Greed, see, the sword's power has increased several times. Whether it is a small or big task, it still requires practice, so I hope you stop complaining. He even smirked and said to Greed, just consider this a gift that this guest gives you, because I'm looking forward to the next destination you'll show me. Greed is very tired right now and next to him there is an old man who keeps talking. He is mad, just at the same time I am regretting because I think I wasted my effort in bringing you here. When we come to Patreon, let's talk a little. After a while of struggling with the stone men, Greed and Piero were finally able to leave that alley. Greed was very tired at this point. He continued to complain to Piero, panting, finally reaching the last hill. If I had used a plane, I would have come 8 miles away. Greed still calmly reminded him that if you don't do it and keep asking for food, you will eventually turn into a pig. But he suddenly noticed that Greed's emotions had changed a bit. He said, what's wrong? I noticed from just now, as soon as you arrived here you seemed very upset. Greed said angrily at this time, because I have not very good memories of this place. Feeling that the two of them were quite close, Greed also confided, the Patreon city in front of me was the first land I set foot on and I had wasted a lot of energy during nearly a year of living there. The road to the city ahead seems quite far. As someone with previous experience, Greed said, we will have to travel another 4 days to reach Radon. Tomorrow we will deal with the troublesome things later. Today just rest in the city over there, satisfied. But they were so busy talking that they didn't seem to notice that something in the tree hole was watching them. This guy seems to know how to be greedy. As soon as he saw you he was happy. "Ha, look who is here, have you really returned to this city?" In a certain room, the guy wearing black gloves who was watching Greed through a magic ball said, "With the purpose of alerting the Gauss Kingdom, I have placed magic balls in every corner of this Patreon. From the bottom of my heart, I really hope that I can have you once." When the Count saw that Greed was about to enter the capital, he ordered his subordinates, "Come on, summon the knights immediately, as you command, my lord." The Count continued to watch Greed through the magic ball. With a meaningful voice, he said, "I didn't expect that thief would dare to enter my territory without the slightest fear. It's time to go hunting." According to the map, there are not only boundaries that separate the western and northern parts of the Eternal Kingdom, this place also borders the Gauss Kingdom, which is a particularly important strategic center. This fortified citadel is located on the road to Raiden, and is a new base of the system, and this is also one of the starting places of Satisfy. In a small restaurant, 3 mischievous guys ate and drank while kicking the restaurant owner, the boss. "When will the food here get better?" The boss is already used to the ill-mannered behavior of these people, so he scolded them, "If you want good food, go to the tourist city to eat, don't come here and ask nonsense." That guy still refused to shut up, continuing to curse, "Damn it, even if the food is like shit, at least there should be some fragrant noodles or good wine to compensate." Then he didn't even know what to do and scrutinized the 2 guests at the next table. Also, why did this inn welcome such ragged beggars? The red-haired young man sitting at the table stood up. He was a Coke, a sword master at low level 109. He said, "At this important moment, just focus on hunting and leveling up. A few things, just let me here take care of this trivial matter." After saying that, he walked right over to the next table, cursing at them as he walked. "You beggars, my precious rest time is being interrupted by the shit emitted by the robot. Get out of here for a bit." The customer didn't care which dog was barking in his ear, but instead praised the restaurant's food. "This steamed tail dish is delicious." The friend who came along also seemed to agree. "Yes, the taste is very similar to spread of pork trotters. What kind of food is this? I've never seen it in the Saharan before." Being ignored made the red-haired man's blood boil. Looking at the colors displayed, it looked like he was an NPC, yet he dared to look down on an adventurer like me. "I'm level 109, don't bother." Before he could finish his sentence, a piece of bone flew into his face. With just a snap of his fingers, the bone in the guest's hand caused the Coke guy to receive 3,190 damage, falling backwards and spitting out blood. The Coke guy looked at the bone in fear and thought, This is the tailbone of a lizard man. I lost 30% of my vitality just because of this." The young customer acted as if nothing was wrong and calmly said, "I told the boss to change his clothes and hairstyle. He smells really bad. What should he do with that 39-year-old body?" The old man immediately said, "You are dissatisfied with my appearance. Are appearances that important?" The man took off his hat. It turned out to be Piero, exactly the look of a 39-year-old uncle. He said, the kid on the other side still grinned and said, "As long as the uncle is comfortable, he can dress whatever he wants, but he who attracts so much attention from others." Piero was also not to be outdone. "Let's just say, because you only care about your appearance, your basic skills are poor." And of course the other guest, who was no stranger to him, was Greed. He immediately raised his face and argued back, "The uncle was about to bring up the ogres we caught on the way here to talk about again. Is that it? Like I said, if you have good equipment, there's no need for petty techniques." Piero immediately gave Greed a long lecture. "So why does a swordsman like you who uses a big sword and always focuses on equipment, instead of using a pair of heavy shoes, uses a pair of light flying shoes like that? When swinging the great sword, you must put the sword's center of gravity on the foot you step forward on. Maybe then the power can be stronger. To be able to do that, it's not your shoes, obviously it needs to be heavy." After hearing these words as my father taught me, Greed froze. He was still confused and asked again, "Oh, so using heavy shoes will make me stronger?" Piero also said without hesitation, "That's basic knowledge." But Greed didn't pay attention to that attitude. He was proud to say that he had discovered a hidden system. Along with admiration for his uncle, he did not expect his knowledge to be profound. "That's it, now I can be ahead of everyone else." Piero suddenly said solemnly, "That reminds me, you said you were a duke. It seems like you are still hiding your identity. Didn't you say you lived very well in this city?" Greed did not specify the reason but only said, "If I don't do that, it will be very troublesome." "Why, do you feel insecure?" Piero replied, "No, as long as you help me take revenge, my status doesn't matter." While the two were talking, The red-haired Coke stood up after the recent fall. It seemed like he was very angry that just a piece of bone could cause such great damage to a high-level person. Like me, if this game wasn't buggy, there would be no way that would happen. His head was still bleeding, causing him extreme pain. He angrily said, "In just half a year, I have become the #1 expert in this city. I also single-handedly destroyed the most famous and ferocious leader of Trian's ogres." I don't know what he was thinking, but he threw his punch at Piero and shouted, "In the future I will become a murderous butcher, a supreme being like Greed, so how can I leave a mark, missing like this?" After hearing this, Greed was also stunned. He couldn't believe it. Piero on this side picked up the bean and flicked it gently. The tiny bean shot into the Coke guy's stomach. It was small but powerful, making the Coke guy feel pain. He looked at the small bean and thought, this time it's a pea, maybe it's not a real bug, this NPC is a master. Piero glanced at the Coke, which scared him to death. He thought to himself, he is exceptionally strong. Is this the world of masters, to the point where I could feel the fear radiating from him? It's okay for him to be scared. Even Greed was surprised and asked, "Wow, how did you do it so well? It's like the movie Attorney General." Piero didn't know what a palm sword was. He just said, "If you infuse it with breath, even something as light as a feather can become a sharp blade." The Coke's 2 accomplices also stood up and shouted, "That beggar still hasn't stopped. Let me see if he's bluffing." But Coke had already experienced the pain, so he quickly stopped his accomplices. He said, "Everyone step back. This person is not the type of person that can be treated casually." Suddenly, an army came and interrupted Coke's speech. There was an announcement. Everyone stopped. It was Mr. Dio and his entourage who were on tour. A white-haired young man immediately wondered, "Dio, isn't that Lord's knight?" The girl next to me also said, a little scared, "That was the guy who was extremely insolent when giving me the quest when I was still level 4. Why did that guy come here?" The Dio then used a handkerchief to cover his nose, looked disdainful and said, "With this smell, how can ordinary people eat so well in this pig pen? If it wasn't for the Count, I would have burned this shop down." He turned towards everyone, still using that contemptuous tone, and asked, "Those commoners, please answer my question. Among the people here, has anyone here ever seen the Greedy Duke?" Coke thought to himself, "How greedy? Is it the Greed that I know? The high-level monsters nearby have all been captured for use in training soldiers, so there's no way high-level players can come to the Patreon." The Dio guy glanced around and said, "No reaction at all? Really, don't you see? Not you, not you." Finally, he stopped looking at 2 people wearing cloaks who looked suspicious. It was Greed and Piero. Greed stood up and reminded Piero, "It's probably going to be troublesome. After we eat, let's start our journey." But that idea was immediately stopped by Dio. He said loudly, "Hey over there, before I finish checking, you are not allowed to stand up arbitrarily. If you do not comply you will be punished." Suddenly Dio's face turned pale. He smelled something so strong that even using a towel to cover his nose, it still made him complain, "What is that smell so terrible, you?" However, the 2 of you don't care about this person with OCD. Greed said, "Let's go quickly, we don't have time to deal with flies." After hearing this, Dio got angry. "What, flies?" He grabbed Greed's shirt and said, "Not only does your smell make me uncomfortable, but so does your attitude. Let me see how noble your status is first." The Dio guy froze immediately. The person whose shirt was pulled by him immediately said, "Seriously, I was trying to keep quiet and walk over here but I couldn't anymore." It seems like the red-haired Coke also noticed that person is a greedy butcher. Greed had now had his hood pulled down by Dio. With a murderous look in his eyes, he said, "Now you are facing me, what are you going to do? Where is the honorific Duke you used to call me? It's gone. Do you think I'm your friend?" Everyone in the restaurant started to riot. They were greedy, murderous butchers. Why would someone like Greed come to Patreon? Suddenly filled with murderous greed, he pressed his face close to the Dio and asked, "Wait, I think I've seen you somewhere before." This made Dio sweat profusely in fear, thinking to himself, "What is this crazy overwhelming feeling?" Greed recognized him, remembered everything that day. Even if he turned to ashes, "I would never forget, you were one of the people present there that day." So upset, Greed couldn't stand it, so he gave Dio a big slap. He held his face in pain and shouted, "You, what are you doing? Even if you are a noble, how dare you arbitrarily put your hands and feet on a knight?" Greed replied contemptuously, casually, "From then on it was your turn to speak." Next came the chirps and screams of Greed. The courtesy that others had when dealing with you was important, but the promise to the players who had to work extremely hard to complete their quests was not important, huh? Pierrot just stood still, watching, listening to every word Greed said. Greed continued to slap Dio's face repeatedly, saying in his face, I had to trade how much time to do that mission, and yet you dared to stab me in the back, standing in front of someone who lost everything because someone else scammed you. You're still so brazen. Dio's eyes were swollen like bee stings. His eyes were also short of tears. He said warmly, you bastard, the Count told me to take you back safely, but you dare to disrespect the knight to this extent. You will bear it, death penalty. But unfortunately, before the Dio could draw his sword, Greed's sword was pressed against his neck. He said, don't be mistaken, your neck is still attached to your body like that simply because I haven't made a decision yet. You'd better thank a great man like the Khan, because he's the reason I didn't kill you right away. Having said that, he collected his sword, turned around and left. He didn't forget to remind Pierrot, let's go, we probably won't be able to walk comfortably. Pierrot also calmly replied, I was wondering if there was anything interesting to see. Well, do what you like. Suddenly the red-haired coke ran after him and called out, greedy guy, wait a minute. He shouted so loudly that Greed had no time to cover his mouth, so he just had to remind him to shut his mouth, or it would be a big deal. It would be quite tiring for people working in this city to pretend to know me. When the coke guy heard that, he quickly apologized profusely. I'm sorry for this rudeness. Most of all, I feel very honored to meet my idol. Then he placed his hand on his chest, loudly introducing himself. I am Coke. Someday, I will definitely become someone like you. Then I will come find you. Remember my face. Greed heard that and scratched his head shyly and said, ah, I'm your idol. Pierrot standing next to him saw Greed's gesture and glared, thinking to himself, the boat flipped over like rice paper. The coke guy was now happy and his life was blooming. He quickly said, please sign my name, here on my chest. It's my first time being an idol but I'm so greedy. Here, I'm sure you're not a fan of Noah. Greed really has a deceitful nature that's hard to get rid of. He signs lines for his idols that always lose to their owners, and even signs greedy names. Yet that guy was still so moved that tears fell from his eyes. It was so scary. Night had finally fallen. Pierrot said to Greed, my purpose is only revenge, so I did not intend to ask you unnecessary things, but since you said you are the Duke of a country, I should establish our school has changed a bit. The two of them talked while walking. What just happened made Pierrot unable to help but be curious, so he asked Greed, what exactly happened in this Trian? Greed didn't want to hide it anymore and replied, I once lived here very well, until a dirty incident happened. Pierrot asked again in surprise, dirty? Greed immediately explained to him in more detail. Although the situation was different, it was similar to his, also a form of betrayal. He stared into the distance. Greed continued, this was the starting point for me to become Pagma's successor, because I was lucky, so when I look back I see it as a worthy thing. But at that time I really lost everything I had invested in. The bastard who assigned me the mission killed me as soon as he achieved his goal. The knight from before was also present at that time. Before the story could finish, the story was interrupted by the appearance of a giant ball rushing very quickly towards the two of them. The ball fell, creating a huge explosion in front of him, but as swordsmen, the two of them did not have any fear at all, just stood still and waited to see which guy was playing a rough trick. A person has just appeared and said derogatory and greedy things. He's come this far and is planning to leave right away. There's still something big between us that hasn't been discussed yet. Greed immediately recognized the person in front. He continued talking to Pierrot, also, that bastard betrayed me and tried to kill me. Is the Lord of Patreon, Earl Asher. Behind Count Asher appeared another group of soldiers, their heads covered by hats. At this time, Asher still lamented that it was really not a good idea to assign work to Dio. If we want to solve a problem properly, we should do it ourselves. Greed had now demonstrated his skills and confidently said, I always thought that at some point I would live comfortably with you, but I didn't expect it to be this fast. Now I'm not someone you can depend on. It doesn't matter how convenient it is to treat you, you understand. Asher here said contemptuously, at best you are just a successor. Why do you keep acting like you're Pagma? That's right, because of your stupidity, I assigned you the task of finding Pagma's precious book. He gave a scornful smile and said, you dare to brag to someone like me who is both the only magician of the Eternal Kingdom and one of the 10 most powerful great magicians in the world. Your stupidity really makes me admire you. Greed now thought to himself, located between the latter kingdom and the internal kingdom, which had a hostile relationship, was Patreon. It was the border and also the center of the war, in order to prevent Eternal from assuming the status of a neutral country to monopolize products. The Gauze Kingdom created this border conflict. At that time, the reason why the Gauze Kingdom could not act arbitrarily was because of the overwhelming existence of the great mage Asher. You stopped Gauss's intention. So Greed also admitted that it was not an exaggeration, because the mere existence of Earl Asher, the so-called strongest person in the internal, was enough to restrain that conflict. Suddenly Piero spoke, one of the 10 most powerful magicians on the continent. I guess I have to give it a try. When Asher heard this, he smirked and said, "It's true, your accomplice is also an ignorant person like you. How can you act so arbitrarily?" That exact magician emitted a strange source of power that made even Piero scared. The magus said arrogantly, "I've never fought a magician before, so I'm quite curious. I want to see how capable you are, one of the 10 great magicians of the continent." Piero was a bit shy, thinking, who is he? Can he make me feel fear too? There is such a powerful monster in the kingdom. Suddenly the magician turned 180 degrees. He said, "I refuse. I'm only aiming at that brat. I have no reason to fight with you." But Piero smiled and replied, "I didn't ask for your opinion, but rather expressed my wishes." Having finished speaking, he drew his sword and flew straight towards the count and said, "From the beginning you had no choice." Seeing that, Asher stepped back and ordered the knights to hold him back for me. In his mind, he really just wanted to fight Greed. He thought to himself, the power of greed shown in Painheart was not at an ordinary level. So I don't need to fight someone stronger than Greed at this point. I have to create a barrier so I can fight only that greedy guy. It turns out that this guy was afraid of Piero, so he told him to go away and pretended to be fake. He began to list in his mind the things that Greed had done to him. That greedy guy stole Pagma's precious books, and even stole his son Vlad's fiancée. Before he gets real power in his hands, we have to eliminate him here. On this side, Piero is still confronting the knights. He said contemptuously, "The strength of your knights is only at this level, not even comparable to the strongest Saharan Red Knight on the continent. Again, in my opinion, you've wasted your manpower." Piero began to continuously deploy skills, the ultimate swordsmanship. Third consciousness. Seeing his knights being quickly defeated, Asher also began to worry. Could the sword energy penetrate all the way to the back of the shield? The defense line of the knights he had always been proud of was broken in just an instant, a star attack. The knights on this side still refused to surrender, stubbornly saying, "Let's buy more time so the count can chant the spell." It's true that without knowing the height of the sky and the thickness of the earth, Piero only needed to perform basic sword swings to make the knights run out of weapons. As soon as the opponent's weapon is blown away, Piero jumped high and caught it. He also showed a smug look on his face and said, "Is it okay? There is no better equipment than this when fighting with many people at once. Compared to my companion, my eye for choosing equipment is much better." Having finished speaking, he waved his hand and threw the spear at the cavalry, causing them to shatter. Seeing that, Asher was terrified. He only needed 1 minute to create the barrier, but the knights couldn't hold out. Although before, I was able to get some information about a strange group with a name that uses genuine goods. But there is no information about this beggar or this monster. Seeing the group of knights become more and more exhausted, he mistakenly said that it was food or that Piero's scent, which he hadn't bathed in a few days, was so pervasive. He turned 180 degrees again. He decided to give up on creating a barrier and deal with this beggar first. He put strength into his staff, walked straight towards Piero and said, "What relationship do you have with Greed? Why do you protect that bastard?" Of course Piero refuted that statement. He said, "What protection? I have no relationship with the greedy lord. I simply feel interested. After all, you are not the greedy duke's opponent is better than fighting me." Piero had a lot of strength, held the sword and rushed towards Asher and said, "Because I am now weakened a lot." The magician thought to himself, in a battle between a swordsman and a magician, the most important thing is speed. He quickly used the speed skill, but it seemed quite difficult, in complete contrast to Piero's calm appearance. After the first collision, both were still unable to touch each other. Piero blurted out a compliment about his speed. Next Asher used the Oreo's illusion. When Piero saw it, he was extremely disdainful. "Illusion magic, are you planning to play hide and seek with me?" Piero jumped up and bought a few sword strokes, attacking and saying, "Although I don't like dirty tricks, When fighting a magician, there is probably no other way. Seeing Piero struggling with the illusions, Asher over here thought, it's the same for me, I need to finish chanting before that sword of yours touches me. To do that, my staff and with the speed of reciting, the Dharma has been amplified. He continued to use soul weakness, causing Piero's aura to quickly deplete. Piero here also realized that right away, is magic able to limit my physical strength? Every time I try to move my body I feel uncomfortable. But it seems that this magician underestimated Piero too much. He was quickly found by him. How long are you planning to hide? Asher was both angry and afraid and dodged Piero's attack. You can not only resist my magic, but can also grasp its nature in an instant. What's the reason for that? He quickly used the ice sphere to freeze Piero. He secretly thought that if he wanted to fight with a capable person, he needed time to prepare, so let's just prolong the time first. These two types of magic are both level A, but if they mix different attributes, their power will increase several times. After using that move, Han felt somewhat reassured. It probably took about 5 to 6 seconds to recover, so that was enough. I didn't expect that I would have to use S-class magic to kill you. All this time, Greed stood carefully observing his opponent. He calculated in his mind, he was indeed very strong. In terms of strength, physical strength, and agility, he was at a much higher level than him. Yet he was still very strong. You say you've gotten weaker. At this rate, it is difficult to predict his future value. Suddenly he imagined. One day, if he becomes a sword saint, he will probably have unlimited power that can capture dragons or anything. While Greed was fantasizing, Piero over here destroyed that iceberg. Asher became more and more frightened. Has he already recovered? It's unbelievable. Maybe I have to accumulate more damage and prepare S-level magic. Suddenly he performed a super great technique. However, this also made Piero a bit admiring. It's just a protective membrane that can absorb most of my attack power. Your magic power is also great, isn't it? But a compliment is just a compliment. Piero still turned his sword to confirm that you probably need to maintain that protective membrane for a long time. After 3 failed attacks, Piero thought to himself, moving quickly, using his shield, and being able to chant spells, this magician's concentration level was truly superior to that of a human. After thinking about it, Piero changed his strategy, both urging him and taking precautions. Having finished speaking, Piero turned his sword. Execute the ultimate combination of swordsmanship and the 5th form. Immediately a giant sword floating in the air appeared. But at this same time Asher finished chanting the spell. He carelessly removed the protective layer and destroyed Piero's sword aura. He was also a bit confused. Couldn't the sword energy do anything to him? Was he immune to damage? Suddenly, the name Asher used soul magic to leave his body and enter Piero. This is a great move that causes the caster's soul and body to be separated for 3 seconds. The body will be immune to all damage. The opponent it passes through will suffer 1030 damage, equal to half the current magic. Piero immediately vomited blood. And Asher continued to walk through Greed's body and said, I told you, my opponent. It's you. Greed immediately took 40,985 damage, suffered fatal damage, and could not stay awake. Asher flashed past Greed's body. Immediately Greed spat out a stream of blood. This guy's 3 seconds have passed and he has to return to his body. Piasso on this side was a bit annoyed, thinking to himself, I was caught off guard. I had only just heard about it. This is out of body. Normal people can't stand it. They can't even recognize it. It's true. Immortal name. He immediately rushed into Asher's body and asked, what if that was the case? There was no soul but only a body. As soon as he got close, Asher emitted a powerful wave source. Piero had to quickly use his shirt to block the broken glass pieces. I thought to myself, could this be the magic shock wave that appears when the soul returns in a state of soul leaving the body? It is an extremely terrible type of magic, to the point of causing my sword energy to bounce back. Piero and Greed still hadn't calmed down when Asher started to attack towards Greed. He said, but my initial target is still Greed. With cruel eyes, he said as he held the staff and rushed towards Greed, this attack will end everything. It all ends here, Greed. Asher's mind is now full of cruel thoughts. He had to suffer the effects of his soul leaving his body, and that guy's attacks were all a burden to him. So it would end here. Suddenly Piero used his sword energy to hit him from behind. Asher had difficulty using his staff to defend. His mind was full of worried thoughts, only physical attacks. However, that sword energy was so strong that it could penetrate his defenses. No, I might have to endure a much bigger attack. What should I do? At this point Greed could no longer bear it, summoned his sword and got ready to put an end to this chaos. Seeing the sword, Asher panicked. What else was there? His sword looked so fierce. Greed said bitterly, surprised that I didn't die. After all, shouldn't you be more surprised that I didn't shed any blood? If you want to thoroughly handle this problem, you have to deal with it directly, right? I think so too, so let's deal with it one more time. After speaking, Greed performed the super link skill. Continuous attack on Asher. On this side, Asher had difficulty holding out. He began to be frightened by the power of Greed. He couldn't believe it. His swordsmanship was even stronger than that beggar's. It hadn't been more than 1 or 2 years that he already that strong. It can't be like that. I heard rumors from the nobles in Reinhardt. How did he go from being so incompetent and stupid to being so strong in a few short years? The problem is not that he stole the Pagma book and ruined Bland's marriage, but that in a short period of time he became so powerful that it was unacceptable. While Asher wondered and tried his best to defend, Greed performed the skill following the blacksmith's wrath with the goal that, with the considerable power gained from luck, he could weaken the power, by the magician Asher. This legendary power is just a byproduct of time. Asher had grasped Greed's plan. He shouted, the mountain could not appear in just one morning. Time creates the hardness of rocks. Hell spear. Asher screamed louder and louder. He shouted loudly, this is the eternal protective wall that I have maintained for decades. That is the power of Earl Asher. No matter how lucky someone is, you can never hold it. Greed casts his final skill, kill. He rushed straight towards Asher, coldly said, are you talking about time? Just reach it. Furthermore, I don't want to listen to the words of a trickster like you. Asher was frightened, to achieve his goal. A blow fell. Knocked Asher away. He was seriously injured and continuously coughed up a lot of blood. Greed stood proudly in front of Asher. His face also said cruelly, tell me, you're greedy Duke, please spare my life, tell me quickly. Asher didn't say anything, he just stared greedily, thinking, I remember, when this guy was a kid, his body was weak and his abilities were not great. Not self-reflective but only focused on jealousy and coveting what others have, people with trash eyes, violent towards the weak but submissive to the strong. He is already like that, but in that bastard's eyes right now, there is a peerless majesty. How can he change to this extent? He finally opened his mouth and said, Humph, you are still so brazen, you broke your promise, so why do you make me beg? He continued, you really don't know if Pagma's letter exists or not. At that time I offered a generous reward for the mission term and you accepted it. But you bastard, after finding Pagma's letter, was blinded by greed and took it over. Moreover, you took over the person my son worshipped. Even if there is hatred, aren't I many times better than you? After hearing this, Greed's asshole was itchy, and he angrily said, isn't it true that you tricked me into doing that reckless mission? Just because of it, I wasted so much time and lives. That's why I want to kill you. What about me? Asher didn't care about what Greed said. He calmly said, if it's coming to an end then just end it clearly. It seems like today is that day. Pride in the time I protected the country for decades. In the past even a dangerous character was no longer there, but I was. He hesitated for a moment and then continued, after all, I bought your perseverance at a very high price. It seems that your majestic appearance was obtained after going through a fierce time, right? Since you have defeated me, I have nothing left to be dissatisfied with, and I will not submit, so please kill me. Greed was also starting to feel a bit guilty at this point. He thought to himself, finding Pagma's letter and the steps that followed were all thanks to his efforts, but there was no denying that this bastard was a human being, gave me the opportunity to become Pagma's descendant. At that time when I couldn't catch up with others even if I tried my best, that's my chance, but I really have to be grateful to him. It was a difficult decision, but thinking about it carefully, it seems like he didn't deserve to die. Thinking too much and being so tired made Greed sigh. He turned away, clasped his hands over his chest, said loudly, then I gave up. Piero asked again, do you intend to spare the life of the person who wanted to kill you? Greed said haughtily, yes, I don't know what will happen in the future, but right now I have no intention of killing anyone. Asher couldn't believe it when he heard it. He wondered, the Duke's rebellion won't be let go so easily. What do you want in return from me? After hearing this, Greed was furious. In his mind he was also helpless against him. This guy, I haven't even said thank you to someone like that yet and you're already starting to doubt him. Thinking was tiring, so he said it directly, why would there be such a person? It's true that you don't know what to do, he said boldly, because you won't do anything without expecting to receive benefits. Greed said, is that so? If that's the case, then even if you say I'm arrogant, I won't let it go easily. Greed turned to Piero and said, that human guy is watching us. Even if he moves a little bit, he will be beaten to death. Let Piero keep watch on Asher. Greed here used the system to call Raoul. Raoul, can you hear me? It's Greed. The other end of the line quickly answered, yes, Sir Greed, except for Euphemia, the entire temple team has arrived at Ray Dan. When will Mr. Greed arrive? Greed replied, he's in Patreon now, he'll be there soon, but I want to ask this, do you know Count Asher? If you want to ask him a favor, what would be the best way to ask him for help? Hearing that, Raoul was extremely surprised. He had to confirm it to be sure. He was talking about Count Asher, the 10th magician and lord of Patreon. How did they meet each other? He also quickly gave Greed a hint. If it was that NPC, there really was one. For him, the most precious thing is only one thing. That thing is. The call ended. Greed turned to Piero and said, sorry for you, now let me handle it. Piero was also a bit disappointed. Nothing was done yet. What a pity, I was still waiting for him to act. Greed said, no, that noble is very precious. Do you think you can touch him easily? When Asher heard these words, he immediately knew there was a problem, so he said, stop talking nonsense, let's get to the point. Greed bent down, smiled cunningly and said, otherwise give it to me, your son. After hearing this, Asher's face changed and he shouted angrily. That name, what do you say? Blonde is not a soldered dish. Other than that, anything goes. Greed saw his attitude like that and said, now I understand why you are so rude. It seems that his colleagues told Greed a lot of information about this old man. He said that due to illness, he lost his beloved wife, leaving behind 2 children. The eldest died in battle. Now the only precious child that was raised with great difficulty is Blonde. Right, let me take care of that boy. Asher was both angry and scared. He shouted, you evil guy, you've gone beyond the limit. It's better to kill me already. Even if I burn my soul and body, I will absolutely not sell my child. On this side, Greed still calmly replied, even if you die, that precious child will not live easily, right? I hope there won't be a need to use force to make you understand the problem. Suddenly a loud voice rang out from far away, Duke Greed, please take a step back. From afar, a young man wearing noble clothes ran up, breathing heavily and saying, there's no need to be like that, sir. It turns out it's Blonde, he said, little god Blonde vows to follow you, I just hope you'll forgive my father. Asher saw his son and panicked, why are you here? Run away quickly, Blonde, why are you behaving so rudely? No way. Greed on this side laughed and said, what a young man, he grasped the situation much better than his father, made the right decision, Blonde. It seems that Greed has gone a bit too far, reaching the Count's limits. He gathered all his strength and shouted at Greed, if you dare touch a single hair of my child, even if I have to sacrifice this soul to the devil, I will kill you immediately. Asher was about to use all his strength to attack Greed when he suddenly stopped. Blonde walked over and grabbed his hand and said, Dad, it's okay, just consider that I'm learning under him, and give in from now on. Blonde smiled at his father and promised himself that, the day he returned, he would definitely become a more trustworthy son. Until then, I hope you stay healthy and remember not to skip meals, maybe we can meet again. Seeing this scene, Greed sighed and said, in this situation, even though you know I'm playing the evil role, it's useless to say anything, but it's best for you to listen to your son. Compared to the past, we now know how to adapt to that situation. Even if I'm sorry, I don't have time to vent my anger. Greed also comforted Asher a bit to calm him down. I won't take him back to eat, so don't worry and leave it to me. Looking at the overall rankings, the top one is also the white-clothed sword. Grousel thought to himself, Greed has finally moved into the top 3. What is called a destructive soldier? It's probably the type that tends to attack. If he had reached the top earlier, his attack on Golem wouldn't have been so pathetic. But 15 hours in hell is a bit too much. We need to organize inventory, so we need to find a good seller quickly. In order to get into the top 3, I had to change from attacking the western continent to the eastern continent. Luckily, I earned quite a few titles and also reached the top skill level, but it was still quite difficult to attack Eastern Continent, that mysterious land. It's still better to attack the Western Continent to level up and then attack again. The places worth losing are the eastern and southern regions of the Saharan Empire, then the array of Labyrinth, as well as the western region of Eternal Kingdom, the land that is always a hot topic. Scene changed to Grid in the Rocky Land. He turned around and asked Piero, "How are things going? What is the strength of the 10th magician on the continent?" Piero replied, "Considering the brave spirit of patiently enduring my power, it is far superior, already predicted." At this point, Grid suddenly thought, although the staff did not have the ability to remember magic, but instead the magic power was amplified, so the damage in one go was huge. Asher was too cocky and the speed of switching magic, already own, in the face of Piero's speed, it just became a weakness. But in short, Asher still surprised me. Equipping the Holy Light armor effectively reduces damage by 50%, but one hit of his still hurts me up to 40k. It could be said that if he could deal with Asher's escape from his body without any equipment, that guy would still be a monster. After that, Grid wondered again, "But Piero, I have something to ask. No matter how strong that guy Asmophil is, he can't take revenge. You must have immortal skills, right? Regardless of luck, you can easily defeat him." Piero frowned and replied, "It's not like he's that strong. The process of finding the guy was difficult. I'm sure if I set foot in that empire I'd be in a haunted house right away. The power of the empire, that country, and what you think. Anyway, we're getting ready." Grid was confused. What? Grid replied softly, "It was a monster." Grid absently asked again, "What?" "I didn't see any ants." Then a super giant worm appeared right in front of me. They cried loudly, "Kaikikiki." An overwhelmed Grid shouted, "Kia, ooh, so disgusting. What is this horrible thing?" Piero smiled like he wasn't smiling. Hee, you're still like that, you're so small." Having said that, Grid was still alive and attacked the worm's body. Just now, when he heard Piero taunting him like that, he replied, "What are you carrying, baby? Is there such a thing up here?" The giant worm immediately threw him up high. The damage he suffered was 6,300. Grid gritted his teeth, hesitating. A normal monster could have this much damage. Even with that attack, the other monster was still unharmed. This is as strong as an ancient weapon. Grid knew he couldn't damage it with normal attacks. He decided to fly away, calculating as he flew. The surface was cracked in half, so the sword's power was also reduced by half due to the sand blocking it. Yet the giant worm still caught Grid's direction and touched him, knocking him over again. This time, he fell down in pain. Grid was confused. Why was there so much? Piero reminded from afar that to put energy into the sword, not only the limbs but also the muscles in the neck need to be concentrated to load the end of the sword. Even if the movement is still stiff like that, it cannot be concentrated in the air. Force, what do you plan to do then? Grid was angered like that and immediately burst out with magic. He growled, "What QQ are you talking about? I'm playing a game. Do I still need to go to fencing school?" So he used Pagma's sword dance, chain attack. The worm's armor could not last long under this move. It was quickly cut into many pieces. Grid defeated the giant. Increased by 4,671,000 experience received giant worm's legs. Grid became more confident when he won. It's okay to be strong. If he has skills, he can handle everything. Plus, the monster is level 330, so the experience reward is also high. This kind of monster is at the end of the West. Grid chuckled with excitement, thinking, this is the best opportunity to surpass level 270. Maybe I should invest 400 points to increase as quickly as Piero. Having said that, he immediately increased his agility attribute by 400 points. Piero crossed his arms and advised, if you use force on your hips and buttocks, the speed of the upper body, or rather the speed of the sword, will be faster. It's better to calculate the angle to the side and don't think too much. Grid ignored his words and just used Pagma's sword dance to rush forward. He laughed, ha, for Pagma's descendants there is no need for such advice. Oh well, I'm going up a level today. Piero didn't do anything anymore, but just sat quietly thinking. Instead of dealing with Earl Asher, taking his son as a hostage, that was truly a unique and smart decision. This guy doesn't look like an idiot, but in reality, his ability is at that level. As expected, he's so arrogant that he'll become a fool. If he takes advantage of the power that compares to equal to me, then he will probably be much stronger. What a pity. I expected that he would become an opponent on my level in the future, but it seems that this is difficult. Wherever Bland emerged from, he had already destroyed a few beasts. With each powerful slash, he would cry out, or. Piero also looked at him and assessed, Asher's son, he is really different from when I first worked with him. This person's ability has increased. Did he listen to Grid's advice? He inherited magic from his father and his swordsmanship is also amazing. As expected, things will be very interesting when he comes to Raiden to teach. Maybe I have to teach this guy who doesn't care what others say a lesson. None other than Grid. He was still confident in his strength. He wondered, gaining experience points, by the time we get to Raiden, we will be around level 275, right? Since then, there have been many explosions that have devastated the rocks here. Grid danced his sword frantically. He laughed loudly, ha ha ha, it's so easy, as long as I own the right equipment. What else is as important as control? If so, then he thought, damn, even Brahm's golem army couldn't easily overcome this place. After all, it's like this. This is the reason why King Wiesbaden entrusted Raiden. It was clear that it was impossible to dominate these Western monsters with the kingdom's ability, so they left these monsters alone and used them as the culprits of desertification. The brown frog demon beast spit out a barrage of poison. Grid was poisoned by the desert monster's paralyzing poison. He tried to resist with a super machine. But unfortunately for him, this is the time to wait for the skill to be reused. Grid was bitten by the monster. He immediately called out for help. Damn it, Piero, there are too many enemies, give me a hand. Suddenly, a figure with blonde hair rushed to attack the beast. Grid was also thrown away and he recognized the person who saved him, Bland. Bland turned to ask Grid, are you okay? Grid suddenly thought, what the hell, why did this guy suddenly become so strong? A few days ago he was struggling to catch a level 280 monster, but now he was able to suppress a monster whose level was at least 50 levels higher than the previous one. Looking at it, it's true that Bland is much stronger than before. Grid thought, compared to when he started, his level only increased by about 5 levels, nothing special, right, but in the end, why did he become so strong? Maybe. Seeing Grid looking towards him, he admitted, yes, you understand, son of Asher, that the sword is not an object that can be easily used. Compared to dodging, you should aim to prevent it, defend and attack. The moment the sword touches, you will master the movement. After hearing this, Grid was surprised, because Piero had taught him that no matter how talented a swordsman was, how could he make others grow up so quickly by giving advice? Piero continued to remind Bland that he was surrounded by something called a magic swordsman, because he performed role-playing and swordsmanship at the same time. There were loopholes. His magic talent was compared to swordsmanship as superior, so in case the enemy is stronger than you, focus on magic. Swordsmanship should ideally only be used for minimal defense. Bland obeyed. Yes. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang next to Piero's ears. Hey, what? Please tell me more. Piero looked at Grid and replied, you can stop it. You can't just stand still and watch Bland. How can any descendant of Pagma be like that? Grid excitedly answered, no, I'm not like that. It would be great if I were strong too. Piero laughed. You're interesting. It sounds hot, he thought. It's been a long time since he's seen such a young person. So Piero directed. The other two fought smoothly according to his words, but in the process of teaching, they could not avoid being inhibited, no matter how many times they had to be told to maintain their center of gravity when swinging the sword. It was stupid. When fighting, use your head, try your best, don't use fly magic. Warriors have to adapt to many different terrains. Standing still like that, how can you hold a sword? Frustrating, too bad. Wasn't it explained that using strength depends on the place? The explosion continued intensely day after day, while Bland was tired. Grid is still very energetic. Without using skills to defeat monsters here. In just a few days he has reached level 275. Piero said, it's just the basics now, it's still far away. Grid firmly replied, it would be better if he was trained. Continue to wake up for me. Piero coldly replied, I refuse, your ability will not be better. Grid was startled and confused. What's wrong? Bland accidentally heard it. He also silently admitted, no, he had exceeded the normal standards. Moreover, it was probably because Piero's ambition was too high. Piero said, anyway, if we pass that one mountain, we will arrive around tomorrow. Grid looked into the distance and replied, is that so? Finally arrived, the next major city of Reinhardt, now my land, Raydon. Go back in time, to the day Ray met Count Asher. Count June's voice echoed throughout the castle. What to say, the new lord's men have already arrived, why didn't you tell me faster? The guard replied that the soldiers were fighting with the people so the investigation was delayed. Count June heard this and said, "Oh, you pitiful people, armed soldiers are afraid that people will only throw stones. Just cut their throats and they'll be quiet. TSK, you're not happy about coming to pick up the new lord's people. So frustrated, quickly clean up the scoundrels outside the inner city." The guards listened to orders. Yes. Not long after leaving, Faker appeared right behind him, holding a knife to old Count June's neck. He said, "If there's trash like this, you should clean it up when it's important, right?" At this time, the guard looked around. Where were the administrative officials and new managers? Down in the basement, there was a person's voice, seemingly discussing something. What an awkward situation. Before arriving, everyone was satisfied with the powerful Western monsters, but I didn't expect it to cause such casualties. As expected, we had to directly see the internal situation. The 5 million gold that is template's equity will also be wasted in an instant. It is also reported that Raydon's elite merchants have arranged shipping costs and profits. Responding to Riel's words, Heroi explained, "It was because the trash administrator enjoyed luxury without the lord. It's never too late to punish. Faker, the information this person had now also has value." After the guild members cleaned up the monsters at the riverside, they were assigned to other tasks. Riel said, "We're about to go out to help, Heroi." Faker spoke up, looking at the prison containing Count June. But was it really okay without Grid's permission? If the guild's funds were used without permission, there would be an uproar. Riel's voice was low. There was nothing else. According to the current situation, Grid would be very disappointed when he came here, a place that can hold a maximum of 500,000 people, the big city of Raydon. If we know the truth that there are only 20,000 NPCs left right before starvation, if we don't pay immediately and participate in relief, there won't even be NPCs left to work. 4 days later. The door opened. Grid had returned. He laughed loudly. Ha, Lord Grid has arrived. Welcome the new lord with both hands, my people. The people looked at him with judgmental eyes. In short, they were dissatisfied and found him very ridiculous. Grid also turned pale when he saw them. He whispered, "Oh, there are so many workers, it really is a big city." But a thought flashed in Grid's mind. What? There's something strange. Why are you shirtless like that? There was even a couple pushing a cart, meaning one person was the cow, the other was the herdsman. They introduced themselves. "I'm Riel and Legas. After taking a look at the information in this city when you return." Grid shouted angrily, "What is this castle? Why is it just skin and bones? We have been taken away by King Wiesbaden." Riel said in the background, "Please calm down. The fact that the king entrusted this job to you shows that the king has great trust in you. First, I will report to the Lord about the matter of Raydon after questioning the administrative staff. This place was deserted 10 years ago, and desert monsters have begun to prowl on a large scale. However, these monsters were too strong, the army could not harm them, so the reinforcements were cut off, the lords left, and the kingdom searched for talent to rebuild Raydon, but only there is Earl Asher, who cannot leave Patreon. In the end, the people must find their own way to live. The people chose the Saharan Empire, because this was an opportunity for the Saharan Empire to gain status to take Elton's land, so they accepted the request for aid. However, because the Western monsters were too strong, putting pressure on the Saharan Empire, they demanded tribute in exchange for only protecting the Hivan River, Raydon's lifeline. The amount of portals increased, the people of Raydon could not satisfy it, so they were abandoned by Saharan. Grid was dissatisfied when he heard that. It was cruel. However, what about the remaining people here? They were starving but didn't leave. Are they idiots? Riel replied, "Before the desertification, there existed things that threatened Raydon. Those are the vampires. Every year many people become their food." Grid was angry when he thought about it. If it was a vampire, would it be like that girl Rosemary? Oh, the memories are so terrible. Riel looked at the pitiful people below. He said, "It is said that the former lord of Raydon T could not endure this terrible damage, so he formed a conquering army. That was 10 years ago. Do you know what it means?" Grid was startled and replied, "Wait a moment, If that's the case, then the people still alive right now, could it be them? Riel nodded. Yes, even though the conquering army had clearly destroyed the people, they still believed that they were alive and would return. They had been waiting for 10 years, that was their family. Grid was stunned. For the past 10 years, they had waited in vain. Riel also thought the same thing, a territory and terrible monsters living around. It was hard to imagine them returning. They had connected the water line to the farm, so within the next 2 months, the food problem was resolved, but because of the urgent reinforcements, it cost countless gold, even though each person was only worth 3 silver coins. Human greed is bottomless. Will he be able to face these difficulties head on? Grid said loudly, let's save the people. What do we need to do first? Riel was very satisfied with this answer. He thought, even though there were some dangers lurking, but having that spirit was enough. You said, there are some other things you need to do. After listening to Riel's presentation for a while, Grid's voice was low. What is this dwarf saying? You mean I have to make farming tools? What if I don't? Riel said, please calm down. In this situation, farming equipment is the most necessary thing. Call it farming tools or whatever. Don't you think you need to have some duty as a lord? Grid smirked. Of course yes. I will do it first and lend it to them, then collect the rent. Riel secretly thought bad about Grid. What a cruel person. Then he turned to look at Piero and Bland and asked, but Grid, weren't you going to introduce these 2 people? Grid replied, oh yeah, I'll have to stay here for a while. Won't you 2 get bored? Piero replied, of course not. I was planning to explore the city and teach this brat a few lessons. Grid asked again, is that enough to make you 2 stop being bored, or should you 2 also help clean up the fields for a while? Bland was startled and spoke up, what are you saying? Grid explained, there is nothing on that land. The feeling of being able to do something yourself would be very enjoyable. Bland thought awkwardly, what does he mean that this most noble kingdom has to farm to live? He really knows how to make use of people's strength. A person like me has no other choice, but Piero is not the type of person who easily accepts this. Piero admitted, this will be the first time I start farming, since I am no longer a noble, so it would be good to learn some ways of being a commoner. Bland couldn't believe it and stammered, is it true? Piero said, this is also an opportunity for me to train my bones that I haven't touched for a long time, so it's useful anyway. In the past 9 days, I met a person who I really like to teach. I thought about what would happen after paying like that. Going out and about like that is quite interesting. Grid smiled, it was just a thought, he thought proudly, he had become much more mature. Because of my words, some people are gradually changing their thoughts and actions, Grid said, then. Riel, I will help Piero and Bland with the farming so you should help them too. Riel was surprised, but who are those people? You should at least tell me. Grid replied brightly in a friendly voice, that's homework for you, as the guild master and lord. So Riel, Piero and Bland gathered in the middle of the field. Looking at the 2 people in front of him, Riel thought helplessly, after spending so many years in this world, he was suddenly entrusted with being in charge of someone. It was truly amazing. That noble was Bland, Asher's son, and who is that beggar? I thought he wouldn't judge a certain talented person at all, and waste 9 days to bring him back, while everything is piling up like a mountain. Really think I'm a strategist or something, but I want to be. So he introduced himself, I'm Riel, Mr. Grid's advisor, proficient in farming. Bland also continued, I'm Earl Asher's second son, my name is Blanda Ian, I'm still a bit inexperienced with swords and magic. He silently evaluated Riel. That person already felt confident just saying that. He was probably someone with real power. Piero also spoke up right after, I am Piero, my status has nothing to introduce, I am just an empty-handed person, my swordsmanship is okay but there are still shortcomings. For the first time, Riel despised someone. One was an ordinary magic swordsman and the other was a beggar who could only be sent to work in the fields. He gave the 2 people farming tools, then, take this. Piero hummed, well, this must be the farming tool that people use here. What a meaningful experience. Bland too, I just saw it for the first time, but I admit this will probably be a meaningful experience. Riel ordered, so that field full of rocks depends on you too. Clean up the rocks and dig up that land so that we can plant new trees. If you're not sure, you can ask the people. If you're tired, you can rest. I'll go to another field. I say that, but if I really think about it, even though 20,000 people put in the effort to prepare the land, in the end, the results were extremely poor. There were only about 3,000 farming tools, the remaining people were not given them and had to clean up the rocks with their bare hands. We are at a stage where even a rake is precious, but we have to divide it up with those people who don't have any experience. Forcing them to build a large piece of land to make them give up quickly is the best policy. Thinking as he thought, Riel created the magic of the earth dragon's claws, causing rocks and soil to be thrown up. When Bland saw it, he was somewhat surprised. "Oh, digging like that, wouldn't it be faster if he used magic?" Piero said. "Still want to use magic? Don't you want to miss this precious opportunity to train your body? There is a saying that learning is always around us. Sweating is the most effective way to use muscles. Each step by step is an important factor in swordsmanship." Bland understood the meaning and continued to plow with his bare hands, replying, "I think it's shallow. If so, then the whole body must be under great pressure, and this suffering is only the beginning." Piero smiled. "Worked, that sacred sweat, yet I and the other nobles used to take it lightly." A moment after tilling the soil, Riel seemed to be exhausted. He was panting heavily. So tired, he could plow a 50 field in a split second, but he endured tilling it for an hour. That's really not normal. Piero approached him and asked, "By the way, your name is Riel, right?" Riel replied, "Yes, if you're tired, you can return any of them and rest." But before he could finish his sentence, Riel looked behind to see that everything had been handled cleanly. Piero also said, "This place is finished, but there's no more work to do." Riel was extremely surprised. He was responsible for tilling 500 pyong of land, and it was done in just 1 hour. Damn fast, the same speed as other teams. Riel seemed to have to look at them with different eyes. He said, "So it's your turn to do the group over there first?" Piero accepted. "No problem, just as training." Everyone had seen the power of the two newcomers. Someone suddenly asked, "Who is that person? Do it quickly." Riel looked at Piero's back and replied, Yes, I was also planning to check right here." Piero placed the pickaxe on the ground. Make a sighing gesture and then the magic power bursts out. In just a split second, I glided from the beginning to the end of the field. This is probably enough. Riel's group of people couldn't believe it. Their eyes were A-shaped and their mouths were O-shaped. One of them asked, What, unbelievable speed, really a farmer?" Riel said, "No, I don't know, it's my first time meeting him too." Piero seemed to have discovered something and turned to ask Riel, "Hey, right now this is the only place lacking water, right?" Riel replied, "Oh yes, we plan to build more water systems here in the near future." Piero immediately stabbed the pickaxe down. The surrounding magic power radiated. He smiled and said, "If that's the case then let me help you save the trouble." Piero transmitted some kind of power to the ground that made the whole land tremble. Everyone is both worried and confused. What, is there suddenly an earthquake? Riel looked at Piero and thought, this place, when I first came to Raiden, the first emotion I felt was the rush and bustle. I just believed in my own confidence and made a decision, but somehow in my heart I was worried because I had to start all over again. A huge stream of water erupted from the ground, seemingly washing away the hardships of the people here over the years. Riel witnessed everything with his eyes sparkling without blinking. He thought, and after coming to this place I hid in despair, because as a tactician I was not shaken at all. Everyone's faces here are always full of vitality. I didn't expect such expressions to exist in this world. For a tactician, admitting variables is the worst outcome. For a tactician, he must always calculate every situation in advance. He wasn't part of any premeditation, got lucky because he waited, truly a strange person. While Riel was still surprised, Piero spoke up, "What a good land, it's interesting that that's not all I can see. So, is this straight enough?" Riel smiled. It was hard to imagine that he could do so well. His heart gradually became more sympathetic, bringing here such an extraordinary farmer. "Grid, you are truly an unpredictable person." Grid held the rake in his hand and exclaimed happily, "Oh, what a great rake, it will be used as a great sample. This is a sturdy rake with a normal durability rating of 20/20 strength attack 3-7, weight 60. This is a rake built by the old Khan, a craftsman representing a region. It has high durability." The Khan and Grid sat making rakes while talking to each other. The Khan told Grid that's what I said even though he smelled a bit ha. Grid just smiled back and said it was really annoying because I was so busy when I became the owner. but I had to go do this. It was great to work with him again for the first time in quite a while, the old Khan replied. Ha ha, it's nothing, as you are the king's subordinate as well as the lord who rules over the people here, but I probably also miss working with you. There are a lot of things we have to make, but they are simple farming tools, so let's hurry up so we can catch up with the ones behind us. After hearing that, Grid turned to look at the old Khan's tools, which made him widen his eyes in disbelief. He had already made 3 of them. It hadn't even been a month yet. The old Khan turned and slowly said to Grid, we need to urgently fill the large number of locusts that have been requested. You haven't made any yet, have you? Grid turned and said, Old Khan, I didn't bring you all the way here just so you could do what a normal blacksmith can do. After hearing this, the old Khan was startled and gasped again. Grid frowned and continued, I need you to make the best farming tool you can make, a tool that can turn an amateur farmer into the best farmer. You are a blacksmith, you're so skilled and experienced that you can still do difficult things like that. After listening, the old Khan's expression disappeared and he thought to himself, this aura has changed without a doubt that he is the one who inherited the essence of the legendary blacksmith. Then the old man coughed lightly and said, what you said is 100% accurate. This old man didn't think clearly. Then after listening to Grid, his voice changed and his mood immediately became gentle and happy. Turning to Mr. Khan, I understand, but we are in a rather tense situation. I was worried he might have trouble with the heat in the west, but now I'm glad he's healthy. Layak Khan laughed loudly in response. Ha ha, you are worrying for nothing. Do you think that a blacksmith who can cope with fire will lose to this heat? Grid looked at the old Khan with affectionate eyes and smiled and replied, but you also need to take care of your health, old Khan. This place where I worked with you is my starting point and also the place where I can return. Then the old Khan laughed loudly and happily as if he was about to cry and said to Grid, we understand, and so do you. Now that we have a real smelter, we should start building it right away. Grid turned to look at the furnaces and said with emotion, it looked like a smaller version of the smith from the outside, but it had 8 large smelters. It was like a factory, at least a dozen. Well, isn't it okay that more people than that could work here? Grid finished speaking and thought to himself, now I think this is really a big city. I should make a plan to invite blacksmith players. The ideal plow has been released. It has a rare rating with durability of 50-50, attack power of 25-31, weight of 51, stamina +7, dexterity +12, quality improvement. The amount of soil is negligible despite the use of low-quality iron and wood. Its structure is quite sturdy. It doesn't have good numbers among them, but we can do farming effectively with this. The products of Master Blacksmith are truly amazing. After hearing this, Grid got angry and said, are you guys making fun of me? And Riel looked at the Khan and said, oh, it was really done by the Khan. After speaking, Riel turned back and said to Grid, sir, I have something to discuss with you. Let's go to the castle. After listening, Grid agreed and replied, okay. Scene changed to the castle. Because the central tower of the Lord's castle is 11 stories high, it will be as big as the royal palace. The height of the tower represents the Lord's power. It is proof shows that the former Lord of Raiden had power equal to the king. The central castle has 127 rooms and 6 annexes. It has barracks that can accommodate 8,000 soldiers, and 3 training places for soldiers. After listening, Grid said, surprisingly, I thought the Lord's castle would be ruined like the rest of the city. It may be old and empty, but its condition is quite good. Riel looked around and said, it seems like the people sold all the furniture and items in the castle to have enough tribute to the Saharan Empire, but they deliberately kept the Lord's throne, which is symbol of Raiden. It is the last pride of the people, who sacrificed themselves to preserve this place. Grid looked at the throne and asked, why did they go so far when they couldn't even sit here? After speaking, he slammed his hand on the table and said, hear all, Lao, you two said I would become the best. Do you still believe in that? After listening, Hural and Lao quickly answered, of course, sir, Raiden's tower will be higher than the kingdom's tower. I believe in you too. You are the only person I recognize. Grid looked at the throne and thought to himself, this is a seat with a lot of meaning. Am I worthy to sit on it? My life mired in the mud has changed a lot, thanks to becoming Pagma's successor, but whether I am Pagma's successor or not, I am the one who made everything come true. I deserve it. But can I become a good lord who can satisfy the wishes of the people? Then he blurted out, the people should have been a source of income. Becoming a lord because of the people doesn't suit me at all. But if they are loyal, we should at least do the bare minimum. Lowell, don't even think about taking advantage of the people's hearts. After hearing what Grid said, their eyes widened in shock, not believing that those words came out of their master's mouth. Lal thought in his mind that he didn't expect this person to say such a thing, but on the surface he was still content with his master's orders and only obeyed. I will remember this. Grid went to sit on the throne and then turned around and told you too. I can't promise anything because I don't know the people here very well, but I won't let you believe that I will become the best. So I have to prove myself as the Lord of Raiden. Hural saw his master's majesty and admired him and said he was really cool. Lal thought so he had made up his mind. Now what remained was to control our trajectory to great achievements. Lal said to Grid, if you are ready then let me tell you the next items. Raiden's goal will be to quickly recover population and business to become a big city. First we will start from agriculture, then stimulate production and consumption and then additional sources. As for famine, luckily. Lal continued that we will also start accepting blacksmiths to become a commercial city. Since the guild is armed to the teeth, our goal will be to destroy the western monsters, especially the giant insects. The giant worms are special event creators tied to a base somewhere underground. Once we raid their base they will no longer be able to spawn and the western event will advance to the next stage. Hural looked at Lal and said, with their experience and our lord's equipment, we will quickly level up. Lal said, which leads to what I'm about to say next. Thepo. I'm sorry to ask this of you but, Grid said again, I know you want me to continue making tools and equipment in the smithy, right? Grid smiled and continued to say that drafting meticulous and detailed plans is his job, just make it according to your wishes. After hearing this, Lal happily replied, yes, please give it to me. Ambitious planners began making plans and thus the reconstruction of the city began. In extreme circumstances it is an important task to consider our limited resources. Tobin came in from outside the castle and told Lal, we've finished scouting the outside of the castle. Lal. We will see if there are any villages near Raiden to increase our population. Lal, after listening, say again, no please don't look for villages. If there is any village in the middle of the desert it's probably a group of vampires. The vampires are level 250 or more, some are over 400, so we need to avoid doing risky things until the city is stabilized. The Overgeared Guild's priority mission is to secure a source of wood for reconstruction. You may think you're just a laborer, but it's the only thing we can do since desert monsters are everywhere. Place, to save a dead city. Revitalizing basic businesses is essential. Mr. Piero and Mr. Bland have been assigned to look after the farm. While Jude takes care of the soldiers' physical training, Jude gets a lot of powerful stones. As long as they meet the physical requirements, their attack power can be supplemented by Greed's weapons. And this becomes a sustainable system. We can do this through manufacturing. At this time, Lal also had an idea in his head. I had to recreate the ecosystem. There was only one last piece left. Outside the castle gate at this time, someone suddenly appeared. The soldiers there did not recognize anyone. They asked each other who was coming. The man dressed in black came closer to say hello. Hello, today I have to go to the castle. The soldiers didn't know who it was. They were afraid of a bad person breaking in, so they just threw their name at that person and asked for their identity. Who are you? Strangers are not allowed to enter or exit at will. He said again, this Raiden castle is as massive as rumored, but the soldiers' clothes don't quite match the castle. Perhaps I know why the new lord called me here. On this side, Grid held the papers in his hand and was surprised that it had only been 10 days and there were already so many reports. Managing a town is no joke. Lal told him, thanks to the tools he and Mr. Khan had forged, productivity had increased a lot. Grid heard the good news and replied, good, at this rate, after a month, the town will be restored, back to normal. Lal said again, no matter at this rate, it will take a long time to catch up with other towns. After hearing this, Grid was dumbfounded and didn't understand what was going on. Why is this happening? We are still working hard. Lal said, because we are lacking a factor that ensures the survival of the town, which is money. Grid asked Lal again, what about the money earned through the territory? Lal replied, it was all used to aid the people, now there is not much left. Every day we have to spend 2,000 gold to buy food and pay for transportation, so right now the most urgent thing is money. After hearing this, Grid could only growl. It's too difficult, let it go. After hearing this, Lal was furious. Cultivation can only ensure food for the people. If you want to develop, you need money. Money is your only choice. didn't you say that you will do everything a lord has to do? At this moment, Grid's brain seemed to freeze, not like he was before. He replied, so even though I can't do it, I promise. There is a fierce conflict between Lowell and Grid right now, as if a battle is about to break out between the two. It seems very tense. Lowell was so angry that he clenched his fists and shouted at Grid, while I was still being nice, be polite, while Grid was still arrogant and stubborn and said again, it's not okay, baby, because we were playing with toys that day, I must have said it, that's all. The old Khan came to tell Grid a few things, but when he saw the two bombs about to explode, he interrupted, we need to order more materials, but it seems like now is not the time. The guy in the black shirt standing behind saw the old Khan and said, it's good to see an acquaintance again. Hello Khan. The old Khan heard the sound and turned around to ask, this is you? Inside, the two of them were still arguing fiercely, neither one willing to give the other a single step, and Lowell grew up sweetly. Please shut your mouth and put your money out here, you have to be an example for other people. Grid's voice was equally loud. What about the dust? If sugar is sprinkled on it, it can spoil the food. Shut up. Grid suddenly said, why don't we collect money from the guild? Lowell got angry and even said, because we have to rebuild the town. The guild can barely hunt, we can't ask for money from them. Suddenly the old Khan walked in and interrupted, apologizing for interrupting the guests. After listening to Grid, he was surprised and didn't understand. Over here, the guy in the black shirt is standing and straightening his outfit, saying, this place is still so noisy, it seems like I have a lot of work to do. As for Lowell, after listening, he asked who it was. Grid smiled again, he came earlier than I thought. He said Euphemia really knows how to do things. Lowell, maybe we can solve your problem. Grid's voice spoke up to welcome Mr. Rabbit. Rabbit quickly responded that he hadn't seen him in a long time. Rabbit slowly bowed to Grid. The rabbit commoner asked to pay his respects to the great hero Duke Grid. Lowell saw the rabbit and his eyes widened, his mind full of questions. Who is this person? Does he know my concerns? Grid replied, he is the second person in charge of the Marrow Company, also the main character, making the trade group the first trade group in the north. He had excellent abilities as a businessman. The merchant group caused negative things and was locked up in Winston. I asked my father-in-law to exempt him. Then Grid turned to ask Rabbit, did you come with Euphorina? Grid was thinking at the moment, looking at him changing so much, but I always knew clearly that in a trading company, there would be no distinction between tricks and methods. Out of his mouth, Grid said to Rabbit, someone like you who just came out of prison has such a good face. From gestures to demeanor, it's like a new transformation, which is truly amazing. Rabbit replied mutely, yes, I came with her, thanks to the petition of the people of Winston. Marquis Stein gave me many incentives. Now he exudes the appearance of an absolute being after stepping up to a position above 10,000 people. I see I underestimated you before. Grid looked at the rabbit and said, there's no need to tell the truth. I'm sorry to say this when you just arrived, but do you remember how you said before that you would make me a rich man? It must be now. Having used those words, do you think you can serve me? Rabbit happily bowed to Grid and said, I'm willing to follow you, then I must dream of becoming the second richest person. Grid also smiled and replied, I have to pay a fee to maintain my status, so I don't like it very much, but you probably need a title. I heard you can't sell titles to players, but in this case it should be okay, right, Lowell? Lowell frowned and thought to himself, Mr. Grid's relationships had never really caused any real damage before. Then he said to Grid, it seems okay. If you want to accept him as your subordinate, then put your sword on his shoulder and declare. After hearing this, Grid laughed, took the sword and placed it on the rabbit's shoulder, declaring that from this moment on you will be the Viscount of the Eternal Kingdom, but only I can give you benefits, so you must be loyal, become just me alone. After listening, Rabbit responded to his master's words, I swear that I and my descendants will be completely loyal to you alone. At this time, the automatic system has announced that you have used the authority of the Duke of the Eternal Kingdom to appoint Rabbit as Viscount. Every month you must give him 500 gold as a maintenance fee, otherwise his loyalty will decrease. After listening, Grid thought to himself, does Rabbit have this ability? It was indeed wise to bring this name here. Rabbit then asked Grid, so can I present my opinion now? On the way here I observed Radon's mining situation is great, but I noticed that it is being that's too much. Lowell heard it and quickly asked again, what was the point of going too far? First, we had to use agriculture to save the city's economy. After earning capital, we would consider moving to a commercial city, because therefore, we chose plants with a fast capital turnover rate to cultivate. Rabbit replied, the crops that can be cultivated on the same hot land are very limited, so I mean Raydon is not suitable to become an agricultural city, because even if it reduces the size of the fields from 3 parts to 1 part, we still have enough food to feed 20,000 people. Moreover, crops that can be harvested quickly can be bought anywhere, which does not have any competitiveness, Lal said again, but Raydon's advantage lies only in having spacious land, so if you want to earn capital, you must take advantage of this land. Selling goods in large quantities at cheap prices is the only way. Lal turned to look at Grid and said, such a basic thing, but it seemed like he didn't know if he could use him. Grid said, then please confirm directly. Lal pondered, was it necessary to do that? He was only the second-ranked figure in a company that could compare to my plan. But the automatic board immediately announced. Name Rabbit, level 307, age 37, male gender, position of merchant Viscount Eternal Kingdom, title of Great Merchant, the best merchant of this era, strength 49, stamina 380, agility 150, intelligence 2241, political ability 1505, insight 1533, coolness 512, charisma 210. Possessing A-class calmness skills, he does not lose his composure in any situation. His brain works continuously, so he rarely makes mistakes or suffers losses. Second, the insight skill is still ranked A, being able to see through the nature of people and things, being able to easily communicate with anyone and always achieve the best results. Administrative skills are ranked S. If he has a certain amount of power, he will be able to perform government affairs in an outstanding manner. He can develop a small village into a large city. Regarding business skills, ranked S+, reaching the highest realm of business dexterity, being able to turn a piece of trash into a product. Great intelligence of SS class. He has the know-how and experience in creating a large trading company. He has many bonus points when building a trading company. After Lal heard this, he was so dumbfounded that he felt like he was about to faint. Countless things appeared in his head. The merchant's abilities were all the same. Even the administrative skills were the same. As far as I knew, even the administrative officer of Winston, the second largest city in the north, is only in the B- class. Where do talented people like him come from? After hearing this, Grid felt admiration. He was indeed a famous NPC as he expected. His abilities were so outstanding that he had a headache thinking about whether to use him as an official or a merchant. Here again. Lal then turned to Grid and said, I don't know what to say other than to acknowledge him. I will take care of things at the scene. Please appoint Rabbit as an administrative official. Grid heard Lal talk about administrative matters and asked in surprise, you can also do the work of an administrative officer. Wouldn't it be better for Rabbit to manage a Raydon merchant company? Lal replied, I don't have administrative skills. There will be a huge difference in the city's growth rate based on whether there are administrative skills or not. Furthermore, among the duties of an administrative official and diplomatic duties, the talent of a businessman like Rabbit will be clearly demonstrated in the diplomatic aspect. One more thing, to be able to create exportable products, we need to have a physical basis for alchemy. Grid was surprised when he heard this. Alchemy, in this barren land, something could be exported. Grid said again, not that, we have another abundant resource. After hearing this, Lal's face froze, not understanding what the hell, abundant, what was that? Rabbit turned around and said, isn't there a lot of sand in Raydon? We can just bowl with sand. After listening, Lal laughed and said, I thought what you were talking about, you mean creating materials and selling them. The sand used in green development is sea sand. The deserts are not suitable for making materials. Or you want to use it in alchemy, but desert sand has no value in alchemy. No one wants to buy these useless grains of sand, but you want to sell them. Rabbit said, we can sell it to Baron Bhutan of the Saharan Empire. Lal listened and asked, why does Baron Bhutan import desert sand, unless he is crazy? It's obvious, Rabbit said, so we have to make him buy it. Lal thought for a while but couldn't figure out what Rabbit was trying to do. He asked, now what was he trying to say? Rabbit turned to face the old Khan and said, the old Khan's age is nearly 70, right? Maybe because he is a blacksmith. He still looks very healthy. After listening, the old Khan happily said, is that so? Rabbit continued, Baron Bhutan owns the land which is one of the empire's resorts, frequented by the rich and nobles. Although each has their own concerns, everyone will be interested, to their own health. So I will spread the news that the reason Radon people can live for 10 years on this barren land is thanks to this desert sand. The higher the price, the higher the credibility, and obviously it will gradually become a luxury item. Hopefully our handsome old man will be the model for this advertisement. So we just scoop up the secret medicine for longevity and sell it. Even Grid had to admire him and think, wow, this move is really unique, this is such a great idea, let's do it. As for Lowell, he thinks this idea is crazy, he thinks who would want to buy that thing, or maybe he has a problem with his mind. 1 month later. Grid held the inventory paper in his hand and shouted happily, the secret medicine for longevity is truly amazing. Lowell stood next to him and said, it's true that even though it was sold at an unprofitable price of 3 gold for 10 grams of sand, people still bought it in droves, but will anything happen in the future? Rabbit said again, it's okay, for rich people, that amount of money means nothing, and no one knows the exact lifespan of a person so it can't be proven that it's a scam. Lowell gritted his teeth and thought to himself, using this method, he can earn around 800 gold each month, although it is a very small number compared to the revenue of a large city. The profit is almost 99.8%. Roughly what kind of businessman is this guy? He's an evil, deceitful businessman. Rabbit continued to say, it's just a pity that the number of people from the wealthy class visiting Baron Bhutan's territory is less than we expected, Lowell said, but it won't be long before the GTA people will just find out about it. It's normal sand. What about other people selling radon sand? Rabbit smiled and said, how is that possible? These unreasonable people sell ordinary sand for nothing like that. Besides us, who else is there? But even if they did, they would soon realize how useless it was. Scene change. In the border area, a fat man and other people are being attacked by a sea monster. He screams, get away from me. He didn't know what was going on, screaming, what is this? I spent a lot of money to recruit bodyguards with level 200, but as soon as I passed the radon border, I was in danger of being destroyed. It turned out that this fat guy was the #1 ranked merchant Mudo, managing a small-scale trading company. After escaping from the monster Mudo, I sat in a corner panting and thinking, recently, the sales of travel products delivered to Baron Bhutan have decreased in sales. The main cause of that is this type of desert called the secret of longevity. I wonder who is such a great idea. Is there such a terrible merchant in Radon? I have lost all my bodyguards. The loss is too great. I have to bring this sand back to sell for as long as I can. Then he put sand in his bag and brought it to a shop. As soon as the shop owner lost the handful of sand, he angrily shouted at Muto. Are you trying to trick me? Muto was dumbfounded after hearing that. What trick? The shop owner said, the secret to longevity refers to sand taken from the central area of Radon. The bottle of crystal marrow doesn't have any stamp to prove that. Where did you bring the sand from here to trick me? I will cut off all transactions with the Muto Corporation today. After hearing this, Muto was furious, his eyes filled with hatred. He thought, that's a mistake. They even prepared a glass bottle to market. This is how I unfairly lost business. But that businessman's idea was truly a genius's idea. Just who was that guy? Over here at Radon Grid Castle and Rabbit are talking. The glass bottle has a star stamp on it. You think so far, but how far have you prepared? Rabbit laughed and replied, of course. Grid then continued, but we're still cash poor. The facilities are still severely lacking. The number of people is still the same. I'm still busy making equipment to distribute to everyone, so there's no any profit at all. Hearing that, Lowell also comforted him. Don't be haunted by the immediate loss. Just think of it as a valuable investment for the future. Suddenly everyone changed the topic to the old Khan. But looking at the old Khan becoming more and more youthful, maybe Radon is a land bestowed with the aura of longevity. He's naturally like that, but that's how much he sells. Lowell held the statistics sheet and said, this month's revenue is one look at 230, yes. After listening, Grid said, it was still not equal to 1/4 of the salary the rabbit received. Grid was thinking thoughtfully. The cost of maintaining dignity and benefits as a rabbit administrative official was around 6,000 gold, which was the reason why financial recovery was delayed, but nonetheless he also promised to be loyal, so receiving such benefits seems like there is nothing left to criticize. Grid suddenly picked up the cake he was eating and asked, but what is this? Why is it so delicious? Lowell replied that these are rainbow potatoes under cultivation. I'm sure we'll soon be able to export them. Thanks to Mr. Piero's discovery of the water source and the agricultural tools created by him, the quality of the soil improved, the food problem was solved, herbs began to grow, and the phenomenon of yellow sand and leprosy was on the rise, gradually decrease. The vitality is overflowing in daily life, that is the proof that the city is gradually recovering, Grid said while eating. I'm too busy so I haven't been able to go out all this time, I haven't felt anything, always. Hural told Grid, people are praising the monarchy, and I am also very proud of the monarchy. Hural thought to himself, although at first I just wanted to repay the favor, now I respect you, monarch. Raydon has gradually regained his spirit as Ming wanted everyone. Thanks to the guild using good equipment, the monsters can no longer threaten Raydon, although only on a small scale. Thanks to Jude, a strong army has been formed. The old Khan and the smithy have nurtured many talented young blacksmiths. Euphemina has used her restoration skills to help people in many fields. In particular, the Lord Jishuka of the mountain raided the forest guardian and crushed the ice orcs. Thanks to that, there are now many types of minerals in the guild's warehouses, from which there are enough sylphid scales to be able to make a genuine winter coat for each member of the guild. After listening, Grid thought in his head, okay, now is not the time to just focus on making money, I have to look towards the future little by little, starting in Raineden and then recovering in the west, using that as a stepping stone to become king, then I can make a lot of money. Scene changes to Young Woo's house. When Young Woo returned home, he saw his parents diligently peeling garlic and said, Mom and Dad are peeling garlic, let me help. Young Woo's father said, this is our job, you have to work too, just go and rest. Young Woo smiled and said, hey, I had to ask for help when I was born, I wanted to help my parents, that's why. When Young Woo's parents heard it, they got angry and asked, where do you want to go? Young Woo quickly answered, I'm not going anywhere, my parents thought I was wrong. Young Woo's parents said that it's not like that on normal days, but suddenly he acted strangely, so he asked. Young Woo replied, so what, this is for sale. Young Woo thought, although the outer skin of garlic is sturdy, the inner skin is thin, so it is very difficult to peel, you need to use your fingers as levers and adjust the strength accordingly so as not to damage the shrimp inside. Young Woo asked his parents, lately people only buy pre-peeled garlic, right? Effortless things like this have to be sold at a higher price, right? Young Woo saw his parents staring at him and felt strange and asked, what's wrong? Young Woo's parents saw Young Woo's actions and heard his words and were surprised. Since when did you become so skillful? Before, peeling a bulb of garlic must have taken you all day. Now that I've just sat down, I've already peeled off a bunch of my dad's diplomas, while my dad has been working at a vegetable store for decades. Young Woo found it strange and thought, oh really, I originally peeled it a long time ago, what's wrong? I just did it like when I was in the smithy. Could it be because of the influence of the dexterity index? The experience in Satisfy also creates an effect on reality. Grid stood in front of the computer muttering that he was helping his parents, eating dinner. Should he check out the fan cafe? I can't believe that the skill level in the game also affects real life. I remember when I heard stories about people's sword skills improving after practicing in Satisfy. So, my hand skills are the same in real life, huh? Oh, I have more than 2 million members in the fan cafe, now I clearly see the effect of being the first person to become a duke. I can't believe that people around the world are curious and interested in me, I can't count the actual number, I feel happy with each person who likes me. Noah's fan cafe has up to 2.75 million members, it's crazy, thinking on the positive side, because I'm his owner, my reputation will also increase. He surfed to a website and felt interested in what is this, I don't know anything about pets, what the heck? The pet is a creature that can transform and become stronger depending on its rank, however, its appearance has not changed since the international competition. I believe Greed didn't take enough care of Noah, the reason is probably because he was too busy filming commercials and appearing on TV so he spent less time on Satisfy. Grid angrily sighed, nonsense, I stopped appearing on TV a long time ago, besides, I'm having a hard time now because of Raiden, so we can see that Greed's knowledge of the highest level pets is very good, low, with normal pets, their loyalty drops even lower. The longer you stay away from the owner, to a certain extent, the pet will return to a wild state, therefore, when you cannot be with the pet, for example, log out, you will let them in, bag to avoid that situation. But with top-level pets, like wyverns, their loyalty does not easily decrease, even when separated from their owners, in other words, wyverns can be let loose, so when raising a wyvern you usually let they hunt alone to level up, which is a necessity. The system suggests that Noah is a more classy pet than a wyvern, so that means Noah should have a greater degree of freedom. Noah is a classier pet than a wyvern, so that also means that Noah should have a greater degree of freedom, so not allowing him to go alone is an insult. Greed does not have the right to be the master of a top-level pet. Grid immediately thought that I didn't let him out because I didn't want to share experience with him, but a top-level pet doesn't lose its loyalty easily and can grow alone. My knowledge about pets is really limited. It's good that I read this article. Except for feeding times, I always leave him in my bag. It must be very stuffy. Thank you for letting me know, but these are two different things. Insulting me is no different from insulting the Overgeared Guild. I won't forgive you that easily. Everything this author said is all lies. I know it in real life. Kiki. Noe excitedly asked Nyang, the strongest monster in hell is here. Is it time to eat yet? Naya. Grid mused that his level had increased a bit when fighting against ancient weapons, but it was still level 35. Grid immediately invited Noe to this place called Raiden. It was filled with delicious monsters. Noe excitedly, eyes shining, oh I like delicious things. Naya. If you see anything strange while walking around you must report it to me. Grid ordered that you can eat as many monsters as you want, but definitely don't harm humans. Noe bewildered, master don't say. Grid said you can continue flying around as much as you want, but when I call you, you have to come back. Noah tearfully asked Noah if he was free. I can fly as much as I want. After saying that, he immediately flew through the door frame, making passers-by bewildered. Noe excitedly shouted out, thanks Nya, I'm the best Nya. Someday in the future, today will be the historic day when Raiden's guardian appears before the residents for the first time. At ABC Capsule Hostel. There are two sneaky girls there. The girl in black whispered that even though we only have to do it 3 times a week, it's still too difficult for us to do it easily in secret. I guess it doesn't help. The media is already following us. What's left since the battle at Reinhardt? The girl in the blue shirt was excited, but today she admitted it was fun. The girl in black smiled and replied yes. I was so happy to try out the skill. I've reached level 70 and you're level 51, right? Is this difference due to the equipment you gave us, the saint and her knight? Because the synergy of our professions is quite good. Even at the lowest level, we can do a lot of things. Our starting point also has an advantage. Youngwoo said that we should quickly improve. Grant to help him. Suddenly there was a male student's voice echoing back to this acquaintance. You two are attractive and priceless high school girls, right? 3 young men appeared. The blonde guy said you two are going home. It's not even 10 o'clock yet. Do the famous girls want to play a few games with us? The girl in the blue shirt jokingly said that you guys also play, but that can't be helped, we already have someone to play with. The guy with the shaggy hair smirked and replied, that trashy bastard is hanging out with pretty girls all the time. Ha, the big guy who came along said that to be honest, we should play with us instead of playing with an arrogant kid like him. Suddenly a voice appeared, making the 3 guys panic, and none other than our main character. Grid boldly said that he was worried that you guys would get entangled with this type of person when you become famous, which was just a precaution, but who would have thought that you would encounter this type of person? This is the real case. Stay away from them or I'll call the police. As you can see, I'm ready to call 112, now I press call. Even though he's so strong, he's silently praying for the elders because he doesn't have enough battery left. The blonde guy smirked, oh wow, this is greed. This bastard is lucky enough to have a good job and then brags about doing whatever he wants in the game. The Jisuka and Yura outfit isn't enough for you. Stop being childish. Grid was angry and thought to himself, damn it, I acted like that because I trusted the police. Now I can only punch these damn fans. I've been punched before, but I've never punched anyone before. What to do? We went to the capsule motel because my face was known to so many people, but if we stayed here, there wouldn't be anyone else around. It's not so bad. We have to cure them in order to survive. Grid said to let them go. You guys made the wrong decision. The big guy came closer and grabbed the girl in black and threatened you. What are you talking about? We haven't committed any crime. We just want to chat for a little bit. Let me go. Grid glared. I will kill you, you bastard, he sneered. Kill is kill. Your school stories are still all over social networks. Do you know how to beat people? Grid told himself he was the only one who could do this. If he had to fight, then he would fight. Grid glared hard and said, before I kill you, get off your dirty hands. He was completely angry, took off his shirt and went to teach Grid a lesson. Thanks to your popularity, you've earned quite a bit of money. As a celebrity, you have to consider and act positively. So why not just do it, always so negative? Try eating my Pagma punch. He raised his fist and rushed forward. Grid panicked and thought to himself, can he dodge a blow? Grid threw a light punch, causing the other guy to almost log out. The people who witnessed that scene immediately panicked. Grid also froze. What's going on? He angrily shouted, Kuiik, you bastard, do you think your luck is still useful in a fight? Grid looked at the fist skeptically, thinking his punch was slower in my eyes. This feeling was similar to when I peeled the garlic yesterday. It's different from the way I throw a sword, but the amount of muscle I use is the same. Would my body's genetic ability be faster if I knew how to put all my effort into my hips and thighs? Let's try it, just think of your hand as a sword. So Piero said. Is it really effective? The remaining two guys screamed in panic. What the hell just happened? This incompetent guy must have used some trick. Grid rushed forward, thinking to himself that it was still weak, but my strength was much better, I could see it clearly. A comfortable feeling when I pushed my body to the limit on Cork Island. I started exercising to experience this feeling again, and now it is supporting my muscles. The two men trembled and shouted, Kuok, this guy is too strong. What's more, this guy is so brave. Why is this incompetent guy boasting about his strength? Grid secretly thought they were too weak. I could do it. Grid seemed to challenge the remaining two guys. What are you guys doing? Come on up and see. Grid chuckled. I'm also becoming stronger in reality. If only I could remember the feeling of being greedy. It has that ability. Pagma sword dance footwork is also being transformed. Suddenly, a guy rushed forward and hugged Grid, preventing him from counterattacking. The blonde guy laughed proudly, haha, yes, this is the outcome when you brag. Don't be too complacent. Grid thought to himself, is this my limit? Is it because my real body can't withstand Pagma's technique? Or Yukuaok, it's just my hallucination. No, I have to protect C. Honey, please call the police. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Why don't you guys stop? Ha. The girl kicked two Kuiak Kyok in turn. Don't underestimate the kick of a third belt Taekwondo fighter. It's especially easy to break your nose. I've already reported it and everyone will gather here in a moment. Do you want to talk again? The three guys angrily helped each other leave. Damn, those people will come here. The blonde guy said angrily. What kind of ridiculous situation is that? Why is that guy so strong? C came closer to ask if he was okay. Grid sulkily said that if you were a third belt Taekwondo master, you should have stood up sooner. Why did you just stand there and watch? That's so cruel. C smiled and replied, is it necessary for all girls to stop a fight between men? Anyway, he's very cool, it's quite amazing. Grid looked at his shaking hands incredulously and for a moment he thought he was in the game, but this was reality. My previous movements were because I had practiced it before. There's no way my senses in the game and in real life could connect with each other. Grid sighed and replied, what the hell? It's an unequal battle between you and the other four guys. The raw version says 1 versus 4 even though it only has 3 names. Greedy probably says he didn't help at all and Yerim was the one doing all the work. Then we'll leave a message. Aheye kindly asked him if he could stand up. Grid replied that I could borrow your shoulder and that we were not allowed to go to this hospital room anymore. As expected, I should buy a capsule machine for the two of us. Hearing this, the little girl blushed and rolled her eyes. Grid continued, what are you doing? Please help me. The little girl looked at Grid affectionately and said, sir, you are truly wonderful. Grid replied, what are you talking about? Please help me quickly. The news bulletin board reports on the Satisfied Daily column. Please allow me to start. Today we will discuss about the association of using genuine goods, a quite hot occasion recently. From being in the top 100 in the overall rankings and rarely having any changes in their rankings, now the entire high spending club has increased up to 10 levels at an unprecedented speed and occupies the top 40. No, this is an extremely groundbreaking change. Of course the 7 people ranked first are still maintaining their rankings. The fast leveling of the guild using good items is said to be because they already have very strong monsters in the West. They are so strong that players must be at least level 280 to form a new party together, can be fought back. Because of that, almost no players can move to Ray Dan, so in other words immigration has been stopped. The greedy Duke will surely have a headache. Grid heard that and got angry and said, why change the breakthrough? Using his own equipment but not being able to get into the top 7 is strange. But whatever you say, there are quite a few benefits, thanks to that dangerous hunting ground. It's been 4 months since I came here. Tobin was the last member of the previous guild to reach level 300. From now on, there are 3 more problems that need to be solved: the job change mission, Pavranium, and revenge for Piero. Suddenly a voice appeared, causing Grid to wake up from his dream. "How long were you planning on letting me stand here?" He calmly replied that he had forgotten. Grid seriously said, "I have something for you to do. I will send guards to follow you. Please go explore and see if the golem maze is in the west, Minor." "Why are the guards angry? Why are they following me to monitor me?" Grid kindly said, "What are you talking about? I told you that if you swore absolute loyalty, I would give you freedom. If you want to gain the loyalty of a genius like me, you have to be as good as that king." Minor thought to himself, "Nong Trung Chi Mace, is this a talent that I can't keep by my side? Nong Trung Chi Lob, SS's talent is so outstanding that even if he hides it, it will be exposed, in front of others. He is destined to receive many invitations from others because he receives many temptations, so of course he will often betray the extremely fast growth rate of his stats, is an arrogant person." Grid then told him not to forget what I said. "Let's go." Minor sighed. Halo. Grid mused that even Yura didn't know where Yatan's first gods were now, so the task of changing jobs would probably be left for later. For now, it would be better to start the revenge for Piero. He thought to himself that the 30 blacksmiths trained by the Khan were still creating supplies every day, the equipment that the members who had changed jobs for the 3rd time asked him to make. He only needed to make 5 more and it would be almost done. Now it's time to start crafting the prepared things. Legendary blacksmith's crafting skill. Every time the level of legendary technical skill increases, 3 methods can be created. Crafting can currently produce 12 out of 15. Legendary execution class unknown. Epic class information durability 335 out of 335, defense 324, movement speed -12%, evasion -14%, increased defense by 10% for attacks below when using telekinetic skills, failure rate is around 30%, increased defense by 10% in the dark, unique rank information 401 of 401, defense 388, negative movement speed 10%, increased defense by 12% for all attacks below when using telekinetic skills, fall failure rate about 25%, defense increased by 15% in the dark, legendary class information durability 496 of 496, defense 470, negative movement speed 8%, negative evasion 10%, increased defense by 15 against the attack skills below when using telekinetic skills, have a failure rate of about 20%, defense increases by 20% in the dark, for 2,930. These are shoes designed by a legendary blacksmith. Although this design has overwhelming defense power, because it is too heavy, movement is limited. Conditions for using lever from 320 or higher, strength from 1450 or more, physical strength from 200 or more, advanced heavy armor master from level 5 or higher. After looking around, Grid thought the main material of these shoes was steel mixed with blue orichalcum to increase durability and hardness. How did I design this product? After consulting Piero's advice, then use the crafting skill, which is a rare skill to use. Compared to Brahm's shoes, its effectiveness is low, but its defensive power is superior by almost 2/3 compared to similar armor, even though it is just a pair of shoes. Although the speed of movement is a shortcoming, points, but it is compatible with great swordsmanship. I don't have the skill to attack quickly in the style of both taking damage and fighting back, so that's why it is a suitable item for me. Thanks to me crafting more than 600 items over the past 4 months, my dexterity is now at 300. I'm gradually getting closer to being a legendary blacksmith. I feel a sense of pride that from now on, items created with my crafting skills can have my name attached to them, and indeed, this day has come. The items are attached to his name, Greed Shoes. In the kingdom, a young man sitting next to a bed trembled and said, "I told you, why should I seal the lethal spear? Why do you constantly overdo it? Those 3 orders aren't as important as your life, right?" Isabel lies haggardly on the bed and whispers. Isabel Bach is a skill that borrows the power of the goddess contained in the 3 great weapons of the Rebecca Church. People can gain outstanding strength when using this skill, but it harms their body and reduces their age. Therefore, Isabel fell into a white state and was slowly dying because the lethal spear was unsealed. She even lost her hearing, so now she can't hear what she's saying anymore. She's only 18 years old. Suddenly, a guy came in and mocked that he was just a tool that he was never going to let go of. He is Pascal, the 11th generation leader of the Jadar Church. 1 year after Drevigo died, Pascal helped his father. Now he is filled with ambition and is aiming for the vacant papal position. Pascal's father was a viscount of the Saharan Empire. After Pascal ascended the throne, he became a count. The largest church in the Western continent is about to fall into the hands of the empire. In addition, after the fifth pope, Franz, lost his spirit in a moment of confidence, the position of Rebecca's church had become weaker, so he took away that argument to convince the Senate, is also the one who is preventing the resealing of the lethal spear. Because of him, Isabel is slowly dying. Chris angrily said, "I've warned you many times, but don't treat Rebecca's daughter like a tool." Pascal replied that they were just an object raised for the purpose of using the Rebecca Church's sacred weapon, and the price they had to pay for that was their lives. Don't let yourself be haunted by certainty. In that case, only you were harmed. Although I respect Franz, I feel that he felt pitiful about tools like her, so sealing the artifact was a wrong decision. It was also decided to find Pagma's successor to undo the seal. There are 2 remaining magical weapons. Chris replied that Rebecca's daughters are not tools. They have worked tirelessly for Rebecca's church. Goddess Rebecca will not forgive him for that attitude. I absolutely will not accept anything you say. Pascal looked contemptuously at Chris, who was just a paladin fascinated by the beauty of a tool and dared to open his mouth to discuss the goddess Rebecca. Chris replied with a serious expression that a person like him who despised the fact that people respect and love each other had any right to say Queen Rebecca's name. They are also human. They also know joy, anger, and sadness. Pascal replied, "No, it's just a tool. No matter what he thinks, it's still the truth." Chris gritted his teeth and replied, "Shut up, I will eliminate that rotten perception of yours. Drift will become Pope because of Isabel Lynn and Luna too. The system notifies you that you have accepted the mission to become SS rank Pope. To become Pope, Pascal is the strongest papal candidate currently intending to use the Rebecca Church as a tool. You will have to act on behalf of the goddess to suppress Pascal's ambitions. Completion condition: crown Pope in papal election. Scratch 3 months later. Completion reward: receive second profession Pope. Receive armor of Goddess Rebecca, spear, helmet of Goddess Rebecca, gloves of Goddess Rebecca. Fail Pascal will as Pope. Rebecca's church will be even weaker than it was during Drevigo's time. Pascal looked angrily at Chris. Since when did he have this level of holy power? Is this the fake power of the goddess? Pascal sneered, "Although it's funny, I will respect you because someone like you who is a messenger of the goddess also has the qualifications to become a Pope candidate, but more than half of the Pope voters are on my side. I will make you realize that your thoughtless actions were just ignorant whining." Isabel, this is an order. A Yatan temple has been found on the outskirts of the empire. That village is called Kent. Please go deal with it and return here. Pascal stroked his chin and mocked, "No, she couldn't hear it, right? Maybe I should just give her the order?" Chris angrily shouted, "Wait, what are you doing?" Pascal's eyes were sharp. "I just wanted to fully use the whitening state before she died. Either way, something else will replace her after she dies." Chris is angry. "You are a cursed man. From now on I will do all of Isabel's tasks." Serious Pascal disobeying the orders of the Senate of Papal Messengers is an act of rebellion against the Pope. Not willing to be outdone, Chris aggressively replied that I was the goddess's messenger. After all, it was I who was the right person to resolve everything on behalf of the Pope. He thought to himself that if this little guy went to the battlefield for him, of course he would benefit. He pulled out a letter and said, "Do as you wish, but you have to do it until it's done. Because when you fall, that responsibility goes back to Isabel. From the beginning, she was not qualified to be my opponent, but it's good to become a family like this." This side. Grid is still working hard at forging. The technical notification system of the legendary blacksmith who wore the level 5 weapon of the gods caused the stats of the crafted item to increase by 19%. Done. You have crafted a unique item. All stats are increased by 4. Reputation is increased by 150. Your current reputation is 25,110. If your reputation is over 30,000, you can use a reputable store. A grid like this is fine. During 4 months, I have created more than 630 items, although they do not have a legendary rank, but they already have 5 unique ranks. Unique class: shoe durability 477, 477 defense 438, negative movement speed 10%, negative evasion 7%, weight 1930, $12 increase in defense on express type attacks, failure rate falls on approximately 25%, increased defense by 15% in darkness. Grid secretly thought that every 5 times he creates a legendary item, a special event will appear, so the stats earned by creating items have been reduced. Up to now, I have made 8 items. Legend has it, if it gets to 10, I don't know what losses I will have to endure. Compared to legendary class items that give a lot of impact, unique class items are better. That's right, because I was afraid of any loss, I didn't create it, but those 3 legendary things are nothing. The other blacksmiths all admired the work created by the Duke, which always looked like a piece of art and its perfection was amazing. Grid chuckled smugly. The low-level blacksmiths weren't skilled enough to understand his work yet, but perhaps thanks to his teachings, they were developing very quickly. Among them, at least 6 people will become high-class blacksmiths and be able to help a lot. Furthermore, I also have the charity skill of a blacksmith, so it's definitely not an exaggerated thought. Anyway, next I have to strengthen it, especially Gred shoes take a long time to complete the whole set, so I want to emphasize enhancement at a high level. Thanks to the item enhancement rate skill, enhancement is not a problem, but the price of enhancement stones enchantment increases several times if you want to enhance an item to +8 almost. It costs 1,000,000,001 for an item. The news reports that players who have high levels and are stopping leveling up have a very high need for enhancement. If the drop rate of enhancement stones does not increase, then you need to prepare a lot of money. Grid looked over and saw the faces of the 2 blacksmiths. It was difficult to understand. What's with your expressions? A blacksmith replied that we were making shoes and gloves for soldiers according to Count Lowell's orders, but when compared to the items made by the Duke, we felt that the items we created were too ordinary. If you don't mind, can you teach us how to imitate it? Grid secretly thought that it was too much of a problem. They were being taught by the old Khan, but if I interfered, Khan smiled smugly and said, "Don't worry about me, let's teach them. They are also young people just starting out like you were before." Grid happily replied, "Yes, just like old times. So I'll try making a pair of shoes. Look closely at the supplies." The whole crowd cheered excitedly. "Whoa, what an honor." This side. Damien reluctantly said, "I'm leaving. Isabel, please remember to take care of your health." Isabel whispered back to Damien. Damien comforted me, "It's okay, I will definitely do it. Because I am very strong, I will protect you at all costs." Do you remember Isabel? The one who punished Drevigo, who no one else could handle, and saved Rebecca's church. I changed my job to the goddess's messenger thanks to that person. That person was the only one who could seal the lethal spear. The place to go is Hant, which is located in the east of the Empire. It seems closer than the west of the Eternal Kingdom. On this side, in the Khan's blacksmith workshop, the blacksmiths exclaimed with excitement, "Oh my lord, you are really talented. Such a great piece of work and it's so simple to make." Notification system has activated Breath of Legendary Blacksmith LV4, stats of crafted items increased by 9%. The technique of the legendary blacksmith who wore the level 5 Sword of the Gods weapon increased the item's stats by 10%. Crafting, which is a legendary ranked item, all your stats are increased by 10 because you have crafted a legendary class item. Your reputation across the continent has increased to 500. Grid couldn't believe it, thinking that if he just made one more legendary item, that special event would happen. An excited blacksmith shouted that the Duke truly lived up to his legendary reputation. Grid thought to himself, what a top-class piece of trash. That day, I will definitely find a way, because of Isabel, Lynn and Luna. Among the stories in Satisfy is the determination of a young man who is a supporting character. That person is here. I will go see him and come back. Please wait for me. Created a story for another main character. He is the only one we can rely on now. A blacksmith, after witnessing Grid's level, was bewildered and cast a legendary class popular magic spell. Haha, my life is truly a blessing. After looking at the equipment bag, Grid frowned and heard that the Imperial soldiers were very strong, so he needed to prepare, but he was too short of money. The materials in the guild's warehouse have almost been used up, and the reward money from the golem infiltration has also been used as a fund for the guild. I also sold a lot of things to build the building. Now I only have 20,000 gold left. Now, even if I rub my eyes 1,000 times and look back, there's nothing worth the money left in my equipment bag. Oh, I wonder if I can make any money selling this. Using the appraisal skill, I can't see its information, so I don't know what it's used for. If this thing falls from Drevigo, it must be an extremely expensive item. Is it possible that he is the only one who knows about this? A moment later, at the appraisal room, the blonde man, after inspecting Grid's items, said that he had been a merchant, so I could be confident that I had minimal knowledge about most of the items, but as for this one, I don't know what it is. Grid immediately asked if that could be sold. The other man immediately advised that if an item contains the sacredness of the goddess, I think you better not sell it. Grid is shy. I need money to buy enhancement stones. It's crazy. He kicked me. I have something I want to show you. You've been making this map for 4 months. The western desert is really big. That's right. As long as you can kill the giant worm and restore it, then Mr. Greed will create it. Achieved an achievement equal to Lolan, the king of the north and the progenitor of Eternal. According to the imprisoned political officials, this place has gold mithril minerals. The villages discovered south of the Heaven River are predicted to be coal mining villages. Do you remember investing more than half of the guild's funds into alchemy facilities at my request? If you can develop the synergy between your blacksmiths and the alchemy furnace, you can further develop this Radon into Tolima High. Grid then asked if Tolima was a city of dwarves, a place full of equipment. It is located in the area of Traka Longitis, so humans cannot go there. Furthermore, isn't the success rate of alchemy low and the materials expensive? I told you I lack money to buy enhancement stones. Why are you talking about unrelated things like that? The blonde guy thought he was a lord, but he didn't seem interested in an attractive plan. On the contrary, he entrusted subordinates he trusted to take care of different areas. That is the ideal virtue of a monarch. The ingredient for fairy dust that could skyrocket the success rate of alchemy was golden mithril. Grid seemed angry and replied honestly, "Why do you keep talking about alchemy?" He firmly replied, "Because we can create it, stone enhanced by alchemy." Grid was stunned and asked, "Couldn't the enhancement stone only be obtained from the boss monster?" He smiled and replied that he could create it through alchemy. The success rate is really not good, but as long as there is gold mithril, everything will be different. Grid was excited. Oh, then let's get to work. You said the Heaven River is in the south, right? He continued to say that there was a problem. The army sent to search for minerals had been attacked by monsters there and had retreated. Grid smiled and replied that the monsters there were already strong, so just send a party and use good stuff. He replied that the army had retreated. This is a club that uses genuine goods. GRD panicked and thought that they were all in the top 40 of the overall rankings, and had even finished changing jobs for the 3rd time, yet they were beaten to the point of retreating. Not long ago Rigas had a humiliating match with me at the international tournament. At that time Rigas was so strong that my passive skill almost activated. He continued, the monsters in the west were so powerful that they were beyond imagination. That's why I told you. Grid replied, I understand what you mean. It's time for me to personally take action, right? I'll leave now. The group started to depart. Doppelganger. Grid asked if the reason for retreating was because of that monster. The yellow-shirted young man replied, that's right. It copied its opponent's abilities and appearance and turned into the same, but it seemed to have recreated an existence that was even stronger than the original, so we couldn't. How can I fight it? Rigas has a serious face. He uses a sword as big as Dainsleff and is so fast and strong that it reminds us of you. Greed. The hooded young man added that his swordsmanship was several times better than Greed's. Grid thought to himself that the whole gang rushed in using good equipment but was still outmatched. How strong is it? Like hell, Gao? A voice appeared, I will come along. Grid was surprised and turned around happily to say hello. Oh, long time no see. Now you look really neat, Piero. If he had agreed to go with me, he would have been screwed. What's the point of Vantner telling farmers to follow him? There are still many things he has to do here. Riel thought to himself, yes, Piero is not only a farmer, he is also a geomancer. Is he going to send Piero to scout the territory? He became so lucid that it surprised me. Recently, as the number of people changing jobs for the 3rd time has increased, the power of greed has been underestimated, but they were all wrong. Greed is still on its way to developing itself. Grid smiled brightly. Is everything ready? It's been a long time since I've been on a mission again. In the desert. Vantner shouted loudly on the left, there are 4 giant worms, be careful. Rigas then used the Asura violent lightning. Edema. Riel is excited, you're really good, Rigas, now you're no longer a god of fists but should be called the god of war. Grid thought to himself that he was stronger than when he fought with me. He is fully adapted to the 3rd class and his combat power has almost increased to 2. And so do others. The pawn flew up and used a series of attacks, opening everyone's eyes. Riel was so excited that pawn also caught 5 fish. People say that riding on the right thing will increase attack power. Turns out it's true. there's nothing wrong with having to rely on animals for help. Ventnor scoffed. Grid secretly thought that he also has a passive skill that helps increase attack power, but when using active skills, the effect will be lost. Both his stats and weapons are inferior to mine, yet his power is so great. Only now do I feel the difference between someone whose third profession is combat, and who also possesses a weapon master type passive skill. Greed. On the side are basilisks. They are the strongest monsters in the area recently. In a desert land like this, it is very difficult to deal with their fossil attacks. We should take a detour. However, he proactively rushed into the monsters. Stat awakening is a function where every time the level increases to hundreds, the stats will increase. For example, in a simple way, when the player has a level in the 200 row, every time the strength index increases by 1, the attack index will increase by 0,3 and the health will increase by 7. When the player has a level in the 300 row, the index will increase to 0,4 and 9 respectively. That's why now the index between the greedy person who is currently at level 275 and the other members of the luxury goods club who are all above level 300 should be different. Thanks to the magic trick and the creation of equipment, along with the titles achieved, greed stats are very high compared to guild members who use good equipment. Commander, you will be surrounded, get out of there quickly. What makes greed still feel comfortable after knowing the level of development of Rigas and Pawn? It's that he believes that the moment he reaches 300, that gap will be reset. That's why he did not falter and face the challenge. What's wrong with the passive-aggressive grid? I'm the strongest. The crowd was surprised that he had just used a sword dance to dodge. Was it really the greed that we know? Can you do that in desert terrain? Thanks to the new shoes, the power is terrible. Grid shouted to shut up and go help. Greed. There are no signs of progress at all. Ventnor thought to himself that farmer guy didn't seem to be normal either. I don't know why I brought him here, he shouted loudly, and 200 meters ahead, 2 area beetles appeared at the same time. Commander, 800 meters behind there are dozens of desert squirrels approaching. We should reorganize our ranks. What's the point of wasting so much time? Go in and wipe it all out. After a while, we finally reached the upper Heaven River. Wow, it took 10 hours from Radon. If I had used Heroi's exploration ability, I would have arrived faster, because Greed kept going straight without a plan. That's why. Grid captured that many area bosses and only got 2 epic class equipment along with 5 enhancement stones. Pawn then said that its level is different from the mission boss or the dungeon boss. But hey, why don't you feel tired? The hooded man said greedily, everyone is exhausted, and healing outside is very slow. We have to rest. Grid calmly replied yes. Then let's set up the tent and prepare to eat. Oh, it's rainbow potatoes again. They're really delicious, but now I'm so bored of them. There is no other way. This is Radon's only food, and temporarily we have to tighten our belts. Expert chefs can cook wild ingredients or monsters, and there are even buff effects in cooking. We need a good chef. Grid thought to himself, but wouldn't it be too shameless to say Euphemina restored her cooking skills? She has already restored her skills and is helping with everything from big to small. Taking this opportunity to find a chef is also a good idea. Everyone will have a break for 4 hours. I'll stand here and watch. Just rest assured and rest. Everyone was startled and thought, ha ha ha. How could Grid say those words? The hooded young man then asked Greed, you are the key person of Radon. On the contrary, you are the one who should rest, right? To stand guard. Let the 8 people with the strongest physical strength take turns keeping watch. Ventnor added that I had been fighting all day. Tanker didn't know what crime he had committed. Riel said that if the watch lasts for about 4 hours, can Mr. Piero stand guard for me, because he doesn't participate in the fight? Piero replied, I know. Let me watch. Everyone rest. Rigas replied that he couldn't. Why would he let a farmer stand guard in such a dangerous place? Grid then said it was okay, if what everyone called him. He was not an ordinary farmer but a legendary farmer. Riel said that if you are a legendary farmer, you must protect your fields from wild beasts, and your sense of traces is extremely sensitive. We can trust him to rest. Greed's choice is truly excellent. Nightfall. Everyone fell asleep. Piero thought about entrusting his safety to a teammate he trusted and went to sleep, reminding him of his time in the Red Knights. The forest that everyone was heading to seemed not far away. Oh, this aura is too terrible. This morning the next day, the army started to depart again. This place was where everyone had retreated, the mysterious forest, right? Why is this entire bamboo forest not desertified but preserved intact? Riel replied that the doppelganger also blocked the monster's way to get here. Thanks to that, the mountains and minerals in the background are still preserved. The system announces that you are entering the mystical forest. Your soul becomes peaceful, because you feel so peaceful that you are enveloped in a feeling of helplessness. Vantner said, it's this feeling again, those unhappy memories are coming up again. Grid replied that everyone is too sensitive. Everyone has had enough rest, so what's wrong? That's not true. Before we came here we were as confident as you. Seriously, whatever you say is just weird. Don't overdo it, damn it, it appeared. A long-haired man appeared sitting on a large rock. Grid frowned. I've seen that person before. He is in the fresco, at Lowland Falls. Grid saw that and thought he was shaking like his heart was beating crazy. The tension fluctuated, he was not overwhelmed by that killing intent. My original fear is instinct. He uses a big sword like Dainslife which is fast and strong enough to remind me of Grid. His swordsmanship itself is several times stronger than Grid's, it's unimaginable. Could that thing be Pagma's doppelganger? The doppelganger exists to restore a dead character, disaster more than 100 years ago. Luckily I was awake and walking in front of me was just a cover. Suddenly, a long-haired man with a sword rushed forward to attack Grid. Grid coughed in panic, more destructive power than Helgao. Grid shout out, Laurel, this doppelganger also copied the original's power exactly. Riel replied that if the opponent was stronger, he wouldn't be able to completely copy it, but still. Grid thought to himself that this guy can't completely copy Pagma's power. As expected, what will the swordsman do next? Besides, this is the first time that a weapon can cause damage to a failed product so quickly. That guy's sword is damaged many times more than mine, but... Riel thought for a while and shouted, but this twin is an exception. He is as strong as orichalcum, and because he is made from a part of the body, he has the ability to recreate them into weapons that look good, than the original. Grid secretly thought that whatever he said, there was no reason why it could be better than Pagma's equipment. Damn, the failed product was an achievement achieved within just 2 years after changing jobs. So far, compared to Pagma, it's still very far away, right? Vantner said, damn it, I want to help him, but the enemy's power is very strong. There is no other way but to hope that Grig will support us until the doppelganger attacks us. However, aren't their swordsmanship very similar? Yes, that character is one of the 9 legends that is the origin of Grid. It seems Pagma was right. The fact that he met Pagma's doppelganger was the cause and effect that continued from the Golem invasion. Anyway, it seems like Raiden is rearranging Pagma's descendant system. And the Grid will face major changes because of this war. On this side, the Grid is pushed to the limit and has no way to retreat. He shouted loudly, you bastard can go fight Pagma's sword dance. I have to calm down. It's really dangerous. If I had swung the sword carelessly just now, that sword would have pierced straight into my heart, but who knows? Piero saved Grid's life. He said the distance between you and that guy wasn't big, so why were you still afraid to retreat, if you knew that his swordsmanship wasn't enough for you to deal with him? Grid regained consciousness. That's right, his swordsmanship is Pagma's sword dance. I will use closeness to cut and patience to stab. I can know the direction of his next attack if I look at the movement of his legs. Now look here, according to Piero's instructions, read the position and movements of the shoulders and eyes. Right. This time Grid was right. Everyone was surprised how he avoided it the first time. Since he heard Piero's words, is this person not an ordinary farmer? Grid rushed forward using Pagma, lean sword dance. Close. Same type of technique. Grid is angry at your copycat. If that's the case, what should the original Grid do? Super Link. Annis. Death cannot be avoided. Everyone was afraid that Grid was in danger and he couldn't avoid it. The situation was urgent. Piero immediately rushed in to relieve the siege. Grid was bewildered. My super link is so simple. Has Piero already reached this level? Piero said that the creature completely absorbed the swordsmanship it imitated from you. Let's fight again from the beginning. Listen to him. Grid regains his momentum. Damn, if I'm strong I will directly attack. The swordsmanship is big and crude, so stabbing with the sword is the ultimate in simplicity. Piero says that's all that can be seen. Don't react slowly with unnecessary calculations. Grid thought to himself that if so, The chain attack could help him move quickly from left to right. Piero reminded him that if the slash was deflected, there was an opening. That is the opportunity to counterattack. While there's corn that lacks more practice, Grid continuously counterattacks to make the most of the shoe's weight. Put all weight on the tip of the sword, Crit took 17,790 damage. As expected, normal scratches are impossible, and that amazing recovery ability. Piero suddenly used his sword to block the attack. Grid says why when we fight on equal terms it goes on defense, if I can control the rhythm of the match I will win. Laugh Paro, let's fight back, let's improve to the point where we can be my opponent. Well, it turns out it's not free. Try again many times, continuously using different moves. Piero reminds the technique of lifting it up and then slashing it down hard to take advantage of the sword's gravity to increase damage, may have originated from the idea of aiming at areas obscured from the opponent's vision, but that is a shallow method not suitable for giant weapons. Come on. A war of attrition that only focuses on attacking enemies with strong internal strength is meaningless. One step and another step. A single mistake leads to death. Even when you're winning, attacking continuously will still create many loopholes, but still. I still can't see the loopholes in his moves. If the power of the golden blade weakens, lead the enemy into range, piercing would be used in a situation where he could definitely take down the enemy. However, it was all just in the moment. Again. At this point, Grid is powerless. It's really a strange loophole. Come here. Grid's outside teammates watched him fight while commenting, Grid's battle was very hard. Toon munched on a piece of cake to avoid hunger and said, even if there was a good master by his side, if they had to compete with each other for half a day, they would be tired to death. Vantner also said, that's right, there is an opponent who is a monster, something like that, even if it's a Grid, has its limits. Thacker watched the two of them fight and felt like he was sweating. It was already the 51st match, but all the dangerous attacks were dodged. The ability to progress is quite good. At first the doppelganger was always in an overwhelming position, but gradually they began to fight back. Pan also said that even though he wanted to help, by doing so, he was treating them as training subjects, completely unable to go into battle. Look, there's also Piero behind them, right? Grid was stronger and even getting in was difficult. Then he looked at Piero, who was attentively watching the match, and judged, this is not simply a sick farmer, where is this kind of NPC, who is he really? Rabbit laughed and said, the strongest NPC is the one who teaches swordsmanship, then protects lives and all that. I'm so jealous. Grid saw that he had regained his strength and that the doppelganger had lost control and was continuously attacked. He laughed out loud happily. On this side, Piero sat on the stone slab thinking in his head, this guy's physical strength has hit rock bottom. It's been half a day since he fought and he still has 90% of his vitality left. Now I have to let him rest and regain his strength. Piero then turned to call Rabbit, hey there. Rabbit heard someone calling him and was startled, his head full of questions. He pointed his finger at me and asked again, me. Piero smiled and said, while Duke Grid rests, let's fight this creature over there. After hearing this, Rabbit was happy and proud to show off his strength in front of Piero. He asked, I was also trained, thank you very much. After everyone finished the boat, their eyes widened in surprise. Vantner said, isn't that NPC just training for the Grid? Oh, I'm so happy, it must be our turn. After a while, Rabbit fainted right in the battle. His mind was full of stars, so Piero had to directly go into battle and hug him out. Then Piero ordered Legas to continue in battle. Piero thought again in his mind, young people, you have to improve quickly to become my opponent, okay? Until the day I become a sword saint. On this side, he was seriously injured. His strength was gradually weakening. He knelt on the ground as if he was about to turn into something. He thought that the doppelganger was a completely different deformity from the human. He had patiently protected this forest for 100 years. Many times people have tried to penetrate this forest and this time is no exception. I also think it is like that. But this time it was different. The group of people who had been beaten to death still stubbornly came. And there is another special name in there. In my dim memory, this name is almost half of that person's name, right? I don't know how long I can endure, but I still have to protect this forest as much as I can. The doppelganger looked around the forest, this mysterious forest and the other side of that hill. The only person who didn't hate me and always respected me, but now my memory has become blurred. Suddenly the doppelganger remembered the image of a girl with beautiful golden hair. He thought, that was his only friend. I have to save that girl from those humans. Then, after a period of rest, the fight between Grid and the doppelganger continued. The two of them brandished their swords and rushed towards each other. Grid used the Pagma sword to stab forward. He thought, this is the image that the owner used this technique. If it was the same technique, my speed would be faster. After saying that, Grid bought the sword a few times like he was dancing ballet. Suddenly the doppelganger realized that the attack had been interrupted. It seemed like he had changed the way he blocked the air. Grid immediately threw the sword across the doppelganger's body. Grid felt very satisfied when he saw that he had successfully tricked the double to get him injured. He said in a disdainful tone to the double, "What, were you tricked? That's great, ha ha." In the end, his vitality dropped to 20%, it was over. Even though Grid was happy to win, he immediately thought about Piero. He had guessed his potential, had perfectly drawn the line with his opponent and had eliminated the gap between himself and his opponent. Just like his words, it has become the best textbook for me to practice. Outside, everyone saw that the doppelganger was injured and in danger of not being able to continue fighting. Everyone thought, Duke Grid's physical strength had been reduced to such an extent. It was very jealous that Grid had such an opponent. Piero thought to himself, one more thing to pay attention to, Duke Grid. Because you are strong, your opponent is also strong. From now on the real battle begins. At this time, the doppelganger was standing to the side exuding murderous aura and increasing his ability. Grid saw what he did and asked in his head, I don't know that pose, is that like a counterattack or Pagma's sword dance? The doppelganger continued to use the force of his feet to pound hard on the ground. Everything seemed to be shaking, the earth and rocks everywhere were cracking and crumbling. The doppelganger put all his energy into the sword and then aimed straight at the Grid. His recent fatal blow must have caused Grid to lose a lot of spiritual energy and the damage was also quite high. He still couldn't figure out what was going on that he had to endure. Spurts of blood kept spurting from all over his body. The doppelganger saw that his thoughts and skills were aimed straight at the target, unable to be avoided. I didn't expect it to be able to penetrate armor like that, so I had to increase my defense. Piero can see, unlike other moves, it causes greater physical damage. The Duke could not counter this attack. The trajectory of the sword was extremely beautiful. It truly showed off his sword skills perfectly. Pagma blacksmiths can understand swords to such a degree. The more I look at that sword, the more I want to compete with the sword's creator. Even though Grid was injured, his will remained unchanged. He said to the doppelganger, very good, being able to reach this level through painting. It seemed like he had achieved the 7 parts of his swordsmanship, Pagma. Although it looks simple, it is very difficult to imitate. Even if it were imitated, it would not be possible to develop such sword skills, because it is very learned and extremely complex. But now my eyes are brighter and I can see more clearly, thanks to your attack earlier. Your movements, I will finish off a monster like you slowly. I have learned a trick, now it's the Paga's descendant's turn. After hearing the doppelganger, he was also stunned. Grid also used the power of his legs to rush up. Piero was shocked when he saw that. I had only seen it once, how could he? That is the power of Pagma's descendant. Grid has now acquired a new skill, Pagma's swordsmanship. Extreme level 1, the move demonstrates the power of the heavens, dealing physical damage up to 700% of the opponent. When launching the skill, it will ignore 60% of the opponent's defense ability. Conditions for use when using a sword or knife, energy consumption is 750, cooldown is 180 seconds. He brandished a knife. Grid thought in his head, its power is between chain and attack, but compared to attack, the energy consumption and cooldown time are much lower. If something like this is in the mural, I can use it, in a useful way a little earlier. Besides, this is a skill aimed directly at the target. You're definitely doomed, you doppelganger. But this doppelganger also doesn't know what it means to give up. He also continuously launched a series of fatal moves towards Grid. After that, he coldly looked at the Grid. He didn't stop but continued to move towards him. When everyone outside saw it, they were so scared that they jumped up and shouted loudly at Grid. It was going to attack again, he would be hit. And Piero was also mad and couldn't sit still. He cursed, stupid idiot, he got hit once and let him get hit again. As for Grid, he gallantly galloped up and destroyed many of the doppelganger's powerful moves. When Piero saw it, His eyes widened and he looked at it and thought, this is a counterattack to the opponent's attack. The timing is also perfect. It has gone beyond reflexes and reached the category of predicting actions. Inside the grid, the cooldown continues. At level 1, a sword dance full of silence but no less powerful as the eye of a storm, reflecting all attacks within 0.5 seconds after casting the move with 100% power. Usage conditions are to equip sword type weapon, energy cost 2000, cooldown time is 120s. Continue, use activate the +9 effect, the product fails, use L-Kick's cutting ability to attack the enemy 5 times, activate the invulnerable light armor effect to attack the enemy 5 times. The twin was startled and couldn't react in time. Outside, Piero saw the thing screaming. He had broken through his shell and was growing rapidly. It was time to decide not to play with swords like that. Grid cursed the doppelganger straight in the face to stop being sticky and go away. Continues to attack continuously. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, 4 rounds, 5 rounds, 6 rounds, 7 rounds, continuously causing critical damage. This time Grid hit the double. As for the twins, he wasn't afraid at all, but instead laughed loudly. The doppelganger's beloved best friend heard an almost familiar laugh, the doppelganger's laugh. But she couldn't remember who it was. She asked what your name was. There were memories that I didn't remember, but... As for the doppelganger, he happily said again, GTA missed that laughter so much. Are you still alive and well? Perhaps injured, this doppelganger is suddenly hallucinating. His stamina was now exhausted because the number of consecutive activations had reached its maximum. Grid then lay down on the ground because his stamina had returned to 0, so he couldn't move. A guild member using good items has suffered more than 10 failures. Grid itself is the 82nd time. This was the victory he achieved after fighting for 23 hours and 21 minutes. He destroyed the doppelganger of the mysterious forest that existed for 153 years, and now comes the dawn, welcomed by those who have once again surpassed their limits. Everyone from outside rushed in to celebrate the victory with Grid. Everyone gathered together. Some pinched their cheeks, others hugged their stomachs and said, Mr. Grid, you are really great. Mr. Grid, you are truly a great person. Ha ha. Grid saw that everyone's attention was focused on him, so he deliberately overdid it. Hey, he was going to die. He was exhausted. Rabbit sat next to him and told Grid, eat the potatoes as soon as possible. It will help. Piero looked at Grid and smiled. It's a pity that I couldn't live at the same time as Muller and Pagma. You are the only one who leads me to the land of the Sword Saint. I hope you can continue to develop your strength, Duke Grid. After the doppelganger monster was defeated by Grid, he showed his true form and transformed into something purple that looked very scary, and everyone criticized him when he saw it. Is this the true nature of that monster? Really? I'm surprised, but it's not dead yet, it's still moving. Lau looked at it and said, it only lost its form but its nuclear cells remained. If it was overwhelmed, its abilities and intelligence would be degraded, so it would almost die. Grid turned to ask if it was okay not to kill it. Lau replied, it still has value, let it recover first. Grid stood up and said, so let's see the reward first, including 6,300 gold, 8,5 million experience points, about 40 enhancement formulas. Where the Guardian's target is level 23-23, defense ability is 30 at most, Indomitable plus 30, defense ability plus 100 when wearing Indomitable set, when wearing Subdued set plus 510, weight 10, usage conditions level 300 or L, Guardian's bracelet unique level set, durability 21-21, defense 37, tenacity plus 30, ability defense plus 100 when wearing the set, unyielding when wearing the set plus 50, weight 11, conditions of use level 300 or higher. This is an accessory formed by the aura of the doppelganger fish in the mystical forest, giving the reader strong will and defense ability. Ventnor couldn't even stand after hearing this. It's a miracle that the accessory has very high defensive ability and stats. Anyway, there's no other choice, so it's a bit disappointing compared to what he endured, right? As for Grid, he thought to himself, the medium gloves were level 300, the defensive ability was equal to the shoes, although it was just wearing an additional protective suit, but that was it. There was no attribute resistance value, but some additional indicators can also be added. Unyielding neutralizes certain effects received with a certain probability. The lower the vitality, the higher the probability, the higher the stat, the higher the effect. A truly disappointing choice. Even though Minute has 900 indomitable stats, I have never benefited from it. Accessories are not made by blacksmiths, so I'm not impressed with this one. Then Grid asks, can I use this? Koban stood behind and laughed. Everyone didn't seem to care. You are the #1 hero. You can use as much as you want. After hearing this, Grid smiled and replied, thank you. So what's next? It is the great sword of the doppelganger, legendary rank, durability is 731, 731, attack power 780 to 1516, attack speed -6%, weight 3955, reduces enemy attack power by 20%, increases 20% of the power of attack skills, using conditions of level 320, mechanical strength of 2010 or more, sword sophistication of level 2 or higher. The mystical forest doppelganger is part of the body that duplicates the work of Pagma, the legendary blacksmith, but that power cannot be compared to Pagma's work. After listening to Fakir and Pawn, I was shocked. The overwhelming features are so great. And Grid was also coldly thinking, it was truly excellent, especially the skill power increased by 20%, but it was useless because it could not reach the level of the failed work. Pawn said, but no one can use it, there's no one in our team who can use a big sword. Toon listened and said again, last time I tried it, but I just swung my hand. On this side Lowell boldly said, I want to try it. Okay, Mr. Grid and the 2 swords. After hearing this, Grid's eyes widened and he asked again, 2 swords, is it a double sword technique? Lowell continued, can't you handle it? It looks like your strength is enough. Grid turned around and said, but if you lift something this big, you'll be pulled to the ground and won't be able to do what you want, right? Lowell replied, if you learn from Elastic and Piero how to use the 2 weapons, then you will have the ability. Looking at the remarkable growth of strength in this war, Grid's potential is beyond compare, imagine that. Piero standing here heard it and smiled, it's the great sword I drew. Theoretically this is impossible, but maybe things would be different if you were Pagma's descendant. Good, just try it. Grid thought to himself, this move will activate the attack power of the mirror monster's failed product. Just imagine how terrible it would be. But being able to monopolize items that you get at the traditional gate, Toon saw Grid deep in thought and said, you look worried. Rabbit smiled and said, in the first place only Grid can use that great sword. You can sell it and split the money with us, but you can't return these legendary weapons to other players. Everyone said in unison, that's right, you can't do that, don't look at us like that, let's confront them. But Grid thought he was used to this expectation and cheering, but out of his mouth, he shyly replied, thank you everyone. Everyone is really good teammates, so I'll try to face them. The scene changes to a forest. Now when the battle is over, everything is resolved and everyone continues to go deeper into the mysterious forest of the doppelganger to discover if there has been no life there after several hundred years. What is it like now when humans appear? Heroi and Ju-gun were walking in the forest. They were talking to each other. Ju-gun said, I think I've been through the forest many times, but this forest is not familiar at all. Heroi looked around and replied, because the double monster has completely prevented human intrusion. Suddenly he seemed to have discovered something, so he looked without blinking and grabbed the Ju-gun, stammering, Ju-gun in front. Ha, that's a house. Isn't this forest where humans can't enter? How is that possible? Suddenly Vantner appeared and shouted loudly, ha ha, of course we have to investigate this suspicious place. As soon as he finished speaking, he arbitrarily knocked on the door and rushed in. When the 2 of them saw it from behind, they were afraid to pee their pants. Tell Vantner why you came in so casually. Vantner stepped inside and saw that this looked like an abandoned house. He shook his head and said, wow, it's moldy. It looks like it's been abandoned for at least a few decades. I think there used to be people living in this place. Let's try to find anything, but there doesn't seem to be anything that stands out. Is our search meaningful? Vantner saw a cabinet and was curious. Do you think this old cabinet is locked? So let's break it open and check. As he spoke, he raised his mysterious axe and slammed it into the cabinet, but it couldn't do anything. What are you surprised by when you see this? This strange box seems like this item is locked. We need a key to open it. Grid saw the object and came closer. His saliva flowed out and said in a boastful tone, is this a treasure? Everyone get out of the way so I can try. Pawn saw Grid holding something in his hand that looked like, then asked, what is that? Grid came to the box and in less than 5 seconds, he opened the box without much effort, making everyone admire. Wow, it really opened. Grid explained to everyone, here is the master key that I created. But what was inside really surprised everyone. Grid picked it up. What is this? It's just a book. It looks like a diary. This is a child's handwriting. It started to be written in the year 259 of the royal calendar. When people saw the number of years, they were surprised. This is a diary from 144 years ago. Thacker stood next to Grid and said to Grid, "Everyone also needs to rest for a while, so just read it." Grid also turned to answer, "Ah, that's interesting, right?" Grid carefully and attentively opened each page to read, the year 209 of the royal calendar, the second day of the 6th month. I went to the forest at the edge of the village to pick up fruit, because this is the time when ripe grapes are best eaten. She picked each fruit and said that these fruits must be very sour. I like to eat sour grapes, but my father will probably grimace while eating them. The lady holding a few wild fruit stopped walking in surprise. Suddenly she met an old woman in the forest. It seemed that this old woman had briefly met her at the market and was extremely surprised to see her. The girl widened her eyes and looked back at the old woman, saying yes. I tried to start a conversation, but the old woman immediately left because she couldn't talk or something. I told my father about this and he said that because there are monsters in the forest, you absolutely cannot go near that place. If the old woman saw the monster and me and ran away, wouldn't that make me even scarier? On July 2nd, I brought barley and raisin bread to the old lady who looked like a monster that I just met yesterday. I wonder if she would eat it well. The three old men looked surprised. King's calendar year 200 years 9 on the 25th of the 7th month. Today she continued to watch me pick up dry firewood. I caught her snoring. On the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, the 200th year of the royal calendar, is about to start snowing more and more here. Are you still wearing summer clothes? The girl gave her scarf to the other girl. The girl said, my father will definitely be angry, so I will tell him I lost it. Because this is my scarf, so we're like sisters. Are you feeling warm, Randy? So the person the girl gave the scarf to is named Randy. I named him Randy, similar to my name Wendy. The two sat down and started talking to each other. Wendy taught Randy to talk. Look closely at her mouth. Hello. Randy also said, hello. I taught him to speak little by little and he was also good at imitating. Randy is very smart. Then Wendy took Randy home. At first, my father tried to chase Randy away with a bow and arrow, but when he saw Randy's smiling and greeting appearance, he changed his mind. His father taught Randy how to hunt. Every day he carried wild boar meat home, all slippery. In the past, every winter was hungry and tired, but this winter with Randy by my side, I'm extremely happy. Pon heard this part of the story and said, the kid named Randy must be a doppelganger. Vantner followed suit. He also lived a peaceful life like this in the past. I can't imagine, is this really the kid fighting with us? Grid continued to read the diary. The royal year 270, the 24th day of the 5th month was his 17th birthday. Every day that passed without hunger and thirst was already very lucky, so there was nothing special about it, special like a birthday. From afar Randy ran back in fear, looking like he wanted to do something for himself. Recently the number of wild animals has decreased, so hunting will be very difficult. However, in the process, a problem occurred, which was a deer. The deer was shot by the villager's arrow. It seems to be the deer that Randy was aiming for. I tried to clear up the misunderstanding, but there was a hunter who couldn't contain his anger and took action. When Randy saw this, he was very angry. I quickly stopped and calmed him down, but it was really dangerous. Randy was so bold, he almost got into trouble. The hunter quickly hugged the deer and ran away, while Wendy gently advised Randy, I'm sorry for raising my voice. If you want someone to appreciate you, you also need to appreciate others. So you shouldn't hurt others, Randy replied emotionally, even if I get hurt. Wendy continued to say, Randy, I don't want people to avoid you. I wish you were treated better. Let them know what a warm person Randy is. Today is my birthday. Do you want to go fruit picking with me? Randy replied, yes, Wendy. Wendy said to Randy, did you know that a large mineral mine was discovered behind my house? Did Randy still not know that there is mineral mining? Over there I just went to pick fruit. I wonder if there could be such a wonderful mineral mine. If there was a mine it would require manpower, then the situation of the villagers would be better. The two of them saw a strange figure appearing in front of them and were surprised. This was the first time they met that person. Who is it? Is it from another area? In the spring of the 270th year of the kingdom, I saw a man more beautiful than me, with noble appearance and smooth white skin. That person is like a prince in a fairy tale. He coldly touched the rock on the mountain and said like this. The human mind is not enough to control this mineral. Grid thought to himself with golden mithril and Pagma. Pagma turned around and approached the twins. He asked, do you guys live nearby? He looked with affectionate eyes, forced a smile and said, I saw it for the first time today. You too, it turns out you live in this land. Wendy and Randy seemed to have fallen in love before. This guy's elegant beauty, he was a person with an extremely beautiful and classic atmosphere. Could he possibly be a prince? The two girls wondered. Looking closely, Pagma was a bit surprised. He didn't expect they were twins, it's so rare. He seemed to realize something. When he looked at Randy, the girl was a bit shy. Ha, this place is really special, both the land and the people, he said with a smile. Wendy looked at the person in front of her and silently exclaimed, the prince seemed to understand everything in the world. He left after saying a few more things, which I couldn't understand. Pagma looked at the mountain. As a wise man said, it turned out to be an attractive mountain area for people, very suitable for avoiding conflicts and conflicts. It's just that I hope the hands of a wise person can reach this place. He looked in another direction and said, a moment later, suddenly the soldiers shouted loudly and everyone knelt down. The Lord came to inspect. A person wearing a red cloak appeared among the crowd. It was the Lord. The Lord stroked his beard. Ha ha, I didn't expect there to be such a precious mineral mountain in our territory. The diary continued. In the year 270 of the royal calendar, on May 6th, the Lord came to the village to inspect the mineral mountains. The Lord looked at the old man and asked, you must be the chief of this village. I heard that there are minerals in the deep and dangerous forests, right? The old man smiled, pointed at the two people kneeling on the ground and said, yes, this person knows best. A few days later, when Lenya's manager arrived, I directly brought this person here. In our village, we did not expect to discover minerals. Actually, there is no greater honor than this. The Lord likes to flatter and praise, and talk to you in a cool way. Ha ha ha, the old man laughed out loud. Suddenly, the Lord looked at the kneeling girl and thought of something. He laughed savagely. All you have to do is fill your hungry stomach. It's not difficult at all. Let's see if you can satisfy another hunger. Wendy was so scared that she was sweating, thinking to herself, the Lord's eyes were staring at her, somehow making her feel extremely uncomfortable. People felt uncomfortable and talked about it. That human being who was no better than an animal continued to do miserable things again. The other person said bitterly, it wasn't just one or two people who were led away like that. They were all so miserable that they didn't dare to look straight. Because he had the name of a lord, he didn't dare to resist. Poor Wendy. After that, Wendy and Randy sat on the mountainside, talking to each other. Wendy held the towel in her hand and sat thoughtfully for a moment. Then she gave her newly knitted scarf to Randy. This is the scarf I just knitted. I knit this better than the one I gave you the other day. The Lord said he would take me with him soon, and from now on we would never see each other again. You have to live well, Randy, she said regretfully. Randy was stunned. She questioned, why do you have to go? In the end, what does concubine mean? It's okay for us to continue living together in this forest. Wendy forced a smile. I also don't like living away from my father and Randy. However, if outsiders are allowed in, many things will change. She was very sad, tears in her eyes but still smiling to comfort Randy. I'm fine, as long as Dad and Randy can live healthy lives. Hearing that, Randy thought angrily, outsiders, making Wendy sad. King's Calendar Year 270, November 15th. It is said that the Lord's group that came to inspect the mineral mountain was attacked many times and eventually had to retreat. Wendy ran away as if something had happened. The culprit is the mystical forest doppelganger. I haven't seen Randy in a few weeks, so I was very worried. I didn't expect that worry to come true. She stopped at a soldier sitting against a cliff. That's Randy. It was very difficult to find Randy. But the person he is now is very different from me. I wonder if he became a Lord's knight and fought several battles. Randy is slowly dying. Suddenly, Randy spoke up comfortingly. It's okay. The people who made Wendy sad can no longer enter this forest. Although I was touched by Randy's desire to protect me, I was afraid of losing him. Wendy expressed her feelings through her writing. Pon sounded a bit surprised. It turned out that since then, the doppelganger that used to live peacefully started attacking intruders into the forest. Wantner was also surprised and wondered, starting more than 100 years ago, he fought to protect that child named Wendy. Grid's expression was a bit worried. He didn't expect that the Guardian's equipment was made from the doppelganger's aura. It turned out that something like this had happened. He flipped a few more pages. If that was the case, then he would transform into Pagma's appearance. Having said that, he continued reading. The herbs had no effect on Randy. Randy would probably die if another conquering army came. Suddenly, someone stepped forward and spoke. Once there is something to protect, even monsters have such pure hearts. Indeed, only humans cannot freely roam in ambition. But at that time, the other prince appeared. She continued writing, that is Pagma. He took a quick look at Randy's condition and said, he's seriously injured, doppelganger. He pulled out a hammer from his shirt. This probably requires treatment. Even though you have killed, if it comes from a noble mind, you are still qualified. Clack clack, he used the hammer to tap Randy's injured arm, surprising Randy. Wendy next to her panicked, please stop, if you hit the injured person with a hammer like that. However, surprisingly, as soon as the hammer touched Randy's wound, it quickly healed, just like magic. Even Randy was surprised. Hearing this, Lal wondered, the doppelganger's body must be made from weapons. If analyzed carefully, it is possible that the double itself has a metal body. Grid secretly thought that, as repair, that person repaired the doppelganger's body. Grid wondered in panic, a realm where only Pagma could understand all metals. If so, then maybe I can also become Pagma's descendant. Pagma continued, the demons in the underworld were helped by Satan, so they became abnormal, but the people in this world were indifferent to the threat of monsters and were busy fighting each other. In the world there is a balance that must be maintained. If the Eternal Kingdom becomes a threat to the empires with the power of this mineral mountain, great chaos will occur. He said seriously, I will give you the right to use part of my power. Become the guardian of this forest. Look and remember me carefully. This will soon help protect your friend. Wendy didn't understand anything. Unlike me, who was confused and didn't understand anything, Randy immediately understood. Randy has become smarter than me. Randy has transformed into a handsome prince and protects the minerals here. Having said that, as a clone, Randy transformed into Pagma's form and received a portion of his power. On August 2nd, 271, Young Jew's land force came several times, but now Randy was no longer seriously injured while continuously fighting. I feel really lucky. But, Randy's warm eyes are gradually turning cold. Suddenly one day, Randy told Wendy not to come to this forest anymore. Have fun with Dad from now on. Wendy was confused. What are you talking about, Randy? Why is that? Randy held out his hands to express his feelings. After my body became like this, I could easily kill others. These hands scare me. Wendy is also human. I can no longer use these hands to touch Wendy's hair like before. Randy smiled wryly. It's okay. If we protect the minerals, then Wendy will be happy. That was Randy's last smile in his memory. Since then, the number of Randy appearances has become less and less. Randy, because of me, he was injured, and Wendy felt guilty and sad. On December 10th, 272, I heard people say that my father was detained on the way to the village to sell animal skins. Wendy immediately ran to find her father. She ran and cried. I couldn't tell Randy. Randy was still in extreme pain. Father was imprisoned in Raiden City. She ran to Raiden Castle. The Lord was the one who ordered the arrest. She went to the Lord to beg. He told her, your father's crime was colluding with the doppelganger. The old man smiled perversely. If you marry me, your father will be released. If the order had been given, perhaps the only thing left would have been his corpse. To save my father, I had no choice but to agree, but father, he was never released. After that I was locked in the castle. That place is a deep and endlessly dark hell. No matter how much she screamed, no one came to save her. The Lord is torturing her brutally. He says, your beast has hindered my mines and caused me to waste thousands of soldiers. Do you think that a vile person like you should fulfill the value of a wife? The old man cracked the whip and said, no matter how much time it takes, I must have the mine, until you say with your own mouth where that beast is hiding. Ha ha ha, don't think about death. In the bamboo forest, the wind blew rustlingly. In the middle of the cold winter, snow covered the trees. There was a boy walking in the bamboo forest. Puff, is this the place that Aunt Eli at the castle said? Working in a forest like this all my life, you saw where you needed to go. Ah, there, I was told to bring a box of books here. Does anyone live in this place? He looked at the hut covered in dust and covered with spider webs. It looked like no one had lived here for a long time. With a shabby, old place like this, the person you're looking for probably isn't here. Randy, one moonlit night shined into the prison where Wendy was. She sat down to write a diary to send to Randy. I remember the first time I met you. I was startled to see you and stepped back. She wore a scarf and a shy smile on her face like the winter sun. He is a person who hates fighting, but if the Lord does not give up the mineral mine, he will be caught up in wars. I'm sorry I can't help you stop it. But I will protect Randy. Just like Randy protected me. During the last strokes, she put her face down on the table, fresh blood smearing the ink. At this time, the boy was approaching the house. Wendy continued writing, because that is the only place Randy can rest. I really like your smile. She passed away having fulfilled her last wish. Randy, reading this far, Wendy's diary has ended. This are the last lines. After hearing the story, everyone was sad and felt sorry for the little girls Wendy and Randy. Wantner burst into tears. Randy was so pitiful. Randy has been waiting for Wendy for hundreds of years, without knowing that he failed to protect her. Hahoo. Lowell felt sorry to say, because doppelgangers have different concepts about lifespan and each other's personality. It has been preserved for so long that it has been forgotten, unfortunately. Suddenly, Grid suddenly closed the book. He said, I think this can only end, thanks to us. He said sadly, there is nothing more painful than having no purpose. I know well what that feeling is like. Grid, Monarch, Rigas and Heroi called out. Suddenly, a ball of purple light appeared. The Grid message displays, you have a better understanding of Pagma. You have been bonded to Pagma. The growth rate of skill proficiency has been increased. You know the mystical forest story about the doppelganger. The doppelganger fell at your hands and suffered physical and mental deterioration. Most of his memories were lost, but if you call him Randy, he will happily follow you. Grid looked at the book and thought, I can't leave you alone. He smiled coldly, first recovering the doppelganger and confirming the minerals. Faker asked, then we will go to Ryden right away, right? Grid firmly told everyone to go back, new friend and necessary brat. 4 days after searching for minerals, Grid arrived. In the castle, everyone was very happy and shouted, the Lord had returned. As soon as he sat down, Rabbit grumbled at him that he was late. As long as there are errors in the schedule, there will be losses. Grid didn't look like someone who was at fault at all, still smiling brightly and saying, I wiped out the monsters as if it were practice. We will pay more attention later. To make Rabbit less upset, Grid also praised him. As you predicted, it is a golden mithril mine. We have successfully owned it. Hearing that, Rabbit was proud of himself. He thought to himself, even the Empire doesn't have a mithril mine. We will monopolize this legendary mineral mine, and then we will have a monopoly position in the field of alchemy. Thinking about it, Rabbit turned to Grid and said, if so, we need to discuss more about the amount of capital used to develop mineral mines and alchemy. Grid really only cares about strength and fighting and all that. He doesn't really care about these things, so he answers yes. Tell the experts about that and then proceed. They're good at it, there. But Rabbit admires Grid very much, he thought, assigning roles so calmly, truly an experienced person. Grid suddenly became very happy here. He's here. I wish I was a small, pretty girl, but I don't look weak at all. Grid happily greeted the girl, Euphemia, long time no see. The little girl wiped her sweat and said, are you looking for me? Do you want to ask me to do something? Suddenly Grid's eyes looked a bit cunning and said, ha ha, don't say that. You're helping at the smithy. Euphemia saw this guy's cunning and coldly replied, this week's project is outside the city walls. Grid said, I give you permission to take leave, go out and get some fresh air. Thanks to you working every day without stopping, we reached Ryden safely and quickly. Thank you. Euphemia blushed so much after hearing that, she asked again, really? But she didn't expect that this greedy guy's words had a purpose. His eyes lit up. He said, how about a break to go to Siren? By the way, help me find the Beast King's tears. Ingredients to make recovery items. Magic. Euphemia said with a pale face, hey, you said it was a break. Grid right now is no different than a trap boy. He held out a gift box and said, hey, could it be that I let you work for free? Hey, take it, this is the reward. Seeing the gift box floating in Grid's hand, Euphemia curiously asked, what is this? She was extremely surprised. This was a hooded cloak, unique, a cloak designed by a legendary blacksmith. It increased movement speed by 30% and increased wind attribute resistance by 20. Euphemia jumped up happily. This is a transparent cloak, an item made by Cruz, a legendary tailor, 200 years ago. Having received such a large gift, she did not hesitate to say loudly, I will go now. Greed got his wish. Tell the girl, be careful. In my heart, I proudly thought that helping my teammates develop is my job. Don't you want to send someone on an errand? However, it seems Greed still needs one more person. He immediately summoned the mystical forest doppelganger from the archives. Seeing the mucus on the ground, Greed said, such a strong person turned into this form. An image appeared in his mind when the doppelganger was still in human form. Someone said, Greed, can you handle him? Greed immediately said, I don't know anything about the structure of doppelganger, but thinking for a long time, with a determined look in his eyes, he told himself that, even so, if he was a descendant of Pagma, he could somehow open the way to get closer to Pagma. Having said that, he changed into a comfortable t-shirt, and carefully prepared a towel around his neck to wipe away the sweat. He held the hammer in his right hand and held the doppelganger in his left hand. Greed determinedly said, I will hammer until you find the answer. Greed used the legendary blacksmith's repair technique. He thought, this skill could help him. A week passed. Toon and Raoul were standing outside worriedly saying, is Greed okay? It seems like he locked himself in there for a week. Raoul calmly said, the territory is still safe. The things he has to do as a lord have also been reduced a lot. The sound of hammering is constantly resounding. Greed now, dexterity has increased by 5, perseverance increased by 3, seems like a big preparation. The repair skill of the legendary blacksmith, Greed has reached level 4. The sunset in this land is so beautiful, the sky is like a landscape painting, mixed with 5 main colors, blue, purple, pink, yellow, and the white of the lovely clouds. In the room at this time, Greed leaned back tiredly on the chair and said, somehow I finished. I don't know how many nights I stayed up. After hard days, the double greatsword was +8, as were Greed's boots, he said, because he received help from others. He wanted to do well. All the gods from Buddha to Jesus were pleased to see it. Greed wiped the sweat from his dirty face and said, after all, the biggest income is probably. His eyes turned to the doppelganger. It now had a beautiful shape. It was now like a drop of seductive dark blue water. It has reached level 1, a parallel race. Favorability is 0 out of 100, vitality is absolutely 1200, physical damage is 15, magic damage is 2, defense is 30, magic resistance is 6, status is mixed, confused, always asking who I am, copy skill level 10, completely copies the appearance of an opponent whose level is lower than yourself. Abilities can only be copied 80% and can only copy part of the opponent's abilities. Completely copy the appearance of an opponent with the same level as yourself. Can only copy 50% of the opponent's abilities and only partially copy the opponent's abilities. Completely copy the appearance of an opponent with a higher level than yourself. Can only copy 20% of the opponent's abilities and only copy a very small part of the opponent's abilities. Completely copies the owner's appearance. Copy 30% of the owner's abilities and only a selected portion of the owner's abilities. Regarding language ability, level 1 is like a passive 5-year-old child, where in the doppelganger's body there is a nucleus that fuses the energy of life. If this particle is not destroyed, the doppelganger will not die. Greed was tired but very happy. He said, great, the basic strength is weaker than me but the copying skill is better than me. It itself can use 30% of my ability, so it's enough. Suddenly the doppelganger asked, someone, causing the Greed to stop asking. Truly a state of chaos, he asked, who are you, who am I? Greed did not look down on him but pitied a person with a heroic past, he thought, both degenerate and amnesiac. Then he smiled affectionately at the doppelganger, thinking, let's fill up the memories. He gently told it, your name is Rendi, I'm your friend Greed. The doppelganger asked again, how are you? In his memory, an image of a little girl with yellow hair tied in a ponytail suddenly appeared. It seems that the word you has brought some memory to the doppelganger. He keeps repeating the word you. Is it you? The doppelganger had now transformed into Wendy. It said shyly, Rendi's name is beautiful, good friend. Greed immediately recognized that this girl was Wendy. He patted her head and said, you still remember in your heart, fortunately. Looking at Rendi happily like a carefree child, Greed thought to himself, living with her, covering up the sad memories of the past with happiness. Suddenly there was a groan in the castle. Sigh, these next few months are going to be very tiring. Everyone has accepted their mission. It turned out that Rigas, Pan, Vantner and Raoul were standing together. Vantner said, "My mission is to go to the Ilzad Mountains to destroy monsters. That giant nest of worms has more than 10 of them. When can we catch them all?" Rigas said excitedly, "And I have to go investigate the bosses in the western prison. In short, I'm going to commit suicide." Suddenly Pan turned seriously and asked Raoul, "It seems like Grid will also start today." Raoul replied, "Yes, I heard he went to the field outside the city gate for a bit and then left immediately. He said he needed to report the results to that person. But we must also recognize the power of being the Lord of the Grid. The castle was built magnificently. The fields outside the gate were carefully cared for in rows, lush and green." Piero was currently diligently taking care of the plant beds when he heard someone calling him. "But I have to admit that after cutting his hair, he looks really handsome." Turning back to see the Grid covered in black from top to bottom, he said, "Are you planning to go out?" It looks like his serious demeanor has probably developed further. Grid grinned and replied, "Ha ha, with a little effort, everything has been resolved smoothly recently. But then seriously, the city is peaceful, so I think now is the right time." Piero looked bewildered, not understanding what he said was appropriate. Grid immediately explained that in order to gradually carry out his revenge mission, we could proceed with the plan to punish the traitor of the Dark Knight Order. Grid began to present the plan, enjoying a secret date with the Queen. After being discovered by Piero, as Moffel blamed Piero and his subordinates, they were labeled traitors. That's why Piero had to take the step of becoming a fugitive. Piero wanted to take revenge on them but couldn't come forward and take direct action. Now he hands over the task of revenge to you. The condition is to punish the former deputy leader as Moffel of the Night Order. The reward is that Piero's favorability reaches the highest value, and if he fails, he will be -6 levels. Piero was surprised to hear Grid express it so clearly. He asked again, "Do you really think so?" Seeing the uncle's bewildered expression, Grid laughed loudly and said, "What is that expression?" Piero replied, surprised, "Even though I asked for help, I didn't expect you to finally start doing it." Grid silently observed the tracking board and thought, the difficulty increased and the reward also changed. Is it because Piero's spirit has stabilized or something? The reward is a maximum increase in favorability. If so, will he be my subordinate or something? I look forward to it. Piero saw Grid's seriousness and said, "The Empire's power is more formidable than we thought. The process of approaching as Moffel is already very dangerous. Since you've only recently practiced the two-blade technique, there are probably some shortcomings, so I wouldn't expect much. But honestly, he also believes in Grid a lot," he said. "Then it's all up to you. When you come back we have to prepare food and drinks to fill your stomach." "Grid is always full of energy," he said while laughing. "From here to the capital of the Empire takes 20 days. In the meantime I will practice hard. Just trust and wait for my good news." "Okay, I'll leave and will return." Grid used his skills and flew towards the Empire. He was now extremely excited. Finally, he took his first step towards the Empire. He revealed a proud smile and said, "Don't disappoint me, I have high hopes." On this side, someone was standing high up observing, saying, "That place is the tribe of the Wool tribe, but he didn't expect to hide in this place." Then he ordered his teammates to go with him. Kiki, using his Hawkeye ability to calculate the number of troops planning to go. Kiki is a sniper, a new member of the Second White Wolf Guild. She observed briefly and answered, "About 1,050 people, more than half were women and children." Viridine said, "Then there's no need to plan, just attack and level directly." At this moment, Kiki looked down and said with a bit of disappointment, "It was just a tribe that was robbed by the Empire and had to live in hiding. Was it necessary to be exterminated like that? Why is it so cruel?" Viridine also couldn't understand. He said, "Count Zebra has ordered the destruction of all other races. If there are only 24 of us and we can't stop it, we won't be able to survive for long." Looking at the small family below, happily together, made his jealousy arise. He said that for every person of the Wool tribe he killed, he would get 12 contribution points. Just finding the lair would take up to a week. Suddenly his eyes turned evil. He continued, "To me it's just a raw material. If it's not a human then it's just an NPC." As soon as he finished speaking, Viridine began to use his skills, and at the same time ordered his subordinates to rush forward and wipe them out. Kill all these wolves. His subordinates looked like they were about to have raw meat to eat, rushed up one after another. When the two guards saw it, they quickly informed everyone. The Empire's soldiers all quickly ran away. But it seems meaningless when the henchmen show no mercy, directly killing everyone one by one. They even excitedly say, "Wow, ha ha ha, my contribution point, it's so simple, you die gone." Seeing the little girl about to be killed, a resident used his body to shield her, but the killer said for fun that let's die together, ha ha. Kiki still lay there, she couldn't move. She said, "No, I don't need it." Suddenly the guild members were defeated one by one. The control panel continuously reported death, unable to continue acting. Viridine was horrified when she saw it. Such damage was done in just one blow. The guild members were all over level 200. Maybe this small tribe wasn't just full of NPCs. Finally he realized that it was the player. Kiki aimed carefully. She said loudly, "Look here, Viridine." The bullet that Kiki shot could not penetrate even a millimeter. It passed through everyone. Yes, the bullet hit the target. A laugh rang out. Ha ha, I was startled. There was bee venom inside. A very familiar black hat appeared on the ground. Someone was walking out of the smoke and dust. He said as he walked, "On the way here I randomly received this scan. There is indeed a lot of work to do. Why do you have to massacre a defenseless village? Is this the work of those with power? The situation is also pitiful, just when our territory is lacking manpower." That's Grid. No wonder the hat looks so familiar, but to my surprise, not only were you not injured, but you also destroyed Kiki's bullet. I will save them all and turn them into guides on my land. This time I am messenger of peace. In another place, there seemed to be guests approaching the city of Raiden. They were walking and talking to each other during the 10 days of hunting. The contents of your space bag really make me nervous. Everyone came over to support the group that had to deal with the items. The other person didn't care about that and just asked, "Is the nearby city a Raiden?" Anyway, a lot has changed. 8 months ago this place was all sand and monsters. This is Krauzel, rank 1 general ranker. After observing the city, he had no choice but to praise Grid. The new owner of Raiden is Grid, a player. It seems he has the ability to surpass Dominant. He walked closer to the field, stroked the tops of the trees with his hand and said, "In the middle of the desert, there is such a large area of cultivated land. The nutrients in the soil are extremely abundant. I did not expect that this could happen. Go out." Suddenly a huge figure appeared. He said, "There was no time to get bored following the Duke." "Ah, so it's the person who takes care of this land, Piero," he said, "a strange person. I've been working to the point where I can't stop." On Grid's side right now, the subordinates are going crazy with Grid. A guy just ran up and used his strength to attack. As I ran, I screamed, "How could I get lost in a place like this? I don't know who he is, but don't come in, go away." Viridine is not like that. He seems to sense something from this player. The golden blade moves by itself. Where have I seen it before? Those guys continued to attack the Grid. They continuously launched attacks, magic nets, fire spears, poison arrows, rockets while cursing. "What the hell are you? Tie them up and beat them." It goes. If anyone else would have been devastated by constant attacks like that, but for Grid, he was just a mosquito. He only needed to stand still and wave his hands a few times to block all of their attacks. Grid proudly said, "That's all. My Majesty's stat is 1500, so level 100 guys must have a hard time taking action, right?" Several subordinates began to run out of strength. One even groaned. My body trembled, unable to move. When Viridine saw Grid, he was no less scared. He began to judge whether this person was a lover. Just looking into his eyes was almost in a state of shock. A high-level player with a hidden profession was why, perhaps. He realized it, but it seemed too late. Grid didn't want to waste any more time. He raised his sword and said, "I give you 2 options. Either die at my hands, or die at the hands of the Wool clan before I kill you." Having finished speaking, Grid used a super combo move. The guild members died one after another, and the lucky ones also lost the ability to act. Of course, Kiki is no exception. The girl up high thought she was forgotten, but no, Grid had reserved a blade for her. If that small piece of land broke apart, no one would know where Kiki's fate went. The system rang to announce that guild member Kiki had died. Viridine now spoke up. The guild's 10 strongest recruits, even Kiki, were defeated. "I heard about that battle. Could it be that you are the one rumored, Grid?" Having finished speaking, he raised the stick with the skull attached to it and began to absorb the vitality of his comrades who had just died. And said, "After all, you are just the leader of the thugs in the Eternal Kingdom, yet you dare to touch Mr. Veridon's great guild." He turned his comrades into hideous zombies and said, "You want to bear the horrors of the Empire yourself? What a pity for your courage." Grid saw this move and thought to himself, reviving the bodies of soldiers, apparently necromancers. Several ferocious zombies began competing to attack the Grid. But there was nothing to worry about, everything was under Grid's control, he thought, at least the damage was somehow bearable. From the beginning of the fight he was an opponent, difficult. Grid suddenly showed the smile of a victor, saying, "I need a little help, my friend." As soon as Grid's words were spoken, a vortex appeared and sucked all the zombies in. Verady was scared when she saw it, her disciples were attracted to him. The zombies were sucked in by Grid's holy sword and rotated around, unable to do anything. Seeing that they had sucked them all out, Grid recovered and performed a few sword swings, eliminating all the zombies. Immediately he teleported behind Ravendia. This guy thought everyone was as stupid as him, so he planned to attack the Grid, but confidently said, after defending, "How about attacking from behind? He's agile but it's too obvious. Is that just your standard?" Who would have thought that Grid would rush forward as fast as lightning, giving him a memorable blow. Verady was stabbed and bled quite a bit, he said angrily, he was behind and moved forward so quickly, how could he? It turned out that Grid used the clone technique, he said proudly, "Are you surprised?" Verady thought to himself, the ability to clone with physical damage is a skill that must be at least level 300 to be able to use it. Is he the one rumored to have defeated Krauzel, the person at the top of the rankings? I've never seen this skill before. Is he an assassin in the top ranked ranker? No, be calm, assassins don't use big swords. It turned out that it was not a clone but Rendi who had transformed into Grid's form. He said, "If possible, I don't want to fight." Grid immediately comforted me when he heard it. "It's okay, Rendi is my important friend." Although Verady had reassured himself at this time, he was still very worried, even though his vitality had been reduced by 20%. If it was a clone, it must have had such a low defense ability, then defeat the clone, that's not difficult. Of course, Grid is also thinking about this problem, because Rendi's fighting ability is at 30% of his excellent fighting ability, so he can have even stronger attack power. Guessing the enemy's strength was a judgment made based on over 100 years of great experience. Verady started summoning souls again with the skull stick. He said, "Although I was confused when you used a great sword and a clone at the same time, you are indeed Grid." Dozens of living zombies were summoned by him. All around him are now filled with evil spirits. He said with an evil smile, "Whatever it is fine. If it's quantity then I can have as many as I want." "No problem, Rendi is ready," he said. Rendi will protect his friends. But Grid helped him calm down and told him, "Rendi, to wait. Just defeat the guys with weapons, you can't just stand by and watch the wool people get destroyed." "Thanks, Rendi." Grid was very serious at this moment. It seemed like he was a little worried. He said, "I don't know that person's profession but I didn't expect him to be so dirty. If you don't want to see more of these things, you should immediately defeat that guy." At this point, that guy had really angered Grid, he said. He couldn't forgive people who treated NPCs like insects. Having finished speaking, Grid and Rendi rushed forward with enthusiasm. In general, these zombies are nothing compared to the power of the Grid. You only need to swing one sword and everyone will fall down immediately. Rendi also shows that he is not an average person. He continuously defeats real guys without axe. Suddenly it jumped up and rushed towards Verady. When he saw that, he immediately used a disdainful tone and said, "You little brat, are you going to rely on the clone technique to play with me?" He even bragged, "You think necromancers aren't good at hand-to-hand combat? How naive." The next day he summoned Nantalia's bones and said, "So my efforts on the S-rank mission last month were not in vain." Grid saw it and wondered what it was. Before he could understand what was happening, the other guy started to attack. Luckily, Grid was quick to use his big sword to block the attack, otherwise it would have been devastating. After being blown away, Grid thought to himself, the attack was terrible. If I hadn't blocked it with my big sword, I would have almost died. Suddenly a giant animal foot appeared. Just looking at it was terrifying, but he said, "I just received this thing recently so its perfection has decreased a bit." He used Dantalion's bones as a bridge to awaken the 25th great demon Dantalion, who had turned into a living zombie. Verady said again, "This is enough to turn a brat into dust." Dantalion began to strike the first blows. This time Grid seemed to have a bit of difficulty in fending off these attacks, he thought. It seemed like a simple attack, but each of its attacks carried a shock wave. It felt like his body was breaking apart just from killing him. This physical injury is completely unavoidable. The zombie continued to attack the Grid. He couldn't move, he thought. If he was knocked down because he couldn't take it anymore, then this accumulated destructive force would tear him apart. Me. Verady has now turned into a demon. He screams, "Dantalion, use the great earthquake move. Crush that little mouse that has a bit of useless talent but likes to worry about money and to powder for me." Grid was having a hard time blocking the attack. He thought to himself, damn, he intended to hide his identity as much as possible, but the first move was held back by something like that. The monster used its ultimate technique. The position where Grid was standing was blown up, filling the air with smoke and dust. When Verady saw it, he grinned, "Ha ha ha, he was already dead, that's all. Didn't I tell you to go away and not point your nose at me? Do you think that a player like you can compete with me? Ha 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 ha." Suddenly, out of nowhere, Grid spoke up, holding an unfinished bone like this and still smiling. Verady stood still, asking questions continuously. Grid now used a great sword and wore iron armor. "You said, that's right, I also thought that just a moderate amount of fighting would be enough, but I don't see how it would change anything anyway." Verady was scared to death but still tried to scream with her mouth open. How could she even withstand that attack? "Are you a monster or something? Come on, Dantalion, tear him apart." Grid turned his two swords and said, "If it's a great devil, I know a little about it. It's not difficult to be as big as a dog bone." This time, the Grid definitely won't give in to him anymore. He came up with a great technique to quickly deal with them. On this side, Grousel is still being questioned. "Who are you, dude?" Perhaps he didn't want to cause trouble in the process of finding out everything, so he didn't tell the truth about his identity. He said, "I'm just a normal adventurer, not a suspicious person, so you don't need to worry, too quiet." But Grousel was also a bit confused. He thought to himself, what is this, suddenly talking to farmers, because this place is an isolated area, so he is wary of outsiders. He suddenly stopped praising himself and smiled to himself. He thought, with my reputation index of over 40,000, there's no way he would be wary of me. "But how can we fool our Piero uncle?" he said. "Your friend's gait is not like that of a common explorer." Grousel is now confused. How can a gardener recognize the white light set in the white-clothed guest meeting skill? Who is he? Who is he? But he also had to calm down and pretend to talk, because I had a lot of walking to do, so I knew this little talent by heart, even though there were still many shortcomings. A farmer who knows this stuff, surely it's not ordinary. Who are you? In Piero's mind, he was thinking, I'm the one waiting for strong people like this guy to come so I can compete, so I can hope to reach the level of sword fighting. He had just said the two words, I am, when someone from afar called out, "Mr. Piero, think about filling your stomach with honey, you have to plow a lot of fields today." Piero turned around and said, "You guys just eat, I'm busy talking." He continued to talk to Grousel, introducing his name but being so rude. "I am." Before I could introduce myself, I was interrupted by the servant. "Mr. Piero." Mr. Rabbit asked if he had found a new underground water source. Piero was so angry, he spoke with anger, told him to order less. "Don't make me angry, why order so much?" Seeing the Piero's fire burning, the servant crept sideways and hastily said, "Yes." Grousel smiled blandly and said, "It turned out to be a geomancy master. How could he be so observant? Anyway, I just stopped by the grocery store for a bit and then left." Having finished speaking, he was just about to turn away when he felt a source of power targeting him. That was Piero. He couldn't miss the opportunity to compete, so he directly started the fight. Grousel also quickly jumped up to avoid the attack. Grousel landed on the ground and looked with murderous intent in his eyes. What kind of disrespectful act was this? The uncle seemed to have achieved his goal, laughing and talking. "Ho ho, my friend really mastered the technique." On the Grid side, it now seems to be coming to an end. "You said, I was going to say it directly, but I found it too troublesome, so let's get straight to the point. Please forgive me." As soon as he finished speaking, Grid slashed his sword at Verady. So ended the life of this guy who didn't know the height of the sky and the thick of the earth. Grousel now thought to himself, the child who brought me joy was temporarily absent. Someone else appeared to replace him. Do you think I will leave it alone? Pierrot didn't beat around the bush anymore. He said, I'm very busy, so I'll just keep talking. If you don't defeat me, you won't be able to leave this place. The situation between Growl and Pierrot is quite tense at the moment. After dodging his uncle's attack, Growl thought to himself, why did he attack so suddenly? If I didn't have sharp senses and white light, I wouldn't have been able to dodge it. I was thinking when I suddenly realized something was coming towards me. It was Pierrot. He jumped up again to use his pickaxe to attack Growl. He took the hoe and advanced to attack Growl. Luckily Growl was nimble enough to avoid it, otherwise it would have been over. Now he suddenly realized, did that pickaxe have sword energy? Should I have taken out the sword? Having said that, he pulled out his sword and jumped up to attack. Pierrot was also not average. His uncle quickly used the pickaxe to block his attack. The sword that Growl used was the White Yao Dao, the favorite weapon of Drajan, one of the 33 demons defeated by the sword Saint Muller and lost his soul. Pierrot became interested in this guy. He said, you can block this pickaxe of mine easily. You are definitely not an ordinary person. Growl looked annoyed and said, for someone who was just passing by this place, your actions were truly disrespectful. You will regret it soon. After hearing this, Mr. Pierrot smiled and said, I will think about that later. As he spoke, he combined both a hoe and a sickle to prepare to take Growl's treasure. Growl was also shocked. He took his sword. He turned the sword around, thinking to himself, I won't let you take it away. He continued to swing his sword to attack Pierrot. His uncle also quickly leaned back to avoid the attack. Seeing the young man acting so quickly, the uncle also praised him. In such a short time, he was able to draw his sword so quickly and attack decisively. His technique was not bad, but you just continuously aiming at my neck and legs is too greedy. Having finished speaking, the uncle danced a blow that made Growl have to move away to avoid it. He said loudly, I am the one who will surpass the limits of the Sword Saint. I want to duel with you. It seems that this issue is quite sensitive to Growl. He angrily shouted, I have sacrificed a lot to get that title. That is not something a feng shui geologist like you can discuss. Having finished speaking, he jumped up and used the flying star sword technique, which was a technique that created waves like a meteor shower to attack Pierrot. Pierrot became more and more excited. He said, you use things that fall in the air, and these powerful waves, that's amazing. The sword and pickaxe collided, creating a dazzling light throughout the area. Growl's attack seems to have made Pierrot lose his strength. He thought to himself, his body was shaking. It's been a long time since he's had this feeling again. But after all, Pierrot was the one Grid personally invited back, so how could he bear to lose? His attack also somewhat worried Growl. He thought to himself, I can't use the skill, I can only feel the chi coming from that stick. Can he block my sword with just that farming tool? Only now did Growl realize that he was definitely not an ordinary farmer. Even though he realized that at this point he couldn't stop the fight, he stepped forward to attack Pierrot. But the uncle did not know when he was on his side. Growl was thinking in his mind, how could a farmer have that speed? He must be at the same level as Drajan, the strongest demon among the bosses he had ever faced. As an expert in stealth, damn, is it necessary to fight like that? If this meeting is beneficial for me, then good. Pierrot didn't care about that. He was still very enthusiastic about attacking because it seemed he had chosen the right opponent. He thought to himself, can you react at this speed? As expected, I look okay. He met you. The uncle shouted excitedly. Surely fate had led him to the Sword Saint. Suddenly, Growl changed speed. Seeing this, Pierrot was surprised and exclaimed, the sword he was holding had changed speed. A genius brain that quickly discovers techniques and forms of attack. A person with terrible reflexes and exquisite movements. Even though there are descriptions such as godly control, or king of temper, in mathematics, there is still a person that no one can describe, that is Tien extra Tien Karaugal. After showing his uncle his strength, Growl immediately said that although his swordsmanship with that pickaxe was good, it was not enough to compete with the Sword Saint. Pierrot held his injured head, thinking, in a moment he read the Sword Empire's sword technique and counterattacked, but, what a surprise. Pierrot put down the farming tools, walked closer to the scarecrow and said, are you saying it's not enough to fight against the Sword Saint? Because of hearing such straightforward words, I have to treat you honestly. Who would have thought that Piero would use his sword as a hand for the scarecrow? He just pulled out his hand. Oh, wrong. He pulled out his sword and said, I want to duel with you because of this. Pulling out his precious sword, his strength also increased a lot. He took a ready position, with the impermanent sword technique, turned towards Growl and said, as you said, because I still have many shortcomings, so please try to endure it. Growl also immediately felt his uncle's seriousness right now. He's here. This time he's really fighting. The two rushed at each other like two hungry tigers. The battle of talent was as if they were fighting against each other. The two rushed into a continuous fight. But when the uncle seriously fought, Growl had to secretly praise him. He attacked at a very fast speed. Even his basic skills were not like ordinary people. But Growl's skills were also praised by Piero. He said while fighting, dealing with my attack by narrowing the range, your understanding of swords is truly amazing. However, Growl didn't care about that. In his mind he was thinking, his sword slashed so hard and fast that it wanted to go straight through me. Even if I used the white light kit, I couldn't avoid it. Piero jumped high, combining the two impermanent sword techniques and the first form together, immediately striking Growl's position. Having been hidden for so many years, his strength was depleted, but Piero's blow made him cry out. I was trapped in his sword energy, unable to escape. He seemed to be a bit proud and angry, so he immediately used the storm sword to respond. Two people of equal strength, one above and one below, no one can bear the other. The villagers saw this scene and wondered a lot. There was a guy who was eating and talking. Mr. Piero, why is he playing football today? The other guy also replied immediately, he must not be idle. This is the first time I see someone being able to pressure him. While waiting for the two of them to fight, a monster bird appeared. A person who doesn't listen, isn't happy at all, and yet another monster comes to dig up the wheat field, but the other person calmly said, really, it's okay to not pay attention. As soon as the words ended, a source of electricity shot straight to the monster bird from somewhere, causing it to scream loudly. Looking at the falling bird, the man also felt a little pity and said, look, it became a grilled bird with salt and chili. It seems like this happens quite often, so people don't seem too surprised. Suddenly a person appeared, sitting on the dead bird's butt while lamenting, sigh, it's become a battlefield again. Why does Mr. Piero always make a mess on the plowed field? The two farmers spoke helplessly. Mr. Piero said that if the fields were destroyed, there would be new jobs, so he would love to do that, even though he often complains, there was a fight here yesterday. Meanwhile, Mr. Bland did. Having said this, the farmer was so helpless that he remained speechless. Bland was still sitting on the bird, his hoe blade still emitting bright yellow electric rays, chewing the cake and talking. Understand me, being a farmer is a method of physical training. The farmer was extremely helpless when he heard it, whispering, he is terribly addicted to farming, but Mr. Bland, that is Mr. Piero's snack. The boy next to him suddenly smiled and said, even so. One side is the war that turns the field into chaos, the other side is the monster about to go to the oven. Then miraculously, this is Radon's most peaceful time. Why can't it be peaceful when this city is full of talented people with power that few dare to touch, plus the leadership talent of the grid? Who would dare to touch it? Piero and Growl were still enthusiastic about the war. The uncle excitedly said, until now no one has been able to see my impermanent sword technique first form and still be alive, yet you don't have a single scratch. That's really surprising. Growl didn't answer his uncle. He just thought to himself, it was thanks to his level 7 advanced sword mastery skills, the internal skill of sword enhancement and the title of sword saint candidate that he became the strongest. Must accumulate as much as possible. Piero was more and more amazed at his opponent's technique, but he probably felt shy praising him too much, so the uncle just thought to himself, his technique is really good, the remnants of the storm sword don't make him easily exhausted. If I still had the same strength as before, I would have been able to control him. At least the sword is still intact. I've never had the ambition to have a good weapon before, but when faced with such an opponent, it's a pity. Seeing Piero still smiling like before, Growl bitterly thought to himself, does that person still maintain the same leisurely expression when confronting me? That smile, what an eyesore. So angry, he immediately used the heavenly skill. The rock shattered, the sword received power and shot straight towards Piero. Make Piero jump high to avoid the attack. The uncle still had that obnoxious smile and said, hey, you can make this sword intersect, you're really skilled. Having finished speaking, He held the sword in his hand, performed the impermanent sword technique in the fifth form. Bright light radiated from him and the sword quickly caused Growl's sword to lose all its power. When Growl saw it, he was extremely surprised. Was it invisible sword energy? There were 9 of them. I couldn't completely block it anymore. Immediately the system board announced that Growl had received 8,830 damage, 9,200 damage and then increased to 9,050 damage. Seeing his opponent like that made Piero a bit surprised. He thought to himself, can't he help it? Growl was injured quite a lot at this point. He thought to himself, this person's unexpected attack ability and sword energy made his legendary defensive equipment useless. But, if you want to live, there is only one way. Growl looked up at the bright sky, a little happy because this skill must receive light from the moon to fully exert its power, but unfortunately, I have no other way to use it, just sunlight. All the time I have accumulated, I will turn it into nothing. Finish the sentence, rely on the posture, start absorbing solar energy. When Piero saw it, he felt a bit strange. This was the technique he used when he came here. Why did he use it in this situation? Collecting enough light, Growl immediately performed the moon lower sword technique. A bright light emitted, and he gradually disappeared behind the light. Piero was shocked and disappeared. When the uncle didn't understand what was going on, Growl appeared behind him without realizing it. Growl has now regained his confidence. When I stand in the sunlight, he won't be able to see me. We must take advantage of the law of light refraction. Piero also started to worry. The situation was serious, but his eyes could follow. But before he could finish his sentence, he had to retract his words. He had to admit right away that he was completely unable to keep up with his movements. The uncle started to sweat. He thought to himself, it's dangerous. We have to focus on defense to counterattack. The sword in the swordsman's scabbard becomes worn out. Even so, its name as well as the sword's owner remain unchanged. Piero's leisureliness and calmness will forever be unmatched by anyone. But it's been a long time since Piero felt so scared. Before he could regain his composure, Growl's sword pierced Piero's chest. Because Piero was fighting the strongest swordsman on the continent, the one who gave Piero this unspeakable fear was Kraugle, the top swordsman of 20 billion players. The battle continues to be intense, but it seems Growl now has the upper hand. Piero was now bleeding from the mouth. He could no longer laugh, having to constantly dodge Growl's attacks. He was surprised and thought, so there is someone so powerful, what a formidable realm. Even if it was just for a moment, I couldn't feel him. Growl was very proud. Sure enough, under sunlight, the moon lowered his sword. Although the attack was effective, it was only 30% powerful. Piero's mouth was bleeding. Sure enough, under sunlight, the moon lowered his sword. Although the attack was effective, it only had 30% of its power. Although I was surprised because in that moment he defended with a strong aura, I thought I could turn the situation around with the attack just now. There were times when I deliberately bent the sword's path, but I couldn't perform swordsmanship at will. The battle seemed never-ending, both secretly admiring the other's talent, and until now Growl is still very curious about Piero's true identity. He said, of course I know clearly that there are many monsters and NPCs many times stronger than me, but he cannot be just an ordinary farmer. Even though he was frustrated because he didn't know who he was fighting with, he still had to admit that he couldn't help but admit that this person's swordsmanship was one level better than his own. Thinking one thing, saying another, he shouted, no, there is still no way to decide victory or defeat. Growl continuously uses skills, attacking Piero. There is no way to use swordsmanship. Then the third move is to unleash strength. But Piero only needed a light sword to block his consecutive attacks. Immediately, he was seriously injured. Instantly takes 158,000 damage. Growl was very surprised. He didn't expect that half of his health bar would be lost with this blunt sword. Is he a monster? Only half of his health remained. There was no time to save his strength. Piero's attack was so strong that Growl was exhausted and didn't have time to use his strength. He once again used his skill to absorb sunlight to attack. Piero also suddenly realized that his powerful aura had converged into the sword. Growl is proficient in using swords. Growl quickly used the white light sword. Then thrust the sword straight towards Piero. He again looked surprised. Piero was once again obscured by the light from the sword, unable to do anything. While he couldn't see anything, Growl jumped up to attack him. He raised his sword and said, "It's not just his eyes that can't see." He was right, even Pierrot realized it. He thought to himself, but all the senses cannot be felt. Is this a secret technique that takes away the enemy's senses in an instant? Even though his eyes were closed, the uncle could still dodge Growl's attacks. The uncle secretly despised him. This is a secret technique that takes away the enemy's senses in an instant, and also hides many tricks. Pierrot's smile returned. He thought, to avoid being bitten by a dog, I have to pull out all his front teeth. Having said that, the uncle immediately got into a ready position. Make an impermanent sword technique, the fourth form. Immediately Growl's sword collided with Pierrot's humble sword. He was completely shocked. What is this? Is my sword being sucked in? Still able to control the sword but seems to be losing it, he said both bitterly and helplessly, "Damn, I could use some mana." "But it's impossible to lose your weapon." Growl held his sword firmly, shouted, and the yellow moon broke the sky. Immediately, dazzling light radiated from the two people, one side yellow and the other purple. The system immediately announced that the Cypress Path had lost 213 stamina. However, Growl still angrily said, "No way, the weapon's durability in one hit is reduced by 60% so Fonks can't fight back. But with my super senses and, if I use sweets along with rare equipment from reputable shops, there is still a possibility. The candy skill is that all equipment is temporarily increased by 30% at the same time, and combat power is doubled." But he suddenly hesitated, silently thinking, but, in addition to the great demons weakened by Muller, the other 29 great demons along with the dragon were all intact. He felt a bit regretful. The equipment that had been so difficult to prepare for the raid had to be used just because of this one farmer. Finally he put down his sword. He realized, from the moment he won maybe. The sword was thrown into the sky by Pierrot. Growl said, "I lost," he thought cowardly, because the farmer where he was going to rearrange his luggage. Hearing that, Pierrot also took back his sword. He said with satisfaction, "What a great fight." Growl still didn't understand. He said, "Kill me." Not paying attention to what he said, he quietly put the sword back on the scarecrow, and talked to it. "Phew, you really endured it very well, but it still broke in the end." Growl bewilderedly asked again, "Won't you kill me?" Pierrot laughed again and said, "Why would I do that even though there is no reason? From the beginning I had no intention of killing you." When Growl heard this, his face immediately darkened. If so, he shouldn't have done that in the first place. Pierrot picked up his farming tools and said, "Since you wanted me to fight with all my might, perhaps I was rude. Please forgive me." Growl wondered what kind of person Duke Grid was, allowing someone with his ability to work here as a farmer. "Mr." Pierrot quickly answered him. He said, "I am just a diner, not a subordinate of Duke Grid. Working in the fields is also a part of cultivation, and as a diner, finding water is the minimum way to repay the homeowner." He even suggested to Growl, "Shouldn't you also work with me? If we work together we will get stronger quickly." Growl was just confused from beginning to end. "Let's work together. Of course it's good to be stronger, but what are you talking about?" Pierrot said, "Go work in the fields in the morning, practice fighting. I'm sure you will become stronger, so just practice with me for a month." Growl was dumbfounded. His swordsmanship had increased by 1 level. Was this a coincidence? That day was a normal day in the field like any other day when Raid's locked members were on their way to do mission. He smiled and thought, the day is incredibly rare, a month is not a short time. But I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to overcome the high wall of this place. He smiled and replied, "Yes, let's try it and see." That day, I became the first ranked raid farmer in the world. Return to the shabby city. Grid was writing and talking. Because it was a rank A quest, I didn't take it too seriously, but it was more tiring than I thought. Unexpectedly, with only 25 opponents, my endurance and health bar were reduced by more than 15%. It's also because of the Veridin that I had to carry and get involved in this annoying war of attrition. His fighting ability is not inferior to the members of the team who only use high-level equipment. He stroked his chin and continued, "This is my first time fighting a necromancer, so I might have to consider putting the double undead item in the set grid." He looked at his armor and thought to himself, but the Guardian's equipment set was much more useful than he thought, because the bravery index was over 1,000, the resistance effect was clearly activated. He turned to stroke Randy's head and said, "And indeed Randy, beyond expectations, thank you for protecting me." Randy, After hearing this, Rendy's cheeks felt shy and turned red. Grid smiled, thinking that even though he could only copy no more than 30% of his ability, he could still apply it to a level 200 player. The cooldown time of the pole and chain was short and the cooldown provided superior effectiveness, outperforms its index. Even so, don't let Rendy join the battle. Rendy smiled and said, Rendy likes to protect his friends, and when he receives compliments he is also very happy. Suddenly a cat jumped up and said loudly, I want to fight. I thought he would actively fight with me. Why am I the only one not getting attention? Both Grid and Rendy were surprised. This guy is Noe, level 143, he screams, Hell's #1 magical beast, how can he be treated worse than that guy? Grid was so helpless against this guy, he thought to himself, he's already level 143, his horn is getting bigger, is he gradually evolving into a demonic beast? If he kills a player, his demonic power points increase and it's said that he can progress into hell, perhaps my demons also. It seemed like Rendy saw the flying cat for the first time and it was also Rendy's first time seeing it, so these two kept staring at each other like two strange creatures. Grid used his flexible mouth again, telling Noah, because you are an important secret weapon against Parami, there is no need to act. As for the flying cat, after listening, his eyes lit up and sparkled, he said, although he didn't know what it was, it sounded amazing. Suddenly people approached the Grid. An old man said, he is a hero. As the village chief, on behalf of everyone in the village, I would like to thank everyone. We don't know how to report this, return the favor that saved our tribe from this genocidal crisis. Right now, the system notifies you that you have completed the mission to rescue the Wool tribe. You have won the Wool tribe's highest level of intimacy, because you of the Wool tribe volunteered to jump into the 10,000 feet abyss. Grid heard it and smiled, thinking, yes, that's right, quests like this usually bring good rewards. I've saved them before, but this is the first time I meet them. Let's try using the Great Lord's sword and see how it goes. While thinking and doing, he immediately summoned the sword. He looked around and saw that most of the people here had intelligence of over 300 stars. He thought to himself, normal NPC intelligence usually doesn't exceed 100 stars, but here most of them have reached 300 stars, an outstanding race, sharp. If chosen well, they can also be trained to become magicians. Suddenly Grid noticed a little girl. Her name is Hua Rin, 11 years old. She is the only survivor of royal blood of the Wool clan. Perhaps because she is still young, her stats are quite low, still don't have a single skill. Grid gave a benevolent smile, thinking to himself, royal family, her mental potential is really great, even though I can't help her nurture her mental ability. If she grows up she will be a talent, rare. He asked the elder, Count Zebra is the lord of this area, right? If news here spreads, he will probably send people again. The elder replied fearfully, yes, perhaps. Understanding the problem, Grid started to converse with them. He said, I am Duke Grid, the owner of Raiden, the kingdom of Etnal. I have a proposal for everyone. Become a citizen of Raiden, then any. The elder was a little worried when he heard it. Raiden, the duke of another country in the empire. He hesitated to ask Grid, is it okay? The Etnal kingdom probably won't agree with opposing the empire. Grid confidently said, it's okay for us to be secretive. As a duke, in Raiden even the royal family cannot directly interfere in our affairs. If we come to Raiden, I promise not to discriminate against everyone, people. Grid's words made everyone in the village cry. The elder choked up and said, Duke, what should I do with this favor? Grid quickly contacted his subordinates and leaders. We needed someone who could lead about 930 people from the empire to us. Lead said, there are so many, the only person who can do it right now is that person. Grid knew who it was, but with her personality, he was a bit worried. He said, is there no one else besides her? I think someone gentle would be better, but the lead replied, Raiden is also very busy. Among the people who recently registered to become knights, that position is the only one capable of providing support. The knights have increased but everyone is busy. Is there no other way? Okay, even though she is a quiet person, she is lucky because she is a talented person. Considering the ability to set traps and the ability to judge situations, he is the most suitable person. He quickly summoned the Faker Knight. As soon as I met Grid, I was curious, are you only wearing the leather armor I made? That's not there, why don't you use it? Faker habitually adjusted his hood and said, normally, I need to be more comfortable. If I wear this, I will relieve my stress. Grid didn't care too much. He turned towards the people and said, let's lead these people to Raiden, it's quite a distance, is everyone okay? At this time, everyone was quite scared when looking at the faker's sharp eyes, not daring to answer. After knowing his mission, Faker said, no problem, but where are you going? Grid said, Lal recommended an item for me, this time I must receive it from the director. And I also want to see who Baekchan caused this. I'm also very curious about the courage of those who harmed the lives of others. I want to see how great the Empire's example is. Right now at the White Wolf Guild, the atmosphere seemed extremely tense. Someone said with an angry voice, isn't it enough that the mission failed but our group was also destroyed by a nameless villain? The members could only bow their heads and say sorry Veridin. Kiki also spoke up and said, if we just tried to hold out a little longer, we could have won. Veridin said, this is an inevitable outcome. His outstanding fighting ability is far different from the rumors. Mentioning Krauzel, who is currently on foreign affairs duty, he is a talented person, even calling him the strongest is not too beneficial. Kiki immediately said, but it's clear that the Duke of Etnal's rampage in the Empire's territory is a provocation and aggression. Just report this to Count Zebra and he won't be at peace. It's okay to go like that. Kiki wondered, but why didn't she report it? After listening, the remaining members were quite curious. What, Kiki, are you telling the truth? Veridin smiled crookedly and said, it's very rare for an object of observation to appear, so I plan to follow him a little more. Why be so hasty? That guy will appear in front of the Count himself. There is no one in the world who suddenly appears in someone else's house without any intention. Right at this moment, in front of Count Zebra's castle gate, a guest appeared. He said, there is only one thing here that I must win. So it's the grid, he's thinking. At this time I have to kill and the notoriety index has increased so much that I almost can't enter the city. I have to hunt monsters to lower the index and lose 4 days just to get into the city. Oh my fate. If I don't practice the technique of using 2 weapons in parallel that Rendi and Noah have leveled up, I will definitely be in trouble. Suddenly he discovered something flying in the sky. As expected, Irene sends regular letters every week. A week has already passed. He got the letter but he didn't read it in a hurry. He said, read it later, first you have to solve this problem first. As soon as he reached the city gate, the guard immediately asked who it was. Grid didn't answer, but his body emitted a source of energy that made the 2 guards afraid. What was this feeling of oppression? Where did he come from? Grid said with murderous eyes, I came to destroy the murderous demon. The soldier thought to himself, go alone when fighting a crazy demon. The other guy said, please wait here first, I will report back to the Count. But of course there was no way Grid would wait. He walked straight in, still thinking, I didn't take the shortest route to the Empire's capital Tayton, but followed Raoul's advice. Underground in Count Zebra's castle, there is a half-human, half-demon murderous demon hiding, the item that beast is equipped with. Grid remembered what Lal said, you must have the eye of the berserk demon. That thing is a breakthrough equipment that helps manipulate the battle situation. The 2 guards who brought him to the door also turned away, leaving him alone there. Grid thought to himself, let's just look at his face first. The demon was crazy and killed the Count, too. 2 guards led Grid in and announced, sir, there is someone coming to help destroy the murderous demon. The Count is a fat man, he is brutally torturing a citizen. He looked at Grid and said, seriously, why does it have to be now? Right at the moment when the scream suddenly came out, they interrupted again. Grid suppressed his anger and thought, this guy likes to watch people dying, he doesn't even feel guilty towards the wool person. The zebra guy also looked around and secretly wondered, really, why do I feel royal dignity on that guy's body? And there's no way the royal family would send someone to capture a monster in this border area. Yes. He smiled crookedly and said to Grid, please don't worry about this person, because he splashed water on my precious wine bottle, so I'm teaching him. How can these lowly common people understand what the aristocracy is suffering from? That's not right. His words made anyone who heard them want to slap them. Luckily Grid was able to hold back. He said, just rambling, now take me to your dilemma. He thought to himself, after all, he had already sent a request for aid to the Red Knights to deal with the murderous Kui. It didn't matter if he lost or won. This arrogant brat probably wouldn't last much longer before flying away again. Just color, nothing else, but I'm already excited. Zebra led Grid to a door and said, this is the place. He even pretended to be kind and warned Grid, a total of more than 800 people including knights, mercenaries, and magicians all died here, because the space is very narrow. I can't give an exact number, okay? Grid wondered, how could you lock such a powerful monster in here? Zebra did not hesitate to answer, its original appearance was human. It was not locked up or anything. We just locked the door. Next, he also told the origin of the monster to Grid. He said, it is rare to find such a strong guy in the slave market, so I bought it. Much better than the common people who died like straw after that. How many times were you beaten? It's also very strong. Thanks to that, my attack power has increased dramatically so I can play longer with other commoners. Then suddenly one normal day he suddenly became crazy. With just that anger he turned into a monster. He even dared to say that maybe he had been beaten so much that he had gone crazy. I quickly sealed it off and investigated, and it turned out it was a half-human, half-demon guy. After finishing speaking, he turned towards Grid and said, I'm quite tired of the rumors about that unlucky monster. If you can handle it, then I will repay you. The system summarizes the situation for him and gives him a reward of black crystal earrings. However, if he fails, he will lose 6 levels and lose 1000 reputation. Grid thought to himself, to eliminate the risk, he should do the quest first, but there was actually something else more disgusting. That fat zebra guy still dares to say, to prevent an emergency from happening, I will close the door. When it's finished, please let me know. After the fat man left, Grid quickly transformed, carrying the sword on his shoulder and thinking, what is the S+ level mission? Lau said that this mission needed the 3 people phone, Legas, and Faker to work together to complete it, even though I think I can complete this mission alone. Grid took out the piece of paper and muttered to himself. Laugel's sudden words made him worried. To relieve tension, of course, there was encouragement from his beloved wife. Just reading the 2 words, sir, Grid's cheeks turned red, surrounded by sparkling pink light. I was very worried whether his body was injured when he stopped at that barren land or not. You must be very busy, but I wanted you to be the first to know this news, so I wrote a letter to you. Grid's eyes suddenly opened wide. What happened made him so shocked?
Scene changed to S.A. Group Corporation. There was a meeting going on at this time. Someone stood up to announce that today's issue is deciding on the budget for the second competition to be held in Paris next year.
The guy with 2 bangs shouted, forget that, everyone should discuss the problem of Grid first. Why is that special event applied to users who lack practical experience like Grid? For that user who personally crafted junk items and sent hundreds of malicious emails. The other man smiled and replied, but if you look at his recent achievements, not only his strength but also his personality has grown a lot. Best of all, the higher-ups have already acknowledged this. If it were the current Grid, I don't think anything would happen. Grid was still staring at the letter. He was shocked. Irene was pregnant. Congratulations on your pregnancy. Grid's emotions are extremely mixed right now. Am I already a 3rd grader? He continued reading Irene's confessions. Since about a month ago, she often had abdominal pain. When she went to the hospital, she was diagnosed that it was an early symptom of pregnancy. I was extremely surprised but also very happy when your child came to me as a blessing. This news made Grid stiffen. He still couldn't believe it, kept asking himself, pregnant, do I have a child? Meanwhile, the monster stepped out and kicked his big foot straight into Grid's body when he wasn't paying attention. He spat out a few mouthfuls of bright red blood. This is a murderous demon. He has 2 different halves of his face, a large body, and his tool is a tree covered with cloth. At the meeting at this time, someone spoke up, but Director Yoon Sang-min, isn't the parenting system only experienced by experienced players? Isn't that different from a child-rearing simulation game where if he gets bored and deletes it, there's no need to think about any moral responsibility? I mean, parenting in games is no different than in real life. Besides, if children are abused or neglected in the game, it can become a bad problem for us later. The relationship between husband and wife and raising children is not only allowed to a small number of players who have a very high level of affinity with NPCs. The other person immediately said that in reality, there are also players who are normal people, but when playing games they become corrupt and vice versa. It cannot be affirmed that there is any absolute relationship between games and real life. They began projecting images of Grid and the people around him. He continued, adding that Grid's progress was very special. In fact, he lacks social communication skills. But in the game it's completely different. Players in the world of Satisfy constantly learn and grow. Morpheus has given him that status. There is no more suitable player. Furthermore, it is not just a matter of status given but also a matter of upbringing. The 2-haired man curiously asked, What else was going on? Grid was fighting when the system rang with a notification. Are you happy about the news that your wife is pregnant? The other person immediately replied that whether or not they are determined to raise a child is a completely different story. The man said, this is a special gift for Grid, also a first test of this extended function. A big choice comes with heavy responsibility / Returning to the battle now, Grid is gradually regaining his spirit. Calm down, a difficult opponent is in front of him. After this is over, it is not too late to think. The battle begins, but the system still announces that the burden of celebrating the birth of a life and nurturing a life are two completely different things. Please choose carefully. Grid thought as he played, virtual reality could be this scary, because my feelings for Irene were real. I was so surprised that I was dizzy. Even though he regained his composure, Grid still let the lewd monster stab him. Damn, the reaction is so slow. It's not so unavoidable anyway. You have to concentrate. He reassured himself to stay focused, but in his head he continued to think, Irene always wanted a child born from my love and hers. I wanted to fulfill her wish. I learned about love from Irene, but her pregnancy was so sudden. Even though he was thinking about other things, he still fought very enthusiastically. The more he hit, the harder he hit. You are very nervous. If I don't congratulate you, what will happen? If I don't congratulate you, as for Irene, so that he can return to this place at any time, I will protect this place. Mentioning Irene and wanting to quickly return, he became enthusiastic again. But this monster is indeed very strong. Luckily, Rendi blocked the attack, otherwise you would be dead. His eyes radiated determination. Gerd pulled out the holy sword that was hanging on his back. The murderous demon barely had time to react. Rendi worriedly turned around and asked, is Grid in pain? But Grid quickly reassured Rendi, don't worry. After he finished speaking, he continued to be absent-minded. I could do it at any cost, if it was for Irene. But the responsibility for a life is extremely heavy. He was extremely insecure, constantly wondering, what could he do, with the determination of a father? That's right, a father's determination helped him regain his strength. He skillfully continuously blocked the monster's attacks. The murderous demon was not weak at all, it also jumped towards the Grid. He quickly blocked the attack, but his face showed inattention. Then Grid recovered his spirit quickly. The crazy demon attacked Grid's sword. It was not willing, it quickly changed to grab Grid's head. Grid immediately retreated as fast as lightning to avoid its attack. While he was recovering his spirit again, the crazy demon grabbed a stone mace and jumped up, intending to attack. But he's still very worried. What's the point of being a father? What about me? He was extremely worried when he learned that he was about to become a father, but anxiety at this time was extremely dangerous. He was constantly attacked by the monster, even almost losing his life. Rendi felt strange and asked, Grid, what's so strange? What's going on? Grid, who was sitting on the ground, quickly replied, sorry, I'll help you right away. Grid stood up to attack the monster. He started to get angry with himself. Why are you still worrying about your own business? What are you doing? Of course I also want the love between Irene and I to crystallize, but with just that, will it be enough? While dueling swords with the murderous demon, Grid lost concentration. Luckily, Rendi quickly stood up to help him. Rendi had to continue to remind Grid again, Grid, you're slower than usual. If you don't concentrate, you'll get hurt. Hearing that, Grid angrily thought, he's right, I can't leave everything to Rendi, I have to concentrate. Grid quickly returned to the battle. He intended to take advantage of the time Rendi was facing it in front and attack him right on the head. Haven't even touched that demon yet. But who would have thought it would use its pillar-like arm to blow the Grid away? Rendi, out of habit, immediately apologized to Grid for letting him get hurt. But Grid said, no, it's my fault. He started to focus on analyzing the situation. Rendi was holding on well, but because he and I were in the same place, it created an opportunity for him to attack, and my vision was narrowed. He glanced at the wall again and discovered that those were steel plates attached from the outside to prevent the murderer. Right, if they could block his formidable force like that, then the thickness of the wall would be great. It's also significant. If you're not afraid of being destroyed, then. It seemed like Grid had stabilized his mind, arranged a plan in his head, got into a fighting stance, and unleashed Pagma's ultimate technique, sword dance. Right now, when he was trying to use his hammer to crush Grid, he quickly jumped up from behind and prepared to give this guy a fatal blow. Grid quickly jumped up from behind and prepared to give this guy a fatal blow. But it seemed the attack failed. Grid even had to drink another vial of vitality to restore his strength. He thought, it's too narrow here so I can't perform sword dance, so Rendy can't use skills. Seeing Rendy struggling with the demon, Grid thought, no matter how hard Rendy and I tried, we couldn't win. It's truly a demon, not easy to kill. He continued to observe this demon to see if he could find any weaknesses. Is the eye patch used with that face the same item Raoul once mentioned? But I admit it was brutal. His eyes were gouged out, his skin peeled off, exposing young skin and flesh. There were also stitches, all traces of torture. He suddenly realized that it was half human and half ghost. It could turn into a human or turn into a ghost depending on the environment it grew in. Rendy and the murderous demon, these two people have something very similar. Where are they different? He remembered the time when he and the old Khan went to visit someone's grave. He said, "Thank you for coming here with me, I hope Oliver also feels lucky to have you here." Grid comforted him. The relationship between parents and children always has difficult things to say, right? Don't worry too much. He confided to Grid that, when I was working at the smithy, I left Oliver alone many times, but this child never showed any resentment. I don't know if I have the right to be the father, that child is too outstanding for me. Grid was still very young at that time, he could not understand all the words of the old Khan. He continued, because he was born and had to recognize them as his parents, wouldn't it be a great pain for them? If I could have been with him longer, he could have become a warmer child. Grid had a somewhat clear understanding of this demon. He and Rendy quickly coordinated well. The two worked together to fight the demon. Knowing the time had come, Rendy shouted, "Grid, this is the moment. It is true that if you understand your opponent, fighting will be easier." Grid also realized that monsters raised by the cruel count, depending on who cares for them, can have different growth paths. He still didn't confidently say, were he prepared to take care of that child. Whenever Grid worries about being a father, he loses focus. That demon murderer is also getting stronger. When he wasn't paying attention, he swung the chain up. He quickly launched the chain straight into Grid's body. This attack made Grid vomit blood. He regretted it very much, also, because he was busy thinking. He was slow in performing the sword dance. The demon murderer is very excited right now. He continuously used the chain to attack the Grid. The system continuously notifies the Grid of damage. Grid was so worried, he thought to himself, there was no time for me to perform the sword dance. He used a chain to wrap around his hammer. He raised his hand to attack the Grid. Grid also recognized this guy. He was so fast. Above all, he persistently attacked his facility. Grid was bleeding a lot at this time. His body was almost exhausted. He thought to himself, his blood was almost exhausted, and there was no way he could recover his physical strength. There was no other way here except using a sword to attack directly. The demon murderer said contemptuously, as expected, humans are truly incompetent. The secret weapon appears here. Fortunately, Rendy quickly stepped in to help, and 1,821 of his muscle power was taken away. Rendy reminded Grid, you can't even concentrate on handling this thing. Simply being the strongest, because you keep pondering over this and that, that's why you hesitate forever. In an instant, he remembered the words Khan once said, from the beginning, there was no such thing as a simple person, Grid. One day you will meet your other half and have children, be brave. At that time he even argued, no, half of me does not exist in this ecosystem. What a child. I heard it was a very difficult thing even for an adult like Khan. Khan agreed with what he said, yes, in the end I became a failure as a father, but Oliver was a very good child and treated a flawed person like me very well. During his illness, Oliver always comforted Khan. He said, don't be too sad, father, I'm okay. The first time I followed my father to the smithy, I saw that it was an extremely wonderful place. That place was extremely bright. I really liked the sound coming from the smithy. If you asked me if I ever felt sorry, if I said no, it would be a lie, but for me, it was a very happy time. I remember that kind smile of my little child. He also said, in the beginning, no one was a perfect parent, but you have many happy memories in your heart. Don't blame yourself too much. The old Khan confided to Grid that, as both a friend and a good teacher, I am a father with many shortcomings, but if I can still meet Oliver in the next life, I will hug Oliver with all my heart, the first time we meet it. Always be happy and use all your strength to protect it, that is the beginning of parenthood. Thanks to remembering the story with the old Khan, Grid understood everything. He quickly regained his composure. He reminded himself, you don't have enough time, Grid, you need to focus. Grid immediately performed the killing blow, leaving the demon killer unable to react. A fatal blow given by Gerd to the murderous demon. Very quickly the system cleared. Due to the influence of the environment, attack in dark places was increased by 30%, the Double's Great Sword +8. The winged cat said, even though it's just an ordinary pile of scrap metal, because I like simple things, I'll give you a gift. The little cat immediately used the soul absorption skill to temporarily steal it, half of your opponent's strongest ability, and convert it into your own. Grid quickly increased his strength by 1831, silently reminding himself to always be happy and use all his strength to protect. The demon killer continuously uses his screams to incite violence and panic around him with his unyielding eyes that can see through your weaknesses. But all are prevented by the Grid. The notice board asked Grid again, are you happy to hear that your lady is pregnant? Grid decided not to let this affect the battle anymore. He answered as he fought, if it's just the beginning of parenthood then I'm very happy. Hearing that, the system said, you congratulated your wife on her pregnancy, it even says, name your first child. Grid thought to himself, my first child, I hope he will always have good luck. Even though he answered the system, he was still very focused on the fight. He continuously launched consecutive attacks. The system quickly announced that the attached effect of Doppelganger's Great Check has been activated. The damage caused by breaking skills increases by 20% and the attached effect of Product has been activated. The attack attacking an opponent increases the effect of the activated Light Glove's attack on an opponent by 5 times. Grid is very determined in his heart right now. I will definitely move forward, and I am determined to do that, for another life in my arms. The demon murderer was quickly defeated. Grid smiled and said, I am very happy to meet you. Smoke and dust everywhere. Wait forever for the system to notify you that you have destroyed the demon murderer. When the mission is completed, the notification system also notifies the number of experience points as well as other bonus points that the Grid receives. Of course Rendi and Noe also receive the experience points that Grid receives. Looking at Rendi and Noe who were getting close to each other, Grid thought to himself, I was quite confused but thanks to the two of them, this time I was able to do more. Looking at the Demon Slayer's eye patch and the Demon Slayer's mask, he thought to himself, and this item is something Laurel must have. That's also the reason why I didn't choose the fastest route but chose the road takes 10 days. This is the exact information I received from Haynes about the number 1 monster in the monster rankings. He is someone who has the ability to predict the items that will fall when consumed, destroy it. Grid said, at first glance, there's nothing special, but because this is very expensive information, we have to try to believe it. Sealed with the Devil's Secret, posted cable, unique durability 7 out of 7, severity is 0 to 1. The demon assassin has suffered from being tortured all his life and was forced to monitor the torture of many people as a result. It made the monks unbearable. The legendary blacksmith's ability to see weak points and form emotions appraises items with the eye of evidence. The body detects hidden skills if any. Thanks to these, in later battles the Grid can see part of the enemy's weak points. This is an item that holds the resentment of a murderer. The user is influenced by the idea of killing and becomes a murderous maniac. Grid looked at the blindfold and thought, I will become a killer. It's a terrible curse that makes it impossible to be a normal player. Grid was curious, but if it were me? Grid tried it on and quickly put on the blindfold's power transmitter. His hatred for humanity rose, and he was overwhelmed by the urge to kill. Fortunately, the Gerd had reached level 3000 so he could easily resist it. He thought to himself, if he could control his emotions, there was no way he couldn't use it. I've already covered one eye so it should be fine, so where is it? He tested it right away by looking at Rendi and Noe. I saw it. Noe's weak point is in the tail and Rendi's is in the chest, but the Grid feels not very accurate, a bit vague. He tried holding the tail, smiled cunningly and said, the tail is your weakness, right? Noe shouted, hey, the strongest magical beast in hell has no weaknesses. L'Oreal, this lucky kid, is truly a perfect creature, able to surpass the limits of Pagma's descendants and half of normal players. Grid couldn't hide his joy. seeing through weaknesses was the highest level passive skill of the few combat professions. If he could attack the weak point, the probability of causing a fatal blow increased and it was easy to cause damage. When you create an abnormal state with your opponent, your combat power will increase dramatically. Where did this come from? I haven't heard anything about it. It's a trash item. It looks like it's the highest quality material, but most of the time it's the worst. The mask of the demon murderer contains his sadness. He has a miserable life just because he was born with demon blood. This contains the tears of a demon murderer. When suddenly attacking, the probability of causing the opponent to bleed is 8%. If the total number of times the opponent bleeds is 10 times, the mask will turn bright red. Then the mask user's attack power will increase by 50% for 5 seconds. Truly a legendary item. Even though it has conditions to be activated, this item is no different from hacking. Grid thought to himself that Haynes didn't seem to know anything about the item, right? Anyway, it looks pretty weird. Suddenly the system asks Grid, "Congratulations on your wife's pregnancy. What kind of child do you want to have?" The baby's tendencies and abilities begin to form from the gestation period. The baby's tendencies and abilities begin to form from the pregnancy period. Try to regularly communicate with your wife until the baby is born. When he heard these things, he was as bewildered as a cow wearing a hat. Grid now confidently said that it was the baby he was waiting for. Grid told his two partners, "Let's start slowly. Noe, stay and come here for a bit." Grid thought, as long as the baby is born safely, and it's not like my personality, there's only one person in this world that I want my child to be like. Grid said outside, "Is there anyone outside? Open the door." He remembered his wife, someone who was always radiant and tolerant like sunshine, always encouraging and believing in him. There was only that girl. When our child grows up, there's nothing better than being like his mother Irene. Irene, I am so lucky to have you as my wife. The door opened. Zebra and his subordinates couldn't believe their eyes. The zebra thought to himself, "That's impossible." When I heard his subordinates report, I thought they were lying. Did he really handle that monster alone? Grid slowly walked out and said, "Hey, I defeated the demon murderer." Seeing Grid, the fat guy was scared to death. What a devilish appearance he was. Before he could calm down, Grid said, "You guys have already prepared the reward." He quickly took out the black glass earrings, offered them to Grid and carefully said, "Of course, this is it." He tried it on and thought, thanks to the title's effect, his intelligence points had increased by more than 1,000, which was a bit of a shame compared to an S+ level mission, but just use it for now, then when you find a craftsman to make equipment for more Hancon purple steel, sell it. Suddenly he remembered that there was something more important than this. You told Zebra, people have to suffer a lot because of his strange hobby, right? Hearing that, he felt uncomfortable and said, "You just keep talking. Why do you have to worry about submissive proles over a few loaves of bread?" Grid said contemptuously, "Is that so?" He still doesn't understand the problem and is still manipulating Grid. "Why worry about them when you can enjoy this pleasure with me?" Grid also responded to him, "Because I don't have the same hobbies as you. Please let me go." Suddenly he stopped, looked at him with murderous eyes and said, "Well, you have to be big in stature to earn a lot. You have to enjoy losing skin and flesh on your body to boldly say that you have that hobby." Zebra is really fat and stupid. He doesn't understand the deep meaning of Grid's words, and secretly curses him for being crazy. But he must have been the owner for a long time, so he somewhat sensed the danger, so he immediately called someone over. An army quickly appeared. The leader bowed his head and said, "The Black Fire Group awaits your orders." He did not hesitate to order me to order you, those who have served my family and have never failed in an assassination mission. What a scumbag, a guy who crossed the bridge and got away with it. He also plotted that, after all, the Red Knights had promised to come and deal with the demon massacre for him. Do you think I would just hand over the family heirloom? The price you pay for that vile tongue is your life, you little brat. This guy is really annoying. After the Black Fire Group obeyed the order and left, he also called the two guards back. He used a deep voice that made the other two boys sweat. Immediately, the two of them were beaten by Zebra until they bled, while beating him and cursing. "It was because of you guys that the precious treasure was taken away. Where are you guys left to die while that arrogant bastard is killing demons? Even if it means losing your life, you still have to jump in and destroy it at all costs. The harder you curse, the harder you hit. How dare you think that I will leave you alone when doing business like that? Don't you dare dream that today you will have everything back. You guys despise the Zerba family's treasure that much." The two subordinates could only lie still and endure his brutal blows. Suddenly something scratched the zebra's face, making him bleed. He was startled and shouted, "What?" Before his eyes was a cat with horns and bat wings, looking both strange and cute. After observing Noe closely, he shouted, "No, it has wings and horns. Is it a monster?" Noe flew up and repeatedly attacked the zebra. Looking at him now, he was covered in blood and looked very pitiful. He could only hold his head in his hands and scream, "There was this bug but we couldn't solve it. How much money did we spend to hire security? How could the security be so lax that we let this animal in and out, become an earl? He even threatened that I will kill you along with all your family members. What are you doing? Hurry up and stop it." Noe doesn't care either. He still has to return to the grid, so that's all he can do as a warning. Seeing that the cat had flown away, he said, "Did you run away?" The zebra looked at his subordinates and said angrily, "They are a waste of food. How dare you let my body be injured?" But the unexpected happened. Two subordinates crashed into Zebra's body, making him unable to move in time. Despite being like that, his words did not improve. He said, "What are you doing, you insects?" One person spoke up, "I can't let my daughter and my father die." Zebra was so wrong when he touched their family. That was a limit that no one could touch, but a scumbag like him doesn't understand that. He said, "I know, quickly put the knife away. If you do that, the reward will be." He intended to use money to continue to make them obey, but no, they killed him without hesitation. On the roof, there were some people silently observing. One of them said, "I saw it all through the eyes of a hawk. Everything is over. Are you aiming at it?" It turns out it's Kiki and Veridin. Veridin said, "But, I just want to get the bones of the demon slayer. The reason I came here is just to slay demons. There is no need to report to the count. I don't think it was you. I used the cat to incite the guards and even killed the count." He smiled and continued, "What a surprise, acting for the people of another country." Kiki saw this and wondered, "This is not something to laugh about. If a great noble is killed like this, an investigation team will definitely be sent. Furthermore, the Earl's son is still young, and because of his infidelity, he has mental problems. The factions aiming for the position of Lord will certainly erupt in bloody battles. White Wolf and even the Earl's city will definitely fall into chaos. Grid will become their enemy. I will quickly report to my superiors." But unexpectedly, Veridin immediately spoke and objected. "First, we will capture the soldiers who murdered Earl Zebra to gain influence to make Earl Zebra's son the Lord. Creating a puppet lord and holding the entire count in the palm of his hand, must be bound by trivial grievances to be able to paint a big picture." He is truly a cunning guy. In just a moment he came up with such a plan. He also added that we just need to thank the person who released the bait for us. The person he was talking about was none other than Grid. The Veridin also said, "Because of that bait, we can dedicate this entire territory to our master Anyus." What a despicable loyalist. In the quiet night, Rendi asked him, "Why does Grid scold bad people?" Surprised by a child's obvious question, he suddenly said in bewilderment, "Huh?" The girl saw that and continued, "Because Grid was so gentle, that's why." He was silent, then happily thought, "He's starting to know the difference between good and evil. He's grown more mature." He smiled and said, "Yes, probably not a good person." Then suddenly his face wrinkled like a monkey and said, "Help when needed. After all, I hate to suffer losses, except for evil people who should not exist like the Count just now." Looking far away at the place where the Eternal Kingdom was, he thought to himself, the Eternal Kingdom would likely fall into a difficult situation. Without a wanted warrant it would be very difficult to reach Esmapel, so I asked Noe. He's the worst person I've met in a while. It's a shame I can't get rid of him directly. After thinking about it, he said, "Indeed, we have to deal with it directly." Then from the darkness 2 assassins rushed up to attack him, but with high stats and good equipment, it was almost impossible for him to be assassinated. At this moment, the 2 assassins thought in panic, did he find out that he was suddenly attacked? He was hiding himself. How did he do that? At this time, Grid was surrounded by dozens of low-level assassins. Seeing that, he smiled disdainfully and said, "I didn't expect to send low-level assassins here. If it's Faker, I'm not sure. Do you think you can practice, attack a person with 1400 star point penetration index?" I feel so sorry for my earrings. That Count was sweating a lot trying to hide his trembling, not like anyone else, but standing in front of me, he wanted to hide his greed. Grid's face was now glowing red, with a murderous aura. It was a pity that he couldn't do it directly, but that was good. Blame your fate for meeting the wrong owner. He directed his vibranium block at an assassin's weak point. He cried out, gasping, but it seemed like there was no damage when the display panel appeared. Critically, you have caused 1,590 damage. I saw him thinking, maybe it's because there's too little vibranium. Even though I hit the weak point, the damage is still too little. If Miner can't find vibranium in the West, I can't use it. More. While he was thinking, the two swords still automatically rushed to attack the assassins. They cried, damn, the blades kept flying without any signs at all. It seemed like he still had copper. An extremely strong team is hiding around here. Everyone please pay attention. Hearing that, Grid called out teasingly, here, throw it away faker. They now had faces like eggplants and cried out, what? From above their heads, but the blade was still flying down aiming at them. They raised their necks and shouted, he was hiding up there. Taking advantage of the moment they turned their gaze to the sky, Grid rushed forward and said, I'm sorry, the anger of the blacksmith. Taking the opportunity, Grid rushed forward and slashed them away, he thought as he played, but this guy, the average level is 240, the highest is around level 288, even if he invests all 10 stat points given when leveling up into agility, he is still lacking a lot. At this moment, the assassins jumped up and launched thousands of hidden weapons at him, but this did not distract him. He still thought, his strength was 2,810, his agility index was probably about 1,606. Before meeting him, Piaggio only invests in strength index, now it's different. My goal is to create a 1-to-1 ratio between strength and agility, so at least my agility index must reach level 120, right? It's still too far. He swung his sword and threw all the hidden weapons back towards them. At this moment he turned around and said, let's go, Rendi, Noe. His ungrateful cat said he didn't need any help, he could just stand there and scratch his chin. He swung his sword and cut down a series of opponents. At the same time he shouted. If he thought about practicing skills and leveling up, there was no time to rest. He thought to himself, to achieve the goal within 15 days, there was no other way but to try hard. He said while fighting, let's go, to the capital of the empire, just a little walk and you're there. Now in the Leiden mansion. The 31st Knight of the Night Army, the youngest brother of the Night Army, was sitting pompously on the throne and said, as expected, Count Zebra tortured you too, and did many extremely cruel things, that's why you two killed the Count. Thanks to that, I have a clear understanding of the situation here, thank you for your cooperation in the investigation. The investigation is over, let's deal with their entire family, he said coldly. Those two guys immediately struggled and screamed, didn't you say that if we cooperated in the investigation, our families would be spared? At this moment, he chuckled and said, I've thought about it, if you were the only one who died, you would be very lonely, we will meet each other in the other world at some point. As he was being dragged away, he still screamed and begged, Knight please. At this moment, he turned to talk to the other guy, but the so-called subjects of the empire, although they sounded very prominent, were truly shameless people. The person who arrested those people was Baron Veridin, right? The other guy immediately replied, that's right. Seeing that, he must have thought of something. He said, I heard that you accidentally witnessed the murder of Count Zebra, so you captured them, right? Even if you say it's lucky, this is not too lucky. How lucky? Seeing that he was about to expose the white-headed man, he bowed and replied, if I had arrived at the scene a little earlier, I could have saved Count Zebra, please forgive me. Hearing that, Leiden immediately wondered, is it true that you know absolutely nothing about that murderous demon slave? The white-headed man still kept a cold attitude. I only heard about that from the soldiers, I heard that he was alone with black hair full of temperament. At this moment, Leiden was having a hard time thinking, because level A+ monsters are specially monitored by the Royal Surveillance Division, that's why I was sent here, but things here are all over the place, if I'm used to it, that's it, without any more information, the seniors will probably complain again, it's so frustrating. A slave's murder and the Earl's murder, it felt like everything was related, yet he didn't know anything. It's clear that this person definitely has an important position in this case. Keeping his mouth shut like this makes me feel really uncomfortable. Now in Radon City. Damien, the great yogi of the goddess, has arrived, he exclaimed in surprise, oh, is that Radon, your city? Grid? I have been to many big cities, but the scale here can be said to be most admirable. He wondered, The population must be at least 100,000 people. To be able to rule over a big city like this, the Duke is truly great. Damien is here, Mr. Grid, I really wanted to see you again. Oh, there's another strange guest. The cheerful farmer Piero stood there and said, I have a feeling it would be a pity if I let you in here so easily. Who are you? Piero stood there with a serious face questioning him. Looking at that, Damien thought, what is that? A farmer has such an overwhelming aura. I haven't done anything wrong since I came here. Is it because of this pattern? When will the world understand my heart? Love is not a sin, he blushed and said, I'm just an ordinary holy knight from the Rebecca order, what's the matter? Seeing that, he immediately replied, you're so tired of lying, you don't look like a simple paladin. Seeing that he was clearly seen by the other person, Damien immediately shouted in panic, yes, I am a holy knight otaku, are you dissatisfied with anything? At this time, our farmer, who hid his profession, immediately challenged me to fight. You should try to fight with me, your divine power is the most prominent among the clerics I met, so it made me very interested. At this moment, he thought absent-mindedly, can farmers also discover their divine power? How surprising, but the person planning to fight with the holy knight is a farmer, he is some kind of commoner. Are you going crazy because of the world's suffering? What a sad story. Seeing that, he immediately clasped his hands and walked over and said, I hope you can recover under the protection of the goddess of light, I will go first. He walked and thought, I don't have time to delay any more, I have to quickly ask Mr. Griff to help seal Raphael's number, even if I have to bet all my assets, save Isabel. At this moment, his whole body stood up with a feeling that he would die right on the spot when it came from behind. He turned around and raised his shield to block it, but it turned out it was just a hoe blow from the position of our farmer who loves his job. Damien immediately stepped back, took out his sword and seriously fought. He thought to himself, with just one attack, can it create such a large impact on the top paladin of the Rebecca order? It's hard to believe he has such great offensive ability. At this time, Damien was still trembling, he panicked, wondering who he was. The old farmer Piero smiled and thought, can he stop it? With just the imperial swordsmanship, many strong people cannot resist. After living with Duke Grid, this body has become weak, much more stable. He then introduced himself, I'm Piero, your defense is great, maybe you should fight back with impermanent swordsmanship. If you want to get into Raidon, you have to defeat me first, let's start the competition. Damien was startled, it was crazy, how could they train farmers to be gate guards? It was completely absurd. At this moment an explosion came from behind. The person in the smoke walked out and said, what a surprise, I didn't expect to meet you here. From the Holy Knight of the Rebecca sect that was always ignored by everyone to climbing to second place in the Holy Knight rankings, a player rumored to have received a hidden rank after suddenly disappearing from the rankings. Mr. Damien, it's you, right? Recognizing that familiar face, Damien thought to himself, is the person ranked first in the overall rankings, Krauzel. At this moment, he immediately turned back and told Piero that we were so close that we were called brother and sister. You made me feel so sad when we fought yesterday, you even sucked half of my blood, didn't you? I didn't expect you to secretly practice with such an expert, it's too much, I also want to practice, you'll leave him to me, right? Piero now is completely different from before, he said kindly, I just met him, anyway there is no other way. There, he cried, hearing that, Damien immediately trembled and sweated and replied, what? The two said with expectant eyes, who do you want to fight first, you choose.
At this moment, his face was like an eggplant and he replied, I don't want to fight at all. He secretly thought worriedly, what's the point, what do you want?
At the same time in the Haken Kingdom, Ubitacan Jebel, ranked second in the overall rankings, Count of the Haken Kingdom, and President of the Snake Guild, shouted to the guild members to use helmets and masks to hide their identities. 275 new members with an average rank of 230, among which there are more than 100 people ranked above 1000. The most suitable opportunity for us to use our mighty power has come. Our target is the base of the Equipment Buff Guild, Raiden Kingdom. After the Equipment Buff Guild's Hall Grid humiliated us in the national competition, Han became even more arrogant after climbing to the position of Duke, thanks to his great feat in the Golem attack. Returning to their meeting, one said, after being promoted to Earl of the Haken Kingdom, Jebel is aiming to become the first king of the players. For him, existence is the problem with the growing grid is that it is completely in the way. Another person said, I don't know who he is, even if I don't want to take action, there's no way. Moreover, the Good Stuff group has captured all the people from 10th to 40th on the general rankings. It's over and there's nothing left. It's easy to fight with that side, huh? The other guy continued, there must be an obstacle chapter for the battle to become meaningful. The other guy wondered, what are you talking about? He explained that according to the scout team's report, grid had disappeared, the guild members who used good items also went mining for minerals, and now Raiden is no different from an empty garden. Because it is another country, we cannot arbitrarily occupy it, but this is still a golden opportunity to extinguish their momentum by setting fire to the base inside. The other guy turned around and asked Jebel, is it okay to do that, even if there's only grid alone? The risk is still big. At this time, Jebel replied triumphantly, it's not just our side that considers the grid a thorn in the side, we've already made an agreement in advance. Returning to the starting point, he continued, this is a citadel without a master, only an empty shell remains, absolutely cannot fail. Our 7 guilds will attack at the same time, whoever in Raiden City wants to resist. We'll have to face all of these 7 alliances. The 7th guild, Ice Flower, is a small guild with only about 30 members, but all members are in the top 100 magician rankings. And the best is the leader of Bongdri Guild who always holds the number 1 position and has never changed, even though he has been embarrassed in international tournaments and recently, being pushed from position 11 to 17 by some people from Temple, but Bongdri has invested a lot to achieve S-level magic, so compared to when he was in the international stage, he is much stronger. At this moment, he shouted in arrogance, I will cook your entire territory, grid, and even 9 months after the defeat, I will open a second full frontal resistance. I will crush you in just 3 days, ha 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 ha. The members below were all worried and thought that the disease of pride had relapsed. Then a guy in the guild stepped up and told him, Guild Master, wait, there's movement in the forest, huh? It seemed like they were refugees, probably a few hundred people. Seeing that, he angrily exclaimed, damn the Raiden people, are they trying to hinder our march? Or just kill them all? His haste had reached its peak, which caused the vice president to rush up to stop him. Calm down, if you do that, you'll get a bad name and you'll be banned from playing for a long time. Without listening to anything else, he chanted the spell, fly, then flew up towards the castle. Seeing that, the vice president asked curiously, the president was planning to do something. I couldn't believe that the vice president was so bewildered at this moment. Bongdri immediately shouted to explain, flying to get through the forest. Raiden was about to end. There was no way he could hesitate any longer. The whole team used fly. The captain shouted and flew after the president. Now the vice president also understood, although it was a bit of a waste of energy, it was still much better than dying. After speaking, one member disappeared. They turned around and shouted in panic, wait a minute, someone has already pulled the lace away. The notice board appeared, member Ren had died. Bongdri's face grimaced, he shouted angrily, who the hell did that? Then launched thousands of ice spears toward the forest where Ren's members died. But when the gang rushed in, they only saw one body, one person screaming. No one was seen, only Ren's body. The bulletin board appeared again. The silver member had died. Another member cried out in panic, this time on this side. They were even more panicked and discussed with each other. They didn't see any strange signs. They were definitely the killer. Hearing that, one guy angrily exclaimed, damn it, assassins are a magician's strong opponent, so why do they have to stay in this dark and obstacle-filled place? Staying here will be disadvantageous for us. Let's speed up and get out of the forest quickly. After saying that, they used haste to accelerate to escape the clutches of death. But how could they escape? Many blades were flying from all directions. They also quickly reacted and shouted. Blades were flying from all 4 directions. They activated their shields to block them quickly. This action is tried but not significant. A series of bulletin boards appeared. Green members had died. Lapoth members had died. They cried out in panic, having been punctured. The sword had neutralizing magic attached to it. What's the point? The bulletin board keeps popping up like a death notice. Member Oriong has died. Member Stay has died. Member Hwonen has died. Member Splash has died. One person shouted, ah, they are slaughtering us. By all means rush out. Nothing has changed. The Du Chi Chi member has died. Foul member died. seeing my clan members being massacred but not being able to do anything, Bongri thought with hatred. In just 5 minutes, 11 elite magicians had died. I was already level 330 and still didn't notice anything strange. What if an assassin could defeat level 200 magicians in an instant like this? It can only be one person, he shouted angrily at this moment. How did he know he was going through this place to attack Raiden, or was there a spy in the team? Faker, he coldly replied after killing another guy. There was nothing more to say. They all have to die here, but he thought to himself, even though we just happened to meet them, we can't let them go. At this time, Bongri also landed. He angrily shouted, damn, that murderer, answer whatever people ask you. Are you looking down on me? Then he brought all the cold air around him into one block, looked at the faker and said, it's okay, in short, it has to do with the grid. Then we want to crush everything. Faker also discovered the danger at this time. He jumped high. From under many blocks of ice were rushing to tear him apart, but with the agility of an assassin, the faker gently jumped onto the tree to avoid a series of attacks. He arrogantly shouted at this moment, what's wrong? This is one of the S-level magicians who beat grid so badly. Can a guy like you stand it? The situation at this time is very difficult for him, but the faker still thinks calmly. The power, speed, range, all can be deadly. With advanced techniques like this, the amount of magic consumed will be very large. Because he is the #1 magician player, this is not a problem at all. This guy's ability has increased. Faker slowly backed away, but the ground was frozen, so he slipped. Taking the opportunity, the tree branch behind him was also frozen to deliver a fatal blow to him. Even so, a fake assassin still thought calmly. The broken tree branch was frozen, and the intensity of the cold air had also increased quite high. Seeing the look of running away like a mouse in his heart, made Bongri laugh and say, I recently promoted by 3 more levels. I didn't expect it, right, that killer bastard. Let's see how this cockroach looks like running away. After saying that, a series of ice blocks flew towards the faker. Faker was now struggling on the slippery ground, thinking to himself, with this high-level magic, the entire forest would freeze and shatter. There was nothing that could shield him, but there was nothing there, is constantly increasing, causing its range of movement to narrow. At this moment, the entire Ice Flower Guild is attacking him. Ha ha ha, there's no more leg room, so it's very difficult to endure, right? I will crush you into fine powder with this lightning attack. He shouted, gaining more and more advantages. This makes him arrogantly think, is the magician's natural enemy an assassin? It's ridiculous. If we eliminate all the places he can hide, then, that bug doesn't have a door. He shouted, I will crush you before destroying Raiden. Ha ha ha. At this moment, the faker main character suddenly turns on an automatic attack. He rushed forward, 1 guy, 2 guys. Then all of them were logged out by him. The situation reversed so quickly that he was startled and thought, his speed should have been reduced by the effect of the surrounding cold air. How high must his agility be to be able to have complete control, such perfect movement speed? No, it's not just about control, that speed is dominating everything. At this moment, the faker thought happily, this jacket was originally an item with the ability to increase agility by 8% and movement speed by 15%, good results to surpass his expectations. The indicator panel shows that Fan the Nin Nyan's jacket grants 8% movement speed and 15% grid. Crafted items make me feel impressed. Faker thought to himself. Bongri now grimaced and thought, indeed, with his high-level assassin profession, he must be on par with Krauzel. How could he be so strong? Super speed. Assassin requires the ability to control the highest speed on all responsibilities. Now combined with grid items, it is promoting extremely great ability. One of them shouted, he kept flying and jumping so he couldn't use magic to hit him. He alone is controlling this entire area. This is no different than a scam. Bongri shouted at this time, time is almost over, so quickly use the stored magic. A guy who heard that replied, no, but this is the last method. We must save it for last. He shouted, shut his mouth and do it. This is the last moment. A series of magic spells flew towards him. They happily exclaimed, okay, it's over. No. Another person exclaimed in panic, no, it's that afterimage. Where is the main body? Get out of the way, Bongri cried out and chanted, double magic spell. We have to set a trap to catch the monster until this point. Said, and then a series of ice mirrors trapped him. The man laughed loudly at this moment. Ha ha, his feet were tied, so how could he show off his skills? It was time to focus all his strength on attacking with wind attribute magic to tear him apart. However, Faker immediately broke the ice and crawled out. Seeing that, Bongdri immediately said, "What a coward, he would have died anyway," but he was still setting up a scene. A member said, "President, please wait a minute." Then when the smoke cleared, they cried out, "He was gone, not even leaving a trace." "What?" he exclaimed. At this time Bongdri worriedly thought, "I wonder if he used stealth to dig a tunnel to hide." Those 3 petty tricks, you can immediately detect using magic. At this moment he was panicked. What could happen? Could he be there? Meanwhile Faker was standing behind him. He shouted, "How could that brat of yours get a hold of me?" Remembering the past, Grid once asked him, "Aren't you going to use that?" Faker immediately replied, "Because if you abuse it too much, your body will let your guard down." It turned out that it was the invisibility cloak that helped the Faker hide from that attack. He stabbed the tip of the knife into his neck and said, before he was sure to pierce the sword through him, "You shouldn't have let your guard down." Then the sky is bright. Right now, in front of the city gate, many people are making noise. They are shouting, "What are you doing? Don't open the city gate yet." One person stood up and said, "I asked you why you went west." "Ha, why do we have to answer?" They replied. Suddenly their captain came out and said, "Stay away, I warned you. We're just going hunting, why do we have to stubbornly ask?" That's Buvet, 23rd on the overall rankings. Then he continued, "But it's fine for you guys to investigate like this, I've already answered properly, is that okay?" Even so, he still angrily thought, "Damn, what kind of background do these guys come from to be so overbearing? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to extinguish the arrogance of that arrogant bastard. This time with the strength of over 200 people including the Seraph Guild. The humiliation we had to endure in that national match, we had to catch him in a place like this while he was still busy competing." He said to the gatekeepers, "If you do not have a satisfactory reason, even if we have to use force, we will still have to attack the gate." Hearing that, a wave of domineering energy poured out. The gatekeeper said, "I already knew your intentions thanks to the magic ball installed here, but I didn't expect you to be able to lie so clumsily. So, it turns out there's some bloody bastards." They were now trembling before that domineering spirit, but without stopping, the person continued, "Unfortunately the land right behind has something I treasure, so I can't just open the city gate arbitrarily, so I'll give it to you, you have the right to choose." Buvet was panicking now, what is this unreasonable power? Then he continued, "Either turn around and retreat or perish in this Patreon city of Count Asur." Hiding in the distance with a camera recording, Bunny, level 209 assassin, a washed-up streamer who once had 1.5 million subscribers, but now only has 30,000 left. For the sake of getting up again he needs an event to attract viewers to the channel. Right now the information he found by mobilizing his personal connections and money, was about to bring him a jackpot, the secret Raiden invasion of the 7 major guild alliance. He starts narrating, video mode is on, good quality settings, fortified city of Patreon, western gateway of Adenal Kingdom. They all wore masks, but they couldn't hide their personal characteristics. According to the information, they were Buvet of the Yak Guild. There were more than 200 people here. It seemed they were allied with the Seraph Guild. "It would be very dangerous if I were discovered. I needed to be invisible," he thought. Then he hid himself behind a tree. With our behavior, he thought contemptuously, 7 guilds united just to invade a city, infamy. The problem is that someone is stopping the great army, Asher, the 10th greatest magician on the continent. No way, but the NPC named like that also fell into the net. This is definitely a scoop, he thought with a smile. Just looking at the achievements of the 2 factions, I can already smell the smell of money. The Yak's promise of victory, with his powerful control effect and terrifying power he overwhelms the entire battlefield. The Yak Guildmaster's nickname, Buvet. The strongest Satisfy initiator has prepared a conquest. Then he with his hammer rushed straight at Asher. He shouted, "Get out of the way." Then, with a downward strike, he knocked many knights into the air, but at the opportune moment, someone rushed forward and swung a sword down on him. That guy said, "This guy is very ambitious, but you need to overcome it, my chivalry." But he raised the hammer handle to block it. Looking at that kid he shouted, "That's a good kid, however. Don't try to get in my way," then sent the young knight flying away. He cried out in pain, coughing. Seeing that no one was blocking their way, they shouted, "Everyone follow closely behind, I will open the way." The Count was still calmly looking at them and talking, begging me not to stop you, come here. Bouvet is still regretfully thinking about the tournament, the terrible and humiliating defeat in the national tournament. Yura is also very strong, but he can't make a single scratch on the grid. I have strengthened my strength over the past few months, I finally have a chance for revenge, he shouted, none of you can stop this revenge. No matter how hard they rushed at him, Asher still calmly replied, how many times have I told you, don't jump around, come here and take the pain. After speaking, Asher fired a fire spell at them, burning them all. They screamed in pain, ah! It's so hot, it's not normal firebending. Then the Count added a strong gust of wind, they screamed in even more pain, this time it was the wind, the fire was even bigger. Bouvet was struggling to think right now, add wind magic to sea level fire magic to make it reach level of power, overwhelming magic power and execution speed, the ability is truly amazing. This is the power of the great magician who was ranked 10th at the time, using human strength to stop the fight, much stronger than Yura. He rushed in but was knocked away by an attack. If comparing players with NCP of the same level, in all cases, the SPC side was superior and the setting was created to ensure that some NPCs would not greatly affect the worldview and story, all to balance the game. After being knocked back, Bouvet was overwhelmed by the Count's power. No matter how low the level of our army was, a quarter of the army disappeared after just one large area fire magic. That's really good, but he thinks he can fight this army to the end. As soon as he finished speaking, a barrier was erected around the battlefield. Someone shouted, it's a diamond cage, they're trapping us. Seeing that, Bouvet immediately rushed up and knocked away the barrier. He called back, I don't know what happened before, but right now these shields don't work on me, I will open the way, follow me. Suddenly he stopped and thought, fog. Cloud, no way, how many different types of magic is he using in the end? Looking back at the Count, he was radiating mana that filled the entire arena, but without being deterred he shouted, the difference in strength is obvious but we also have the advantage in numbers. As long as someone is still standing, we won't lose, he thought, then turned around and shouted at the Count, who the hell are you, blocking our way? Seeing his pathetic appearance, the Count smiled and said, I have nothing to answer, please slowly think of an answer with your gang, it's probably too late. Then a bolt of golden lightning fell straight down on his head. This move's destructive power is so high that none of them can survive. Asher laughed and said, how stupid, Axe, you should be grateful that I'm the one who took action, before you became victims of the monsters in Raiden Citadel. What you do now will become a useful fertilizer for the roses I plant. The exhausted streamer's brain, hiding on the other side of the tree, had now exploded in response to that weight difference fight. He now trembled as he thought, the guild, the Yak Guild and the Seraph Guild were destroyed. The defending opponent was a magician of the right kind, 10 continents. Thinking about that, he didn't tremble, but he trembled with joy. He thought to himself, that's a hot headline, the number of interview requests and they will request detailed scenes will increase, just download this video will make me the best streamer of the day. The two guilds collapsed without even reaching Raiden. As always, calculations that cannot succeed are meaningless. In the desert forest, a guild similarly evaporated. The notification panel appears, your stamina is depleted, you will not be able to perform any actions. Faker, who single-handedly destroyed the majority of the 7 Guild Alliance, is now exhausted, but in the future, he will be called an assassin and become a legend, but that is a story for later. Now exhausted, Faker breathed tiredly thinking, the Master of Speed consumes a lot of stamina, in exchange for increasing the ability to move quickly, even though I know it's a weakness, I really can't stop. Thinking back, if it was 3 months ago, I wouldn't have been able to do this. Now is the time for the third wave of soldiers, different from the previous second wave, to appear. Bongdri is the only player who has made 3 career changes at the Ice Flower Guild, a rather difficult opponent. What's more important is the content of their conversation. I guess the 7 major guilds have united and are preparing to invade Raiden. Now everyone is on a mission. Am I the only one protecting Raiden? Damn, I have to move somehow, but this body. Thinking about it, he tried to stand up but was helpless. At the same time, a refugee girl came forward and gave him a piece of cake. He smiled tiredly and replied, I owe you, I'm so sorry. He thought to himself, if it was Grid, It would be different. Before entering the match, I need to check the sent messages. This time in the desert region. A group of people gathered together and shouted loudly. 10 minutes had passed since the gathering time. Is there any guild missing? Another guy replied. Except for the giant guild that couldn't participate. Out of the 7 big guilds, only 6 big guilds participated. Jeeble was standing next to him, thinking, but the guild hasn't arrived yet. There are Ice Flower, Yak, and Jareth. What are they planning to do? Hey damn it. How long do I have to wait? The rank 23 synthetic soul absorber Suiron shouted towards Jeeble. Without stopping, he continued pompously, this is wasting our precious time for such a small guild, am I right? Jeeble glanced at him and thought, soul absorber, a unique profession, has better fighting ability than Pagma's descendant. He recently promoted from rank 70 to rank 23, making his momentum increase significantly. I think so, too. If we have waited 10 minutes, it means we have kept our friendship. Let's just act on our own. That is the unanimous voice of the 16 monk class, the leader of Hades' guild. Jeeble was thinking more and more at this time. Yura always considered him one of the high-ranked people who absolutely couldn't win. Behind that charm I couldn't guess what he was thinking. Snake alone is enough to destroy this vacant Raiden city. This alliance is to make the relationship foundation between the 7 major guilds stronger and more cohesive. I will follow them until I can climb to the throne, Jeeble thought and put on his mask and said, okay, let's defeat them ourselves. He now laughed and thought, the number of Snake Guild members is 275 people, the Golden Guild is 211 people, the Hades Guild is 80 people, this is too large a number to crush an empty castle. Do we need to teach the grid guy a lesson, knowing that is a memorable experience? In the Ilyar Mountains. The bulletin board pops up continuously, urgently, 7 large guilds are attacking Raiden. Currently the direction of the Thorn Forest is being dominated by the Ice Flower Guild. The remaining 6 guilds cannot verify their location. Raoul was now full of worry thinking, what's going on? Are they doing a large-scale attack? How did that happen? Vantner next to him became even more panicked and turned back to ask him, Raoul, what was that about? We were in the middle of a battle with monsters at the mine, so they attacked when we weren't there. What opportunists? At this moment, Raoul clenched his fists and thought angrily, because in order to make Raiden develop properly, he had worked too hard, but they couldn't have come to attack at the right time like this if they didn't know the situation of Raiden in advance. Surely, there are spies. No, as the city's assistant, I've made a fatal mistake. I have no face-to-face Mr. Grid. He held his head and thought dejectedly. Currently the people with the strongest fighting power, Fine and Rigas, had gone to explore the dungeon so they couldn't contact them. Jishuka was very far away so there was no possibility of returning in time. Another person positively said that, even so, Jude and the Spirit Guard were still there, and there was also Mr. Piero. Another young man objected, Mr. Piero alone could not stop hundreds of such high-ranking people. Seeing that, Raoul exclaimed, damn, what to do? It will take at least half a day before we can return to Raiden. He turned back and asked Heroi, what is the maximum number of people who can ride on the flying dragon on Heroi Day, and how long does it take to get to Rodin? Heroi immediately replied, 3 people, we can return to Raiden within 3 hours. Seeing this, Raoul thought helplessly, indeed, this is the only way left, I can only make this decision. After thinking about it, he said, currently only Vantner and Tone are the 2 people with the strongest fighting power here. You 2, along with Sir Heroi, should quickly return to Raiden. If you're lucky, you can arrive before the battle breaks out. Focus on protecting Jude and the goalkeeper, okay? If a battle breaks out then, we will have to focus on destroying all the facilities in the city, but we absolutely must not lose talent. Sir Khan and Rabijed, let's put the task of rescuing Jude and Piero first. As for Rodin, we will give up on it. It was such a difficult decision, no one could keep calm when hearing about it. Suddenly Vantner came out and said, first let me know that, kid, since you are replacing Grid, I will accept this order, however. We'll try to hold out as long as possible so run back quickly, Raiden isn't just for a few people, you understand. Raoul quickly replied, yes, thanks to him. We will run back there, don't waste your stamina or mana, our primary goal will be to run as fast as possible back to Raiden. At this moment, he thought to himself, the first player to cross the territory will become the king there. Absolutely unforgivable, I will kill them all. At the same time in Raiden, Jeeble shouted, "Ha ha, this grid guy spends too much land on wheat fields, how can such a big city use it for agriculture, he really has no talent govern nothing. For people like this who advance quickly through professions, they have no right to be masters. We will know that everything turned to dust starting from this field, what useless people, ha ha ha." Suddenly a timid voice came out, "Who are you?"
I asked who you were?
That was the voice of Damien, who was trembling with each sound. Hearing that, Jeeble immediately thought angrily, "What is that? He's just a farmer and doesn't know anything about fear." "Very good, that thing called aura, you have to practice hard until it comes out naturally." Piero patted his shoulder and said, "You're too much, you didn't teach me like that." Krauzel said, "Ho ho, is that true?" Piero smiled back, "In this difficult life there is no correct answer, you guys heard clearly, anyway, if you can't beat it, you won't be able to enter Raiden. Truly, like master, like servant, how insolent, if you want to know who I am, then after killing all of you, I will answer," the Jeeble shouted angrily. Then a war was approaching. Standing in front of the Piero gate, I asked them, "Who are you? If you want to enter the raid group, you have to step over my body first." At this moment, Jeeble panicked and thought, there were two people in there who were SPC, the other guy is probably the one playing the role of the farmer. He hid his identity with a Satisfy attribute veil and a headband, so there were no other clues. Looking at them like before, Damien thought to himself, "Hey, the last time I came to see Mr. Grid, I had to become a farmer and I was speechless. This time I don't know what kind of mess I'll get myself into. Last week when I came here, I had a premonition that something was wrong." Returning last week, Damien was now lying on the ground, coughing a little tiredly, coughing. Seeing that, Piero immediately said, "The spirit is surprising, the atmosphere is also very stable, the taste of the attack, no, worthy of being a punching bag for me to practice. With defense power superior to that of the Hojin monk at the head of the Emperor's Guard and healing power comparable to that of a priest, the only one who could stand against me for so long was you." Piero laughed and said happily, at this very moment, Damien was doubting his life when he lost to a happy farmer. He thought to himself, "I lost at the hands of an ordinary farmer in just 10 minutes, how unreasonable." Blessing of Light is the buff skill that is considered the most powerful because of the long time between using that skill, unexpectedly, increasing attack power, defense power and hit rate to 80% is still unmatched. Got him again. Damien is now completely defeated by the fact that he is really weak. He thinks sadly, thanks to Mr. Grid, he became the representative of the goddess, thinking that he will eventually do great things. Oh well, am I just stuck at this level forever? At this time, Piero told him, "Duke Grid is not here now, waiting for him to return will have to wait at least 3 weeks. Until then, let's just stay together, work in the fields in the morning and practice in the afternoon." The mission board appeared in front of him. Training was fun and exciting, living together with Farmer Piero of the raid group. If you stay with him, you will develop even more. Mission conditions: within 3 weeks of living with Piero, you must absolutely complete the tasks that Piero specifies. Mission rewards: plus 30 health, plus 60 stamina, sword proficiency increases to level 2, receive farming skills. Looking at it, he was suddenly surprised and thought, mastering advanced swords takes 3 months to level up 1 level, this goes up to level 2, moreover, it also gives 90 stat points. Is it any different from leveling up straight? 9-2, for farming skills too. Well, that's useless, although the name of this mission sounds crazy, there's no way to refuse such a generous reward. It's a bit strange, but not that bad. At this time, Krauzel behind Piero said, "If it were you, it would probably take about 20 minutes, it's true that Big Brother is different." Piero hearing that replied with a big nose, "Ha ha, is that so?" Back to the present, Damien now looked at Krauzel and thought, what's more, he lost twice in a row, he didn't expect to lose to this person. At first I thought he was the Krauzel I vaguely remembered from the beginning of the game. After being with him, I realized he was just a normal farmer player. There's no way that Krauzel could be a farmer, just who is he? Ridiculous things keep happening, making me confused. He clenched his hands and thought, after all, my strength had increased significantly after a week of training with those 2 strong monsters. Against Mr. I want to quickly go save Isabel, but I have to wait until Mr. Grid returns so I can take advantage of this opportunity. The problem is, Piero then continued, you guys can decide to go, retreat or do something big, he secretly thought angrily, even pretending to be a city guard. This old farmer. He's dragged someone else into that mess. This crazy guy is already very strong, so there's no way he can avoid him. After hearing Piero's challenge, Jibal now ordered, "We have decided later, hey big boy. Deal with them." Hearing that, he immediately unleashed a firestorm. A wave of fire approached Piero, but with one swing the wave of fire disappeared, without any damage. Seeing that a farmer could block that attack, Jibal and Big Boy both panicked. At this time, Piero said, "Welcome to the raid group." At the same time, realizing the danger of Piero's group, Jibal ordered, "Wow, really boastful, the whole team. Get into a fighting stance." Before he finished speaking, Piero rushed towards him. He cried out, "He must be destroyed." Then hit him directly in the head. Notice board appears, receive critical damage, he thought in panic, what? Then disappeared in front of all the other union members. They cried out in panic, what is this? Second class rank in just one punch. The notice board appeared again, Jibal had died. Behind Krausel and Damien were also surprised by that power. At this moment they were thinking the same thing, the instant killing skill. It's really impossible to know what his limit is, right? He's even stronger than I imagined. Seeing their captain disappear, they shouted, "Who exactly are you?" Piero calmly replied, "I'm just an ordinary farmer who earns 73 silver coins and is trying to save every day." After the guild leader died, the vice president immediately thought of a way. Everyone was wavering. If we keep backing away like this, we will lose our prestige. It could cause the guild to collapse. Then he shouted, "What's wrong with you guys? That's the guildmaster's enemy. Even if he dies, we must avenge him." Piero was now holding a set of gardening tools, but he looked like an asura on the defensive. He said, "How long has it been since I've been able to go into battle? This is very good for using the light physics I've been practicing all my life. Last time." He thought to himself, "This is real combat, not practice. I can fight to my heart's content." They rushed over and shouted, "Since when did a farmer come out here to show off like that, you bastard?" Piero heard that and coldly replied, "Then you shouldn't be dragged into that joke, right?" Impermanent sword Dharma, fifth consciousness. He used a move, one blow, just one blow to knock them all away. He rushed towards them and shouted, "Are you guys just going to stand and watch like that? If these subordinates look like they're trying too hard, then someone as capable as you must step forward." Asuka is ranked 31st in the combined ranking of photoelectric masters. Was the one pounced on by Piero. Seeing that, Black Teddy rank 1 rank summoner immediately shouted, "How dare you toy with Our Lady, summon golem." Then a series of bear-shaped golems rushed towards him, but to stop Piero, the golems were no problem at all. The notice board pops up continuously. Golem Summoner 1 has died, Golem Summoner 3 has died, Golem Summoner 4 has died, Golem Summoner 5 has died. At this moment, he thought in shock, even the Kalgam bear summoning beast with the same fighting power as a level 3 electric master could do it in just one move, a completely different level. Where did that grid guy go to find this guy? The NPC name has a great influence on Satisfy's worldview. In reality there can be no other player as strong as this. This is truly a legendary NPC, or rather a farmer. Piero needs the baton to hit Black Teddy's head. The notification panel appears 3 times continuously, taking 7,350 damage. Seeing that, Asuka was shocked and thought, even though the move is normal, it can completely ignore the opponent's defense. Was the first rank summoner beaten to death like that? No, the second rank summoner died in under one blow of a pickaxe. Does that count as some consolation? The problem here isn't that the skill can instantly kill Jibal. The attack power is already very different from the start, monster. The characteristic of a light master is that when faced with danger, he can become stronger. Asuka now feels something new, she thought to herself, a new feeling that she has never felt before. With the passive skill light air that turns fear into pleasure, she screamed with blood boiling, "I will avenge my subordinate. Die." Saying that, Asuka threw her weapon at the opponent. Although the attack seemed simple, her weapon was the sickle of the legendary level Innis. Made her attack far from trivial. Even so, Piero just laughed and said, "Oh ho, I didn't expect you to be able to use such strength." Seeing that it didn't work, she immediately summoned another weapon, Euphra's great sword. Piero saw this and said with interest, "This time it's a big sword, that's quite talented." Seeing that the opponent seemed to despise her, she raised her sword and said, "Let's see how you can block it this time." Furious attack, then brought the sword down on Piero, Berserker's level 3 enhanced rage attack. Making her blade look like a falling mountain, but Piero said dejectedly, "Your wonderful swordsmanship bores me, it's not even significant compared to the basic moves, the supreme swordsmanship, the first move." Ignoring that blade, Piero immediately attacked her, a notification panel appeared, fatal damage. Startled by that damage, she couldn't believe the truth and angrily thought, it couldn't be, the rage attack was neutralized immediately, and even counterattacked, the Berserker's stats were concentrated, depends on agility and strength so the defense is quite low, but losing 60% of life points in one attack. Even the life points are decreasing, Berserker is super strong. After being stopped from flying, she summoned another weapon and shouted, "Shut up, now I will play seriously with you," flying fiercely. A series of spears rushed at him but he didn't care. Piero said contemptuously, "Is this poor trash your skill? I'm fed up, let's end it." Even though she raised her hand to block it, the attack still went through there, forcing her to log out. Before disappearing, she secretly cried, thinking, "My ultimate move, I'm so angry, what the hell is he?" The bulletin board appears, Asuka is dead. At this moment, the vice president panicked and thought, he is truly an NPC with high stats and perfect fighting skills, she can never win against him. Calm down, our goal is to prevent the growth of the grid, well, it's the destruction of Raiden, we have to focus on the main goal, even if it costs us our lives. At the same time, Suran came out and said, "Everyone attack, I will hold him back." The juniors saw that and immediately cheered, Mr. Suran cheered. At this time, he shouted again, "Focusing on attacking the citadel for me. We have to act directly." After speaking, he immediately absorbed the power from those who died in battle, foul gold attacks. One guy shouted, causing the whole army to come in. Suran reported alone that he was a strong NPC farmer, but was the person behind him that strong? Maybe that was his trick to keep him occupied. No matter how strong you are in a weakened state, all that is left behind you are just scarecrows alike. We have faced countless different enemies. You guys should regret pretending to be farmers, just die. Saying that, he summoned dozens of spears and launched them at Krauzel and Damien. His unique skill is Soul Palm, which summons cursed spears that deal high damage. Even so, Damien and Krauzel can still easily block it. What did he scream in panic? After blocking that attack, the two people asked each other, "Did it look like you were forced to block that attack?" Damien replied, "That's not wrong, he's not a nameless guy." At this moment Suran was still confused, blocking the Soul Palm with a single blow, isn't he just a puppet? Damn, I intended to deal with him quickly but in the end the plan got messed up, how could that bastard make everything so chaotic? But out of every 4 farmers, 3 are experts, I didn't expect this. Only one name left, he ordered. The Golden Guild noticed, change the target. That kid is definitely an ordinary farmer, destroy the weakest one, but didn't know that it was the top 1 player in the Krauzel rankings. Krauzel now held up the small sickle and chuckled. Seeing that relaxed and comfortable appearance, Suran panicked and thought, why are you smiling? What is that comfort? Wait. Is that guy not an ordinary farmer? At this moment Suran's soldiers rushed at him. They screamed, died. Then swung his sword at Krauzel. Gently, he used the sickle to pull out all their weapons. Suddenly they cried out, the weapons are all stuck in the sickle. This guy, he's using a strange technique. After saying that, they immediately disappeared after Krauzel's consecutive attacks. Even though he destroyed them all in just a few seconds, he still wasn't satisfied and said that he could take care of them all in just 1 move. As expected, my strength is still not enough. Casting 2 more moves, 2 more people disappeared before Krauzel's sickle. Seeing the tyranny of the happy farmers, Suran angrily exclaimed, 3 people ranked 230 in just 1 move, could let that monster go to work as a farmer. Who exactly is that guy Grid? Krauzel looked at Suran who was trembling and said, if we continue to fight, only our subordinates will be injured. Why wouldn't it be better if the guild master didn't come forward directly? Hearing that, his trembling turned to anger. He took a defensive stance and cried out, as the guild master, I cannot let my guild's enemies go away easily. He raised his hand to activate the soul stealing skill. At this moment, A bow appeared in his hand with arrows made from souls, he thought to himself, but he was much weaker than that NPC farmer. Thinking then he activated the soul-burning skill. Krauzel clearly saw each incoming arrow. He lightly smirked and said, "Is your profession related to absorbing souls and using it? It's quite interesting, but your ability as a sniper is really worth it, regret." Just finished his sentence, but his arrow suddenly exploded. The shock wave reached high into the sky. Suran now arrogantly laughed and said, "Ha ha, I linked it with the soul explosion move. My skill is not the turn of an ordinary farmer as you judge where." From the smoke, Krauzel flew out without a single wound on his body. It seemed he blocked the attack perfectly. He calmly said, "The technique was fine but the connection was quite slow so the reaction not very good. Maybe you should learn how to connect faster." At this moment, Suran immediately pulled out his sword and thought, "The Sword of Fate is the secret weapon I got in the first war. This is the strongest item for soul masters, helping the user to improve magic at the same time, and intelligence." Then he used the soul transfer skill. Then rushing towards Krauzel, he shouted, "To see if you can still feel comfortable when facing more and more of these powerful attacks of mine," then swung a series of sword swings at him. Even so, Krauzel still slowly blocked it. While blocking his attack, he thought, looking at his skills, "I thought he was a magician. Seeing his sword skills is so real, he looks closer to a swordsman." But people often say that the power of softness and restraint cannot be cut off by just using the weight of the sword to cut off the flow. Seeing that continuously swinging his sword was ineffective, he shouted, "Don't speak up and lecture me," and then used the soul-stealing skill, soul robbing, a move that robs a living subject's soul. The subject whose soul is robbed will have difficulty controlling the body for a certain period of time and suffer continuous damage. Raising his sword, he shouted, "Let's see if you can still show your face after this move." Then sent a straight blow towards Krauzel, unlike before. This time Krauzel was really injured. A tear appeared on his shoulder. Even though the slash hit him, he still suddenly thought, even if his soul was stolen, he still temporarily avoided the killer move aimed at the heart to minimize the damage. This guy is certainly not an amateur. The more he thinks about it, the more confused he becomes. Soul stealing is one of the strongest special moves specialized in combat. My opponent is not even Krauzel or Anyus. Why can't I control a farmer? That's possible. After being hit by Krauzel's attack, he secretly smiled and thought, what a good skill. His swordsmanship is more than average. It can be said that he is the strongest user I have ever met in all this time. I don't care much about PvP, but every day being trained by Piero, my thinking has changed. The boiling feeling, rising more and more with the realm of swordsmanship. Maybe I should think about participating in the national competition next year. He thought, then cast the moon move and lowered his sword. In the blink of an eye he disappeared as if he had never fought. Suran thought in panic at this moment. He had just disappeared in the blink of an eye, only now did he notice that this guy had not used any skills even once. This is dangerous. He immediately used the soul armor skill to defend against what was coming, but that armor is so fragile to Krauzel. With just 2 sword strikes, the armor was destroyed and knocked him far away. In pain he cried out, coughing. He couldn't believe it. He thought to himself, the amount of damage that the level 2 soul armor could absorb was up to 17,300, yet he counterattacked and caused more damage to himself, this monster. Once again, Krauzel activated the radial sword skill and stabbed Suran all the way. He was also thinking excitedly at this time, hesitating, I thought I couldn't counterattack. It's been a long time since I've experienced such a feeling of helplessness and imbalance since the job change mission. He shouted, damn mouse, let me tie your legs up, end it all with this blow. He activated the soul prison skill. Krauzel is now surrounded by blue soul walls, so he thought, this is the strongest binding move that can imprison a level 280 boss for more than 5 seconds. In here are 39 links including 2 soul damaging moves and soul burning moves that can burn everything, both attack and cause damage over time. He shouted, it's time for you to become thinly sliced meat. Then a series of spears rushed at Krauzel, white light sword. He activated the skill and blew them all away. The impact of this skill is so great that Suran immediately becomes motionless. At this moment he thought in panic, my senses, I can't feel anything anymore. A blade immediately passed through his body, a gentle blow ending Suran's life. He angrily shouted, damn it, who are you? Hearing that, Krauzel also calmly introduced himself, I thought you already knew that, so you rushed in. In addition to the main meal, you also get snacks, and there's also a place to stay, but there's no such thing as illegal wages. I am the seasonal farmer of the raid group." He suddenly exclaimed, "Seasonal, what is that? People just call it farmers." His juniors shouted, "Their president has tricked them." Everyone among them is now trembling as they think, "Speaking of the white light sword, it was the attack that caused a state more serious than blindness. After I regained my sight, I didn't expect someone as strong as me." Suran also suffered the same situation. "That's right, a year ago I saw this scene. In Elgard's forest in the top battle only 7 people ranked high in the top 100 combined rankings could participate. Is the scene of that person single-handedly destroying all the monsters in the area, then taking on the boss Elgard, his control ability and fighting senses reaching the divine realm, overcoming all difficulties, in terrain and level differences. The person who was praised as a genius like me even felt the admiration that I didn't even dare to dream of. Drunk that day, I couldn't stop thinking about that person's appearance at that time. The person ranked top 1 in 2 billion players, the heavenly Krauzel, what is he doing here? Moreover, it is much stronger than at that time. It seems that this place is an impregnable fortress." After thinking about it, he gave the order. The entire Hades retreated, quickly. "Preserve your troops and retreat." The other members of the guild saw this and joined together. "The Hades have all fled, damn it, we'll retreat too." At this point, Damien sighed and said, "Just let them run away like that." Krauzel heard that and immediately replied, "I'll chase after him." Damien Way intervened, "There's no need, it's Piero's fault that I was worried that the war would escalate, but things have ended like this so there's no need to chase anymore." At this moment, he immediately turned back and asked, "But now that I remember, who exactly are you? Your opponent is also a formidable person, yet you handled it very neatly." Seeing that, Krauzel just smiled and replied, "Let's see, I'm just an insignificant character not worth your concern." Hearing that answer, Damien didn't bother to ask any more. He thought to himself, "So you're telling me to cut down on a lot of things, so I don't need to be curious. I also don't care about anyone except Rebecca's daughter." At this moment, Krauzel turned to ask, "The two of you looked very busy, did you handle everything okay?" The noble immediately replied, "This side also ran away, causing us to miss dinner time." Hearing that, Damien immediately cried and thought, "I heard that he comes from a famous noble family but is always in a state of hunger. He feels so nervous." After hearing that, Krauzel looked at Piero and said, "So as long as he finishes, it's okay." I really didn't expect to be able to scan such a large number of books by myself, and I even felt sorry for his opponent. At this moment, Piero held the small pickaxe and pointed it at the enemy and said, "Mixing the skills of his teammates and sublimating it effectively, his ability is quite interesting and truly excellent." At this moment, the vice president thought in panic, "Has everyone been defeated? Nonsense, I will show you that I am not just a puppet." Hearing that, Piero rushed over and struck him in the middle of his forehead, then said, "Is he shy when praised?" Damien thought to himself, "This is the 275th victim, he was simply defeated in one move." He exclaimed, "He really knocked them all down." Krauzel also suddenly agreed, "He is truly extraordinary. I'm completely different from a few weeks ago." After eliminating the enemies, Piero thought to himself, "I have gained a lot of new feelings from this battle. Maybe from here on the path to becoming a sword saint has some achievements." Not really, this development feels like it has broken the inhibition for so long, it feels like there is something new. Piero, a nobleman of the Saharan Empire, Piero captain of the Red Cavalry, a wanderer, a swordsman, a farmer, what changed us when we all seemed to blend together towards one place? Overcoming my own barriers, what I am holding in my hand is not a sword. However, the tool is irrelevant, it's not a sword, what has changed is, my feeling about this world. I felt the soil, leaves, roots and tree trunks, together enjoying the newness and spirit of enthusiastic young people. I have not experienced all of these simple things, it is also not related to my path of feeling, all efforts are fun but the steps are gentle and relaxing. He felt everything around him and said, "It's all here, this feels like everything around. Soil, water, seeds, stems and leaves, sickle and hoe. And the ground, connected by the sword and me." At this moment, around Piero's body, a white aura radiated everywhere, a notice appeared, the legendary farmer was born. All the farmers of this world will praise and admire him. The birth of a new legend was announced across the continent. Everyone felt confused by a legend that no one had heard of before. A Piero has fully understood everything in this world. If he plows the field, the land will become fertile, and if he wields a tool, he will have a good harvest and destroy hundreds of enemies. It was the birth of a new legend, a farmer who became a swordsman. Like the legend of a swordsman who became a blacksmith, Piero looked up at the sky and asked, "Pagma, you're the same as me, right?" Suddenly we can see swords like lightning continuously hitting the centipede monster's body along with someone's cry. Next is the image of a guild that seems to be very tired and having difficulty handling the monsters. A person with red hair said how long it would take for monsters to appear. Without Suiron it would be too much for people like us with an average level of about 230. While breathing heavily, he continued, "As strong as the Golden Guild, the army doesn't even have 100 people left. We are blocked by these farmers. We can't even meet Grid. Didn't we say from the beginning that we shouldn't encounter Grid?" A fat guy with common black hair replied, "Our moving speed has slowed down a lot. Will our pursuers catch up?" The red hair said he saw those guys already. Once you retreat, they won't chase you. You can rest assured. Suddenly a bright red fire suddenly broke out from somewhere. Everyone had no time to react but could only scream and wonder, what, the fire? Suddenly a foot stepped out from the fire, angrily shouting that you bastards are returning after destroying Raiden. Let's all rush forward and teach these bastards a lesson. It turned out to be Vantner's team along with Toon and Furoi. Vantner continued to shout while charging with his shield in hand, "How dare you attack our city?" A cloaked man shouted in panic. That was the person who won first place in the Guardian Knight rankings. Hey, wait, Raiden is still fine. Another guy continued, "Don't misunderstand. Now all the guilds have been beaten to a pulp by the farmers and have all retreated." While Vantner and Toon continuously attacked the capes, Vantner was enraged. Who would believe such nonsense? Shut up and die. He continued to land blows like heaven on the cloaked guild. They screamed in despair, "Damn, we couldn't believe it ourselves, but we really didn't. Please convince Furoi. He seems to be the most powerful person here." The cloaked man desperately begged Furoi, "Sir Furoi, please save us. Raiden is truly safe. We already know it's wrong. Please tell those two to calm down." Furoi looked disdainful, his eyes wide open indifferently. "You guys, very good. Somewhere there is a monster that looks like a giant lizard roaring along with the notification that your level has increased." One person said, "Wow, this is the best hunting place." Another person continued, "This is why the leveling speed is so fast. Who would want to go like this?" Remind his teammates to stop farming monsters and increase their marching speed. We can know that guild members with an average level of about 253 were selected for training. The guild's level of tactical perfection is equivalent to that of the army. The leader has forged the fighting strength of a small association like Hades. He represents billions of Chinese people. How? Ranked 16th in the combined rankings, known as the Fighting Master. A member suddenly informed the guild master, "After seeing that farmer defeat Suiroi, I became much more cautious. I didn't think he would be defeated so simply." Certainly, the farmer who defeated the Suiroi was, because it is Krauzel, the outer heaven. A guild member suddenly, "What, you mean Krauzel has become Grid's subordinate?" How with a serious, tense expression replied, "I guess they were just cooperating. No one will be a subordinate. Krauzel is an extracelestial being. This is not someone that an individual can hold." Another person in the guild waved his hand uneasily, thinking that Grid was the one who defeated the Zadaka guild. "So I was very uneasy." He said that anyway, that place will soon become an empire. Come on, everyone, people hurry up. Even though you left, you still have to pay the price for your sins. A voice rang out from afar, even though you had left, you still had to pay for your crimes. Hao's group was surprised and looked warily at the direction the voice came from. It turned out to be Riel. He was serious. "Seriously, the price of setting those dirty feet on Duke Grid's territory is your lives." There, that's Lariel, the strongest among the 10 recruits. He came back from the expedition. Several voices rang out in the crowd. Riel wondered, "Are you, the leader of the Hades Guild, taking off your mask and shamelessly retreating like that? Isn't it too early?" Hao with a worried look assessed the current situation of the Hades Guild and Riel's faction. There are 15 out of 28 members on Riel's side. Our side has about 80 people, so we will have the advantage in numbers. But even if the main forces like Zishka, Pawn and Rigas are not here, all the opponents on the other side have changed jobs for the third time while our side has only changed jobs for the second time. Quality over quantity, that is the essence of the Satisfy game. The results cannot be evaluated in advance. Then How directly sent a secret message in the Hades Guild's group: pay attention, I will stop everyone, everyone just hide, everyone in the guild wonders, Guildmaster. We can't let the Guildmaster fight the enemy alone, we also want to stay and buy time. The difference between the level of 11th and 50th in the rankings is only 4 levels. If he is defeated, he will lose experience, causing his rank to drop significantly. How firmly replied, the ranking is only symbolic, I would rather sacrifice myself than let all 79 people suffer together. If we all survive and have changed professions for the 3rd time, then there will be hopefully, but I will surely return this disgrace. See you later, now retreat. Everyone in the group seems heartbroken, I know. Suddenly Ibeline rushed out with an angry face. Do you think we will let you go so easily? One person directly turned his legs into a stance, probably the president of the Hades Guild. In Satisfy there is no race selection, meaning, everyone starts out as human, but there is a small portion of users who can change their race to other races through special quests, or is one of them. After transforming, most people will lose their human skills, and physical strength and support weapons are not a problem for players. When he transforms, it takes him maybe 5 minutes to maintain his half-dragon state. Muscle strength, vitality, and resistance increase by 10%, the ability to resist fire and the ability to fly, although not yet perfect, is still activated. How's true identity as a half-dragon. After becoming a dragon, How's appearance has changed somewhat, with 2 wings sprouting from his back, big and long, red with the ability to fly. The face is inlaid with claws on both sides, the ears are long like dragon ears and pointed back, his eyes turned long yellow. He held a sword in his hand, and an iron chain in his hand. He confidently said, in 5 minutes, you guys won't be able to get past this place. Riel was worried. That was the Dragon Clan's strongest park fighting mode. He said, I will divide the manpower, everyone should come and attack the retreating guys. Mr. Tobin, Mr. Rayla, Mr. Jednose, you 3 should handle it. Tobin rushed forward directly with his shield enchanted with the blessing of God Jadar. Suddenly the shield was tied by the red iron chain in the hand. Tobin was startled and then took a blow to the head, making him dizzy. How rushed towards Rayla with a disdainful look. Just the 3 of you, are you looking down on me like that? She thought to herself, How is too quick. There is no time for me to chant the spell, the magic must be done quickly. Crazy fire lotus. The enhanced staff then directly shot a stream of fire but was dodged and Rayla continued to be punched in the body. As for Jednose, are you thinking that in such a short time the 2 of you have been defeated? First you have to save Rayla, then you use the wind wall skill on How. I'm planning on making an example of them, don't interfere. How was proud. Ibeline and his serrated sword came from nowhere and rushed towards How and slashed down, but How blocked it. That fragile body, let's see how you can resist me. Said with a triumphant expression and the smile of a victor, little children. After this sentence, How used the chain on the vase's mace to directly clear 2 members. After Rayla was beaten, I thought about it again. Even though crazy magic would be emitted chaotically without a target, I never thought I would be injured by it. His physical ability is amazing, and what's more, this powerful attack power, if it weren't for the buff from Tobin, I would have died a long time ago. How rushed to Jednose, don't hide behind and I will ignore you. Jednose was pushed into a difficult position, thinking that there was no time for him to cast magic. Suddenly Tobin rushed forward with a shield in his hand and shouted, Fight me, you bastard. Directly blocking a blow from the half-dragon turned How, Tobin stopped. This devil, he knows my weak point, he attacks it and makes it quite difficult for me. Strength, technique, in all aspects must be at least a master level. Riel seemed a bit scared and admitted, it's amazing, I didn't think it would come to this. I heard that he used to be a miracle of dragon speed. It seems that his fame is not empty. At the present time he only has 4 minutes of transformation time left. Rule assessed that the Hades team was running away from us. Let's fight them first. A person next to him said, Rule, you should come too, there's no more free time to send messages. After closing the message system panel and equip myself with a weapon like a right hand, he said I must also join the fight. If I can really hold out for 5 minutes, then we will spoil him to the end. Currently, the members are at a low position in their profession, but individually, they are quite high-ranking people. However, How's strength is no less, the Dragon Clan's intelligence in dispersing vision with explosive flames. and avoiding deadly skills with the ability to fly. He is trying to make the most of the dragon race's transformation technique. In addition, the skill of controlling the chain precisely to bind people's feet to limit movement, their movements. His binding technique was so skilled and his movements were amazing. After a fierce fight, Hao angrily shouted that he couldn't let this kid go. Judgment, fighting skills, even the spirit of sacrificing oneself for teammates. It's a cautious opponent. After Rule's evaluation phase ended, it was time for the entire team to cooperate and attack him, with fire, wind, ice, and sword magic simultaneously rushing at him. After Hao's dragon transformation period ended, he fell to his knees, panting, coughing. More than rumors, you guys are not weak, it's just that I am better. 5 minutes and 3 seconds have passed, my teammates must have run away already. I held my stomach and said, I'm satisfied with that, let's kill them. Rule stood in front of Hao unexpectedly. I didn't expect that he could hold off 15 people who had been trained by Mr. Piero, Mr. Pan and Mr. Legas only have a maximum of 3 minutes when they confront me. He acknowledged that his opponent was truly a wonderful person. That entire attack was blocked by the combination technique. The Dragon Clan's transformation skills were truly terrible. I have no other choice but to admit defeat in this confrontation. He did a good job as a guild master, but in the end the winner is still me. Rule said directly to Hao, everything you did was very good but Hades failed to retreat. Hao still stubbornly believed that Rule's words were useless lies, but Rule responded, how do you feel about sending group messages? To avoid pursuit, I know you will retreat by the shortest route to escape Raiden. All of your guild members are currently captured at the border between Western Etnal and the Empire's territory. Finally, after the battle between the Vanguard and the Golden Guild ended, we ordered scouts to head off the remnants of the failed guilds. You know that no matter how strong your remnants are, we have already considered which way to retreat. I'm so disappointed, damn, how could this happen? I've done everything I can, yet his teammates could not escape. Rule proposed to Hao, I was about to give you a proposal, are you willing to serve Duke Grid? What is that, did I hear correctly? Hao replied, what are you thinking when you say that, so you think dragons must submit to dogs? Ibeline raised his sword while getting excited, don't say anything useless, just let him go, I've been exhausted by him all day. Rule continued, Mr. Grid is not as evil as you think, but on the contrary, his heart is as vast as the sky. He seemed to protest in disbelief, are you joking? If it were the sky, then surely can certainly embrace our entire dragon clan. But for people who can be called the sky, for me there is only Krauzel. Rule compromises, okay, since we can't change your mind immediately, I will release all your members so they can escape safely. I'm so confused, what are you doing? I said I have no intention of serving the grid, I heard that the sky can hold dragons, right? Of course, there is only one sky in this world, from now on, please follow Mr. Grid's every step. Rule said, Hal looked bewildered. Cough cough, what blind loyalty, this Grid guy, hasn't he put some crazy ideas in your heads? I didn't expect that one day I would have to endure such humiliation, Hal said with a face resigned to his fate. Thank you, I will keep an eye on him, to see if his personality is as you say. After Hal left, someone said reproachfully, are you crazy Lowell? Those people invaded us without any reason, why did you let them go so easily? There's a report from Heroi that Raiden is safe and sound, so that's reassuring. Okay, another person said, compared to personal interests, we must consider practical interests. We should not be aggressive with too many guilds, Rule said, but if they are pushed forward and continue to attack, then know how. Ibeline replied, there is no such thing, on that day they cross a grain of sand in their territory, we will also kill and destroy all of their guilds, Rule affirmed. At Raiden's castle. Rule's group returned to meet the farmers. Rule on behalf of the whole party thanked the farmers for protecting Raiden from danger. The cause was our wrong judgments. I will spend the rest of your life repaying this favor. Piero replied okay and just need to pay for my food. Jedno said that all of Raiden's 73 strongholds are only worth one meal. Rayla told Piero that Raiden is not that big of a deal. Occasionally searching for water sources produces high quality wheat, helping the common people, all thanks to Piero's kindness. Even though he's a swordsman, having this level of farming ability is amazing. Anyway, who is the legendary farmer? Swordsmanship cannot be Piero's goal, Rule thought to himself. Then he asked Piero, the attackers are quite strong, how can you defeat them alone? Piero then pointed his thumb at the working farmers and said that they had helped him. Rule suspected that among the farmers in Raiden, there were talented people with warrior qualities, like that. Growl covered his face with his hat, not wanting to see them at all. If they were discovered, there would be chaos. After that, he used the excuse of his mother to call him, so he logged out of the game for a while. Rule was just as surprised as his friend. Log out, could it be the player? How come even the farmers in Raiden have such high levels? Then he turned around and asked his friend, "Who are you? Why are you doing farm work in this place?" My friend was confused. That's it. Being caught by farmers like this, I can't say that I'm working on behalf of the goddess's agents. However, they are still Mr. Grid's close assistants. If I tell them the situation, they won't let me meet face to face, right? Then he took off his hat and said hello to the Rule group for the first time. Rule realized he had climbed to second place in the night rankings, but one day he suddenly disappeared from the rankings and was rumored to be an otaku. Is he Damien, Rebecca's oldest knight? Why did he appear here? Rule thought. In the castle. After hearing Damien's story, Vantner cried and exclaimed, fighting to save the woman he loved, so touching. Rule roughly understood the situation and asked Damien why he was in the field. Sir Damien was mentioned as a papal candidate. If he had gone to see the manager, he would have received good treatment, like a distinguished guest. Rule looked at Damien's sad and crying face and thought to himself, don't tell them not to let him in. Damien cried and said, I really like it. I should have been working in the fields a long time ago, making Rule confused and not understanding. What is happening? Rule asked Damien that there seemed to be many people joining him. Who were they? That person hid their identity, so I didn't know. Damien replied, if it was a dangerous person, Mr. Piero would eliminate it immediately. Just keep an eye on it, but this guy is different. Rule thought to himself, then said, okay Mr. Damien, we will convince Mr. Grid to save Rebecca's daughter and help him become Pope. Damien was so happy and excited. Yosh, really, this Damien is super touching. Rule thought with a sinister expression, if I can build a temple in Raiden in the near future, I will receive preferential treatment from the city, and even have a precious junior brother. How can I miss this opportunity? This wonderful assembly is. In a certain office in the castle repelling foreign invaders, you achieved a truly amazing result, which is why I brought you here to give you the reward you deserve for it. The administrator's job is also to give appropriate rewards. Rabbit said. Piero refused and said that it was not necessary, since I have never had a relationship with material wealth, but Rabbit continued that it was necessary to discuss meritorious actions. For those who don't understand, reward means giving rewards commensurate with achievements. Everyone was surprised with the farmer's performance. With the eye of recognizing talented people, I knew his true strength, from the beginning. However, the reason I still let him be a farmer is because if I ranked him based on his ability, I would have to pay him millions of gold coins. For a Raiden who was having financial difficulties, that was unacceptable. After thinking for a long time, Rabbit gave a new contract with the maximum payment within his authority to Piero and affirmed. I, the administrator Rabbit, appointed Farmer Piero as the caretaker of the wheat fields, and accordingly increased the profits, later thanks to you, the core philosophy of how Raiden operates. Lowest cost, best efficiency. Piero thanked Rabbit for tripling his salary to 2 gold and 30 silver. Next, Damien thanked him for his hospitality, to the point that he wanted to give him a pillow of light with the word Isabel printed on it. That's my best. Rabbit and Rule both said at the same time, it's because Raiden doesn't abandon everyone, but actually eat it to the bone. At the cheapest price and with the highest efficiency. Just like that, the ambitious plan of the 7 major guilds to submerge the great power of the grid, actually not even reaching the point of the grid, failed. Then, starting from the shocking article that 10 great mages of the continent fought for grid, all the articles spread around the world, and unconfirmed truths have also started to spread. On the chat channel, the Demuri magician said that grid is great. Among the 10 great magicians, even Asur, also a subordinate, goddess of war King Wang, said that grid appears on TV in America all day long. Lying outside the danger says that in Japan no one knows the grid, etc. The peak was the broadcast of Bernie Torres, who had a spectacular revival as a top streamer. However, this news did not reach the main character in the story. That is because the Tamperdon was worried that it would hinder the mission, so he did not report anything. The main character's stage was set to start somewhere else after the end of the 3-week-long journey. Grid has arrived at the imperial capital of Shaharan or Titan. He let out a few words. The road is still far, but from here you can clearly see its massiveness. The Ethnal Citadel is several times larger than Raiden. Even though it's a long way, I took advantage of the time I came here to practice and improve my skills. System panel appears. Nickname Grid. Level 291, descendant of the legendary blacksmith Pagma. Strength 2770 plus 160. Stamina 1246 plus 230. Agility 6626 plus 130. Intelligence 711 plus 340. Dexterity 1634 plus 680. Perseverance 958 plus 130. Calmness 658 plus 130. Indomitable 913 plus 240, and many other very high indexes, and especially the evil index with 31 numbers. Mr. Grid thinks that the job of making legendary equipment is getting more and more difficult. It is very difficult to create the equipment as desired, but when it comes to making basic equipment and the ability to control fire at will, wherever I go now, I'm definitely the best. Then he looked towards Ethnal Royal Castle, and anyway, he's over there, right? The enemy blamed Piero and took everything away. Okay, let's see what kind of person that kid is. If you dare to take it away, then you must be prepared for someone else to take it away, right? I will come to punish you instead of Piero, STmanhwa. Inside the castle, a glass was slammed onto the floor. The water inside the glass splashed along with STmanhwa's curse. Damn you. Then we can see the image of the blonde guy sitting on the floor panting. A few things about STmanhwa, the eldest son of Count Fordo, one of the founders of the empire. At the age of 20, he joined the enemy army, building outstanding achievements and reputation for his family and empire. His nobility and loyalty were praised as the empire's pillars, along with his close friend Piero. That is until he fell into Queen Mary's scheme and used a dagger to murder his own colleagues and friends, directly to STmanhwa's thoughts. Royal concubine Mary's intense beauty, damn sparkling light, no matter what you do, you can't erase that thought. Sorry, really sorry, even if you scream thousands of times, you can't reach it. Piero, my best friend. While STmanhwa was regretful and miserable, two soldiers ran in. Sir STmanhwa, what's going on? Ha! It's the alcohol again. Aren't we still protecting you every day? If you continue like this, it will be very awkward. Please calm down and go back to bed and drink. After finishing his sentence, the glass on the floor immediately flew across the face of the soldier with blonde hair tied in a ponytail and created a streak of blood right on his face. STmanhwa looked indignant and said, "Shut up, you bastards of the royal concubine's henchmen." A sentence suddenly rang out. It is true, every day is not a day without a day. This sentence startled STmanhwa. The words continued, even though he had been seriously injured by his best friend. If this continued, the hardships we took care of him would be very difficult. Caring for others will be useless. It's been a few years since you were imprisoned in the mansion. Can you see the light like this, Mr. STmanhwa? Turned out to be the words of Div, the black magician. STmanhwa screamed in fear. No, don't come here, stop. Then the magician held out the finger with the ring. A stream of magic power radiated out. I only intended to take care of a normal person, but he refused. Don't you want to escape the pain? STmanhwa shouted, "Shut up, even death cannot wash away this sin." Then our Mr. STmanhwa gained momentum and jumped out the window with his will. Sorry, my friend. I don't know how much to pay. Neither body nor time, there is no answer. But my friend, even a little bit like this.
I still want to return it to you. I said no.
It's raining like this. If you physically abuse her, the queen will be very angry. The body and mind are not completely normal anymore. Aren't you tired? Imagination should be allowed. Turns out it was all due to the Div's magic that created an illusion for STmanhwa. He continued, doing so will only make everyone around you tired and uncomfortable. Maybe you need to use some more medicine or some healing magic, right? If a doll with a string does not move as desired, its joints will be broken. Please pay attention and be careful, don't let that happen. When false illusions appear in your mind, you should relax your mind and let it go blank. You just need to stay in your shell and be obedient. Oh, that's right, there's someone named Yunjo Ri. And who is Piero? STmanhwa seemed to be controlled by magic. Piero. Traitor of the empire, and my enemy. Compared to the scene in the Ethnal Imperial City, we return to the familiar countryside scene with straw carts. System notification, fun and interesting cultivation mission, hidden, completed, finished. With it, I will reach the stage 4 Sword Saint candidate. There is only one stage left before I step foot in the land of Sword Saints. This hand covered in mud and dark calluses, I can see a little bit of the path Piero is taking. Piero asked, "Are you going to leave now? Please come visit often, I will always welcome you." Growl thought that, thanks to working in the fields and training with him every day, I was finally able to overcome the obstacle, even though in the end I still couldn't win against him. Meeting each other like this was really great, lucky. When I switched to farming, and thought about giving up the Sword Saint, I was really disappointed, but that wasn't giving up, it was just finding the path I had to take, not limited by his profession. He found the principle of combining swords and farming tools, thereby climbing to the ranks of legends. Grousel holds hands and thanks Piero. It's good to be able to start a new adventure, but it's a pity to say goodbye to Raiden. I will miss this place very much. This is the first time I have feelings for a place like this. I will engrave precious memories here during the past month. Piero smiled confidently. Surely one day we will meet again. Hope you enjoy it. Grousel thought that no matter how long it took, I would definitely become a Sword Saint, as someone of the same level as him, to be able to become his opponent. I will also become a legend, triggering the white light sword. A person sitting on a tree. Has he been discovered? If I can distract myself, there's only one person. The time at Raiden was fun. It was really fun. About 3 years ago, the Emperor of the Huanderic Empire gathered leading senators and priests from across the continent to save the life of Queen Ariad, who was paralyzed in her hospital bed. But no one can cure the Queen's illness, only the legendary saint can. Death cannot be prevented by people or property. After Ariad's death, he did not ignore national problems, so he could only use alcohol to ease the pain. At that time, the second Emperor Marie helped the Emperor, who was on the verge of mental collapse. Originally beautiful and also the mother of the 4 princes, after she devoted herself to the Emperor to gain favor, she gradually absorbed the power of the kingdom. Over the next 3 years, she destroyed the forces supporting the first prince, and with the support of the knights and noble families, she built a solid foundation. All because she wanted to make the 4th prince crowned prince without failing in the calculations that Queen Marie drew up. And the person closest to Princess Marie, the magician Div, who has served Marie's family since before Marie became queen, also showed up. Exactly, the man is pretending to be a dark magician. His thoughts are that he wants to rule the world with dark magic. His desire is to summon 33 great demons to the continent to cause chaos. Darkba, senior character of Yatan. A magician who is also a wizard specializing in curses of the Yatan religion. Thanks to the connection with the 4 princes, I can create chaos in the kingdom, at which point magic power will flood me. In the end, the hard work of the past 3 years of hiding my identity from the magicians and sages has also ended. Suddenly there were lines of thunder around him appearing as if warning of something. He suddenly realized that there was an intruder. Did he break the illusion barrier set up at this Asmofel mansion? He shouted, "Gather all the guards now to protect the mansion." A few soldiers replied, "What do you mean immediately?" He angrily thought that these guard knights were really harmful. No matter how strong his barrier was, there were still loopholes. We need to protect this achievement. We cannot fail. To maintain control, we must prevent this invasion. But the barrier was easily broken, and it was so discreet that the guards didn't know. Perhaps a mouse with relatively good strength was able to sneak in. But that's all. Then the Div magician yelled at the bastard to reveal himself. Then a flash of light appeared in space. Grid appears. There are actually more than 100 buildings here, but now there is only the 6th building. After all, it has been discovered, but if you want to find him, you won't be able to search all day long. It took 3 weeks to get here. It was a waste of time. Then Grid looked at the magician and told him to come here quickly and finish. The name, the magician replied with a disdainful face, a name he had never heard of or seen before, so it looked really strange. Look at this. A bug had invaded the garden, quickly destroyed it, then hundreds of soldiers rushed up, shouting in the air. Grid blocked the attack with satisfaction. He must have been faster than the soldiers of other places. As he spoke, he raised the shield of the great god of legendary rank. Then Grid said, "But look here," and he swung his sword. "Please continue talking here because I don't have a worthy opponent, so I'm very angry." Grid activates the blacksmith's anger. System shows up, blacksmith's wrath, level 4, attack power for a period of time plus 25%, attack speed plus 40%, mana consumption 50, cooldown time 60 seconds. Grid's skill rushed into the group of guards. A few guards exclaimed, controlling the big sword so easily, it was truly a monster, surrounding and attacking at the same time. An orderly guy, Grid knew for sure that the difference in strength couldn't be compensated by tactics. Even if I only used melee, I could handle half of these soldiers. This is the result of training in the last 3 weeks. Ending his thoughts, he immediately cut a stone pillar in half, then he glided behind the soldiers, making them confused. There he was behind. This kid was taking advantage of the terrain. Grid found that there seemed to be more of them than expected. The evil power notification system has increased by 2 more evil powers, currently 91, you're scared, ha, haven't you already defeated more than 60 people? If the evil power increases, there will be a lot of trouble. If you kill all the NPCs here, the evil power will increase to 150. Now it's just a little experiment. He called his pet, hey, come out here. Name Noe level 151, Memphis race, satisfied status, very satisfied to fight here, list of currently learned skills, liquefaction, soul devouring, scratching, enchantment. He thought again that if he let his pet act, maybe the demon's power would not increase anymore. Grid was very curious to see what the result of this action would be. Additionally, the new enchantment skill acquired at level 150 will cause enemies to lose the will to fight. While riding, Grid's pet thoroughly enjoyed handling the soldiers. Grid saw that he could now fight high-level soldiers as well. The system announced that he had gained 125,600 experience points, divided by a portion of his experience for Noe. Demon power increases by 1, Grid is afraid of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, Grid's pets laugh ha ha, these little mice, all of them. Grid raised his voice, hey, get in, it won't help, Noe is angry, no way. Grid continued, first go inside and invite someone who can handle it. The demon's power will increase. We should monopolize experience points to increase the level first. I'm really upset, you damn witch, now I have to kill you all. A soldier said, sir, let's perform a curse on that scoundrel. Of course we have to do it. Div replied, the mansion is so large that insect can dance freely. We will have to consider moving Asmofel to another place to lure him. After that, the magic arrow activates the darkness and spreads. This skill will create a magic mark that increases the speed of the dark magician's moves. He was pleased, this bug has stopped jumping around. Then he activated the ring on his hand, emitting a stream of black magic. The dark curse notification system increases the amount of damage dealt to the opponent. The dark wrap reduces all of the opponent's magic resistance. The dark mark reduces all of the opponent's combat power. After all the curses hit Grid, several soldiers tried to finish him off. But that magician saw something a bit strange. Curse magic has no effect. Grid shouted to get away, then he used a combo attack, slashing a series of slashes at the soldiers. The system announced that there was resistance. Grid was angry, damn it, you all rushed in here, even if my evil points increase, you will pay the price. Realizing the danger of the Grid, the div activated the dark shield and cried out, you bastard, who are you, how can you resist all my curses? He replied, you still have a lot to be surprised about. He activated the ability to see through weak points. Then rushed directly to break the magic shield. The magician movie was surprised. How did it know the weakness of the dark shield? What are you doing? No matter what, we have to tie up this bug's legs, he shouted. Grid was bewildered. Hey, why didn't he die? The dark magician's defense was weak, so he had to end it in 1 slash. Combat ability 20,500, not an ordinary black magician. This guy is quite good. He is like an extra in this mission. The div struggled miserably and thought, damn it, what the hell is that guy? The curse is completely ineffective, it's quite tiring. Even if I use attack magic to hit his weak point, my magic will have no effect on him, so I have to use it secretly. This beetle, even if you are resistant to magic, I still have another trick, just wait and see what fun lies ahead. Then he shouted, get out here and tear that bug apart, Asmofel. Grid suddenly, what is this? The magician smiled like he had a good time. Grid thought to himself, it seems like the mission target has appeared this time, and thank you, damn magician. Let's see if you're as strong as I imagine. Asmofel, come out here and show it off. After summoning Asmofel, the magician shouted, "Tear that insect apart." Grid continued to rush forward with his sword in hand, avoiding these scum. "Didn't you see your leader running away?" The magician was scared. The villains didn't do anything to stop him. While activating the fire magic, he shouted, "Don't follow me, fire magic." But that attack hit a soldier. Grid continued to advance. Hey, death was certain. Damn it, my attack couldn't stop that guy. The div ran away in fear. What the hell was that? The curse didn't have any effect on that bastard. Whoever you are, let's see if you can stop these dolls. He then activated the doll to rise. Then a series of armors of dead soldiers suddenly woke up. Rushing towards Grid, Grid thought that even though he was about to die, he still rushed in. No matter what, he wanted to cling to him. If dozens of people in that state were following him like this, it would be a headache. To practice, I want to use as little equipment as possible. Then he used his equipment, and it was easier to blow them away. Like you said, Niberius was attacked by such rustics. Yes, the problem is we know that this guy will be the biggest threat to the Yatan church. He claims to be a temple knight. It's unlikely that the kid will appear in the Saharan, but first we need to know his identity to be on guard. He used a blue greatsword and a golden artifact. "Why did you appear here?" the magician shouted angrily. A figure stepped out. It turned out to be Asmofel. He held a thin sword in his hand and exuded purple sword energy along with red armor on his body. It was as if he was controlled, killed, an enemy of the Empire. Div happy, appeared Asmofel, then Grid saw and recognized the other guy as Asmofel. The magician thought, the wounds caused by Piero have been healed. The compatibility with dark magic is also excellent when continuously absorbing the essence of the demon god Yatan into his body. If this continues, enhanced with his magic power, he can become the strongest monster and destroy that bastard easily. Grid activated, slashing a large hole through the magician's body. He thought that if he just defeated Asmofel, Piero would owe him a favor, and he could turn a future sword saint into a close ally. Although it took a lot of time, thanks to that we found what we wanted. Go ahead, let's have a bloody battle. Grid activates kill, critical, waste effect, optional skill effect activated, uses cutting skill, waste effect, optional effect activated, attacks target 5 times. While disappearing, the magician regretted that even though he had devoted 3 years without stopping, the god Yatan still did not acknowledge me. No, I am not resigned. My plans have not yet been fulfilled. I hate you, hate the devil. Grid realized that there was no other way but to deal with the random soldiers first. This guy's aura was equal to Piero's. Notification system, Darkbus, the 7th disciple of Yatan, the black magician with the plot to turn the world into chaos has been destroyed. You have stopped the plot of the Yatan church and rescued the Saharan Empire. Reputation increased by 3,000 across the continent. Your current continent-wide reputation is 28,110. Receive the title of Silent Hero. Receive the title of Assassin of the Evil God Yatan Church. You got 10 Blessing Boost stones. You got 3 Premium Mana stones. You got Darkbus's earrings. You got Darkbus's ring. Experience gained is 88,052,440. Level up. Grid unexpectedly. What? This isn't a normal NPC. Meanwhile, Asmofel suddenly became angry and screamed madly, then fell to the floor helplessly. Grid didn't understand what it was. His eyes had no energy, there was no resistance. It was completely unclear when he killed him. Grid seemed to realize something was wrong. He grabbed Asmofel's hand as he was about to put his sword to his neck. Grid panicked. What are you doing all of a sudden? If you keep doing that, it's my problem. Oh Savior who punished the evil Yatan cultists, please stop. My unforgivable crime, along with my torment, I am finally freed on your sword. SS level True Traitor Revenge Mission Notification System will be changed to Hidden Mission Hidden Tragic Story. Piero, sorry, I promised, but this is absolutely not a person that I can put a sword to his neck. With this face and expression I cannot. In 2 weeks later. Damien has completed the training. Fun and interesting. He is happy. It's finally done. Even though the mission was unexpected, the bonus stats and skills were good, or should I say that I've leveled up to a level that can't be compared to 3 weeks ago. If you can share this joy with Rin, that would be great, and Isabel too. Please try a little harder. Mr. Raoul said that Mr. Grid will finally return today. With his help you will be fine. I used my savings. and changed all the items from main equipment to gold. Everyone knows how greedy Mr. Grid is. Hang in there, Isabel, even if I have to sell everything I have, I will help Isabel become healthy again. On the street at night, Raoul was patrolling. He exclaimed that the desert night was really cold. If we can completely defeat the monsters that cause desertification, we can change the climate, right? He recognized Security Captain Jude and said hello, patrolling until midnight like this. I heard that you skipped meals and went on patrol. What is that tree? Raoul asked. Jude said that it is a tree on the east side of the citadel. It obscures the view and will be dangerous if someone breaks in from the outside, that side. In order to avoid being attacked like last time, a week before, in order to be able to deal with the invading enemy troops, I did not notify the people and even Jude. Even at night, thanks to Mr. Piero, I even came to the citadel. The outside is also not violated. Raoul told Jude to remember to take care of his health. Then he continued to think. Raiden had another great source of strength. The citadel became stronger and stronger. It's all thanks to everyone's efforts. Jude wondered if Mr. Grid would come back today, right? Suddenly where did Tobin come from and asked Raoul. It turned out he was here. Raoul wondered what was wrong with Tobin. I was informed by Tobin that Mr. Grid has returned. Grid was happy. Ha. It's been a while since we last met, but everyone looks a bit different. Ventnor teased Grid, who suddenly wears weird clothes after 5 weeks of meeting and dares to say that his level has already reached 295. If he continues to persevere, he will reach 300 soon. Grid saw and said, Raoul, why is he hiding behind Tobin? Meanwhile, Raoul was very excited because he realized it was a demon slayer mask. Grid felt so cool. Looks like a yandere. Grid laughed loudly. Ha. Why does his face look so panicked? Nothing happened. In the bushes, there was a purple-haired guy peeking with a strange look of wonder. Was it really Mr. Grid? The feeling was completely different from before, but he didn't know about the citadel being attacked. There was no one there. Don't play without knowing that. Raoul, are you busy with your duties and don't have time to watch the publisher's channel? Grid replied, don't talk about it anymore. I don't even have time to sleep. I just focus on my tasks. Having finished speaking, the guy quickly took off his armor and mask and changed into a somewhat elegant Western outfit. The distance was long and Titan was very large. It was really strenuous. I had to quickly log out, then go eat. But what's wrong? Grid asked Raoul. He replied, something small happened. Please confirm it yourself later, okay? But Mr. Grid, who is in the back, he interrupted Raoul. This is the last thing I have to deal with before I can go on vacation. Suddenly he asked where Piero's location was. Now he needed to meet him. Grid was then led by Raoul to the city wall. And when he learned that Piero was in the farmer's compound, he wondered, what, this place? Grid originally thought he should be in a better place. This place is so shabby, he questioned. Raiden is large, why did he leave him there? Got the answer that Mr. Piero wanted it that way and he said that he was not qualified to live comfortably. The pain of losing his family, teammates and himself being accused of a crime. Grid thought he was more open-minded but it turned out he was still very tormented. Grid turned around and asked, so, are you ready? Perhaps the person wearing the cloak was Asmofel. He replied that perhaps my life had already ended a long time ago. I had long been preparing for death. Grid thought that if he used skills and borrowed equipment along with Noe and Randy's powers, he could defeat Piero, but in just 5 weeks his aura had completely changed, even his clairvoyant skill. Yours can't be seen either. Okay, Piero with a calm face asked Grid, did you defeat Asmofel? While listening to Piero's question, Grid was cautious. A monster had approached the level of a sword saint. I wanted to compete immediately, but I had to be careful, he was too strong now. Then he calmly replied, I didn't do that, it's okay. Piero doubts, Piero, I said it before, don't be too surprised. Steadfast Grid, what else? Today you don't look like Grid Duke at all. Looking towards the back of the Grid, the image of Asmofel with a sullen face immediately appeared. Piero suddenly changed to an extremely angry face. He grabbed the wooden stick from the box. Immediately and shouted, Asmopel, how dare you? Grid only dared to stand outside and think, I didn't want to let Asmopel die like that. On the day he heard Asmopel's story, he had no other choice but to bring him to Piero. Grid can only do so much, and the right to decide whether STmanhwa lives or dies depends entirely on Piero. After Grid's train of thought ended, a sword instantly pierced STmanhwa's body. Blood splashed, every drop of blood dripped onto the cold floor, so that's all the sword saint is, huh? Your heart is not there, the tip of your sword is not dull. What regrets make you change the direction of your sword, Piero? STmanhwa said coldly. Meanwhile, Piero gritted his teeth and thought, only a hand away from his vital spot. He didn't react at all. If he wanted to challenge, he should have appeared with the face of a traitor. What are you thinking, STmanhwa? Damned. Speak, I will listen. Piero stood up. Cold voice, going back to the past, everything started to turn upside down from that day, the day Queen Marie stopped by STmanhwa's palace and left. She said that there was a split between Piero and STmanhwa, who supported the first prince, but he, STmanhwa, didn't want to listen to me from the beginning. STmanhwa's spirit was amazing. At this rate, he will be a lizard blocking my attempt to take the throne. We must find a way to eliminate STmanhwa. The magician, who was not yet dead, came up with an idea. Compared to the married Piero, single STmanhwa would be more easily swayed. It seemed like STmanhwa was passionately in love with his lover, as a civilian. Taking away the warmth of a commoner is too easy for us. If his mind and body collapse, everything will be within the queen's control. Taking away warmth can be understood as being killed, and then the royal guard really failed to protect the person he loved. I no longer hear her words of encouragement every time my life becomes tasteless. Sad Piero. At that time, the queen came. Wine is truly a magical drink. All pain is washed away while drinking it. Maybe because it is the essence of Yatan. When I discovered the magic of darkness was overflowing in the wine bottle that the queen brought, I became addicted to it and completely sank into the queen's arms. That day was the day that I, STmanhwa, did not want to remember. I was completely unable to resist. STmanhwa then became a puppet without realizing it. He now asked, if we found the person who killed our loved ones, would that suffering be reduced at all? Then the magician Div bewitched him with dark magic. The traitor plotted treason and asked for help from his lover, but did not receive consent, so he killed his lover. To cover up your clues, a group of knights have plotted treason under their commander Piero. Then, as if manipulated by something, I avenged my loss, STmanhwa replied. Then everything was engulfed in the fire of hatred. That day, I don't remember whether it was the day when the full moon was obscured by clouds. I don't remember whether it was a dry day or a rainy day. All that remains in my memory is the blood and flesh of my comrades, and the image of young Piero screaming STmanhwa's name. Along with the image of him holding a long sword standing above pools of blood, the corpses of his comrades with lifeless faces due to the essence of Yatan that made STmanhwa lose his reason. Traitor, Piero. This is the end of the forces supporting the great prince, your majesty. The div said, I just wanted to use my medicine to control him like a puppet. I didn't expect it to turn out like that. To be honest, I was a bit surprised. Marie is calm, someone who is devoted to his family and comrades, has no evil intentions. Can he be called a pillar of the empire? If he cares a little about politics, he probably won't be like that. If he becomes one of the main pillars supporting my son, there is nothing more solid. Now they are just dead trees standing there, making the road ahead narrower. After all it takes is a gust of wind and they will fall. Only then will the prince's vision be unobstructed, and the path to the throne will be open. As expected, it was a good plan. Until he left this life, he was still ignorant, truly worthy of his innocent name. After a bloody fight with the queen's plan, Piero grabbed STmanhwa's neck and shouted angrily, why did you do that to your teammates, STmanhwa? He calmly replied with lifeless eyes, the traitor killed my beloved Para. You will also lose everything for challenging the empire. What are you talking about, traitor? Moreover, that woman of yours. Piero continued and suddenly stopped, eyes widening. In the palace, the two magicians and Marie are still manipulating everything. Div, STmanhwa still can't completely suppress Piero. Piero can't win against STmanhwa without getting hurt, Marie replied. If you were observant, you would probably have noticed. I wonder if many of the black knights who were lying in ambush around there were injured. Compassion is just a little bit gone. Those two guys are comrades who stand side by side. The pain of losing a lover by the person closest to STmanhwa is getting bigger and bigger. The image of Piero's wife and children lying in the fire was probably what completely ended Piero's friendship and connection with the Empire, including an engraved stone stele. This is the place soaked in the blood of the traitor, betrayed the Piero Empire. That was also the place where it all ended, engraved by the Deputy Knight Order Asmapel. If only one side loses everything, how can they be called teammates? Piero stood outside the fire with a lifeless expression. Div was very surprised that he could do things that I couldn't. He secretly thought that one of Yatan's 7 disciples also felt helpless. Queen Marie is sinister. 2 people who are close to each other hurt each other. That's the result they caused. I didn't do anything too much. In the scene of devastation after the fire, Asmapel is crawling on the ground. Saw the bracelet left with Piero's family. Asmapel had a regretful expression that nothing could make up for. His eyes were streaming with tears. While Asmapel was kneeling in front of the fire, the diff standing behind said that because you had used too much medicine, it was difficult to control your actions. To overcome this problem, you came here with the will, and your courage is admirable. Piero finally escaped, but fortunately the 2 of you did not have a scene of fratricide. Although losing someone you love is very painful, you should also thank the Queen for giving you happy days. It'll be okay, you won't have to suffer anymore. Please try and contribute to the Queen's army. After the end of the old story with Asmapel's memories, Grid was startled and was thoroughly used to deal with Piero and killed his own comrades. No matter how brainwashed he was, the crime was still there, is his. Even if it's a 25-year friendship, how can you forgive? Piero was angry. But, suddenly he started crying. But how do we get over it? Falling down before Asmapel sat there, all suffering. Asmapel continued, consolation, weak people like me are at fault. Because of that weakness we have done terrible things. All that's left is regret. After speaking, Asmapel shows the jade bracelet that Piero's wife wore in the last fire and says that the only thing I can find is that. Piero looked bewildered. My daughter, of Malak. Asmapel continued, my weakness destroyed everything. I'm not even qualified to apologize to you. No matter how many times I die, I can't lessen your anger. But I still have to say, sorry, Piero. Meanwhile, Piero was collapsing, holding the bracelets of his wife and daughter in his hands and bowing his head, crying loudly. Grid's face darkened. Both of them had lost their comrades and the people they loved the most, unable to turn back. Okay again. Then he patted Piero on the shoulder. I know it's hard to forgive, Piero, but there is another target for revenge. There is still something to do. That is the mastermind who caused this pain. That is, to capture Queen Marie. Speaking of this, Piero's expression seemed to have calmed down, showing a determined look. Vanter and Rule stood outside and sighed. Grid, can you talk more kindly? Grid continued, everything is right and wrong, but we can't let the mastermind wander like that, so I persuaded Asmapel not to commit suicide but to come meet Mr. Piero. It's all up to you. After many years of living in pain, it's time to end it. Above all, people weren't wrong in the first place. Asmapel continued, Duke Grid, stop, I've decided. Piero continued, that's right, there's no turning back now, but you are the one who was taken advantage of. We have lost everything. This is the result of 25 years of suffering and torment. These sufferings are too great. We need to do something. We can't keep going. Let's go back to the original point. That's the only way for our teammates and family. With the painful losses of the 2 of us, you and I. Endure it, and accompany me until all are liberated. Emotional Asmapel, Piero, we can see that people are born and choose separate paths. You can always go back and choose another path. Mission notification system, hidden story has been completed. Sorry, Asmapel. 2 tears rolled down his cheeks. Improved relations between Piero and Asmapel. The 2 people's feelings have become better. They will endure and shoulder this difficult task together, while Piero is holding the hand of his Asmapel teammate, perhaps showing solidarity. Noble team, and together the 2 of them will overcome the pain throughout their 25 years of waiting. Rule and Grid walked around the campus while discussing. Grid asked him that Baron was definitely strange now, but all the facilities were at the small city level. It seems the problem is due to the small population. Rule, have you prepared any plans? Rule looked at him and replied, just like Mr. Grid brought the Ulysses people here, I am planning to migrate ethnic minorities from all over the Empire. Grid didn't seem very satisfied when he heard that and asked in return, the pressure on the Empire and its members would also be huge. Is there no other way? Rule smirked and thought that although Raiden became more and more famous after the attack of the Seven Guild Alliance, the main problem was the difficulty of moving here. Even though he thought so, he answered, "Why is it that when the mining ends, the roads are connected to each other to easily deploy forces through which the number of monsters will decrease and players will enter?" Let's think about that problem together. Grid heard that and thought sadly, because there were no miners, mining would take a lot of time. It's a pity that there were no skilled miners. Thinking back, after sending the Golem Labyrinth messenger, no news at all. He asked Rule again, "And Rule, do other guilds already have night orders?" He still calmly answered him, "They must have several groups, right? Isn't the organization created inside the guild called the Night Order?" This answer seemed to satisfy Grid, so he proudly thought that this guy also didn't know about the Night Order. If that's the case, then am I the first person to become the true owner? What I received after Piero and Asmapel reconciled was a suggestion regarding the establishment of a Night Order, which seemed to have extremely special benefits. Grid was walking when he saw Piero and Asmapel sitting and chatting. He felt that it was good that they had reconciled. They looked so good, why were they arguing? Suddenly the system appeared before his eyes with content that surprised him. The quest, Hidden Story, Hidden, has been completed. You can recruit Piero and Asmapel as servants. If we recruit Piero as a servant, the efficiency of the subordinate territories camp will increase by 30% and the crop yield will increase by 100%. Additionally, you can form a Night Order. If you recruit Asmapel as a servant, the effectiveness of the territory's technical research will increase by 20%. Also, you can become a Night Order. Night Order, you can allow your knights to participate. Depending on which character you appoint as captain, the affiliated knights will gain the corresponding support effect. Barrack efficiency, it affects the training speed of soldiers. The more soldiers practice, the more qualified and capable they become, increasing the number of weapons they can use and absorbing new tactics. Effective technical research, it affects the rate at which soldiers and civilians gain skill experience. As skill levels increase, the types of techniques that soldiers and civilians can use become increasingly diverse and the power of the techniques will increase. The more Grid read, the more excited he became. Suddenly he asked, "Wait, that's strange. What is the probability of Piero's crop increasing by 100%, Sword City, but why support crops?" Suddenly Grid was horrified, recalling that the system had previously shown information that the legendary farmer had appeared. He panicked and thought that maybe the notice board appeared on that Titan. Then he suddenly became angry. If he really became a farmer, he would kill him, for sure. How much effort did I put into taking care of him? Ha! Grid kept muttering like that, making Rule next to him also confused. "Yes, what's wrong with you suddenly?" Grid recalled the meeting with the Night Order led by Jude and Rabit. As soon as he saw Grid, Jude put his hand on his chest and shouted, "Duke Grid, welcome." Rabbit next to him also smiled. "I'm very happy that he returned safely." Seeing this scene, Grid arrogantly thought, "They can definitely hold the military flag as tightly as the Empire's soldiers. We have to try testing with the Lord's sword." Rabit has mental strength and political ability. Jude has physical strength and martial power. Both have increased a lot. It is said that because of the training method, there are also defectors. It seems that, thanks to that, the army has completely changed. Suddenly Damien appeared from nowhere and knelt down on one knee in front of the two people. "Mr. Grid, it's been a long time since I've seen you." Grid was extremely surprised. Before he could react, Damien spoke up with an extremely happy attitude. "I've been waiting for you." Grid heard that and said something that made the other two look dumbfounded. "Who are you?" Then suddenly he shouted in surprise, "Ah, that's right, it was Pang Otaku at that time, the one who chases after those girls, right?" Hearing that, Damien was helpless to explain. "Let me explain again, I am Damien, the great practitioner of the goddess and also Rebecca's holy knight. During the time in the game we met, about 1 year and 2 months ago." "Why can you summarize like that?" Grid still calmly replied, "I still remember, but why are you here? Are you planning to join the farming group?" Hearing that, Damien immediately knelt down, his voice showing urgency. "Please save Isabel for me, I really need Mr. Grid's help." He was surprised. "Isabel, that girl with platinum hair, but what about her? Why should we help?" Suddenly Grid was startled and remembered, the mythical level weapon that Pagma had sealed because of him had removed it. "It seems like if I removed the seal and left, could it be that she is slowly dying? I didn't pay attention to it at all, I don't even have money, If Damien wants compensation for damages, Damien continued to speak, interrupting Grid's worried thoughts. Please save Isabel for me, Mr. Grid. As long as you promise to do so, I will give you 530,000 gold, that is all my assets. Grid heard that and thought with great pleasure, what a sky-high price, don't compensate for damage, but give all the assets you have. Rule next to him reminded him in a low voice, Damien is a leading candidate for Pope. If he becomes Pope, the benefits from cooperating with Rebecca will be huge. Hearing that, Grid became even more excited. Is he someone worth caring about more than I thought? But inherently I also have to take responsibility from the beginning. Besides, this is a great opportunity to carefully observe Raphael's spear. If I do it right, I can make a copy of this completely new item. Grid thought for a while before speaking. 530,000 gold coins corresponds to 630 million, right? What should we do now? Damien thought in confusion when he heard that. Still not enough, huh? He tormented himself. You already knew about Mr. Grid's greedy personality, couldn't you save her? Then suddenly he remembered, there was still more. Then shout, I have a small villa in Tokyo, Japan. If I liquidate it, I will prepare an additional 1,2 million gold. This startled Grid. Selling his house in real life for NPCs. People who consider this a game will think this is crazy. But since entering the almost perfect world of Satisfy, everything from living to breathing has become extremely real. At least I know that there are people who are always worried and miserable. So this is very easy to understand. Damien's face was filled with tears as if he was about to cry. After a moment of thinking and reminiscing, Grid turned away and said, that's it for the house. I'll only pay 530,000 gold, because you have judged yourself worthy, I will accept. I haven't slept in 5 weeks so I can't start right away, I'll call you later, so go to the Vatican and wait first. Damien was touched. Mr. Grid. He turned his head and smiled, no need to feel grateful, I don't do it for free either. After returning from the Empire, Grid placed the seed of the new event in his chest. And at about that time, in some caves, another seed is preparing to sprout. For 10 long months, Yura was immersed in only one mission. The mission assigned by the system is to ascend the SS route. You must meet Yatan's first servant. The reward, the mission doesn't even have any clues. While doing it, she went through countless adversities and failures, but she still didn't give up. The magical flame in front of Yura raised her voice, a sweet young woman. Your umbrella, one speaks very softly and beautifully, like an angel. That thing didn't wait for her to answer and continued, what a weak body you came here with, you are qualified to receive power from Amarak. Yura pursed her lips and thought, I guessed right, finally found it, that fire. It is the arrogant demon, Amarak, one of the 33 great demons, Yatan's first subordinate. Everything about that demon is very mysterious. There are many suggestions. The 33 great demons in the Yatan church operate on the continent with many purposes. In fact, the Balak demon tribe also has the same origin as Yatan. There is even a legend that the 33 great demons are from the evil god Yatan, create. Yatanism was not a religion for humans in the first place. Satanic religion, created by the devil, exists for the devil, the obvious enemy of humanity. The demon Amarak said again, child, I will help you free yourself from that weak body. Suddenly the system appears with the instruction that you have completed the mission, Ascension Road, SS. If you accept Amarak's magic, your race will change from human to half-demon. Half-demons can evolve into demons. Will you accept Amarak's power? That evil fire continues. Become one with me until your last breath. I will give you unlimited power. Yura pursed her lips for a long time before responding. As expected, I had no other choice, I refuse. Her refusal startled the demon Amarak. Hey, why would you refuse that power? Could it be that you want to betray me? Yura still calmly replied, those who travel in this world can choose to do evil things. That's why I became a black magician. After becoming a member of the Yatan church, I did many bad things and became one of the pillars of Yatan. What we have done does not make us feel guilty. But if dark magicians must serve the god Yatan, then even if I can no longer be Yatan's pillar, I will still have to accept giving up my teachings. The power you have will surpass everything and you will forever be one of the pillars of Yatan. You have no choice but to become his enemy. Enemy of the Yatan church Grid, he and I cannot become enemies. Those words made Amarak angry. What? He unleashed extremely terrible energy and anger. What's so shady? Why do you want to oppose Yatan? The great demon Amarak's power was so great that Yura had to struggle to withstand it. When it happened, it was beyond my imagination. It felt like just screaming could break everything, but okay, currently, Amarak cannot cover the continent. Although we cannot be sure that all results will be as we want, we choose to give up and accept the loss of all recent achievements. Luckily, thanks to the SS rank quest reward, that's why I refused. I need to overcome this challenge. Amarak roared again, you have no qualifications, go away. At the end of the angry roar, a terrible source of energy pushed Yura out of the cave, accompanied by a notification from the system, you have denied Amarak's ability. You have been stripped of your position as Yatan's pillar, you have been expelled from the Yatan sect, the black magic power has been stripped away. That day, Yura's ranking as the top black magician disappeared from the rankings. At this time, Yura was breathing heavily and muttering, panting. Phew, really, if you hadn't held my hand at that time, I probably wouldn't have had the courage and strength to do what I do now. Do your companions also feel the same way, Shin Young-woo? At this time there is a notification from the system, you have been downgraded, your current level is 10. But of course there is no other way, because there are always strange things happening around us. The eternal enemy of the Yatan sect, and on that same day, throughout the Satisfy region, the birth of the legendary class demon hunter, known to everyone, was born. It was only early morning, the electric lights in the neighborhood were not yet fully lit. Young-woo woke up after 13 hours of sleep. He yawned and asked, "Oh, what time is it, Mom?" His mother replied, 4:30 a.m. anyway, it'll probably be about 10 days before I see that kid's face. He covered his mouth with his hand and yawned. He spent most of the day in the capsule, so he was constantly confused. During the 12 days of being on duty, if you log out, you will be very busy. The father heard that and turned around and said, I saw on the news that the 10 great guilds joined together to invade your city, and were then defeated. The experts praised me and my teammates a lot for defeating them without any damage. It's not a gangster, it's a gang fight. His mother interjected, saying it was Asura Sao, or Asur. I heard that someone who is recognized as being great also helped me. He watched his parents leave, bewilderedly wondering, did the 10 great guilds attack Rodden? Furthermore, there were many high-ranking rankers who helped me. Lal didn't say anything about this at all. He seemed to realize something and smiled. It turns out he had to focus on the mission, so he didn't know. Everyone is strong. With a thud, Sei came out of nowhere and threw a shirt at his head and said, Stop being so stupid, quickly put this on. Young-woo was startled and said, What is that? Sei questioned him. Everyone is worried because he didn't get out of the capsule. When you have free time, stretch your muscles and bones. After that, she pulled her brother out for a jog to relax his muscles. After running for a while, he stopped breathing heavily. Oh, my advice to Young-woo, wouldn't it be better to go out and rest once a day? He gasped and whined. Phew, you tried it and you knew it. In that world it takes a lot of concentration. He held the bottle of water and smiled, saying, Even so, it's nice to go out. It's like not having to work for a long time. Suddenly, Sei held out a can of red ginseng drink and said, Should we supplement our energy with the red ginseng left by our ancestors? He was startled and said, Ha. Then, an uncle approached Young-woo and said, I heard that you sometimes jog here, so I came to see you, just in time. Woo was a little surprised and asked, Who are you? Suddenly he seemed to remember something. His eyes widened in surprise. Ah, this is him. Could it be? Is it a great sword? Great Sword happily laughed. Ha ha, it's an honor to be recognized by a famous person, isn't it? Then the two of them went to a coffee shop together, and Sword Master gave Young-woo his business card. The business card clearly states that Kang Dae-han is the first president of the Korean Patriotic Association. Young-woo looked at the business card and asked, Is your real name Kang Dae-han? Dae-han replied, I am doing the job of widely promoting the Republic of Korea to foreigners. He proposed to Young-woo, By the way, my sister's name is Kang Min-guk and she wants to change her name. If it changes the name given by its parents, the tradition will be broken. Young-woo's face darkened after hearing this. He replied, I'm not interested. Dae-han started flattering, if the person just now was his sister, then could she be the goddess Ruby? You brothers are truly the treasures of the Republic of Korea. He implicitly understood the intention of the sentence, then coldly replied, Is that so? Tell me, the reason why you came here. Daehan expressed, I also want to become a member of the Luxury Goods Association, then merge the Silver Knights Association and the Luxury Goods Association together he. Hearing that, Young Woo widened his eyes in surprise and thought to himself, Kokoro Island has abundant financial resources, an old guild with more than 50 years and 200 members, he voluntarily wanted to merge. Daehan said seriously, as a member of the Republic of Korea, I want to add strength to your association. As the Silver Knights Association, we can enhance Korea's position, and together with the Luxury Goods Association, both sides can develop together. When Young Woo heard that, he flatly refused. Well, if that's the reason, I'll refuse. Daehan was surprised and asked, why did you refuse to merge? Young Woo crossed his arms and explained clearly, because the Luxury Goods Group is a multinational group, so everyone's goal is not just for Korea. He secretly suspected that although this was an opportunity to expand his power, a unilateral goal could create conflicts. This is something Lal always emphasizes. Daehan said disappointedly, is that so? I was thinking too selfishly, thank you for being honest. Even so, he still refused to give up and told Young Woo, even so, he had to combine the Silver Knights Association with your Luxury Goods Association. Young Woo said helplessly, do you still want that? He stood up and pounded the table firmly, saying, due to the location of Kokoro Island, it is difficult to expand its power, and because there is not a prominent guild, it is very difficult for my guild to develop. As a guild master, I want my teammates in the Silver Knights Guild to have a better environment, but that's not possible. Suddenly, he remembered the words the swordsman once told him, there are people I love, here and in my country. You implicitly understand what Daehan means. He wants his teammates to be free to develop their skills in a better environment. Dae explained further, moreover, I want to stand shoulder to shoulder with Mr. Grid. The day I fought Hell Gao, together with you, was the happiest day for me. He remembered the first time he dug up pyroliths with his own hands, then continued, in particular, I was so addicted to the feeling of joy and accomplishment of finding pyroliths that I almost forgot about the enemy in front of me. After that day, I kept thinking about it. Speaking of which, Young Woo curiously asked, what level is your mining skill at? There are many mines on Kokoro Island, so do you have many miners in your association? Daehan did not hesitate to answer, my mining skill is above level 9, I am about to become a master. As for the miners, because that island is a mining business, most of the residents are miners. He thought to himself like a fish out of water, at that time I really didn't think anything, but now I have grown up a lot. Moreover, now I think about the need for more miners in Raiden. When he saw the benefits of the proposal, he immediately stood up and agreed, very good, I accept the Silver Knights into my elite guild. Please promise not to force your other members to join, let them choose for themselves. Daehan was overjoyed and asked again, really, of course, thank you. He was so happy that he was stupid, pointed at Young Woo and asked everyone around him, hey do you know who Grid is? Young Woo helplessly and shyly said, hey, what are you doing again? He sighed thoughtfully, although he couldn't give up the habit immediately. Lal would help him correct it slowly. Anyway, I still have work to do. Back before the coalition invaded Raiden, it was a hot sunny day in the western desert, and there were constant screams coming from the tunnel. Notification sounds were also continuously displayed. The dungeon door was blocked, communication with the outside was blocked, defeat the dungeon boss to leave. Entered the 13th underground city of vampires, rewards for those who discover the dungeon first, gold and equipment win rate increased by 8%, this treat will last for 10 days or disappear when no one is left alive. Inside, Rigas and Pawn have entered the cellar. Pawn panicked when he saw the dungeon door being sealed and said, then Pawn turned to question Rigas, hey Rigas, the dungeon door is closed, I told you to check before entering. Rigas laughed it off and said, are you scared of humping? Pawn, this is a dungeon that's not marked on the map. Out of pride and embarrassment, Pawn said, our mission is to investigate the Western Hell and find unusual locations. I didn't say we were stuck in a dungeon. Furthermore, if they are vampires, they have the ability to suck blood, neutralize attacks and charm, and the more they live in darkness, the stronger they become. Pawn helplessly lamented to Rigas, we are sure to die. Suddenly, Rigas saw something and called Pawn back, brother Pawn, look over there. That side is so beautiful. He looked at the magnificent citadel, adding a bit of strangeness, and praised it. Rigas said excitedly and aggressively, we have to capture the vampires and the boss before the effects wear off, let's go downstairs quickly. Pawn, Pan could only helplessly praise, "Wow, you're good." Said and done, all three people slid up and down the mountainside, but they still didn't forget to tease each other. Pan complacently said to Rigas, "Your overall ranking is 12, then you should worry about your life, brave brat." Hearing that, Rigas laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha, why is Pan also so excited?" Returning to the present, the information panel displays updates on the information of the members of the good map. Pan and Rigas both increased to level 307. Upon receiving the news, Lal sent a message to the grid, knowing that Pan and Rigas had been released. "Have you reached level 307 yet? Level up very quickly." Grid was surprised and replied to the message, "Ha, really, always one level higher than the faker, this time it's 2 levels." Hearing the news, he immediately returned to the game world to meet Lal. Grid asked Lal where they were. "Haven't seen them for half a month." Lal replied, "They were doing reconnaissance in the western dungeon. The location could not be determined. Perhaps they were stuck in a special dungeon." Lal was both worried and a little curious, thinking that from level 299 a huge amount of experience was needed. Gaining it in half a month was truly terrible. After all, we discovered what a high-class hunting spot is. Suddenly, Grid told Lal about another topic. "If so, inform everyone. The Silver Knights Guild will merge with ours." Lal was startled and said, "Yes, it's a guild of silver knights that owns great swords." Hearing that, Wantner and Tobin sent a message to Grid. Wantner said in surprise, "Oh, if it's a great sword, then even though our ranking was pushed up 20 places, they still stood at 15th overall." Tobin also has an opinion. "I watched their battle with Sakura, it was great. If combined with the ultimate sword, wouldn't it be strong?" Grid fell into deep contemplation and said, "But this person's patriotism is quite abundant. Although he has partially controlled it, he is still quite chaotic and hopes there won't be much trouble." Everyone from the Sword Arts Guild sent a message. "Ha ha, it's still just like the rumors. The guy Grid is the guild master. If you can help then it's not a problem. If so then just leave it to Lal." Hearing that, Lal was excited and enthusiastically replied, "Yes, let's help each other. The strength of the association will increase." Grid saw Lal's smile that hadn't appeared in a long time and thought to himself, "The association only has 29 members so it is always understaffed. Looking so happy, he must have worked very hard." Suddenly, Piero and Asmapel came in from the door and asked, "Duke Grid, can I come in?" Grid sitting above said quite surprised, "Oh Piero, of course, is there something wrong?" He asked the girl next to him that Asmapel had recovered better. Piero respectfully told Grid that, thanks to what he shared last night, he came and thought it was our decisive moment. He knelt down and bowed to thank Grid. "You helped us resolve our misunderstandings with each other, and showed us who our real enemy is. Thank you for pulling us out of hell." The two respectfully said, "Mr. Duke, please give us the opportunity to serve you." After hearing this, Lal widened his eyes in surprise and said, "Is this true?" Hearing that, Grid immediately stepped down and said, "I intended to wait without pushing but right now I need help, Piero." Piero remembered the previous scene, when they met in Kisan Alley, although they did not reveal their appearance. Once he was a guy who lost confidence. He suddenly smiled. However, at that time the potential power was already very outstanding. The image of the battle between Grid and himself appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Shining alone in this old palace, my monarch." Grid held out his hand, receiving Piero and Asmapel. Notifications appeared. Accepting Piero as a vassal, Raiden's troop effectiveness increased by 30%. Raiden's probability of harvesting crops is 100%. Received Asmapel as a vassal. Raiden's technical research area efficiency increased by 20%. Among the total number of vassals of the player exist characters with the status of a commander. List of vassals who can be appointed as knight captains. He checked Piero's information, stats and skills. Piero could command 50 knights. Piero's knight members have physical attack power increased by 10%, attack speed increased by 3%, and movement speed increased by 5%. This effect is applied permanently to the engineer team. Passive skills of the cavalry team. Increase the recovery speed of midrange stamina. Reduce the consumption of midrange stamina. As for Asmapel, Asmapel can command 35 knights. Asmapel's knight members increase their physical and magical attack power by 5%, cooldown reduced by 8%. This effect is permanent on the knight team. Passive skill of the knight team. Increases midrange mana recovery speed. Reduces midrange stamina consumption. It was like he had grabbed 2 pieces of gold, secretly happy. The buff was so terrible that it was absurd. He announced that he would go down and form a night squad, the captains being Piero and SMapel. Even Lowell next to him was surprised by Grid's eyes and thought, "This is the highest standard night squad. It's terrible." The Knights of Piero and SMapel were formed. "Please name the knights." Hearing the announcement, Grid immediately went to name the two teams. "Good Night Team 1 and Good Night Team 2. Lowell cried at this very ordinary naming, screaming, "Please, please, please give me a cool name." Seeing that, Grid immediately turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" "No sincerity." "But you're screaming and crying because of this?" Finally, Grid named the two people again. He pointed at the two people and said, "So this is the fake Knight team, and this is the genuine Magic Knight team." The two vassals were also helpless because of this troublesome naming. Grid didn't notice. Lowell felt like the whole world was collapsing at this moment. He was in more pain than falling in love and asked the world, why in the end? Why did he name it like that? It didn't sound right at all, Chief. The Grid notification appears. "Congratulations, you are the earliest player to become the owner of the Knight team. Obtain the Monarch's robe. The Monarch's cloak has a legendary level, no durability, and weight is 33. It is a cloak that symbolizes the monarch with the right to command thousands of troops. Skills include attack orders, retreat orders, voice of the monarch." Grid looked very majestic wearing this outfit. The attack command grants attack skills to soldiers under your command. When soldiers attack in the direction of the enemy, they increase movement speed and attack power by up to 200% depending on distance. Cooldown is 5 minutes and does not consume stamina. He carefully observed the armor and thought, although simple, they were all skills that had good performance on the battlefield. Most players don't have experience commanding armies, so this is truly a valuable item. Suddenly, neither quickly nor slowly, he took off his cloak, his face darkening as he thought, although he did not show the effect hidden by the legendary blacksmith's feelings. "This thing is too good. If I become more mature and reach the realm of dominance, it will help a lot in battle. So for that time I need to upgrade my dominance ability." Thinking of doing so, he announced loudly, informing all members to join the Knight squad and complete each person's mission. "Lowell," Grid called. Lowell immediately agreed. Lowell sighed and thought, "Because I use skills, so I belong to the elite Magic Knight team." After that, Grid instructed Lowell to coordinate with Rabeat to assign separate responsibilities to these two people. "Help us handle the guild merger." Lowell felt a bit awkward and wondered, "I did everything, and what about Mr. Grid?" Suddenly, a dragon's wing stretched out. "I have to go on my next mission." The dragon and Froy knelt down to pay respects to Grid, then said, "If you want to go, Froy will escort you, my lord." Grid saw that and thought proudly, as expected of Froy, he was indeed the boy who followed him the earliest. "It's level 290 now, is it okay?" Grid approached Froy and asked, "Have you heard my story from Damon?" Froy politely replied, "Yes, I heard it while Mr. Damien was here." The boy continued, "The story of the heroic leader at Rebecca Church was truly touching. Rebecca Church parishioners are praising the monarch. It also becomes strength for Sir Damien. Thanks to the monarch, Mr. Damien had the courage and determination to confront other papal candidates." Suddenly, the boy seemed to realize something and panicked. Grid caressed the dragon and said, "This is a flying dragon, so it's still a dragon, so don't be afraid." Froy secretly thought worriedly, perhaps the master. Grid smiled encouragingly at Froy, "Do your best, this trip will be quite difficult." He silently exclaimed, "That's for sure, there will be a bloody battle at the Holy See. A beautiful day at Street Rebecca's." But inside the sanctuary, there was a girl with a pale face, choking, coughing up blood, and coughing. Damien next to her helped her up and said in a panic, "Isabel." Worried about the person he loves, he angrily cursed, "Damn, why is this room always so cold?" A believer in the Holy See sadly told Damien that he had returned a week late. During that time, Lady Isabel's condition. He whispered that my expectations were too high. Damien explained with a dark face that the mission had already been completed. In the middle, I met Raiden's Duke Grid and invited him. So I came back late. The believers panicked and thought, if it was Mr. Grid, could it be that the savior of the Rebecca Church is coming? He continued, Pascal, originally the head of the Judal Church, the #1 candidate for the papacy, he is a descendant of the 5th Pope of France, backed by his father, the White Prince of the Empire. He held Isabel's hand tightly and firmly said, that guy plans to take advantage of Rebecca's church for personal gain. if he becomes Pope, it will become Drevigo's nightmare. You promised Isabel, just try to wait a little longer, Isabel, I will definitely become Pope and save the nuns of Goddess Rebecca. But Goddess Rebecca's wish to protect the nuns, it's just naivety. Without hesitating for a moment, he angrily ran to the temple, standing in front of the senators and angrily shouting, telling me to go search and destroy the Yatan pagan temple during an important campaign period. Is that nothing special? Shouldn't the Council of Elders be fair? How can they take one side so unfairly? A senator with a disdainful expression said to the person next to him, didn't that brat say he would take on Isabel's duties? Are you still ambitious for the papal position? The old man next to him coldly replied, if it's too much, just give up. Damien was worried and fell into contemplation. If he focused on the election, he would have to abandon Isabel's mission. If you choose the mission, the competition for the position of Pope will end here. I have no choice but to choose to protect Isabel. He bowed his head, patiently endured and agreed, I knew, now I will depart. I left in despair, I pondered, even though yesterday I was informed that Grid had already departed. But running non-stop from Raiden would take 3 days, damn it, I can't protect anything by myself. Leaving the temple, suddenly someone came and called out, please don't go. Damien was surprised and stopped walking. Isabel stepped forward majestically, she held the spear and firmly said to Damien, I will carry out my duty, Sir Damien. Damien said in panic, Isabel. He had tears in his eyes when he saw her, thinking to himself, how come, why did Isabel appear here? If you endure for 3 days you can live. Because she hoped Damien wouldn't miss work because of her, the girl forced a smile to comfort her, truly thanking her, and definitely become Pope, Damien, because only you can save these unfortunate children. Witnessing this scene, Pascal walked over and laughed mockingly, ho ho, are you crying in front of others? If you think you can become Pope with that weak ability, people will ridicule you, Damien. I thought about what kind of quality my opponent had. Isabel heard that and became angry, questioning Pascal, you dare to insult the great practitioner of Goddess Rebecca, you are insulting the gods. He turned to ask, what a bad attitude, have you forgotten that because of the knife you can use divine weapons and are called the daughter of the goddess? He was appalled and said, you are just a tool of war for the church. If you're a tool, you don't have a voice. Damien got angry and shouted, you. The more he spoke, the more disgusted he became. Shut up, you keep screaming like that, because now you can't do anything else besides that. Damien became even angrier, murderously speaking, lie, Pascal. Suddenly, someone else's voice interrupted. A group of people continued to bully one person like that. Was it still a council of elders? I fear that you will soon be afraid. Everyone was surprised to see this person. That was Grid. He and Heroi proudly walked over. He said loudly, so this time you guys will be the one to be bullied. Let's see how it feels, one by one. Damien burst into tears of joy and called out, Mr. Grid. You came and patted Damien's shoulder in appreciation. You're good at holding back. I came faster than you thought, right? I came riding a flying dragon. Hee, Pascal said in shock. Wait, how did you come to this place? Grid snorted coldly and said, I came to be an umbrella to support Damien. If you hurt him, everyone will go to hell, understand? He wondered confusedly, oh whatever. Heroi behind him used a loud voice to explain, meaning, starting from now on, the Duke of Raiden's Grid will be the guardian of the goddess's practitioner Damien. Pascal was very angry, but he only dared to think to himself, failed, the Damien. He prepared a face-up card like this. He is a hero of the church who severely punished the previous pope. He was a hero of the church who severely punished the previous pope. However, he is a famous money-grubbing guy who does everything for money. We must aim for some benefit to support Damien. If we can fill that greedy stomach, we can make him stand on our side. Not only becoming pope but also a golden opportunity to open the seal of the 3 gods and become the most powerful pope ever. He seemed to see the benefit. He quickly came to shake hands and greet Grid. Welcome you. Everyone was waiting for you, Grid, the hero who saved Rebecca. Grid listened to those false words and secretly despised him. He dared to openly provoke his rival and now even dared to pretend to smile. I still remember his awkward smile when I was criticized last time. He began to flatter. I heard that you have become a Duke of the Eternal Kingdom, right? I have prepared gifts and a party for you. Grid smiled in surprise and said, ha ha, what gift is that? It's worth looking forward to. Damien next to him suddenly secretly worried. Was he planning to use material things to seduce Mr. Grid? I understand, Mr. Grid, it's a big deal. Grid squeezed Pascal's hand tightly, causing him pain, then said, "But, Pascal." He smiled coldly and said, "A papal candidate is willing to shake the hand of a country's duke without hesitation. How disrespectful, isn't that the disgrace of Rebecca's cult?" He was sweating profusely, his face darkened and he silently cursed. At most he was just a duke of a country who dared to speak of himself. Wah, what kind of violence is this? He looked at him coldly, confidently thinking, "Don't hold back any longer, jump in Pascal, I will do it until you show your true face." Suddenly he shouted loudly and commanded, "Stop." At this moment, Camion looked like he was about to cut off Grid's wrist. Grid took out his sword and expressed regret, "Tch, what a pity." Camion was the 30th Knight of the Red Army given by Emperor Saharan to support Pascal. He said to Grid, "If you don't intend to let go, you'd better protect your wrist well," he said as he retracted his sword. Although angry, Pascal still tried to patiently say, "Today I will turn a blind eye to this disrespect. Mr. Grid, tell me you're joking." "Oh, what a patient priest, if you can't stand it, you can rush in." He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, not expecting to be humiliated like that by him. I wanted to kill him immediately, but I had to hold back until the seal was broken. Then he said to Grid, "I will leave today, next time I see you I will smile." Grid's notification lines appear again. The blessing of Goddess Rebecca is under the protection of the goddess. When attacked by the goddess's curse will be activated on the opponent. The curse of the goddess is a curse of misfortune created. When Pascal and Camion left, he wondered in surprise, was that there? Was it a high-ranking NPC cleric, although the Derbigo was truly abandoned by the goddess? He followed his back and whispered, "Unhappiness can be said to be a state that causes more inhibition than usual, so I tried to provoke him, but it was true that his persistence was too great. However, I have successfully sowed hatred inside him, now I just need to calmly wait." Having finished speaking, Isabel came closer to greet Grid. "Long time no see, Mr. Grid." He was a bit surprised when he looked at her. That beauty has faded so much. He secretly regretted it. She probably blamed him a lot. Because of me, she suffered so much. He spoke up and apologized to her. "Isabel." She calmly said, "There's nothing to apologize for. Thanks to Mr. Grid unsealing the spear, we can save our friends and the church." Grid internally struggled and said, "But." With sad eyes looking at the Grid, she thought to herself, "I was able to understand many things. He told me that weapons are not for killing people but for protecting loved ones. He gave me birth again. I've been waiting anxiously. It's been so difficult to meet you. What's with that expression? Do you just feel guilty towards me?" She was sad and had tears in her eyes, falling one by one and flying with the wind. Grid also looked sadly at Isabel and silently said to himself, "It still hurt a lot until I cried. My body was also skinny." Damien silently remembered. Since that day, Isabel always remembered Mr. Grid. It would be great if that heart could reach the Grid. "I am the supporting role protecting Rebecca's nuns in the background. I will devote myself to the happiness of the heroine and the main character. Isabel is the best." I was so touched that I had tears in my eyes and silently supported Isabel. Heroi saw this and reminded him, "There will be nothing you think about, don't worry." Damien responded disappointedly, "Ha, but Isabel is the most beautiful person in the world." "Really, she's not the Lord's type," Heroi added. Grid heard the two people talking and said loudly, "Are you staying there all the time? Quickly show the way to where you can observe Raphael's spear." Elsewhere in the sanctuary, Pascal cried and knelt before the goddess praying, "O Goddess Rebecca, please give light to this foolish servant. Please help this weak person and punish the wicked with your light." After speaking, he thought to himself, does he care about material things? It seems his relationship with Damien is more special than I thought, but the only thing that lasts forever is faith. How long can that fragile friendship last? Pascal then stood up and went to the secret storage room. Looking at the large pile of sparkling gold, I thought to myself, is Drevigo's secret warehouse used like this? He will tremble before the sweet honey. I will give it all to you until you shake hands with me. He shouted loudly and ordered the people there to quickly put all the gold into that stomach. Outside, Camion wondered and asked Pascal that the compromise might fail. "So why don't you kill him?" He confidently said that it would be over soon. With that greedy nature, there was no way he could fail, and moreover, it was impossible to confront him directly like that. Camion silently affirmed, "No, it was definitely a fierce beast that could not be tamed." Someone who was praised by believers and equipped with the best items was definitely difficult to deal with. I cannot ignore him. At all costs we must fulfill the Emperor's orders and help Mr. Pascal become Pope. After that, he seemed to have an idea of how to deal with Grid, telling Pascal to follow me. He came to meet a person called Black Crow. He asked, "Have you met the person called Grid, right? Kill him as soon as possible, understand?" He secretly worried. The Black Crows were the assassination group assigned by His Majesty the Emperor. Whether they would be able to deal with him or not, the strongest assassins, Duran and Gosham, have mysterious movements and have not been able to contact them yet. The Black Crow confidently said, "What a meaningless question, I can kill people without anyone knowing. Tomorrow his head will hang on the statue of Goddess Rebecca, ha ha ha." It was already dark. Damien took Isabel back to her room and brought Grid and Heroi along. When entering the room, Grid was annoyed and wondered, "What is this? There is no heater, only one bed. Do you want to freeze to death this winter? Just staying here for 10 minutes can cause pneumonia." He silently cursed, not being treated properly, being brainwashed, having bigotry placed in his head, for the purpose of easy control. You talk about peace and kindness, what is the difference between these things, with tie and heresy? Grid remembered the words Lowell told him before going to Rebecca's temple. Lowell said that the Rebecca Church has now been tainted by power and materialism since Drevigo took power, the son of Count Kyrita, a noble with influence throughout the country. If he becomes Pope, it will be even more serious. He silently exclaimed. As expected, there was no one else to change a corrupt church but Damien, who respected Rebecca's children. He turned back and told Damien, quickly campaign for the election. I will say I am the guardian. Let's create a big election, we are experts at this." While Heroi was silently determined, Grid thought, what we have to do is seal Raphael's spear. I want to save Isabel's life and help Damien win the election. I have to quickly find a way to help them. Isabel's body is suffering from the backlash of the spear. When the spear left her hand, she would die immediately. He thought about the scene of the girl struggling on the hospital bed. What I can do is just stand and observe. Just looking at it, how can you understand 100% of that equipment? Suddenly he realized something, but this challenge had another thought. The second previous challenge is a soul cup that receives the blessings of the 4 gods on the Pavranium, a challenge that cannot be completed, even though a year has passed. He looked at Isabel and told himself, I can't stagnate like this forever, I have to find another way. Only I can seal the power of the flame spear, a challenge that must be overcome. It is to establish a completely new method. Grid promised himself, Isabel, I will do everything, please trust me. I still have untapped potential. In a remote deserted house. Youngwoo sat on the chair with his hands clasped in front of his chin, staring at the magic spear in the hands of Isabel, who was lying motionless on the bed. Damn it, he thought helplessly, 2 days have passed, but how to make it, I don't even know, let alone how to seal it. Moreover, I don't even know how to attach the spear blade to the handle. The reason this spear is not a unified whole is that with your steel forging technique, it is impossible to connect them so perfectly. Unfortunately, the spear couldn't leave Isabel's hand, so he couldn't use analysis or assembly to know right away, so he had no choice but to sit still and observe and judge. He observed Isabel lying on the bed and said, Rebecca's daughter looked like she was sleeping, but that boy just sat here silently, not knowing what he was trying to do. At the same time, outside the window, a man wearing a black cloak, wearing a strange mask, holding a long knife like a sword in his hand, was sitting on a tree branch watching Youngwoo and Isabel waiting to haunt him, close to them. Suddenly there was a black cat with bat wings on its back and a golden horn. An unusual growth right in the middle of the forehead rushed towards the black-cloaked man. Being suddenly attacked, he was so startled that he had no time to react. Angrily thought to himself, Star Cat, I can't even recognize the movements of a star cat. It turns out that Black Cat is a magical beast. Before he could recover, the kitten barked a meow and continued to attack, but then he suddenly realized, but ordinary magical beasts and monsters cannot withstand the divine protection power of all saints. Could it be that it is an intermediate magical beast? He thought, although it was a bit annoying, it was no big deal. How could an emperor's assassin like him not be able to compete with this 4-legged animal? He made a move, the little cat dodged and counterattacked. One of its moves broke the black-cloaked man's knife in half, causing him to cry out in pain. This demon was so fast that his eyes couldn't follow its movements. The demon cat scratched the assassin's body, making him cry out in pain. It's not a simple intermediate level demon, but has more power than a high level demon. That's too bad. Shouldn't I have to use this secret technique against such an animal? He thought to me angrily. Seeing that he couldn't fight the cat, the assassin silently lamented that it was terrible. Did he have to use this secret technique against an animal? It turns out that this kitten named Noe is Young Woo's pet. Young Woo ordered him to notify him if there was an intruder, but seeing that the light was too bright, he couldn't control himself and ran away. Now the kitten is tired of that evil Rebecca's divine power, but its body can't move as it wants, otherwise there's no way it can't catch a monster as the best demon beast in hell, human name. Then the ferocious little cat rushed to attack the cloaked man. I only saw the cloaked man chanting the Black Crow Wing spell. The kitten was kicked to the ground by the cloaked man, who intended to finish off this ugly monster. The assassin stomped on Noe's body. He raised the dagger and said, "This is the end of ugly monsters, go to hell." But fortunately for the kitten, suddenly, the assassin panicked because there was someone behind him. He was scared and struggled helplessly. He thought in fear, someone was arbitrarily controlling his shadow. This person's power and speed were extremely terrifying. The black-cloaked man did not expect that in this world there was someone who could use shadow control skills without leaving any signs. That mysterious person gradually appeared. It turned out that it was a manipulation technique that could make the shadow turn into a warrior, a night assassin. So that mysterious person is the King of Darkness, Kasim, the assassin thought inexplicably. Why did he appear here? This Kasim used control magic that could cause the shadow to transform into a warrior and assassin of the night. Before the black-cloaked man could understand why that monster was here, he was blown away by Kasim. Kasim glanced at the cat lying unconscious on the ground. Then silently complimented this magical beast for being so adorable and quickly left. The next morning the sky was clear and white as if nothing had happened. After waking up as a sullen kitten, I was knocked unconscious by a human's despicable magic. It was so humiliating. Then the cat saw that there was not a scratch on its body. It thought to itself, yes, it must be like that, it was all just a dream. The best magical beast in the world, like it could never be injured by a human, but it only recovers during the night, thanks to its immense recovery power. What a lovely cat. 2 days later, at Pascal's palace, an intelligence officer reported to Pascal that because of the strict security, they had not obtained anything, but Isabelle's condition was getting worse. Pascal thought to himself, things seem to be going in the right direction. If Isabelle's seal is always like that, then I can easily win this election. He turned back and asked his subordinate, had he delivered the gift to the Duke yet? The subordinate planned to send the Duke 1 million gold, but he refused to accept it. On this side, Gerd saw Noe sleeping soundly on a tree and sighed and thought, telling him the person next to him was on guard, but he only knew how to sleep. What use could this be used for? Pascal heard his subordinate's report and laughed. Ha ha ha, are you planning to increase your self-worth? That's really smart, but because he shows it so openly, things will become easier. He pursed his lips and smiled to himself, thinking, because of his relationship with Damien, he is only with Isabelle. If he fails to break the seal, he will know to come here to earn his own food. I will wait for you. Came to lick the bowl of rice that I gave him. This showed his cruelty. Observing the 5th day, Isabelle lay on the bed and looked at Gerd scratching his head. He was thinking that no matter how he looked, he couldn't perceive the spear. Suddenly the system announces that you will receive Pascal's gift. If you accept the gift, you must fulfill Pascal's wish. He bribed Grid with 1 million gold. Grid ignored the matter of accepting bribes. He crossed his arms and thought, the situation is already quite sensitive. What is he going to do with that money? Even though it is twice the amount of money that Damien gave him. He thought that it was just, can you convince me if I need money? Because of that rotten nature, I absolutely will not do what they want. Suddenly he thought of something, technique and nature. Perhaps the secret of that combination was not the blacksmithing technique but the material. Grid turned his gaze to Isabelle's spear. He thought to himself, the main material of Raphael's staff is adamantium, but the combined part is blue. It is not like other minerals. It seems like something has been mixed into adamantium. As if enlightened, Gerd stared at the spear without taking his eyes off. We had to find out what it was, because this was a mythical weapon, from where it was found, revered, or adapted from anything that existed. Relate to. Looking for a while, Grid remembered that something was related. It seemed like there was something like that. So he started searching his space for a long time. He took out a yellow potion. Among the items that Dryvago used, the only item whose usage was unknown, the essence of the goddess. The shirtless man was Dryvago. He used bright yellow crystals to create it, the unsealing of the spear of Raphael, the appearance of Pascal, the agreement of the high priest with Pascal, the cause of all that is Dryvago. Grid nervously opened the lid of the medicine bottle. This is an item that was stopped by Satisfy's character who had greatly transformed into Rebecca's throne. This can't be just plain water. He wasn't sure if letting Isabel drink it would cure her illness, so Gerd had to test it on the spear first. He had to test it to see if it was related to Raphael's spear. Miraculously, as soon as Grid put a drop in it, the spear flared up with blue power. There would definitely be a reaction. Looking at the medicine in his hand, the system displayed instructions. Information about Essence of Goddess has been updated. Essence of Goddess is water containing the divine power of Goddess Rebecca. For ordinary people it is water, for those with black magic power it is poisonous, but for those who serve the goddess it is a miracle medicine. When mixed with minerals, it will improves the connection of minerals, enhances the natural functions of minerals and adds divine power to the material. When mixed with minerals, it will maximize the bond of the mineral. This is it, its true secret. Raphael's spear knowledge level has reached 40%. Grid smiled victoriously. The system also congratulated and said, "You have personally found the hidden secret of this item. It was a great achievement. Vision increased by 30, intellect increased by 30, skill, legendary groaner emotion, was improved. When observing items, the level of understanding will be increased." Isabel's spear was used with the essence of the goddess, making her body better than before. Gerd realized so. Isabel's appearance was noticeably better, due to the healing effect of the essence of the goddess, and Raphael's spear resonates. Grid cheerfully handed it back. He thought to himself, if just a small drop on the spear is this effective, drinking it directly would be more effective, right? If Isabel recovers her health, she can continue holding the spear, no need to worry anymore. Grid immediately held out the bottle of medicine and said, "Drink it." Isabel gasped in surprise. Isabel sighed and refused to say, That's impossible. I can't be so shameless as to accept something as precious as this." Gerd heard this and said a little angrily, "If you die, then shameless things will just be thrown away. Anyway, I only gave you one drop, not everything." Isabel still insisted, "Thank you for your goodwill, but I don't want to be indebted anymore." She tightly grasped the corner of the blanket and thought, in the past 5 days, I have been taken care of by him, and on top of that, the person he married was Irene. Those warm eyes made me try to control my feelings, touch again, draw boundaries. Isabel turned her face away. She thought sadly, so I don't want to take advantage of Mr. Grid's kindness at all. No matter what he does, it's just for the sake of duty. I can't waver. As if realizing something, Grid raised his mouth. He bowed down and said, "Isabel, it seems like you're misunderstanding something, right?" Grid explained very seriously, "The reason I helped you was because it also benefited me. It was not unconditional goodwill, so don't be mistaken. Drink quickly, I am busy." Isabel said quietly, "So what?" But she still stubbornly refused to say, "Even though it's such a precious thing to me." Gerd helplessly replied, "Ha, so stubborn." The fans I met before all seemed to be very confident, perhaps because Dryvago and Pascal both considered themselves a tool. There was no other way. He had to pour a drop of medicine into his hand, then quickly stuffed it into Isabel's mouth, which made her blush completely without warning. Although it cannot be guaranteed to be effective, if it is done, it must be done last. Gerd stuffed all the medicine into her mouth and thought to herself. Then an announcement rang out, "Current Grid dexterity, 2,300,0." The medicine worked, leaving Isabel in tears because she couldn't talk. A stream of power shot out from inside. It surrounded Isabel's body. She let her arms fall to the bed, even dropping her staff. After that, Isabel's whole body was filled with smoke. Her face was red and she was unconscious. Gerd said in panic, "What's wrong with you? Why are you lying down like that?" Even though it looked like that, it seemed like she had recovered quite a bit. Now he could take the spear out of his hand. He finally realized that Isabel had almost recovered to her original state. Looking at Isabel sleeping soundly on the bed, Grid breathed softly and said, "Feeling healthy is really good, isn't that the right expression?" On the table, Veli seemed to be waiting for someone. He looked annoyed and thought, "It's been 5 days, no news from the Black Crow. I failed. I'm confident that my assassination ability is the best. Veli's face showed anger. He thought with hatred. Anyway, even though that guy was threatened with assassination, he didn't seem to react much. Is there anything shady? There was no force, reputation and prudence. Moreover, the people below are arguing. Even so, the Pope is the only one, no matter what you think. Pascal, who used to be a Judaic teacher, is the right one. That's right. Heroi countered and said, Mr. Damien here is a friend of Grid, the hero who liberated Rebecca's church from the Pope's rule. Moreover, Damien considered Rebecca's daughters, who were considered tools in the congregation, as family and protect them. He firmly said, do you know what the saying is always written on Damien's chest? Isabel is Japanese, Rin is the best, Luna is the best, love everyone forever, let Damien borrow everyone's strength. He is the representative of the goddess who does not forget anyone who endures hardships, loves everyone forever, love everyone forever. What a wonderful boy, devour the believers with just one speech. Even if I told the dog to vote, he would probably do it and vote as well. Now Pascal's conciliation policy is no longer effective. We can't just leave it alone like that. Veli stood on the balcony watching everything happen. He silently said, the papal candidate's speech event will be held in a week. Pascal's father, Count Kyrita, will attend. He is sure that Count Kyrita will try to unconditionally eliminate dangerous elements, at which point I will condemn you. Grid. The pigeon brought the letter. There's a letter from Iran. Just when I'm tired like this, Iran sent a letter. It's really my Iran. Launching analysis on it had no divine power. Launching failed, causing side effects, and resisted. Grid was angry. This school is really noisy. In the letter Iran sent, I wrote that every day I feel very magical when I feel the movement of the baby in my belly, but my husband, I don't know what I hope this special gift will be like when they grow up. Grid was embarrassed. The system reminds you to reply to the lady's letter. It will affect the baby's abilities after birth. 1. I hope he cares about martial arts. 2. I hope he cares about magic. 3. I hope he cares about education. 4. I hope he cares about theology. 5. I hope he cares about technology. 6. I just need him to grow up healthy, strong. Grid smiled, and looking at these situations, I will immediately eliminate number 4, for some reason. I think number 6 will be similar to Jude, so I will also eliminate it. As expected, the most useful thing is skill. It can become a necessary talent for the territory. Suddenly Pascal came to Duke Grid. What's the matter that you're out here? Just in time for my main congregation to have a gift to give directly to the hero that is you. Last time I was rude. Luckily you ignore us. Suddenly he noticed why Ripale's staff was here. Isabel, that cruel thing, finally dead. Just a tool, and yet he dares to doubt his orders. That thing that lives like a cockroach is finally dead. Ha 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 ha. The annoying thorn has been removed. Now Rebecca's cult will be mine. I will hand over the staff to the new owner. Now I just need to eliminate Rin and Luna and the preparations will be complete. Grid looked at his proud face. What was he thinking? He looked like he was having fun, but he was holding it back. Ah ha ha ha. When I saw this I thought Isabel was dead. Grid asked why he was laughing. The child who sacrificed his life for me because my God was dead. Was that so funny? He shyly replied, what are you talking about? This is a blessing that Isabel can live her whole life next to her God. First, give me a chance to stand side by side with the Duke. Damien has no chance of becoming Pope. 80% of the 100 high-ranking ministers have already voted for me. Grid replied that someone had already died. I didn't want to be on the same side as someone like that. He shouted that I have always expressed my sincerity to you, but how can you mock and insult me like that? Grid laughed. Then bring 1,000 billion gold here. Only that amount can I endure you. He angrily cursed the crazy guy. Even if he wiped out the national treasury of the country on this continent, he still wouldn't have that amount of money. If you don't have reason, don't tease me like that. Grid seems to be joking. Hikikik, the leader, is also very angry. Even his mouth is dirty. You're so scary. How dare I? Let's go our separate ways. Seeing Grid's attitude, the guy following Pascal said to leave his staff and left. How long is an outsider like you planning to pawn the church's belongings around like that? If you feel dissatisfied, go talk to the king of his country. He thought to himself that his master was being ignored like that. How could he continue to maintain his composure? Without saying another word, Grid activated his staff. Grid was so angry that I could ignore someone else's kingdom so casually, but if you dared to stab me in the neck with a sword twice, you have to be re-educated. He still has a big mouth and attacks like this cannot escape the eyes of the great knight. Grid thought to himself that even though this was his first time using a staff, he still knew how to handle it easily, roughly the same feeling. Grid activates all functions of the dash staff. He was so arrogant that even though he was just playing, he still won. That villain secretly thought that while it was clearly a straight line, he suddenly drew a curved line that even if he used his sharp sense, he couldn't avoid it. Moreover, this level of power is the power of a divine weapon. No way, the strongest knight on the continent was suppressed with just one move. Moreover, Pascal was shocked. He also used a sacred weapon, something that only women can use when praying for more than 9 years and infinite power. Grid, do you have any secret, or what? Grid replied, what are you talking about? Come and ask Pagma. Ha 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 ha. Looks like it's a holy job but can be used for healing. It's been a while since I've seen it. Grid looked over and thought, but there are too many eyes and ears here. If I kill him, it won't benefit Damien's election activities at all. Grid left freely, just came here today. You must know that, thanks to those people you can keep your life. If you want to die, just try going to the smithy. He secretly thought that to be able to attack like that, how skilled is that guy with his staff? If I had used the secret skill I would have been able to immediately counterattack. I didn't think he could use that spear so skillfully. I thought he only used swords. I was too subjective. The knight team under the church is now weaker than the previous generation. I am still learning from the current captain of the knight team, who is considered less talented than the former captain Piero, but few people know that the limit has been overcome. Piero, the current knight squad must not fail. You have to be wary of the magical power of the spear. So consider remembering this. Other than that, he doesn't seem to be anything special as rumored. Next time will be different. I will absolutely not let it go. 1 week later Count Kairita will come here and his life will be over. On this side Pascal goes to the church. This is the decree to return Raphael's spear that you requested. I thank you very much for your cooperation, Pascal replied. A senator asked, but is Isabelle really dead? Pascal replied that she was living on the magical weapon. But I was sure that Duke Etnal was keeping the magical weapon. Duke Bondi's possession of a divine weapon itself was illegal, but it was nonetheless considered Damien's trick, so I urgently asked for help from the elders. As I said earlier, this school was weakened because the 5 great popes were ignorant and sealed away the 3 gods. Your will is the will of the congregation. A senator said it would be great if the bishop knew about our difficulties. I want you to be especially aware that charity does not come from hunger. Pascal replied, that's obvious. Thank you for your support. I'll take your leave. In his mind, he thought, what do you guys know? Isabelle's death has opened up all the ways for me to hold Rebecca's most powerful era under my feet and control it. If I give the child I secretly raised to replace Isabelle as Rebecca's daughter, my status will be even higher. That Duke and Damien will also be finished. Suddenly he saw someone coming. Suddenly he met 3 people going to the Pope. He immediately asked who this was. The believers were with the boatman, apparently the person next to him, Pascal. He said, I know you want to prevent my victory at any cost, but isn't it a serious crime to hand over Raphael's spear to someone else arbitrarily? Damien replied, what do you mean? Isabelle, the owner of the spear, entrusted that grid. This is not something for you to spit blood on. He shouted, be quiet, I know Isabelle is dead, so the spear once more returned to the hands of the Senate. Belonging to the Senate, Pascal was stunned for a moment. Isabelle slowly took off her hat. It's been a long time since she went out, but it's so noisy. Seeing her, he was shocked. Aren't you already dead? Clearly you can't stand it much longer. Add to that the spear named Grid. He thought to himself that he didn't die, not to mention his face turned pale. How the hell did they all recover after death? Some people left. Damien said to say that a healthy person had died. The Pope must have been old, so there was nothing he could do. There's nothing more to say, so let's go. He fell down. What the heck, where did it go wrong? Time and resources have been poured into it. The plan is completely out of control to the point that I don't even know if they have any plans behind it. I have never slept even for a day to have this kind of power, and I have also sacrificed a lot of things. That result was right before my eyes, but it was you. After you appeared, everything I had was destroyed. Now you are my enemy. I will burn every strand of your hair. Grid, Grid. At the Khan's smithy. Even though this was my first time taking it off, it was so difficult to understand it. We continuously observe disassembly and assembly to see if it can be done 10 times today. I can still feel it, but it really is a mythical level weapon. I knew this was a sharp spear, but when I used it to directly wound that knight, I saw how powerful it was. Although it doesn't consume a lot of energy to use or has a long cooldown time, I think it's quite good. Besides the light effect on the attack, has an inherently high basic attack power and a 100% hit rate, hundreds. This is a great effect. But the Pagma sword dance is not compatible with this spear because it is limited to sword weapons. Although I can't use this spear directly, I will include it in the grid set as planned. The VFA members of the guild will be stronger if you complete this craft. The process of observing and analyzing the assembly is boring and repetitive. As always, it is an unscheduled move towards the goal. But persistence is grid's innate talent. 2 days later, I did it. This is the result of 11 days, can also seal mythical level divine weapons. But even though there are drawings, there are no materials, which is a shame, because how awesome would it be to replicate a mythical weapon? I want to do it so much. The main material of the spear is adamantium, which is known as the god's mineral. If the skill level increase is different from the confirmed information, it seems like the spear that Isabel uses is both long and heavy, which is a shame. Then he quickly threw it into the forge. So bored, anyway, because it's heavy, it's quite hard for Isabel to use it, right? Who would use a heavy spear like this? I'll make a better one, so I'll just use it a little, right? Alright. The message appeared that the riffle spear was not completed. The harmony designed by the god was broken. This is just a useless stick. Gurg held the stick in his hand and thought, not a stick. If worked hard, then the spear will come out. Damn, try again. There's no adamantium missing anywhere. That's it again. The blacksmith with an incomprehensible expression of remarkable strength is truly a dangerous person. Suddenly he shouted loudly, and as expected he satisfied, but there was no way to do it for free. If you make a magical weapon like this, you will be cursed by Rebecca. How will you recover? After thinking about whether I missed anything, let's restore and seal it. Must mobilize the entire cell and capture the original structure. After several breaks and re-mergers, 3 hours past almost the end of the recovery. The failed process kept lingering in Grid's mind. As a result, facing the analysis of the spirit's interpretation is difficult. However, your spirit of effort and your spirit have understood the weapons of the spirit. You truly understand more about the spirit. The system notifies you that you are qualified to become a true legend. Grid shouted happily, he's awakened. Ha 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 ha, he burst out laughing, looking at the perfect spear in his hand. The system also displayed a congratulatory message, along with instructions for use. He propped his spear on the ground and breathed heavily. It seemed like Grid was very tired. Phew, I've been up all night and I almost think something big is really happening. Even so, having awakened an unprecedented new ability is truly wonderful. Really top-notch, thanks to the hidden puzzle pieces. Even if I just sit and watch, the ideas will flow out. Indeed, saving people requires effort and hardship, but goodness brings goodness. My skills have increased quite a lot. This election will have many surprises that I cannot foresee, but it's okay, everything will be fine. On the day of papal candidate Rebecca's speech, the streets of the city were filled with people. Everyone must be excited to see the new pope. This is definitely an extremely important day in Satisfy's journey, because at this time, PD Park Jong-soo and Program Editor-in-Chief Lee Guk-rae were also present. Jong-soo turned to ask Mr. Lee that, because this is a big event, there are many nobles participating, but broadcasting at prime time is very difficult, sir. Hearing that, he immediately replied, I smell it, this smell is going to be a big deal. Ogkarwi, the TV station that has brought esports into the world's leading video game culture, this opportunity we must definitely take. Not understanding Mr. Lee's great ambition, PD Jong-soo immediately said, how about we broadcast live the PvP competition in Zik Principality? We are not part of Rebecca's sect. No matter who becomes a sect, Huang has nothing to do with it. Mr. Lee immediately turned around and revealed that among those Pope candidates, there was a player that you didn't care about. Mr. Lee looked at the image of Gerd innocently greeting everyone. At this moment, PD Jong-soo suddenly shouted loudly, yes, really, player. Mr. Lee slowly explained, this is a big event with more than 80 million Satisfy followers, and one of the players can become Rebecca's Pope. This is exclusive information that I had to spend a lot of money to buy. Nowadays, as long as the highest viewership rating reaches 15%, we will receive a lot of advertising. Now that the important characters have arrived, We should probably prepare to release information and install just a camera. Right nearby was the aristocrat of the Saharan Empire, Count Kairita. He smiled and said, sure enough, the air inside the papal citadel is different, very fresh. He is both Pascal's father and the ruler of Juan Derek, the most powerful person in the empire. Until 10 years ago he was still a diplomat, but thanks to his son, Pascal became patriarch of the Jadar Church, of which he was made a count. Right next to him there were other nobles coming to flatter him. Now in just 1 month, won't Mr. Kairita become the father of a pope? Maybe he will be ordained a duke. There, hearing that, he secretly smiled and replied, thank you, it's all thanks to my son's blessings. Finally his son, the papal candidate, Pascal has arrived. He bowed and said, have you arrived, Count Kairita? Seeing that, he smiled and replied, oh, this is not my son. Is this Pascal? Are you still healthy? You still talk as stiffly as ever. Here's the good news. His Majesty the Emperor has sent you 5 more black knights and 1 blue knight. He cares about you, so he sent that person number 19. Hearing that, Pascal suddenly thought, I didn't expect that he would send me the 10th knight. The number attached to the knight's badge is a measure of their strength. If it was the 19th knight, it would be dozens of times stronger. Came in knight number 30. Seeing the great favor he received, he immediately replied, thank you, thanks to that I can catch the bugs that are lurking around here. He thought to himself, sooner or later, when the time comes, I will burn him. Grid had also arrived at the Pope's palace. Looking around, he thought to himself, OCG TV is coming to broadcast live. Is this such a big event? There are so many visitors. It seems this event is more attractive than I thought. If I get discovered, I will definitely be forced to go for an interview again and have to cover my face with a mask. After thinking about it, he equipped himself with a mask and continued walking. Feeling strange, Hiroi asked, Commander, so it's you here. Why are you using a mask? Grid suddenly replied, it's here. I was afraid that I would encounter some trouble so I used it. Are you okay with preparing your speech, Damien? He quickly replied, thanks to your help, I have prepared with all my might. Although I don't know what the outcome will be. Grid saw that he was not confident, so he took down the staff from his shoulder and said, even if he dies, he must win. I'm ready, so go wipe them out. Take it, Raphael's staff has been sealed with flowers, now it won't be able to arbitrarily drain your life anymore. Receiving the staff, she secretly cried and thought, truly the flower bouquet is no longer launched, because of someone like me, Damien, Sir Grid. He emotionally replied, thank you. Really thank you. Hiroi was also emotional at this time and turned back to tell Grid, the leader, you have finally grown up. You didn't steal something as expensive as this, but you even knew how to give it back to someone else. Hearing that, Grid worriedly thought, what's wrong with him? Hiroi was also running out of tears to thank you. I really don't know how to thank you. Are you planning to return to Radon now? Grid quickly replied, no, I still have some things to do here. Seeing that, Damien and his lover quickly said, then, please watch my speech. We will definitely win everyone's love. Mr. Grid, you can't leave, but haven't said goodbye yet. Hearing that, Grid immediately raised his hand in a sign of determination and said, now all those excuses are gone, so if you lose then die with me, you must win. With Grid's encouragement, Damien became more and more determined. He thought to himself, today's speech is the basis for becoming Pope. This is a miracle that Mr. Grid created for me. I must repay him, that. At this time, PD Jong-soo was adjusting the camera and said, it's 15%, that guy is the candidate player who will become Pope Damien, camera number 7, remember to stick close, the NPC next to that is Isabel, Rebecca's daughter, oh that's great, camera number 2 follows the NPC closely. PD Jong-soo suddenly exclaimed in panic, oh, the department head, the candidate I just talked to a while ago is ranked first in the eloquence ranking, Hiroi. Seeing that, Mr. Lee also said, if it's Hiroi then, wouldn't he be Grid's closest person? He suddenly became cunning and said, if he didn't act alone, then Grid must have something to do with this event. I'll log out first, I'll have to go to the TV station first. It seems that the connection between Grid and Damien, camera number 2 should also follow Hiroi closely. I don't know who is wearing the mask next to him but just let one camera follow closely, by the way it has to be done properly. In a more secluded place. Hiroi asked him, Master, what was the remaining matter that needed to be resolved? Hearing that, he immediately replied, Other than Ruby and the attractive high school girl, he's the only one who hasn't reached level 300 yet, so maybe we should go hunting. Heroi heard this and suddenly understood. Master, there are no monsters inside the Papal Citadel? No way, Grid continued. This vote is just the result of Pascal being sure to win. Even the judges are of the same mind, so how can Damien win? But when we appear and insult him, it will make him angry and kill people, so we have to welcome him. Only the henchmen look pitiful waiting anxiously behind the wall. Hearing that, Pascal's henchmen didn't bother to hide anymore. They stepped in front of the Grid and said eloquently, "The mask was funny, seeing them approaching us, I was already suspicious, so it was, do you want to quickly cut off your life?" Now the Pope candidate's speech is about to start. Grid has also changed his equipment, he said excitedly, before catching that rotten relic. Let's start with the appetizers first, Heroi. Suddenly a notice board appeared. To ensure safety, the use of weapons from outside will be prohibited, making all weapons in the inventory unusable. For someone like Grid who specializes in using toys to crush others, being the Pope right now is no different from death. His face without a drop of blood, he cried out, "Ah, damn, let's run away from here first." Heroi, seeing that, he also exclaimed in panic, "I can't summon pets, not even the Lord of the Sky on the step can summon him." Surprisingly, even pet summoning skills cannot be used. The bulletin board appeared again. The goddess Rebecca was watching the images of the papal candidates. The entire Papal Citadel was highly concentrated with divine power so that creatures other than humans could not invade. Violation. This information is like a ban being used on only you. You immediately worriedly said, "If so, we can't summon Noe and Randy, so do we have to use our fists?" Suddenly he shouted, "How could that guy?" Pascal's henchmen could still pull out their swords. Seeing that surprised look, he arrogantly said, "Mr. Pascal had warned us in advance, so I had already registered as Rebecca's knight. Of course, how could your young candidate know about this? I'm curious if you can still arrogantly smile at your own grave like that, Grid." At this time, the church was still giving its opening speech, so the issue of the Pope's faction regarding the Yatan religion became the cause of delay. The opening ceremony took too long. Everyone below was complaining, "It's boring, there's nothing fun, Ankh is over, the election of the Pope will take place in a month." Everyone, the PvP convention begins its broadcast live. PD Jong-soo said nervously at this time. The speech was so boring that everyone's reaction wasn't very good. There was no highlight to keep the audience. Hearing that, Mr. Lee rushed to the bottom. It was too quiet, so now we can only believe in Damien's breakthrough. Suddenly he quickly said, "Wait, PD Park, 10 number 19, he didn't understand anything but still replied, "Yes." He exclaimed, "Put camera number 19 on the main screen, this is the stage." The scene at this time is Grid and Heroi, unarmed, being oppressed by henchmen. Everyone on the chat channel was talking loudly right now. Did the camera switch? This is really inside the Papal Citadel. Is Tempton's Heroi fighting against the Empire's knights? The strong knight, damn. I can't win. Wait, I'm fighting without a weapon. Hey, then it's over. Everyone's been fooled. Even though he found something more exciting to broadcast, PD Jong-soo still said boredly. Viewers also reacted, but because the war is one-sided, it will probably cool down quickly. Mr. Lee quickly replied, "No, PD Park," the masked person in the back. The chat channel was also enthusiastically paying attention and discussing, "What's that? There's another person behind. It's too far away so I can't see clearly. Oh, I've seen that cloak before in the capital Etnal. Yes, that's right before the golem attack. Wait, why is that person in the papal castle? God, that's right, it's that person, right?" At this time, those guys spoke up and said, "No, look at your appearance. Those guys who don't know their identity dare to barge in here." Grid then angrily responded, "Do you guys even have the right to argue in here? These sick people." PD Park shouted, "Chief." Suddenly the chat room went crazy. Mr. Lee is also in a hurry now. Camera 23, join in, keep one camera in the presentation area, the rest move all over here. Everyone in the live room shouted, "It's impossible to measure viewership ratings anymore, it's the Grid." After saying that, he used the claws on his armor to scratch a line on his body. At the same time, a beam of light flew out and shot straight at him. He quickly dodged and shouted angrily, "Brat, counterattack, such a despicable way, I don't know what trick you used but to avoid it." Before he could finish his sentence, those bright discs flew back and hit him straight, taking 3,830 damage. A notification pops up. Angry, he shouted again. He clearly avoided it. The attack was like a divine weapon. Wasn't the divine weapon already sealed? What is this trash? Grid arrogantly replied, of course I have my own stuff. There's nothing I can't use. The thing that has been attacking him so far is a copy of Raphael's blade, unique rank, no durability, attack from 101 to 730, weight 14, divine power plus 200, each attack plus 1500 and fixed power, can use light chakra skills with low probability, 20% attack power against enemies using dark magic. The blacksmith is recreating the true legend by means of making. This is a miniature weapon of the Raphael spear blade, one of the 3 sacred weapons of the Church of Rebecca. It tends to protect its owner by making Ferrani, the mineral that contains will, can itself judge and take action. He rushed towards him. He thought to himself, thanks to the ability to observe, I can see the next moves easily. I thought it was due to the combat strength meter, but in this hand-to-hand battle, it also shines. Then you said, you better not call it trash when it's my possession, because I can see all your weaknesses. Just in time. Among my friends there is someone who is very good with his fists. There, do you want to taste it? He launched a powerful blow straight at him. Then he shouted, Legaz's fist is much stronger than your sword. A notice board appeared when his hand touched him. The divine light gloves activated the effect to attack the opponent 5 times. He flew into the air. His face looked like he was about to faint from pain. He thought helplessly at this moment. Every time there was an opening, that blade would persistently aim at it. Its power was not small. Although it was not as powerful as a knife blade, it could only be attacked with bare hands and used it several times, 5 times in a row. Even the previous pope had a hard time being able to dethrone him, but only with a duke of a kingdom, with his limited student like me. That's not good. As a knight of a great empire, there's no way he could lose to those petty small nations. Then he regained his balance, activated his keen sense skill, then turned around and launched a double dragon slash towards the grid. Seeing that, Grid thought to himself, after receiving 4 attacks in a row, he was still as fast as lightning. If he couldn't avoid them, he would have to just crush them. I just have to crush them. He jumped away and vomited blood. Suddenly he thought to himself, you guys are stupid, but he blocked the sword with his bare hands. That poor thing actually blocked the attack that he used with 8 points of his strength. They did not know that in Grid's hand was the Black Leader's ring with the ability to disable all of his opponent's skills. Grid said angrily at this time, the whole group that dared to dream of touching my city was finally trapped. Look at that look of being blinded by power and then leading each other around to fuck their butts. It's really itchy. I just had to tease them a bit today. Or let's take you as an example to sacrifice first. At this moment, he immediately picked up the gem that summons red lightning, which has the effect of summoning red lightning. When equipping this item, the weapon's attack power will be temporarily increased with an additional electrical attribute, costing 1 minute to summon red lightning. He immediately threw his fake blade straight at him. It sticks straight to the chest. After summoning, the user's vitality is reduced by 10%. The attack power of the red lightning has been increased by 30%. The opponent is electrocuted, fatally, dealing 17,300 damage. He screamed in pain, but Grid didn't stop there and immediately changed clothes, put on Braham's boots with plus 10% passive speed, and a hoodie with plus 30% speed. He rushed towards him screaming, if you wear clothes, you should choose something a bit more formal. Weak, and even want to go to the wind. Just looking at you makes my eyes dirty. Because of you incompetent bunch, the bandits treat my city like an empty place and freely enter and exit there. At this moment, he thought to himself, that brat is fighting barehanded, but I can't resist. Does that sound reasonable? No, you have to calm down. You can't let the old scenario repeat itself. Just because you're careless, you'll be punched in the chest. Absolutely no loss. He regained his composure and shouted, super armored. A layer of armor was wrapped around his body. I don't care what he does. Grid once again raised his voice and said, those few nonsense skills are trying to compete with my ring. You're the blacksmith's rage. He thought to himself, even though Camion is still a child, the Blood Knight is still a Blood Knight, a very strong person because he can use his bare hands to overpower the strongest knight on the continent. I understand why I have to join him. Talk about this. Looking at it, it looks like it's probably a 20th class knight. No matter what, it's impossible for juniors to beat him to death. Thinking about it, Pluton Knight Class 19. He rushed towards the Grid. He said, these rocks are of good quality, so they should be enough for sculpting. Suddenly his face turned purple. He quickly thought, he didn't expect that in the face of his opponent's pursuit, he paid attention to something like a roadside stone. That's right, what? It was Grid that rushed past him towards Hiroi. You are being surrounded by soldiers, they are shouting, this evil person, you dare to disrespect my deceased grandmother, I will not let you go freely, you don't even know my parents say that so casually, you arrogant bastard. They were now extremely angry because of his provocation, so now they were banging him as hard as possible. Painfully, he thought to himself, if he was with the leader, the righteous sidekick skill would be increased by 20%. The order alone confronting 5 dark knights would be a bit much. The cooldown time was too much. There's still a moment left of the skill. My health is dropping so fast. I'm at my limit. But before my life ends, I must help the leader lighten the burden, even if it's just one person. At this moment, he tried to fight back, but with the advantage of many people, they jumped straight in and slashed at his fatal weakness. Painfully he thought to himself, Master, I'm sorry. They held up the Hiroi and said, now only the mastermind is still alive. Bad, this guy, his tail seems special. See, suddenly one guy exclaimed, ha, oh ha, but why are you looking at that? At this time, the title of silent hero was effective, the enemy's awareness was dispersed, and Grid rushed forward. The Pluton now shouted, you are turning your back on your enemy, you are too confident in your abilities, then shot sword energy at him. The Silent Hero title is a rare title that can be obtained by single-handedly defeating 3 bosses whose level is higher than one's own. This is a random title obtained after completing the mission to destroy the Dark Boss. This title quickly proved its value. Grid only gently activates the position skill. The effect of the skill is maintained for 10 seconds. The defensive ability of all enemies standing within 50 meters around you is reduced by 50%. When using horizontal and vertical launching skills, all attacks to yourself within a range of 200 meters will be neutralized. Solution, except for skills that actively target locked targets. This causes the sword energy released from the Pluton to have no offensive power. Then he rushed towards the group of Black Knights and shouted, justice cannot be defeated. Then he turned back to look at Hiroi, who was struggling to stand up, and said, you're still so weak. It's true that the empty box makes a loud noise. Now the falling items are the problem. I had to change my job 3 times to get it. Can create a chance to drop that new item. It's a shame that I have to divide experience points, so I didn't create a team, but it's probably not possible to do wrestling, so let's create a team. It should be about 300 experience. Hiroi now emotionally replied, then okay, I will try harder, master. But before he could finish his sentence, the knight who was beaten by Grid suddenly woke up and slashed Hiroi across his body. Grid was surprised and immediately pulled out his shield to shield him. At this moment, he immediately rushed forward and slashed continuously like a mad dog, saying, ha, it's these trash guys again. When dealing with an enemy, do you think it's okay to just protect your subordinate and stand there watching? Let's see how long he can last with that shield. All the Black Knights all rushed forward. Pluton now stands next to him and sighs. It's so disappointing when you say you will protect your subordinates and sacrifice yourself. It's been a long time since I felt so inspired. At that time, the crazy dog was still slashing and said, without that damn spear, you are nothing. Grid turned around and called Hiroi, hey, Froi, wake up quickly. At this time, the notice board appears, fighting spirit has been encouraged, attack and magic power are increased sharply but only effective in the next attack. The next attack must cause critical damage, network. He was full of surprise at this time. This guy, even when he dies, he still gets support effects for himself. Hiroi cried out weakly at this time, my master is the strongest, I must help him. He silently said proudly, as expected, before mentioning the military relationship, you are my friend, Froi, I feel your heart, now rest. Meanwhile, that guy was still slashing and babbling. No matter how hard he attacked, he couldn't destroy it. Its defense ability was formidable. Launched the effect of the legendary blacksmith's perseverance. For 1 hour, health, defense and dexterity increase by 200%. This skill has been activated by the Grid. Regardless of that, the crazy dog knight still attacked frantically, but seeing that he couldn't penetrate the shield, he activated the skill and shouted, take this attack, now fall, sword, limit. Then make 2x shaped slashes into the Grid. When he saw that Grid was not fighting back, he shouted, at this moment, everyone had to die. Not knowing how powerful it was, Grid's sword had already pierced his body. Suddenly, startled, in pain, He let out a cry. He quickly thought, why did this power suddenly increase so much? It couldn't be like that. At this moment, Grid has activated the Devil's Blood Tear effect. Attack power increased by 50% for 5 seconds. You now look like a demon, and laughed. Now it's my turn, you little brat. He gently activated the blacksmith's rage, the Devil's Blood Tears, arousing morale. Then he immediately punched the guy like a punching bag. In pain and panic, the sandbag thought to himself, how could this be possible? The strongest Red Knight was beaten to death in one move. Grid smiled at him and said, I will kill you in 5 seconds, are you already dead? Pluto on this side saw his juniors being brutally beaten and thought to himself, after Piero's betrayal, it was time to strengthen the majesty of the new chain of Red Knights, but an entire group of Red Knights was defeated by a guy. Before the majesty of the Red Knights is shaken, what should I do? TSK, I'm really tired. I will defeat that bastard to strengthen the majesty of the Red Knights. He continued to stand outside and said, I will wait until the event is over so I can take up arms and fight. Right now at OG, Yura said, like I said, the viewership rating has exceeded 41%. At this time, Mr. Lee blushed shyly and replied, it's unreasonable for us to pay Mr. Grid 30% of the advertising profits. Furthermore, I'm very confused to hear these words from someone who is not a related party. I really didn't know that Miss Yura would come here directly, but, hearing that, she quickly replied, because it was an acquaintance's business. I was very worried when I came here, but we still have to talk anyway, right? In case of using video games without the person's permission, playing for commercial purposes, don't you know that you will be responsible before the law? Moreover, because of the high brutality, the Korean Media Commission is also trying to find fault. Do you have to do this, for this greater than zero? Based on my experience, advertising revenue alone is estimated to bring in about 15 billion. Isn't this a new record in the industry? Mr. Lee heard that and immediately replied, but there is no precedent for paying salaries according to the advertising profit ratio. The salary of 350 million for special guests is the limit. At this time, he nervously explained, at first, we didn't know that the grid would appear, and because it was a live broadcast, it was difficult to consider it for commercial purposes, and he also did not show his face directly because wearing a mask does not violate personal image rights. This ring is where the official event takes place, so we also have the right to broadcast it. Please think carefully, this is a compromise plan that takes into consideration the situation of the TV station. Thinking about Mr. Grid being greedy for money, Yura immediately replied, you know that Shin Young-woo is very ambitious, right? The side that proposes the money first will have the advantage. I will add some useful suggestions according to your judgment. If you show flexibility, then I will adjust my main launcher to OG, and take this opportunity. Maybe Shin Young-woo will also, maybe you will like OG. Mr. Lee smelled the profit in front of him. He smiled and thought, maybe marry 2 big Korean stars, Grid and Yura, then I will be able to earn a profit equivalent to today. He was so happy that he said, so can we have a private interview about why Yura recently disappeared from the charts? Being asked for the right purpose, Yura secretly GNHX, because of the relationship between the Demon Slayer Guild and the Demon Slayer Guild, they are the same demon enemy. Guardian Yatan will not be able to avoid this clash with the above 2 guilds, so I asked follow-up. Luckily I can help Young-woo with this. Since I'm back to level 1, I'm planning on joining the Temple Guild. This will become a good excuse for this event. She now smiled beautifully and replied, I will explain more in an interview with OG News sometime. Her heart was pounding like crazy right now. She thought to herself, I also want to see Mr. Young-woo again and be by his side. And stay next to Young-woo. Now that the papal candidate speech event has ended, to ensure safety, the prohibition that was established on not being able to use weapons has been removed. Happy as Tet, Grid now happily took out his basket of legendary weapons. He turned back to ask Heroi, thanks to the miracle medicine, how far had he recovered? While looking at the situation, he prepared to go. At this time, the Pluton still said contemptuously, because I wanted to see your strength, I waited until this moment. But you use dual swords instead of large swords. I didn't expect to be such a useless guy. Please, Black Knight, wait for me. Looks like that idiot needs private tutoring. He immediately rushed towards him. Grid was already waiting. He thought to himself, he didn't see anything outstanding in their fighting ability. Piero also said that the Red Knights were very strong. He had to be careful in the first 10 seconds. He shouted, in the middle of a battle, are you thinking about anything else, you arrogant guy? Feeling sharp, he immediately appeared behind him. There was no time to react to his speed. Seeing this, Pluton said contemptuously, when blocking the attack in front of you, you must also guard against threats from the side. Swordsmanship is endless. He swung a series of swords towards the grid, and he immediately swung his sword to fight back. He said arrogantly, with this move you can't avoid it. A duke of a small country like you, be grateful to meet a master like me so you can learn many things in this vast world. Engrave the sword of a great power in your eyes, let's go. Suddenly his swords flew back towards him. He cried out in panic, did you knock back my sword? So you're not completely weak, but that's not enough for you to stop me. He raised his sword and called out, the sword penetrated. Could the mirror avoid this large-scale attack? Many streams of sword air flew down and punctured the ground, each type flying towards the grid. The notice board popped up continuously, damage 2362, damage 2510, damage 2487. Grid ignored all that, just rushed forward ignoring all the damage, not understanding that he was in danger. He still said contemptuously, under the pressure of countless blades, let's see how long you can stop them. The blood will slowly drain out, you bastard. You should remember. Haven't finished the sentence yet. Grid's sword skill slashed his body. Suddenly he thought, the sword skill, even if he used the sharp sense skill and the red armor skill, the Puddle Knight could not defend. Moreover, in such a rain of swords, could he still counterattack? Grid rushed to activate Pagma's swordsmanship. Super increases attack power by 2 times. Basic attacks turn into ranged attacks. Then rushed towards him, still with that arrogant attitude. He smiled, I commend you for being attacked continuously like that and being able to use dual swords and blacksmithing techniques to block it. But with the Knight Order's armor increasing technique, you should not try to penetrate this defense. The armor he just created in front of those swords was like a few pieces of tofu. They burst apart after just one pass. The remaining swords rushed straight at him. Painfully he thought to himself, something is wrong. How could he penetrate my defense? I have a feeling this battle cannot be won. He turned around and landed safely. Only then did he realize how worried he was. He thought, this time he was holding 2 swords with a much more powerful move. No, I can't let the reputation of the Red Knight be tarnished. He shouted to the remaining Black Knights, you hold him back to buy time for me to call for reinforcements. Even if we die we must stop him. They quickly replied, yes we understand. After saying that, they rushed forward and shouted, come, you bastard, don't try to get past us. This time let's enjoy it with me. Tang Tang was the Empire's famous Red Knight, but now he was beaten and ran away like a child coming home to tell his mother. Grid saw this and rushed forward angrily. The link was activated. He crossed and slashed away every snoring person. He shouted angrily, this is Heroi's part, pay for what you have done. And this is for my sake, for your crime of daring to stop me, you must bear all my wrath. Jumped up and cut each person in half. Pluton now looked back worriedly and said, it's true that fighting like crazy is no different from a devil. The guy who was beaten to death was someone else, so why was his part more? The notice board appeared on the grid. The Black Knight de Bear had been dealt with. He had received 8,960,000 experience points. He had leveled up, now reaching level 196. He immediately rushed towards him, not forgetting to say Heroi. 4 I've almost exhausted the remaining guy's blood. You finish them off, Heroi. He thought to himself, from now on there are only 4 more levels left to reach level 300. This level change is right before your eyes. Thinking about it, he smiled and said, Piero warned me so much that I had some expectations, but they were so weak. He rushed down and said, hey I'm tired, stop and run away, unequip Brahma's boots and equip Grid's boots. Pluton at this moment cried out in panic, this guy is truly a monster. How many legendary items does he have? If he keeps following him like that maybe we need to fight. He thought to himself, the most ultimate secret technique is only taught to Red Knights, I have to use it. Accumulating his anger on the blade of his sword, he shouted loudly, there is nothing that the Empire sword cannot cut. The blood of the sword rushed into the sky. Grid now shouted closely. The 2 swords now collided, many shock waves emitted everywhere. Pluton's unique move was now easily neutralized by Grid. He thought in panic at this moment. The secret technique contained the 300-year history of the Red Knight Order. Such an old sword skill. I definitely believe this sword move will defeat him. Super feeling. Super sensation. All sensations will reach a transcendent level. can predict 100% of the opponent's actions within a radius of 10 meters within 5 seconds, he thought to himself, if you use too much super sense, it can cause overload on the brain and affect your life, but if you can win in exchange, then the price is too good to pay. It takes 5 seconds for the knee to return to its original position after landing, it takes 1 second for the spine to return to the starting position, and it takes 5 seconds for the brain to perceive the situation and recognize the enemy. 5 seconds of limited vision as the enemy disappears from sight in an instant. 5 seconds to move the muscles at full speed to react. If I only see 1 second of his vulnerability, the victory will be mine, he shouted, swinging his sword. You will regret confronting me, you brat. Before he could finish his sentence, Grid swung his sword and cut that guy in half. He shouted angrily at this moment, that bastard swordsman of a small country, actually dared to attack the Empire's Red Knights? Yes, now just relax and laugh, the leader of the Red Blood group will reclaim the debt, this. Grid immediately replied, I have fought with other Red Knights who are much better than you, the Red Knights I know are only 2 people. It seems like you've taken your team leader too seriously, save him too, he thought to himself, and that Pascal guy too, just wait. After the fight, it's over. With Grid, the notification panel appears, defeated Pluton, the 19th Red Knight massacred the ethnic minorities under the banner of the Saharan Empire, gaining 43,908,500 experience points, obtained 81 gold, collect the enemy's red armor and obtain the Light God Festival skill book. Looking at the equipment of the Red Knights, Grid was disappointed. This is the red armor of the Red Knights, although it looks sturdy, compared to the equipment of a guild that uses high-end equipment, it's a bit disappointing, but still, if renovated well, it can be sold for a high price for regular players to use. Ignoring that mangy armor, Grid pulled out the skill book he just got, the Light God Festival skill book, unique level, fires an energy beam, causing a wide area explosion. The higher the skill level, the greater the range and power. Reception conditions, Light Mage Profession Group. Seeing that, Grid secretly smiled and thought, this is really great. If it's a unique and eternal skill, then it's very valuable. We have to sell it to Fawn or Evelyn for a high price. Seeing the camera still flying above his head, Grid suddenly thought, although the income is a bit significant, but taking the opportunity to broadcast a little live broadcast, that TV station is quite famous, so at least it's around 100. Thousands of people are watching, right? Grid thought loudly towards the camera, I'm recruiting players from support professions such as cleaners, chefs, tailors, silversmiths, and alchemists. Detailed questions for Raoul. Everyone is welcome in the Luxury Goods Club. He secretly thought to himself, to develop his territory, he needed support from the industry group, because the vast majority of guild members who used good items were warriors, so they couldn't miss the opportunity to advertise for free. Right now at Raoul's place, he was panicking as the application information kept popping up. He worriedly thought, what is it? Is it a bug or has the account been hacked? Return to the Grid location. The notification appears. The evidence destruction action time mission is activated. Destroy the evidence. You will face an unavoidable danger if you have truly defeated the Black Knight and the Red Knight is spread to the high levels of the Empire. Eliminate enemy factions and eliminate or compromise the initiators of the daily events. Completion conditions: destroy the living Black Knight, destroy or compromise Pascal father and son and the senator, who are the initiators. Initiate this event. Completion reward: restrains rumors about you to Saharan Empire. Mission failed. Saharan Empire wants you. 2-hour time limit. After reading it, Grid turned to say, Heroi, maybe I have to go first, is it okay? He immediately replied, leave it to me, the leader. Hearing that, he immediately equipped Braham's boots and used the fly skill, not forgetting to remind Heroi, by the way, get level 302. The remaining Black Knights suddenly exclaimed, that guy, just leave like that, so the other guy immediately replied, good, quickly kill that weak subordinate and return to the Empire to report the truth. One of them said in panic, wait, look over there, that skinny guy. Heroi now responded angrily, that's right, I'm indeed skinny, but that's only when compared to the leader. As for grilling you guys and slicing them, I'm more than capable of doing that. Heroi then summoned a fire dragon that roasted them black. At this time in Raiden, Rosal announced to everyone in the meeting that the order passed down was probably to explore the dungeon in the western region. If the two of you use your power to help forcefully capture that vampire dungeon, if by any chance something happens, the guild will suffer a loss. Fawn also said the same thing at this time. I stopped him, but Regas just continued to rush in arbitrarily. Seeing that, Regas quickly explained, "Oh, you're very interesting." At this moment he said seriously, "After entering the dungeon, the door was blocked. We had to defeat a boss inside to be able to get out. Luckily we still had time to defeat the sub-boss, and the ghost count we don't see vampires." Next, he pulled out a map and said, "Like the name of the vampire city, it's full of vampires with an average level of 310. If you want to conquer it, you need at least 10 people who have changed their profession several times. 3. I have marked it on the map first." Looking at the map, Rosal thought to himself, the vampire's healing skill is quite difficult to deal with. If you are not a light priest with the purification skill, you will not be able to conquer this dungeon, because of your shortcomings. I know how to predict such a situation. According to the information of ancient books and Raiden natives, the vampire city in Western Ethnal is at least 13. Vampires are sensitive to the smell of blood and light. The main skills are dark magic and suction, blood, healing, and usually drop gems and cloth armor, but high-level pure-blood vampires have a low chance of dropping magic scrolls and practice scrolls, in which magic elixirs permanently increase stats, and the value of alchemy shafts is very large. If the vampire city can be turned into a specialized dungeon for the guild, it will become a resource. Biggest, Rosal thought with a smile. At this moment, the miner sitting next to him told him, "I've only been recovering for 3 months, so I'm really tired, but if there's nothing else, please let me go, Captain." Up until now, he had only been thinking about destroying the vampire city, so he left the miner in a corner. At this moment, he immediately apologized and said, "Ah, miner, sorry to keep you waiting for so long." Then he asked again, "Have you found any golem labyrinths yet?" He replied, "No, there aren't any in the west." Hearing that, Rosal said disappointedly, "Without Fabranium, the Duke would be very disappointed." Miner immediately pulled out a map and said, "I said I didn't see the golem maze. I didn't say there was no Fabranium. Here it is, that map." I marked on the map the places where Fabranium was detected, about 15 places. Looking at the map, Rosal suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, there's also the location of the vampire city that Regas said." He immediately turned around and asked, "Could it be that the place marked on this side of the oasis was the entrance to the hellish desert anthill?" Miner suddenly asked again, "How did you know?" Ozal's hands were now shaking excitedly and said, This, I see that this place is both a vampire city and a place with Fabranium. The treasure is there, so we have to quickly arrange a team. Girl God of Luck is helping me." Seeing that appearance, the miner secretly sighed and thought, around the grid there are only crazy people who are greedy for money like that. As expected, this is not where I live. A genius like me must become the right hand of the Imperial Emperor. Now in the Papal City, Pascal is arrogantly saying to Damien, "You affirmed that love is the basic teaching of Rebecca and used that as a criticism of the Yatan Church. Thanks to that you want to overthrow this situation, help you win the election papacy. But having only the support of the lower-ranking clerics is useless. The high-ranking clerics who have the right to vote have been immersed in greed for a long time. They absolutely will not support you." Unable to accept his arrogant words, Damien quickly replied, "Are you so sure? The people of the Empire are a huge force. You cannot predict the power of the masses. At some point they will realize that the teachings of Goddess Rebecca are what they are aiming for. That teachings will become a shield to protect all tired beings throughout this empire." Seeing the fierce resistance, he thought to himself, "Damn, this brat is looking with the same eyes as that arrogant duke." Controlling his anger, Pascal replied, "The Pope is the one who must expand the influence of the Church. This influence is achieved through the help of senior pastors. You should enjoy it enough, because a month later I will show you clearly how to take advantage of the influence of these pastors." Damien once again resolutely replied, "Even if you become Pope, I will protect Rebecca's daughter, Isabel Chan. I will definitely make her happy." Hearing that, Isabella blushed and thought, "Damien." At this time in the church room, a party was going on. A pastor laughed and said, "Spit haha, are you drunk? Pour more." Pascal's father was also drunk at this time. When he saw his son coming, he immediately called out and said, "Oh, there you are, my son. No, in 1 month you will become Pope, godfather of Pascal, 80 million believers already." Seeing his father's appearance, he angrily said, "Are you crazy? So many parishioners from all over the world visit the church these days. You should be a little more cautious." That guy still didn't care and replied, "Well, don't be so stubborn. Could you please arrange a separate seat for me?" If that Duke wants to become a lifeless corpse, then come out to me. Even the 19th Knight Pluton and thousands of soldiers were defeated by him. Then what is a Duke like him? Pascal heard that and thought with peace of mind. He was right. If you still want to live, you shouldn't go against the Red Knights. Maybe I'm a bit too sensitive. I'm finally freed from this trouble. Suddenly the plane flew away. Grid slowly walked in and said, I'm curious who Damien's enemies are. Now it's clear to me, they're all the same bad guys. Pascal thought worriedly while having diarrhea, this is absurd, impossible. In Grid's eyes, many red dots appeared above each of them. He thought to himself, the hosts of this event are 23 high-ranking clerics and Pascal and his son. Now the mission system considers them enemies, so there's no need to worry about the goddess's curse anymore. At this point, the doorman said again, I've kept an eye and thought things through properly, but I still don't want you to know how miserable you and your father will be. Let's see how the two of you can get out of here today. If the Empire finds out about this, it will be a big problem, right? This matter will have to be resolved quickly and peacefully. Pulling out his two great swords he continued, everyone please quickly retreat behind the stands. The rest today I will march everyone to hell. I am different from Damien. I am free to act without conformity, any suffering. At this time, Kairita still didn't understand the situation. He still arrogantly shouted, it's you, the bastard who dares to get in my son's way. I don't know what tricks you use to still be alive, but your cruelty is indisputable. At this time, Pascal turned around and asked, Count Kairita, could it be that you sent an assassin to Duke Grid? What were you thinking? Seeing his son blaming him, he suddenly replied, what? At this moment, Pa Saul grimaced and thought, the chess piece has finished its mission. He used his son as a platform to get rich, so let's act like a father at times like this. He now trembled and asked, Pascal, what's going on? Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Pascal immediately interrupted, Your Excellency, it seems that the Count has arbitrarily done some stupid things. Grid didn't care that he was swinging his sword and came forward to say, look what's going on. You're so uneducated. Are you using your father as a front? Is that what the teachings taught you? Seeing this, Pascal cried out in panic, stop. Harming a high-ranking cleric is a serious crime of the Empire. If the superiors know that you caused a riot in the Elders' Council room, Damien will also be implicated. Hearing that, Grid gently replied, don't worry, their tongues are very busy. I'm having fun with the believers at the church grounds right now, so don't worry. You can stop pretending to be a saint. I already have enough reasons to kill you. Pascal turned around and shouted, the elders should prepare to deal with it. Me and the 23 elders are protected by the goddess. Do you think you can resist? Pascal's level is 330. His holy power and experience in light magic are both higher than Drevigo. Furthermore, as a named high-level NPC, he is obviously much stronger than players of the same level. At this moment, they thought to themselves, please have mercy on the goddess. Please give this humble servant the holy power through trust and service. He thought to himself, now is the time to use that thing. Dark Ray Flower uses the skill to activate the target's optional effect, amplifying that dark force, meaning the dark force no longer exists. Instead, it's evil magic. Any type of attack with dark attributes is transformed. During the blackening period, the race is transformed into half-ghosts, in selling state. Dark health has been reduced by 50%, attack, magic power, agility increase by 20% each time, blackening. Grid had now transformed into a demon and rushed towards him. He said, in this room, no one else can survive except me, super connected. A series of swords were launched towards them. Seeing the aura streams filled with demonic properties, they panicked and said, dark magic, how could someone with power contrary to holy magic come here? Holy shield, purifying. Now surrounding them is a dazzling protective armor that is completely different from their dark hearts. Pascal now shouted loudly, that guy's power is limited. If you can hold out until the holy knights arrive we will win. Use the treatment continuously. Even so, they still couldn't fight back. They shouted, this is not the destructive force of the human race. The recovery speed cannot keep up with the speed of damage caused. Devil, he is a devil. Grid now thought to himself, blackening is a pretty crazy skill. My magic power will devour your holy magic. My target among them will be 7 clerics who specialize in using healing spells. Their light magic power is also very formidable. If we don't stop it quickly, we will die. The duration of blackening is only 5 minutes. We must stop this quickly. Activate level 4 Blacksmith's Wrath. Increasing total attack power by 25% for 35 seconds and attack speed by 40%. He shouted continuously, activate the optional effect of the noble light gloves to attack the opponent 5 times in a row. Activate the optional effect of the waist using the skill to destroy the sword. The message keeps popping up. Destroyed the corrupt cleric Huda. Destroyed the corrupt cleric Purell. 12,910,300 experience points obtained. 12,552,000 experience points obtained. Obtain high-quality priest's robes. Obtain high-quality emerald rings. And obtain high-quality priest's shoes. Because you killed people in a half-demon state, your evil karma points have increased to 7. Think. Kill 7 guys. The experience points are also relatively large, but the increase in demon karma points 10 times makes me feel quite uneasy. Pascal shouted angrily at this moment, this devil, do you dare to tarnish the holy god in the temple, green emerald god wind? Grid suddenly retreated, under the influence of the emerald divine wind, the magic effect on his armor was greatly damaged. Damage 23,6400 damage. At the time, the spirit wind was a fatal poison for half-ghosts. This attack gave him a psychological shock when, in one go, he drained 70% of his health bar, and his strongest armor became his weak point. He was happy, that's right, it was the goddess's blessing, the goddess was trying to take his life. Thinking about it, he happily shouted, this is the moment, gather all your strength, everyone concentrate your magic power to attack him. Go away, the bastard sold his soul to the devil. They screamed and attacked him continuously. Ah, he cried out in pain. Angry, he turned around and said, these despicable bastards who become legends don't die easily. The boy shouted and attacked straight towards him, the attack completely breaking his shield. The health bar is about to run out, activating the invulnerability effect that protects against all damage for 5 seconds. At this moment, he was surprised by Grid's return. He thought to himself, a person who is about to die but his strength is still too terrible, and he even kicked my saint, it's too dangerous, we have to step back immediately. Grid's situation is no better at this time, the immortal protection has 4 seconds left, we must quickly defeat this bastard right away, it can't last any longer, Devil's Blood Tears power increases by 50% for 5 seconds. Consecutive attacks, once again many swords stabbed straight into his body. Grid now thought to himself, well, the problem is that the number of consecutive attacks is random. If I activate 2 more slashes, I can kill it. The clerics behind were also screaming, what's going on? Pascal's healing effect is being halved. Is that demon resistant to all of our damage? In a critical situation, Grid thought to himself, because the demonic energy had penetrated his body, the treatment was not as effective as before. As a C person, his chance to heal was reduced and it would end quickly. Those old guys heal and create shields so terrible. Suddenly he shouted, ah, get away from me, you bastard, blade of light. The launched blades helped him block Grid's continuous attacks. At this moment, he rushed out with dog blood. Why, in the end, why did you arbitrarily rush into the temple and behave brutally? So what right do you have to punish and criticize me? Grid immediately replied, the status of a strong man, something you have always wished to achieve. He now worriedly thought, it's been a month, just wait a month, I can rule over 80 million followers, but why did a monster like this appear? Once again he shouted angrily, I will not die alone, I will drag you to the other world, your devil has ruined everything for me. He used the goddess's wrath. A beam of divine punishment shined straight towards Grid but he avoided it. At this moment Grid thought to himself, that is Dravago's strongest skill, the power is no longer strong compared to his friend just now, my super link is enough, the possibility has passed, but immortality appears. A notification appears, the protection time of immortality has ended, the time of maintaining the devil's blood tears has ended. The warning message appeared, the time of immortality was over, the time of the devil's tears of blood was over. The situation was very dangerous as their series of attacks were still flying straight towards him. Pascal shouted loudly, you absolutely cannot resist the power of the goddess, go to hell, you devil. In dangerous situations is when you are most cautious, Grid thought, now I see victory, but maybe I need to hurry. Pascal, stronger than I thought, although he was seriously injured, the Senate will heal him soon. Winning or losing with these guys is really wrong, the first person to win will win. Activating the horizontal and vertical swing, Grid dodged all attacks and rushed straight forward. Change your title, Use the skills of a silent hero. Move horizontally and vertically until reaching the desired target within 200 meters, neutralizing all attacks except targeting skills. Cooldown time 1 hour. He thought to himself, he must quickly get close and use the killer move to finish him off as quickly as possible. This battle cannot last long. He didn't hesitate. He turned around and said, "Come here, you bastard, you will pay the price for your actions." Hearing that, Grid shouted, "It's been 1 year and 3 months since Drevigo. Do you think I've been idle? The winner is us." Pole, extremely high level, sword dance unleashes a deadly move from the air that slashes down at an opponent who takes 740% of physical attack power. This skill ignores 61% of the opponent's physical damage defense. A straight slash from 2 great swords was brought down on him. He cried out, "Cough, how could you bastard?" Then he slowly disappeared in front of the other cultists. At this time, they shouted angrily, "The goddess will punish a devil like you. The goddess will not abandon me. The devil dares to enter the goddess's palace. We will definitely send you to the next world. The devil, your demonized flesh, cannot live in this divine light. Heavenly light." Grid looked up. A ball of light like the sun rose above his head. Suddenly rays of light fell like a waterfall on his head. This could be the end for him today. At this moment, Pascal next to him was disappointed and wondered, "I have waited so long, but in the end the goddess did not respond to my request. Do I really deserve such punishment, oh goddess?" Suddenly Grid kicked back. "For an evil ambitious person like you, no god will support you. Even when you were about to go to hell, you still acted like a good priest, which is truly amazing. Go see your goddess, and I will also live well in the future." Has disassembled the dark bus's creation, dispelling the darkening. The temple's armor is equipped with healing magic potency increased by 300%. The vitality recovery notice board appears continuously. He continued, he had been treated well. At this time, Pascal recounted in disappointment, "I read thousands of philosophical and nationalistic books and dreamed of ideals. In the battle for the air, there was no chance for the third child of the border lord, this outcast. As soon as we were born, we were deprived of our dreams. In this rotten world full of sinister plots, to realize our ideals, we need power to overturn everything." At that time, the place that lifted us up from discouragement was the Rebecca Church. That sublime teaching that healed the suffering of thousands of people was the strength. To reform this corrupt world, strength is needed. Only strength can give us the power to change everything. He now clenched his trembling hands and continued emotionally, "I want to stand at the top. I have built trust and endured asceticism for decades. But his essence still hasn't changed. It's still just corruption." He shouted loudly, "The earthly paradise that I've had to work hard for. Everything is in front of me. It's all because of a bastard like me, you. At this time, don't let him cross the sky anymore. Grid will completely destroy him with one kick." A notification will appear, gaining 725,477,950 experience points. Has solved Pascal, the papal candidate who has caused countless people to complain. He said sternly, "Your plan is over from the moment you see Isval as a tool. Shut your mouth and go away." At this time his father Kyrita panicked and shouted, "Pascal, that devil dares." At this moment, he also turned back to look at them and said, "Even though he gained 700 million experience points, he still didn't level up. I thought he would at least increase by 2 levels. Now it will be more difficult to level up. The rest of this level has to be filled with those pious people, so prepare yourselves." Hearing that, they shouted in panic, "This devil, you cannot do such cruel actions in the temple of the goddess, the light arrow, the light of heaven." They launched a series of moves at him, but he could still easily dodge them. He thought to himself, "The blackening has expired. The cooldown time is 12 hours. From now on I have to deal with the 16 remaining senators, just with basic abilities. Fortunately, I won the sealed ability passive skill that reduces the waiting time of the original skill by 10%, so I can use Pagma's sword dance more often." At this time he activated, of course, justice cannot be broken and killed. He rushed through and destroyed them one by one. A message appeared. He had destroyed the corrupted Senator Huiber, destroyed the corrupted Senator Cyrus, gained 45,908,230 experience points, gained 46,441,000 experience points, gained 44,253,670 experience points. Total demon power increased 3 times. Even so, he still thought carefully, as expected of the former 3 elders. The experience points gained were 10 times that of normal monsters of the same level, but the problem was, every time the Pagma blade is on cooldown, the senators recover continuously. I can't kill them with just basic attacks. The angel armor suit is almost useless. Duran's ring activates a custom effect, restores life points. He was now angry and shouted, "You bastards, I thought we would deal with Pascal and then take a breather." Many blades were once again shot out and rushed straight towards them. Suddenly they cried out, "What are those things?" One guy shouted, "Everyone be careful, he's using that slashing skill." Cough. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from this world. Seeing that, they panicked and threw more attacks at the grid, but he just swung his sword and jumped back, then shouted, "Right and left, gone." Then a series of stupid clerics lay down. The rest screamed, "He was using slashing attacks, his strength will quickly run out. Let's just keep raining down attacks. He can't avoid all attacks." Seemed tired now that he could no longer block all the attacks, but Grid was still advancing. Seeing that, they cried out in worry, "Now we only have 8 people left, so we can't last much longer." One guy replied, "If this continues, we will be completely destroyed. We must find a method no matter what." He turned around and called Kairita, "Count Kairita, quickly bring out the women in the back as hostages. I can't believe that right now a missionary with God's will is selling his own sheep to save his life. How dirty it is." Kairita heard that and nodded in agreement. "Is that so? Whatever." He was rushing towards them, but Grid took the opportunity and rushed forward, landing right next to those dirty guys. He said angrily, "Stop talking nonsense, it has to end now." They cried out in panic. Since he was behind them, they had to first create a protective magic shield. They were chanting spells, but the Grid stilled. He used sword dance Pagma, killing. Then slashed each of them to death. A notification appears. The corrupted senator has been destroyed. Destroyed the corrupted senator Sinium. Destroyed the corrupted senator Hodge. Obtained 45,586,220 experience points. Obtained 43,256,450 experience points. Obtained 44,257,740 experience points. Destroyed all the corrupt senators. Right now, there's only Kairita lying on the floor, begging, "Hick, wait, please forgive me." He now expressed his intention to bribe. "Your goal is money. How much do you want? I will give as you wish. If I speak well to the Empire, even your relatives will be given for great powers." Looking at this rotten ulcer, Grid angrily said, "That's all you can think of, you greedy bastard. I said I'm the only one alive here. You all have to die. Ulcers must be completely eliminated." Saying that, he swung his sword and cut off Kairita's head. The notification appeared that he had defeated Count Kairita of the Sahara Empire, gaining 3,110,400 experience points, obtained 2,000 gold. Increases demon power by 1 point. Looking at the corpse, he said contemptuously, "You dirty bastards." Suddenly the whole temple shook. The Grid suddenly shouted, "Ha! I fought so hard that I didn't pay attention and the temple almost collapsed. It's far from the square so no one will notice." He put the 2 great swords inside, looked at the women hiding behind the curtain and said, "Because I don't know when the temple will collapse, you guys should get out quickly. I said it before, it's better not to say you saw me here, because I don't want to kill someone to silence you." Notification pops up, "Has stopped the spread of your rumors in the Saharan Empire, completed the evidence destruction time attack mission." At a boarding house, Grid was lying on the bed with his hand on his forehead, looking thoughtful. At this time, Noel came and asked, "Master, what's with your expression?" He just replied, "Nothing. But inside you are regretting." "Because of anger blinded me, I massacred the NPCs of the temple. This is not the first time I killed NPCs, but I feel a bit uncomfortable." He suddenly woke up and thought, "How ironic, I enjoy using the power of darkness and feel more and more uncomfortable. Is it because of Irene that I care too much about NPCs?" He turned on his inventory and said, "We have to get rid of this feeling quickly. Let's see the loot that Pascal dropped. There are 5 blessed weapon enhancement stones, 7 attack enhancement stones. The defensive tool has been blessed with 11 top-level magic stones. And a bottle of the goddess's essence. Luckily I was able to get the necessary ingredients to simulate Rebecca's spirit." He immediately pulled out a key and thought to himself, "And the biggest income is that, Pascal's secret vault key. This key can be used to unlock Pascal's secret vault. In the secret warehouse there is gold, silver, and precious stones piled up like mountains. He now thought happily, I feel better now, I really have to kill all those bad guys. The notification pops up, Mr. Grid, where are you? There's a commotion outside right now. It turns out it's a message from Damien. He cried out in panic at this time. Pascal and the senators were all murdered by someone. Hearing that, he immediately answered what I was thinking, because I had a mission so I killed them all. Hearing that, Damien cried out in panic, he. Grid now said with a serious face, you're probably almost done, can you help me a little, can you guess where Pascal used as a secret warehouse? Damien immediately replied, I don't know about that but. Normally, Pascal often uses prayer number 1. Later, Grid found that place, he looked towards the statue of the glowing god and said, Pascal the mouse, does he usually collect cheese and dig mouse holes here? Only now, when everyone is busy, it's only the matter of the senator that I can come and devour all of this group. He certainly wouldn't arbitrarily leave it in a visible place. He searched behind the wall, a lock appeared, he smiled and said, ha, so it's here, thanks to clairvoyance, things are much easier, right? Insert the key and open it. A series of money immediately poured out like a flood. He covered his mouth and thought happily. This is so amazing, it's like a miniature version of the golden dragon treasure, my legs are about to give out. The gold alone is worth tens of billions, will all of this be mine? Notification pops up, Pascal's divine aura is not detected, the secret treasure's protection device has been activated. At this moment in Rodden, a notification appears, your grid master is summoning you, do you respond or not? Asmapel said to Piero, oh, the Duke is calling us, let's go Piero. He replied, our historic first mission has finally arrived, Asmope. The message appeared, summoning the knights. The knights wondered, where is this? Looking at Asmapel and Piero, he knelt down and said, we have come at the call of the leader. You've finally given me a mission, Duke, you can give me orders no matter what the mission is. Meanwhile, Grid is stuffing money into Christmas's mouth. There's so much gold in his belly that it makes my little cat plump, even though he's dissatisfied, he doesn't dare to argue. A notification appears, 3 minutes later the warehouse will explode, try to get the most gold in the remaining 3 minutes, he turned around and shouted in a hurry, shut up quickly and get the gold, that gold. Seeing that, Piero was disappointed when he saw Asmapel looking towards him and said, don't ask me. Right now at Raiden Castle, Jishuka was crying out in frustration, sigh, I miss Grid so much, now I'm so bored with the city lord's work. I know support is important, but it's been 7 months since I've seen Grid, I really want to drop everything and go see Grid. Suddenly a notification appears asking your host to summon you, do you accept? At this moment, she happily jumped up and down, Grid, could it be that I remembered, maybe it was telepathy. She silently imagined Grid, missing you so much, Ziska, thinking about that, she blushed and cried out, oh come here, Grid. She immediately accepted and was teleported to the Grid. As soon as she arrived, she smiled and said, Grid, I'm here, what's going on, what are you planning to do interestingly? He saw that Grid had a strange appearance, she quickly asked, why is it like that down there, are you hurt somewhere? Grid, who couldn't stop drooling, turned around and said, huh. Then he always hurriedly said, hurry up, there's only 2 minutes and 40 seconds left before the explosion. Damn, if it was Euphemia's time-space teleportation, he could have teleported all this gold in one go, why didn't it connect to it? Game now. She was now extremely confused and asked, what is this situation, where is this? Seeing this, Rosal immediately came to explain, this is the Holy See of Rebecca, please take advantage of the opportunity to solve Raiden's financial difficulties. Grid then shouted loudly, you can put more gold in with the soul absorption move, right, put it in quickly. Meanwhile, Grid was also trying to stuff money into Christmas's mouth, seeing him cry made my heart ache, but Grid is now like the devil said, try to stuff it in, then I'll give you a few mice. Hearing Grid's words, Rosal immediately responded, there was still a lot of gold in the treasure trove, so it wouldn't be possible to collect it all at this rate. You have to let the gold money out first, Fawn Nim, and destroy the wall. After hearing it, the phone immediately responded and gave it to me. The spear destroys, with this move even copper and iron walls will dissolve. But before he could launch the move, a stream of air flew past him from behind, and the phone suddenly rang out, what is that? The wall immediately disappeared as if it never existed. So it was because of Asmapel, he said at this time, sword spear frame, did not expect that this place would be the place to introduce this technique of his, but for the master, there is no need to hesitate. Seeing that, Piero proudly praised, as expected, your strength has also increased, my friend, he. Seeing his relaxed appearance, Fawn immediately turned around and said, Piero, why are you still standing there? At the same time, he shouted, Bantner, Thavan, it's time for you two to move all the gold out. They immediately replied, this is really very heavy, it's too much to do. At this moment, Piero immediately stood up and said, yes, the two of you should keep putting the gold in the middle like that. Receiving the feelings of heaven and earth, every agricultural crop on this land, our strength has skyrocketed. I will show you that in the future you should also try approaching farming and fertilizing. Go. What transports this world is not just swords and shields, there is no spearmanship. He swung his farming tool, and mountains of gold immediately poured out of the place where the wall had just disappeared. Everyone shouted, oh, the gold is all spilling out, just push the gold to the back of the mountain and carry it back. After finishing his work, he turned back to ask Grid, if you only pursue what's in front of you, you won't be able to see the big road. That's not right, boss. He immediately replied, stop being so angry, I'm just trying to see if they can handle it well without me. Then he looked at the place where the most gold coins were piled up. Immediately performed, sword dance Pagma and transcendent light. The gold poured out like a flood, Heroi cried out happily, it flowed like a tidal wave, it was successful, leader, there are only 15 seconds left, everyone, let's focus on performing the ultimate trick to push the gold out. Piero looked at the object and thought, his power is also excellent, he has improved a lot. At that moment, Grid turned around and asked, ha, how is my sword power okay? Behind Jishuka was fuming and drawing the bow, she said angrily at this time, leaving someone in Byron, it's been a long time since I called someone, it seems I really don't care here, ha. If you like gold coins so much, then all of you and the pile of gold will disappear together, the phoenix will enter. The arrow turned into a giant phoenix and rushed towards him with a pile of gold. Grid was panicking and shouted, Jishuka, everyone get away. A loud explosion sounded, even the temple knights heard it, they said, the explosion in prayer room number 1, the culprit must have murdered the elders there, dispatch quickly, holy knights go there. Hearing that, Damien immediately said, I will go over there with Mr. Grid to see, everyone, please finish your investigation here. Hearing that, the knight sincerely replied, if I am the goddess's great practitioner, I can entrust this matter to you, please. At this time, a drone flew in and quickly followed, in the end, who killed the relics. But was quickly dropped by Damien. He thought to himself, he can't let Mr. Grid show any more hostility towards the Empire because of his affairs, he must use what he practiced with Mr. Piero here. Inside the room there is a mountain of gold. At this moment, Rendi had transformed back into her form. Grid immediately thanked her, you worked hard to transform into me, Rendi, because of the power of the God of Light in the Holy Land. Maintaining the transformation was very difficult. Okay, you've had a hard time. Damien immediately asked, this is all the assets that Pascal has hidden. With this amount of assets, I can see how many bad things he has done, it's scary. At this point Grid asked, Damien, can we have them? Fawn suddenly asked again, haven't you been given permission yet? And also wipe your drool, it's so dirty. Hearing that, Damien immediately replied, of course, keeping them will only cause other corruption problems. If it was Mr. Grid, I believe, this money will be used wisely for everyone. At this moment he turned to talk to Rendi, you worked hard to transform yourself into me, thank you Rendi. The girl's face was now happy, but next to it was Damien worriedly asking, I already said this before, are you listening to me? Suddenly he asked again, Mr. Grid, can I join the guild to use the requested items? Grid heard that and suddenly asked again, do you want to join the guild? Rosal immediately stopped it, no, the Rebecca Church needs to show neutrality towards outside forces. Associating with an outside force will cause aversion to the apostles and will reduce the value of the apostolic church. Damien heard that and said disappointedly, as expected, seeing that, Grid immediately encouraged me, of course, not everyone accepts us. If you want to enter, then complete this papal term, then, you understand where you need to start, right? With tears in his eyes, he cried out, Mr. Grid, your heart is now filled with the image of Grid. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be able to protect anything. He replied, yes, I will definitely be a good pope. It was you who helped me so much, thank you, he thought. It's now dusk. Regas said, in 3 minutes he earned 21 million gold, equivalent to 25 billion won. That's a lot of money. Fawn immediately replied, 2 months ago, Suwon University of Technology earned $8 million from Bosco Mays, but Grid alone earned nearly 3 times that amount. Dealing with Pascal alone, he used Summon Knights to get as many rewards as possible. This is completely the Grid's own stage, so talented. Regas agrees with you, our master is of course the best. Congratulations on becoming rich, Mr. Grid. Meanwhile, Grid was crying, why couldn't he get 1 trillion? He hid so much gold in the warehouse, it was a scam.
Seeing this, Rosal sighed and explained, because a significant amount of gold had been damaged due to using the skill, so it seemed that part was not included in the system. However, having such a large amount of money transferred out could, on the contrary, make the S.A. group feel confused.
Even so, Grid still secretly cried, that damaged gold could be reused by melting it into gold bars. What a bunch of petty people. Heroi immediately calmed down the Grid, please calm down and leave for Winston. I heard that Miss Irene is pregnant, right?
Hearing that, he hugged his face happily and replied, ah, that's right, I have become a father. Fawn continued, really jealous. I heard that the childcare system seems very interesting. It seems like you have become a star of S.A.
At this moment he immediately said, everyone will come to Raiden too. Rosal, please use this 20 million gold as a Raiden development fund. From the beginning, it was thanks to you that I was able to give away so much. You have worked hard. As a guild master, I can only do this. Hearing that, Rosal immediately asked worriedly, yes, such a large amount of money, will it really be okay? Grid immediately replied, if Raiden develops then everyone will live happily, you should use it for that. Hearing that, Rosal happily thought, with this money I can renovate the Misral gold mining industry and the metallurgical industry. I can see the second Liam. He immediately replied, until you return, I will definitely show you a completely new image of Raiden. Grid immediately replied, okay, I'll look forward to it, thank you. Some people split up to go. In the forest Grid with Jishuka strolled together. She said, this is the first time the two of us walk alone together like this. Grid, he immediately replied, yes, Viren is in the same direction as Winston. At this time, he shyly said, hey, you've worked hard with help from Viren, it's because of you that I can focus on developing Raiden. She asked again, about what happened just now, so you heard it. He immediately replied, of course I'm not that heartless person. Hearing that, she blushed and replied, I felt a bit uncomfortable, but hearing him say that was somewhat comforting. However, if I can do what Grid likes, then that's enough. Hearing that, he also blushed and exclaimed, Jishuka, he thought to himself, in a short time I have made a lot of good friends. I can't continue to go with people who are starting to find it funny with slaves on small boats. Jishuka always corrects what he has done. Maybe that's why for some reason, she looks like she's shining. At this moment she slapped my face. He thought to himself, no haha, I understand more and more that Jishuka is really attractive. Should I buy the love elixir to restart the punishment once a month at Myeongsang store? No, wake up, I only have Irene. After thinking about it, he turned around and said, even if it were her, she wouldn't be able to break the morale of the Korean people. With her head full of blood, Jishuka panicked and replied, what the hell are you talking about? Returning to the real world, he woke up tired. As soon as he walked out the door, his sister called him back, so he quickly went out to see. He frowned and replied, he was planning on going to rest for a bit. What's wrong? She immediately replied, she's coming again. So it was Yura. She was sitting right in your house. When you saw her, you immediately said hello, Young Woo, are you awake? At this moment, he panicked and thought, why did she come here so early in the morning? Is that the way Earth girls attack? He hid behind the wall and asked worriedly, what's wrong? Why did you come here? So with your appearance, Dad called you over. How should you talk to this rare guest who comes to visit us? At this time, Yura also spoke, what's going on today? Please invite me to eat. For some reason, Grid took the goddess to a restaurant for driver Miran. Suddenly she said, "So the taxi drivers will dine here. This is my first time coming here. The food is also very delicious." At this moment he immediately asked, "Stop talking about such nonsense, quickly get to the point. How could a bloody witch like you just come here to eat?" She took out the card from her wallet and said, "Please accept this." Suddenly he asked again, "Cash card?" She replied, "The broadcast participation fee he received from OG television station was 5 billion. Startled, he asked again, What, why so many, what do they want?" She just gently replied, "This is my ability, of course I will understand more about the broadcasting station than you young woo. If you like this gift, please let me join the guild to use the requested items." He immediately wondered, what is she saying now? Yura is ranked 5th on the general rankings and wants to join my guild. It's truly amazing that such high-level talent has found its way to me. Yura has now dropped to level 1 after changing her job. The boy jumped up excitedly and said, "Welcome, I will especially invite you to drink coal. I can't buy it for everyone." On a beautiful morning, the sun radiates sparkling rays that illuminate the dense canopy of the forest. On the riverbank, the couple Grid and Irene are whispering, surrounded by slowly falling leaves, making the scene extremely romantic. Irene leaned her head on Grid's lap. She gently said, "Now, this moment is like a dream, my husband." Grid gently put his hand around her shoulder. He looked at her with so many thoughts in his heart. How difficult it was for her to be alone, and she also suffered from depression. "Honestly, I also want to take her to Raiden, but Lord Winston cannot leave his territory, right?" Irene suddenly spoke up. Her face was extremely radiant. Perhaps her baby was also very happy. He tried to put his ear on his stomach once to see. Grid was startled and exclaimed, "Is it okay?" He lowered his head, put his ear on Irene's stomach, and felt a vibration. Grid was extremely surprised. His child. Grid was extremely surprised. His child. "When I first heard the news of my pregnancy, I was quite confused, but then a life appeared." His eyes were filled with tears of emotion. I could hear his heart beating. "A new world is opening up to me, a happy world." Grid reached out to hold Irene's hand. His heart couldn't help but feel choked up. He was integrating more and more into this world. Irene said softly, "I wish my son would be as wonderful as his husband." Grid turned to look at her. He thought to himself, Irene could become the heir because she was the only daughter, but inherently heirs of noble families often prioritize sons. Thinking about that makes her sad. Grid gave a warm smile and replied, "I like girls more, because she will become a warm person like Yurin." Irene's face turned red with happiness. She affectionately said to her husband. Suddenly a call from Raoul interrupted the family's happy conversation. "Mr. Grid, please come back quickly. The merger ceremony with the Silver Knights Guild must take place after 10 days. Grid frowned. "Raoul." He immediately helped Irene stand up. She sadly asked him why he had to leave now. Grid nodded slightly. "Yes, it's a pity that I was only with her for 3 days." In his heart, he thought helplessly that now I have no other choice, but one day, the day I get my own territory, then we will definitely be together. Suddenly old Phoenix appeared. He respectfully bowed to Grid. "Are you here, Mr. Duke?" Grid happily replied, "Captain Phoenix." Old Phoenix immediately spoke. "The Marquis team has something to convey to you. Lady Irene's childbirth is 4 months away, so he wants her to follow him so that they can be married, and he will take care of things in the territory. He will send a temporary lord to Winston." Receiving the good news, Grid excitedly exclaimed, "Oh, really?" He happily hugged Irene. It was wonderful. If so, then there's nothing more to expect. Grid immediately changed his clothes and gently picked up Irene. She cried out in surprise. Before leaving, Grid did not forget to remind, "Captain Phoenix, please convey to the Marquis that I will take good care of and protect Irene." Phoenix nodded slightly. In his heart he was secretly happy. "Young lady, you look so happy." After conveying the words, Grid hugged his wife tightly and set off. In the blink of an eye, he could no longer see the territory. As he flew, he shouted excitedly, "Did he know that I wanted to go to Raiden with her? How? Now I feel extremely happy." In his arms, Irene confusedly reminded her, "My husband, it's so fast." Grid kindly asked if she wasn't afraid. Irene gently replied yes, because he was holding me tightly. Moments later, Grid stopped at a towering mountain range, giant mountains close together, bathed in bright rays of sunlight, making the scene magical and radiant. He gently said, "I've always wanted to show her this scenery, a very majestic landscape, isn't it?" The system then informed that the fetus was the crystallization of the parent's love. All fetus ability scores permanently increased by 1. Irene looked at this scene. Her eyes became sparkling with joy. The corners of her eyes shed a few tears of emotion. Irene choked up and exclaimed, "This is the first time I have seen a world as big as this. I was so nervous and happy that my chest wanted to overflow." The system continued to inform. The fetus was amazed at having witnessed the mystery of nature. The fetus carries the spirit of research. The fetus's intelligence increases permanently too. Grid couldn't help but feel happy knowing that the baby was also very happy. On the way, if you look around everywhere, it will become more mature. Thinking about it, he immediately increased his speed. "Keep it steady, Irene, let's go get pregnant." Irene closed her eyes, hugged her husband tightly, and cried out, "Aaaaa." 10 days later, at Raiden City. Grid and Raoul thoughtfully studied the guild introduction board. Guild name, Good Clothes, level 10, max, Guild Master, Grid, members, 28 out of 250, belongs to the Ethnal Kingdom, allied relationship, Marquis Steam family. Hostile relations, no force can be called an exact enemy, but are wary of many forces, tendency, absolute goodwill relationship with the Marquis Steam family. Grid thought in surprise, "I thought it would take at least a year for the guild to reach level 10, but thanks to the battle reward against the ancient golem, it was reached in just 7 months, he muttered softly. Because of the membership limit, it was impossible to admit all 225 members of the Silver Knights Guild. The system really is so bad. Raoul reminded him, "You can create a new guild and invite them in. It's a basic thing, don't you know?" Grid exclaimed in surprise, "Is that okay?" Grid immediately asked for help with a bright smile. "So it was okay for you to create it?" Raoul thought for a while. He replied in a low voice that I still lacked leadership points. "Furthermore, isn't there someone suitable for this job? The master of the Chetika Guild." Immediately after that, the two immediately met Jishuka to discuss work. Jishuka immediately refused with an expression of dissatisfaction and unwillingness. "Do I have to do the job of taking care of you somewhere else?" Raoul, confused, reassured her that it was okay. During the past half year everyone has learned how to manage their territories and there are some people who can help us. Faced with the two people's arguments, Jishuka realized she couldn't argue anymore, so she sighed and agreed. Then, "Fine, so what is the name of the guild?" Grid calmly replied that he was wearing good clothes too. Hearing that, Raoul yelled at Ash, "Really? What is a guild?" Grid calmly replied that he was wearing good clothes too. Hearing that, Raoul yelled at Ash, "Really?" He reminded in a stern voice that sub-guilds of 2 or 3 often had names appropriate to their roles. Professional soldiers will join the team wearing good gear, while those with other roles will join the second guild. Please name them accordingly. Grid didn't seem to be able to absorb anything. He softly said, "Let's wear good clothes too." Jishuka widened her eyes and shouted, "Is there no other name?" She was surprised to see 2 lines of tears streaming down Raoul's face. Crying. From afar, the soldiers' announcements were heard. "My lord, all the Silver Knights just arrived at Raiden." Grid happily replied, "Oh, they've finally arrived." Leading the Silver Knight army was the Great Sword. The soldiers moved while admiring the splendor of Raiden's territory. "Oh, so this is Raiden. In recent times, it has developed a lot. The soldiers are very well equipped, and the houses look quite spacious. On the way here, we saw vast rice fields, but about 10 of our children were forced by a certain farmer to work on the farm. Is that okay?" Raoul thought with pride, "Thanks to Mr. Grid's investment, our city has developed like no other place." Vantner looked at the group of Silver Knights entering the city. He marveled, "Oh, there are so many." The Great Sword said solemnly to the Guildmaster, "The Great Sword had arrived here. I hope everyone will help me in the future." Grid represented the entire city to welcome the army. He warmly responded that he welcomed him to Raiden. The two exchanged a handshake to prove their camaraderie. From a man of nothing to a legendary seed. That seed has sprouted here. One day, it will grow into a healthy tree. Grid told himself that, as the leader of a large guild, he had the responsibility to lead everyone to success. Then, he gently said that everyone had a hard time. It must have been very difficult to overcome the desert beasts. Now that we are here together, the guild's future will depend on everyone. Grid shouted loudly, "Let's throw a grand party." All the soldiers, magicians, and people in the city simultaneously raised their glasses and excitedly chanted to open the party. A Silver Knight came to talk to Vantner. "Because I admired Mr. Vantner, I also worked hard to become a protective knight. Vantner was so drunk that his face turned red. He mumbled and replied, "Isn't that good? From now on, just follow me, we can make progress together." Toon had just drunk a few glasses and already his neck was shaking. A Silver Knight meeting Faker was like meeting his life's idol. He enthusiastically asked about Mr. Faker. "It is said that you single-handedly defeated the entire Ice and Fire Guild. Can I ask how you did it?" However, the Faker's face was still as cold as ice, making the other knight confusedly say, "Oh there, Faker, please answer." Another knight excitedly talked to Logas. "I heard that Mr. Logas likes Taekwondo and Korean people. As a Korean, I thank you very much." Grid thought in surprise, "There are indeed some kids with fiery will, they are also very patriotic. We have to live well in the future, but I'm still bored when I think about when I will remember all the names and faces of these 225 people." Jishuka asked curiously, "By the way, Raoul, if the average level of Silver Knights is 220, should we help them level up?" Raoul quietly replied that there was no need to rush. The top priority now was to improve the working conditions of the yellow mithril mine. He looked at the full glass of beer, frowning and thinking, a true strategist must know how to drink this. When the senior saw the young Raoul holding a beer, he took the first sip and reminded him, "This kid, he can't drink." Raoul continued to explain to Jishuka, "Low levels can hunt and practice on the Byron Plateau and Kokoro Island. High-level players will send to places with monsters around the yellow mithril mine to ensure exploitation." The guild's exploitation of resources did not stop. He turned around and said that Mr. Greatsword still retains his position as Lord of Cochrane Island. However, the Greatsword shook his head and refused. I can't." He beamed and boasted that Grid told me to lead the mining team. That's my forte. He felt that the sound of falling rocks felt very refreshing. Raoul heard that and immediately turned to look at Grid with a puzzled look. He used a rank 15 expert with fighting power equal to pawn and legas as a miner. What is he thinking anyway? Grid saw Raoul's glare and was startled and asked, "What's wrong with me looking so scared?" Suddenly Miner came quickly from somewhere, loudly calling, Look, Duke, something big has happened." Looking at the boy leaning on his knees panting, Grid asked in surprise, "Miner, you should also sit down and eat. I heard you were just going to check on the status of the vibranium. Why are you so late?" Miner brushed it off, shouting loudly that if you want to maintain the vibranium, you must hurry. The vibranium sealed in the vampire city is being eroded by strange energy. Meanwhile, in the first city of vampires, the moon rose high, radiating an extremely magical light. The vampire's soul slowly appeared. He angrily hissed this name. They monitored the situation of the vampire kingdom and even sent a golem as a warning. Yet, that name. Instead of sacrificing his soul for my resurrection, he now only focuses on exploiting vibranium. Pagma's descendant, I absolutely will not forgive you. Suddenly a woman appeared. She raised her voice and asked, "Oh my God, I sense dirty magic here. I'm surprised. Who here?" The vampire's soul exclaimed in panic. "Her, breaking this barrier is so simple." You are, how could you break the seal?" He couldn't help but tremble in his heart. In front of him right now was the person with the strongest magic among the direct descendants of Barisha, the ancestor of vampires. She grabbed the vampire's collar and replied softly, "I can break that seal at any time, just because I don't want to. You are the one who splits souls into many pieces, so sophisticated. How many of them do you already have on this continent?" The vampire shouted in panic, "Mariras." Mariras asked in a disdainful voice, after losing his pure blood, he was banished from the family and had to fight with an unstable body like this. "I didn't expect you to hide right under your family's land and live with this ordinary body. It looks very suitable for you, Braham. You are the only one in your family who is immersed in black magic. I thought there was some reason for you to do so you hold the key to resurrection." Braham frowned slightly. He smirked and asked again, "If so, what were you planning to do?" "You absolutely won't be able to stop me. Even if there's only a piece of my soul left, I can still be revived. Wait until I revive, then I will come and destroy you." Mariras suddenly let go of Braham's collar. "This obsession of yours is like a bunch of insects. I don't care." Faced with Mariras's strange move, Braham was surprised and asked her if she was going to return and just let go of my soul. Mariras replied contemptuously, "Why do we have to do such trouble?" She smiled sinisterly, "Because I had found a new interest, so I left you alone. Just a kid with dark magic. How can he make me feel scared?" Hearing that, Braham felt extremely angry, promising himself that I could not continue like this. "I will definitely revive and kill her. take her heart and become immortal. On the grid side, the system suddenly sent a series of notifications. There are new missions, City of Vampires. Through an event, it was revealed that the existence of vampires is causing the city to go through a period of chaos. Its powerful magical power spread throughout 15 vampire cities across the continent, bringing blessings to other vampires and causing ill effects on the Fabronium. Difficulty level, unknown. Faced with this strange mission, Grid was extremely confused, with countless question marks in his mind. Every vampire city has a sealed Fabronium. Protect as much Fabronium as possible for 90 days. Within 90 days, the unprotected Fabronium will corrode and disappear forever. During the process, there is a high possibility that tasks will be linked together. Grid had a headache thinking. The difficulty was a question mark. Is this the highest level of difficulty that cannot be measured? Vampire City requires at least 10 warriors and attacks 3 times, expected to be completed in 10 days. But if we don't do this, the entire continent's limited 28 Fabronium will disappear by 15 stars. Grid quickly spoke up, "Hey, I'll share the quest so everyone wants to watch it." Antner exclaimed in surprise, "Ho, Vampire City, this seems difficult." Raoul worriedly says Fabronium is used as a valuable source of energy. "I will go to the guild to seek help. But, currently I only manage 3 territories. The maximum number of people I can support is only 10 people. Jishuka softly replied that that's enough for now. We need to gather more members. Grid felt extremely confused. He said in a low voice, "But, because this was a personal quest, I couldn't ask the whole guild." On the contrary, Vantner seemed extremely enthusiastic. It was okay for him to shout loudly. It had been a long time since he had hunted in such a high-ranking place. "That will be the best hunting place. Besides, this is a chance to find the holy medicine. Are you planning on eating it alone? We will help you with this mission." The others simultaneously spoke up to reassure them that if they all tried together, it would be done. Grid thought with emotion, "This bunch of dishonest people." He breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you. If I come to Korea in the future, I will definitely invite everyone to a meal of noodles mixed with black bean sauce." Jishuka clenched her fists. She shouted with great enthusiasm, "This time I'll go with you. Don't stop me." Jednose also felt interested hearing that. Noodles mixed with black bean sauce. "What do you mean you skipped the party the king organized in Reinhardt and went out to eat? This must be a very valuable dish." Grid clenched his fists on the table. He silently said to himself, "Okay, just recovered Fabronium. We can make a staff of ripale from pure Fabronium. A failed work can become a weapon that exceeds expectations. I will wipe them all out in one go. Those vampires will probably be very surprised." Raiden's growth, and the stepping stone for the guild to use good items to become the strongest guild being prepared. I thought all the pieces were in place. However, the incident happened on the day of the expedition to the Vampire City. Surrounding the city is a gloomy black color, with bone-chilling cold covering everywhere. The guild soldiers were covered in wounds, screaming in terror. "Just got there and it's been less than 30 minutes. Jishuka couldn't hide her shock. What was that just now?" Everyone shouted in panic. Grid, at this time, he was suffering from an extremely serious injury. His head was covered in blood, and he had to struggle to stand. Warning system. People who become legends don't die so easily. When your health is low, you will automatically use the immortal skill to protect your body from all damage for 5 seconds. Grid glared, breathing hard. Ha. He frowned, painfully thinking about immortality. Has everything already been lost? But this is only the beginning of the expedition. 5 hours ago, at Raiden City, the soldiers shouted loudly to announce that the entire 9-member expedition team had completed preparations for the expedition. Raoul asked softly with a worried expression, "So are you leaving now?" Grid smiled and replied, "Yes, during the expedition. Everything here is temporarily thanks to you, Raoul." Raoul nodded. He did not forget to remind, "I know, but the expedition team is a lightning group focusing on people with professions specializing in damage gathered to achieve the goal of clearing those 15 dungeons in 90 days. Due to its tendency to attack, its defense is very low. It will be weak against sudden attacks. Everyone must always observe their surroundings." He turned to Grid and said in a worried voice, "After entering the dungeon, the entrance would be blocked, and there was a high possibility that even the night summoning skill wouldn't be activated. Please always be prepared for the worst case scenario." Grid smiled reassuringly, "Having said it many times, I will return safely, so don't worry." Raoul frowned and thought, if he was with Mr. Piero or Asmapel, he would still be trustworthy. Unfortunately, but the NPC only has one life, can't take the risk. Grid waved his hand to signal, "Come on, let's go, we will quickly complete this mission." The expedition team excitedly set off without knowing that behind them, there was someone hiding in the darkness watching their every move. That person quietly assessed that even though he was still a newbie, the assassin known as Faker had already increased his strength quite a bit. Now we have to stay about 7 meters away to avoid being detected. He said he was going to the city of vampires. Vampires are demons that exist as blood-sucking and aggressive species. I don't know if I'm below a Viscount, but if I encounter pure blood of Count level or above, even Duke Grid is afraid he won't be able to solve it. This trip will be very difficult. The entire army can also be completely destroyed. Thinking about it, the mysterious person slowly appeared from the darkness, but they were all existences under the curse of immortality. The players would not die. When we receive lessons from teachers, we also compete countless times and keep repeating failures and victories. Those are valuable lessons, Duran. During that time I have to protect Duke Grid. Because that Duke is protecting the ring that you passed down to us. Besides, I also found out that the Duke is Irene's husband, the one who protected us, so I consider solving all the doubts here first. I have seen that Duke Grid has the potential to become an opposing force for the Saharan Empire. So in order for the Duke to focus on developing his forces, I will protect Irene, the Duke's wife, in this place. Until the evil Saharan Empire was destroyed, tens of thousands of ethnic minorities were exterminated. The mysterious person appearing from the darkness wearing a scarf covering his face, he is Kasim, the Prince of Darkness, the last descendant of the Nero clan that perished because of the Saharan Empire. Meanwhile, the Rabbis approached Raoul. He smiled and said that Lord Asmapel and his soldiers were here. So even if the Duke was away, he would still feel comfortable. Raoul smiled wryly and replied that I'm still insecure, Executive Rabbis. The Rabbis's face suddenly became serious. He silently pondered, Piero and Asmapel, and Kasim. After 2 months, I finally escaped the loss. To increase labor productivity in the city, we will have to mobilize more human resources. The beginning was a bit difficult, but now everything is in order. If this momentum continues, it will be truly touching that it will be the era of Raiden's renaissance established by the world's best business NPC. At the same time, deep below the dungeon, the swordsman Vanguard confronts the giant monsters that are eagerly attacking. Sword canvas, happy, with just one swing of his sword, he defeated the giant worm, obtained 3,740,900 experience points, and defeat the desert toad, gain 6,730,900 experience points. The great sword looked at the data and couldn't hide his surprise. He gave 20% more experience points than the high-level monsters in the Cork Island dungeon. So this is the reason why after settling in Raiden, the level of the guild members skyrocketed. He smiled happily. The vampires gave more experience points than these monsters. If this expedition reaches level 307, reaching the top 10 rankings is no longer a dream. On the contrary, on the Grid side, he grimaced and thought while defeating the monsters, it really didn't give much experience points. He was still level 296. When would he get to level 300 at this rate? Because of the legendary job, changing levels at 200 or 300 is quite difficult. He suddenly paused for a moment as if he just realized something. Wait, experience points. It's clearly related to the fact that when I just surpassed 30,000 reputation and a famous store system was opened. Grid opened the system panel and selected a category for VIP members only. The system notification sound immediately sounded. The best choice for you. Receive special offers only for the highest reputed players in the game. Reputable store. Immediately after that, a sparkling gold-plated carriage appeared in front of the Grid. The carriage was designed with exquisite shapes and patterns. The carriage was covered with a sparkling halo surrounding it, making everyone who saw it, when you see it, you must admire its wonderful beauty. Vantner suddenly called out, Grid, what are you doing? If we're all going back to the city, we have to hurry. Grid was still in shock. What is this? He silently wondered. Is this store only for me to see? The door on the golden carriage immediately opened, revealing stacks displaying extremely rare and high-quality treasures. Please introduce the product list to you. The first item is a candy dyed in bright colors called sugar candy, a small candy, a candy that brings out the sweetness of gentle nature. That sweetness is excellent. No chemical additives are added. Effectively, if you suck on a sugar candy, all ability points increase by 30% within 5 minutes. This product can only be purchased 5 times per account. Price, 20,000 reputation. Next is a very stylish and fashionable black glasses, called handsome-looking eyeglasses, square eyeglasses with large quadrilateral frame, because it is so big that it covers half of the face. It will help an ugly man look like a handsome man. Effective, looks handsome. Note that it does not increase or create actual magic ability points, other than being effective in terms of time. It is a simple accessory with no special properties. Price, 5,000. Reputation. Grid looked at the pile of branded items on the shelves, feeling a bit bored. The things on display were practical items and miscellaneous items, a total of more than 30 items. Anyway, now what I'm looking for is only one thing. This is it. His eyes turned to a box on the cabinet, where there were only 3 big question marks: recommended store, choose, select, choose all, random vending machine. If you enter 999 reputation here, you can randomly receive various items sold in the store at a cheap price. Limited quantity items are not included. Price, 999 reputation. It is possible to harvest potions that, when used, can gain experience points with a certain probability. Grid silently calculated that in Satisfy there were almost no experience boosting items to avoid the gap between players. Indeed, it is a famous store. The opening conditions are also really difficult but very worthy. Besides, isn't 999 reputation the same as 1000 reputation at once? Too cheap. Thinking about it, Grid pressed the button without hesitation. Reputation points can be obtained through crafting. Craft unique items, 150. Craft legendary items, 500. The system displays the text, "This time, slip, wish you luck next time." Grid scratched his head and smiled. It was true that he had few points because the luck was quite high. The gambling blood boiled up. Grid excitedly decided to press the button again. Yes, there was no way everything could be resolved that easily. 2 times, I will only pick it up exactly 2 more times. That experience point must be tried. The next 2 times, the item released was a beautiful hairpin. This is an extremely gorgeous and beautiful hairpin. Women will feel very happy if you give it to them as a gift. Weight, 0.1. Along with that is the most delicious grilled meat skewer in the world. This is a grilled skewer dish coated with a secret sauce after fermenting the hind leg meat of a hellish ghost dog for 100 days. It has an extremely wonderful taste that even finicky dragons find very delicious when eaten. Grid raised the meat skewer and took a bite, his face filled with satisfaction. Grid commented enthusiastically, "I like it so much. The hairpin and delicious meat cost less than 2,000 honor points. This hairpin suits Irene so much." After eating the meat skewer, he realized he had been deceived by the machine. Grid got angry and cursed the famous vending machine. "Give me my credit, you bunch of scammers. It's all about random stuff." Jednose didn't understand why Grid was so enthusiastic. He praised the guild master for being so hardworking. Thanks to the merger of the 2 guilds, his sense of responsibility has increased. Later, they moved to Vampire City number 13, which was hidden deep beneath the sand of a vast desert. The expedition team was gathering at the crater leading down to the city. Pond spoke up to remind and give instructions on how to enter the Vampire City, which was here. Before we get into that, there are a few things we need to pay attention to. When entering there, people will see a cliff about 12 meters high. Before going down there will be no surprise attacks, but you can also fall, so those with agility below 400 must be careful. Immediately after entering, there is absolutely no light inside, so for a short period of time people will not be able to see ahead. Even if you get used to the darkness, your vision is not completely expanded, so it is difficult to fully utilize your abilities in combat. Except for Faker and Jishuka, who have killer eyes and eagle eyes, they don't have much effect. Ventnor calmly said using a torch is fine. "You're a primitive." Pond frowned. He sighed and replied, "I've told you 3 times that vampires are wary of light, didn't you hear?" Rigas was also extremely cautious. He spoke up, "Even though we were gathered quite strong, our fighting strength was different and our defense was weak, so everyone should pay a little attention. The vampires sleeping inside that city will be a pretty tough battle when they wake up." Tuat Kiem wondered if he wanted to find the boss. Would he have to search every building? Maybe so. Occasionally, a true blood vampire appears. He is so strong that he cannot even confront him. Phone nodded in agreement. If it weren't for the purification magic to overcome them, it would be quite difficult, but we are also a good team. If everyone tries their best then it will be okay. Grid punched his fists together very energetically. He said excitedly, "If the True Blood clan appeared, we would have to pay attention. Nothing special, let's go in." The system issued a notification as soon as the expedition team jumped into the deep hole, entering the Vampire City. Party name, Fabronium, Captain, Grid, descendant of Pagma, level 296, how to distribute items, received from Captain. Entered the underground city of vampires. The 9 members of the party include Holoi, Order, level 292, Jednos, Storm Mage, level 301, Vantner, Iron Fortress, level 302, Faker, Speedy Legs, level 305, Great Sword, level 306, Rigas, Asura, level 307. Phone, Invention Engineer, level 307, Jishuka, Red Fire Arrow, level 305 and leading the legendary blacksmith Grid. As soon as they landed in the city, the system immediately warned that the entrance to the dungeon had been blocked, lost contact with the outside, can't escape the dungeon until the boss is defeated or you die. Grid looked around, he frowned and commented, "It's really dark, if everyone hadn't told me in advance, they would have panicked, we must quickly adapt to the darkness." He was startled to notice the red dots that had just appeared in the space above his head. That red light was moving very quickly. What is that? When Grid realized what it was, he saw Vantner appear in front of him. He shouted loudly, "The bats attacked." He immediately raised his shield to fend off the incoming bats. Grid Shield, Prototype A. The shield is made from the foundation of the Divine Shield, combined with high defense and anti-magic ability, using black iron as the main material but has the disadvantage of being heavy. Even though he was covered with a giant shield, with the large number and terrifying speed of the bats, Vantner still could not avoid injuries when they rushed past. He gritted his teeth and shouted while he was going down, "There was no raid, just started and already there are a bunch of monsters coming to bother me." Phone panicked and apologized, "I didn't know it would change like that." Seeing more and more bats rushing in, Vantner immediately used the iron defense skill. Within 3 minutes, physical defense increased by 30%, physical damage received decreased by 50%. The bats that were about to rush forward were stopped by a layer of shield. Jishuka and Faker also rushed forward to support, arrows flying, spells exploding. The 2 moves combined together create extremely terrible wide area damage. The bats are torn into many pieces, they scream, squeak, squeak. After successfully destroying the bats, Vantner sat down on the ground, panting and panting. Just entering, he almost died. Grid immediately stepped forward, smiling and saying it was okay if he didn't die. "Let's go downstairs, Vantner." Moments later, they encountered another group of monsters. This time they were giant hell wolves. Their eyes radiated extremely fierce murderous intent. They bared their sharp fangs towards the group. Jednos sighed softly. What was it again this time? Was it a bear or a wolf? Without hesitation, Grid immediately pulled out his long sword and rushed forward. "Quickly following me, Jednos." Listening to the command, Jednos also gathered his strength to follow closely behind. In darkness, the attack power of the +8 waist increases by 20%. In darkness, Grid's boots defense +8 increases movement speed by 20%. The 2 of them cooperated extremely well. In the blink of an eye they destroyed the Raging Wolf and received the Raging Wolf's skin. Grid continued to move forward. He didn't forget to look back to remind him, "You said there was a tailor from the Silver Engineers Guild, right? Use this to make items and sell them, using them as guild money. Give the reward to the crafting guild too." Hearing that, Great Sword's eyes widened in surprise. Did Grid think that way? The phone's face suddenly showed concern, but it was different from the last time we came here. Rigas agreed, "Yes, the vampire's range of action has been expanded and the level has also been raised much higher." Seeing that, the phone immediately turned to talk to Grid. "It seems that when accepting the mission, the system had made changes to suit our team. Perhaps because of that the difficulty had increased." Grid confidently replied, "That's better, right? The rewards will also be better, and the experience gain will also be faster." Peak Sword observed Grid's excitement. He secretly admired him. He looked excited in a stressful situation like this. "It's truly beyond words. I hope this expedition will not fail." Not long after, the expedition team stopped in front of a huge castle. The bright red light emanating from the windows along with the cold atmosphere made everyone who came here feel cold. Once cleared, only this building remains. Grid frowned and said, "Having to search the building until the boss appeared. It was too troublesome." Phone replied in a low voice, "There was no other way, however, we should still be vigilant." Grid was startled to see a blood-red light appear behind the party. "Ha, what was that?" That red aura slowly condensed together. A cold voice suddenly came out. 2 months ago, while I was sleeping, crazy bastards polluted my city. Before that anger disappeared, Another group of bastards entered. Once again, this atmosphere is polluted. The system issues a warning. Powerful death energy disrupts your magic power. Some spells and skills will not be able to be used. The entire expedition suddenly felt their bodies sag under an invisible pressure, their strength suddenly disappearing. The vampire's gaze exerted pressure on an inferior race. The player's body receives extreme pressure. The master of the 13th city, the vampire Earl Elphinstone, has appeared. Elphinstone had long, blood-red hair. He stretched out his clawed hand, smiling an extremely horrifying smile as he said, poisonous blood flowed out. If we hadn't gone out for a walk to relieve our anger, we almost wouldn't have caught these insects. I have to catch you all as soon as I see them so I can sleep comfortably. The system explains his ultimate move. Poisonous blood gushes out, absorbing the opponent's vitality in large quantities and restoring one's own vitality, can only be used once a day. Some player skills cannot be used within the next 5 minutes. For the next 5 minutes, movement speed will decrease by 30%. The great sword cried out in panic. What is this? My skills are sealed. Me too, Ventnor said. Elphinstone smirked and laughed. He softly said, I will come to you again after a while. I will kill each of you slowly, so please take your time and say goodbye to each other. Having said that, he slowly disappeared in mid-air. The red-purple ore also disappeared. Immediately after the pressure from the vampire's eyes was released, Jishuka relaxed her body. She spoke out with difficulty, Drawer, what, he just disappeared like that. Regas trembled and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He softly said that from the beginning, I didn't think there was anything special. A horrifying scene met Jishuka's eyes, causing her to widen her eyes and tremble in fear. Grid, Jishuka cried out in panic. Everyone quickly turned their eyes towards their team leader. Grid was now covered by an extremely dense cloud of death. Blood was pouring down from his head. It took a lot of effort for Grid to stand firm to support. He breathed hard and gasped. Damn it, already blew away the 10 gold potion and the immortal protection move. He quickly drank a bottle of ultimate life restoration medicine. A medicine prepared from Radon's metallurgy facility, restoring 15,000 lives. The system informed that people who became legends would not die so easily. When vitality is at minimum level, Immortal Guardian will activate damage immunity for 5 seconds. Jishuka and everyone quickly ran to Grid, worriedly asking. It seemed like he was aiming for the strongest person in the group. Grid, are you okay? The death aura around him also slowly disappeared. Grid gasped and replied, as everyone can see, I'm not fine at all. Tuat Kiem exclaimed in surprise. He's still alive, thanks to exactly 1,000 machines. That's a really good number. Grid explained in a low voice. I have a passive skill called Immortal Protection. However, the cooldown time is quite long at 24 hours. Grid helplessly smiled. So please always remember this. In the most dangerous situation, use my body as a shield like before. He turned to ask for the phone. When everyone came, he didn't show up, right? Phone immediately nodded to confirm. That's right, even though I've been exploring this place for more than a month, I've never seen it before. Ventnor broke out in a cold sweat, worriedly saying that his move was too strong. With just one move, Grid, the person with the highest life, had his life drained away. It seems he aimed for the strongest person in the group first. Faker commented in a low voice, seeing no signs of any moves and using defensive magic had almost no effect. Jedno sighed softly. Every time he appeared, someone would die. This way, it's better to launch a general attack there. Jishuka sadly shook his head, but failure is inevitable, because he will focus the seal on our strongest skills. Grid thought deeply. Even with his mind's eye ability, he couldn't recognize the move he performed, plus he seemed to be stronger than the demon Helgao. If I reach level 300 and the third job power-up mark is reached, I can read that skill and maybe deal with it a bit, but right now my level is only 2%. Even if I use experience boosting potions and wipe out the vampires here, it's completely impossible to reach level 300. In addition, the teammates are also in a state of having their skills sealed. If that bastard Elphinstone appears again, it will absolutely be unbearable. Grid's face became extremely grimaced, clearly showing his helplessness in the face of a situation that was so unpredictable. There was no way out. This expedition has failed. Jishuka suddenly spoke up to break the silence of that heavy atmosphere. She calmly deduced that just now, when the movement stopped, you were learning about the honor store, right? I heard you can buy experience boosting potions there. Maybe we will have more time to prepare until he appears again, because the cooldown time is usually designed to be proportional to the strength of that move. His move is so powerful that the cooldown time is probably quite long. We have to find a way to deal with that move or find his hiding place. Even if the odds are 0.1%, as long as we have the ability, we must definitely fight. Level 300, if you have time, you can do it, right? Faced with Jishuka's wisdom, the phone nodded in admiration. As expected, he was a very intelligent person. Analyze and judge very quickly. You mean hunt the monsters here and put all your experience into the grid, right? Ventnor nodded in agreement, but if he appeared during the hunt, some people would die. Grid panicked and stopped. Wait a moment, this is my mission. It may put you in danger. It seemed like the whole team had made up their minds. No one could change their mind. The guildmaster just needed to listen quietly. Grid was moved with tears. He exclaimed, guys. The whole team got ready and said in unison, we will help this baby bird take off and fly. In just a short time, monsters from all over the city had flocked to Earl Elphinstone's castle. The entire expedition team, except for Grid, simultaneously blocked and attacked the large group of monsters. Ventnor shouted loudly, stopping them again. Until Grid turns out the experience point potion. Jishuka turned to Rigas and told me to check the situation. How is Grid? Is it successful? Rigas turned around and saw that his president seemed to be losing his mind. He was immersed in the lottery game of the famous store. Even though the items dropped were not very useful. Congratulations, bitter cocoa pear has been harvested. Congratulations, harvested assembled toys that help develop children's brains. Rigas breathed out in boredom, looking like he was enjoying himself. Jishuka didn't understand what he was saying, so she grimaced and shouted. Grid kept spending his reputation points on the vending machine, even though the system kept cheating him. This time, hollow, wish you luck next time. This time, hollow, wish you luck next time. He was not discouraged, and continued to boldly click on the square with the question mark. To save even one more person, he must reach level 300. However, Grid's efforts up to this point seemed to be in vain. The system continued to deny his efforts. This time, empty. Good luck next time. Grid's tears were short and long. He knelt down and begged the cart, don't do this again, please. Reputation points from 28,000 but now only 6,000. Give me back my reputation points. Continuously meaningless replies. This time, empty. Good luck next time. This time, it's empty. Better luck next time. Grid groaned in pain. Just give me one time and I'll do it, please. At that moment, a bottle of pure blue water appeared. The system excitedly congratulated. Obtain a solution that increases a percentage of experience points when fighting monsters. Experience point gain increase solution increases experience point gain by 20% for 3 days. Wait, 0.1. Grid's mind exploded. He roared that if he wanted to give it, he had to give it quickly. This sloppy thing. Along with that were the crazy kicks on the golden chariot. Ah! Jishuka noticed that the situation had become better. She shouted an announcement. The Grid was finally spinning the solution. Let's attack from the alley ahead. The whole team moves.